Chapter 301. The Taming. Little Taoist Zhen's sudden appearance shocked everyone, including Zhao Guang. Xie Yujia looked at little Taoist Zhen in a daze while the latter stared at her. 100 years ago, little Taoist Zhen came to the land once with his master Chu Niu. Therefore, he dressed the same way as last time. However, the world had changed drastically, and his attire as an urchin looked weird. Lu Qing, who was responsible for organizing things for the Dragon Clan, looked at little Taoist Zhen, Xie Yujia, and Zhao Guang. He was at a loss for words and didn't know what to do. If they were in the Dragon Palace, it would be easy. However, they were on the land, and there were mortals like Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang in the living room. Little Taoist Zhen's sudden appearance and his mentioning of elixir making was a bit. Little White circled Zhao Yanzi's feet. When it saw everyone standing around like statues, it trotted back to little Taoist Zhen, sticking out its tongue. After all, it led little Taoist Zhen to Hao Ren's home, and it felt like it deserved some rewards. While everyone stood in a daze, Grandma suddenly spoke. "Little guy, you must be hungry. Come on, eat something first," Grandma said to little Taoist Zhen genially. Little Taoist Zhen looked at her in bafflement, but he swallowed his saliva at the delicious smell of food in the living room. "Here, little guy. Eat them while they're warm." Grandma handed a bowl of wontons to little Taoist Zhen. Okay. Subconsciously, he took the warm bowl of food and picked up the spoon, beginning to eat. Grandma made the first wonton he ate. It tasted just right and melted on the tongue. Little Taoist Zhen never had such delicious food while he lived at the bottom of the ocean, so he started to devour the food. "What's wrong? You must be starving. Eat them while they are still warm," Grandma urged him. Okay. Little Taoist Zhen felt like he couldn't lose his temper at a genial old lady, so he answered quietly before eating more wontons. The wonton fillings were mixed with fragrant sesame oil Grandma brought back from Zhejiang. Zhao Hongyu made the fillings, and Xie Yujia made most of the wontons that he was eating. The more he ate, the more he liked it. He ate the whole bowl of wontons in an instant and even drank the soup. Still not satisfied, he handed the empty bowl to Grandma and said, "More." Grandma didn't mind his bluntness. She walked to the kitchen and filled the bowl before walking back and handing it to little Taoist Zhen. Swoosh. Swoosh. As if he had not eaten for hundreds of years, little Taoist Zhen finished the second bowl of wontons in seconds. More. He handed the empty bowl to Grandma again. Okay. No problem. Grandma took the bowl and filled it again in the kitchen happily. This time, little Taoist Zhen sat down in a chair and began to savor each wonton. Everyone including Zhao Guang was stunned. This bad-tempered little Taoist Zhen, who could destroy the entire East Ocean City with one Dharma treasure, is tamed by 3 bowls of wontons? The Dragon King thought. Hao Ren looked at Grandma in surprise and admiration. He thought, Grandma is the big boss here after all. It seems like there is no one who couldn't be tamed by her. Little Taoist Zhen lifted his head, drank the soup in the bowl, and sighed with satisfaction. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and then remembered the reason he came here. Looking at Xie Yujia, he demanded, "You, teach me your elixir-making techniques." Notes and runes were techniques of human cultivators. They contained a unique pattern of 5 elements, and they could be activated by chanting spells and nature essence to fend off enemies. For the dragon cultivators who could quickly reach Gen level, the notes and runes were insignificant techniques, and that was why no dragon cultivators had ever studied it. However, little Taoist Zhen was impressed with Xie Yujia's elixir-making skills when she used her 2 powerful notes. These 2 notes could adjust the 5 elemental essences in the materials, shortening the whole process of elixir making. This way, the process of elixir making returned to the most basic form. It was clear that the golden note and silver note were obviously not ordinary notes which borrowed the power of the immortals. They were more powerful notes which acquired the force of nature. How could little Taoist Zhen not want to learn that? One was golden and one was silver. One was life, one was death. One represented Qian and one represented Kun. And one resembled heaven and one resembled earth. They could even turn the 5 elements upside down. With such miraculous elixir-making techniques, what elixir pills couldn't he create? At little Taoist Zhen's aggressive stance, Xie Yujia backed off to Hao Ren's side. Little White lifted its head and barked. It tugged on little Taoist Zhen's pants with its teeth as if it was trying to stop him. Okay. For your sake, I won't ask her today. Looking down at little white, little Taoist Jen said. He turned to Hao Ren's grandma. That food, I want more. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing to the floor after seeing the changes in events. Grandma didn't mind. Instead, she thought that this boy was very innocent and cute. She took the empty bowl and refilled it in the kitchen. He's the kid of one of my distant relatives. He came to visit us today. Zhao Guang took the opportunity to explain the situation to Hao Zonghua. This little boy talked riddles, but he looks quite cute. Yu Yang smiled and asked little Taoist Jen, who was eating wontons, "What's your name?" Little Taoist Jen looked up at her impatiently. "My name is Jen Kongming. Hao Ren choked. Jen Kongming. Did this boy gave himself this name to compliment himself? What are you looking at? You call yourself Hao Ren too? Seeming to have read Hao Ren's mind, little Taoist Jen suddenly turned and said to him. Hao Ren choked again. He felt as if he was sent flying by a punch. Xie Yujia snickered and found the blunt Jen Kongming quite cute. "Oh, so your distant relative entrusted him to your care. Have you found a school for him?" Yu Yang asked Zhao Guang, concerned. "We have chosen Ling Jiao Elementary School for him. It's across from Zi's middle school," Zhao Guang said. The moment he knew about little Taoist Jen's wish to come on land, he had made arrangements for him. Pooh! Hao Ren almost spat out a mouthful of dumpling soup. Little Taoist Jen going to school? He would turn the school upside down, he thought. "Will he live in your home?" Yu Yang asked. "He'll live in Vice Principal Lu's home. Mr. Lu is an old friend, and he knows that distant relative of mine as well." Lu Qing's apartment was, in fact, a transition station. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had stayed at his place while they got used to the life on land, and Zhao Guang trusted Lu Qing to take good care of little Taoist Jen. "No, I don't want to live there," little Taoist Jen yelled abruptly. He put down the spoon and turned to look at Grandma. "I want to live here." Chapter 302. Gold and silver mountains came with him. Everyone was stunned by little Taoist Jen's answer. Okay, you can live in our home. I like this kid." Grandma was the first to answer him. Little Taoist Jen, who was wearing a brown magua and had a little ponytail on top of his head, reminded her of the kids she saw in the countryside when she was young. He looked especially cute to her. In addition, little Taoist Jen had a little round head and chubby cheeks. Elderlies would all like him. After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhao Guang knew that he couldn't dissuade little Taoist Jen. He said, "Kongming, you can live here, but you can't make any trouble." "Never." Little Taoist Jen shook his head repeatedly. "But," he pointed at Grandma, "you must make me delicious food every day." This kid is indeed annoying, Hao Ren looked at him and thought. However, Grandma didn't mind his attitude at all. "Okay. Grandma will cook you good food each day." Looking at little Taoist Jen's countryside-style clothing, Grandma thought he was from a poor village and found him quite pitiable. After seeing him eat 3 bowls of wontons in a flash, she was convinced that this boy had been living a hard life and thus forgave him for his lack of manners. Little Taoist Jen nodded with satisfaction and patted his belly. "I'm full. I want to sleep. This room is yours, and the room next to yours is Yujia's. You must get along with her, okay?" Grandma pointed at a room on the first floor and said to him genially. "Got it." Little Taoist Jen walked into his room. When he came on the land last time with his master Chu Niu 100 years ago, he almost destroyed the Kunlun Mountain 1 due to some minor issues. Chu Niu punished him severely for 3 days and prohibited him from coming to the land again. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't show his cultivation techniques in front of mortal people. He stopped abruptly and looked back at Grandma. "You're good to me. Here, this is for you." He tossed out a string of purple jade prayer beads, and it landed right in Grandma's hands. "Li fire purple jade." Zhao Hongyu murmured. In the legends of the mortal world, purple jade could repel evils and protect the owner. For cultivators, it was a perfect support item to calm the nerves during cultivation. These prayer beads were like ambers since each of the purple jade contained a bit of pure heavenly fire. One could see strains of flames in the purple jade. The heavenly fire could remove the evil thoughts within the cultivators and thus was the ultimate treasure coveted by countless cultivators. Little Taoist Jen tossed such a priceless string of purple jade prayer beads to Grandma casually. He was indeed full of treasures. Even in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they couldn't find such a high-level supporting item. The moment the string of prayer beads was placed on Grandma's wrist, they burned up 1/6 of her hidden diseases. Since the heavenly fire could remove evils, it could easily burn up the impurities in one's body. It worked better than Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's massages. Seeing Grandma's hesitation with the string of prayer beads, Zhao Guang smiled. "Auntie, please accept it. It's not valuable. It shows that kid's gratitude to you." Yu Yang studied ecology, and geology was a small part of her study as well, giving her some appreciation of jades. She leaned over and looked at the string of prayer beads, saying, "Mom, these are neither crystals or green rocks. They are not the precious jades that are usually seen on the market. I guess they are made with other materials." "Then I'll take it." Grandma loved the luster and the feel of these prayer beads. Since she thought the string of beads was not precious, she accepted it. This Li Fire purple jade was dug out by Chu Niu from a mine in Ninth Heaven which was not accessible to ordinary cultivators, and he gave it to little Taoist Zhen to make Dharma treasures. Since it was not something from the mortal world, Yu Yang certainly couldn't figure out what it was. If other cultivators saw a mortal wearing the prayer beads made of Li Fire purple jade, they would probably burn with jealousy. However, in that case, they wouldn't think that Grandma was a mortal. They would think that she was a Grand Master of the Soul Formation realm who had hidden her realm and thus wouldn't dare to mess with her. While they talked, little Taoist Zhen had entered his room, and little White had also trotted into the room with him. It seemed that it was no longer Hao Ren's spirit beast but little Taoist Zhen's pet. "Auntie, did you watch Zi's performance video?" After seeing that little Taoist Zhen had entered his room, Zhao Hongyu changed the subject. "What video?" Grandma was baffled. "Oh, I have it." Hao Ren had forgotten to show the disc to Grandma. He immediately ran to his room to get the disc from his bag. Soon, the big TV screen showed Zhao Yanzi's beautiful figure in the cupcake dress. "Our little Z's so talented." Although Grandma didn't understand the lines in the play, she was delighted. She regarded Zhao Yanzi as a kid of her own family, and her words were full of love for Zhao Yanzi. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang watched it with Grandma, and they thought Zhao Yanzi was pretty and bright during the performance. The engagement seemed like a joke, but if Ren and little Z could grow into each other, they would be a good couple after Zhao Yanzi grows up. This thought occurred to Yu Yang. She turned her head to look at Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. At the moment, Zhao Yanzi was sitting on the sofa with her head leaning lazily on Hao Ren's shoulder, and her back was pressed against Hao Ren's chest. Also, their hands tangled with each other in a little fight. Yu Yang smiled helplessly. She turned her head and met Zhao Hongyu's gentle gaze, and the two mothers smiled at each other. When the play ended, 2 hours had passed. On the sofa, Zhao Yanzi lost the fight with Hao Ren since her hands were clenched by his. But she didn't want to admit defeat, so she tried to bump her head against his chin while her back was leaning on his chest. Zhao Hongyu stood up slowly. "Auntie, we have to go now. Next time, let's get together downtown. Thank you for dinner." "No problem. It was a pleasure." Grandma immediately stood up and answered politely. Lu Qing also stood up. Looking back at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, he said to Grandma, "We'll head back, too." "Well," Grandma sighed, reluctant to see Lu Linlin and Lu Lily go. "Grandma, we'll visit you again," Lu Linlin and Lu Lily said sweetly. Their promise delighted Grandma. "Grandma, I'll come and see you again when I have less homework." Zhao Yanzi jumped up like a sparrow and said to Grandma. "Good. Good." Grandma rubbed her little face with fondness. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had never seen such a lively scene before in this house, and they wondered where Hao Ren found so many pretty girls to entertain Grandma. After polite farewells, Hao Ren and his family walked Zhao Guang and the others to the door. Seeing Hao Ren and Xie Yujia stand on the doorstep shoulder to shoulder, Zhao Yanzi was a little jealous. Then, she remembered that neither Hao Ren's parents nor her parents said anything when she watched the 2-hour video while leaning on Hao Ren's chest. She had a strange feeling about it. Did that mean the parents of both families agree to R? At this thought, she felt confident again. No matter if I like Hao Ren or not, Xie Yujia can't have him. Even if I don't like Hao Ren, it doesn't mean that Xie Yujia has the right to have him. Humph. Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi's expression change from one to another, but he couldn't guess the many thoughts in her mind. He smiled and watched them get into the black Chevrolet. After the cars left, The house got quiet again. Since Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had returned to East Ocean City, Uncle Wang, who had been taking care of Grandma, would only need to come to the house once a week as their gardener. Xie Yujia was a quiet girl. Unlike the chatterbox Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren wasn't good at enlivening the atmosphere, let alone sweet-talking like the Lu sisters. Yu Yang looked back at Xie Yujia and then around the quiet living room, exhaling deeply. Yujia, please take this place like your own home. Also, rest early. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Xie Yujia nodded. Since she would be living here from now on, she was a bit nervous. If you have any problems, come and talk to us, Hao Zonghua told her. Little Carrot was the daughter of one of his best friends, and he would do his best to take care of her. Although Xie Yujia was not as lively as Zhao Yanzi, her gentleness and sensibleness gave people a relaxed and comfortable feeling. At this moment, little Taoist Zhen walked out from his room, yawning. Looking at him, Hao Zonghua suddenly remembered that they had this unexpected guest in their home. Little White trotted out following little Taoist Zhen. The moment it saw Hao Ren, it leapt up into his arms and licked his neck fawningly. Damn dog. Now you are fawning on me. Hao Ren caught its ears and tossed it back onto the floor. It had only been a few days, but Little White had shinier fur, and the golden hair around its paws looked more radiant. Hao Ren wondered how many elixir pills little Taoist Zhen had fed it in the past couple of days. After being tossed down by Hao Ren, Little White was not discouraged. It circled Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, who were not familiar with it, and rubbed its head against their legs. Yu Yang didn't like pets in the house. However, seeing the cuteness of this puppy and considering it was brought in by little Taoist Zhen, a distant relative of Zhao Guang, she refrained from voicing her opinion. Little Taoist Zhen stretched his back, ignored Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang who were staring at him, and walked to Hao Ren. I'm full, and I had a good nap. Do you want to come with me and make trouble for the West Ocean Dragon Palace? Chapter 303. The conch. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, so Hao Ren was surprised by little Taoist Zhen's request. What, West Ocean Dragon Palace? Hao Zonghua asked in bafflement. Oh, it's a popular game. Hao Ren quickly came up with an explanation. Okay. Hao Zonghua nodded. He was not familiar with the things that young people played, especially the popular games that elementary school students liked. However, he didn't think that they would get into trouble since Hao Ren was just going out to play with a kid. Are you coming or not? Little Taoist Zhen asked again. Okay, I'll go with you. Hao Ren had no choice but to agree. If he refused, he was afraid that little Taoist Zhen would blurt out more unusual words to unsuspecting people. It was fortunate that he was a little kid, and it would be okay for him to talk nonsense as long as he didn't show his cultivation techniques. Little White, let's go. Little Taoist Zhen beckoned to Little White that trotted back to his feet cheerfully. Don't stay out too late. Yu Yang looked at Hao Ren and said. Got it. Hao Ren answered while pulling little Taoist Zhen out of the house. Yu Yang looked at Xie Yujia who had a solemn expression on her face and urged, Yujia, go to bed early. Okay. Xie Yujia glanced again at the door before helping Grandma go upstairs to her room. Once they were out of the house, little Taoist Zhen waved his hand and created a red energy sphere around himself, Hao Ren, and Little White. Under his feet, a disc-shaped Dharma treasure appeared and lifted Hao Ren and Little White. Little Taoist Zhen didn't have great cultivation strength, but he possessed Dharma treasures that were rare to find in the world. Any Dharma treasure he dumped would cause a fierce fight among the middle-tier sects on and above fifth heaven. This flight Dharma treasure was made by little Taoist Zhen himself, and he had not even given it a name. This disc looked ugly, but it could fly as fast as those supreme Dharma treasures. If the array formations were the engine of this flight Dharma treasure, then the nature essence little Taoist Zhen injected in it was the key to its ignition. The force that drove the Dharma treasure was the essence around it. Although the essence on the land was sparse, it was limitless. The flight Dharma treasure had dozens of powerful essence absorption array formations on it, and they allowed this treasure to absorb the essences from nature automatically. Therefore, its speed was fast. Before Hao Ren could say anything to little Taoist Zhen, the disc began to fly toward the west swiftly. If an ordinary flight Dharma treasure was a regular small car, then this flight Dharma treasure was an F1 race car. It didn't look fancy, but it flew fast. Hao Ren saw the scenes around him pass by in the blink of an eye, and the East Ocean city became a vague spot of light in the distance. Standing on the disc-shaped Dharma treasures, Hao Ren didn't feel any wobbling. Little White yawned and began to sleep at his foot. Don't worry about flying off course. I set the direction and distance, and it will land automatically when we arrive, little Taoist Jen said proudly before tossing a mat onto the disc and sitting down to cultivate. Little White murmured in its dream and rolled onto the warm mat. Well, the ugly flight Dharma treasure even has its own GPS. Little Taoist Jen is annoying. But his skills in making Dharma treasures are amazing. Hao Ren looked down at the boy who wasn't even on Jen level yet and thought. Jen Kongming could literally rely on his Dharma treasures to carry him through life. When the gray flight Dharma treasure traveled over a group of desolate mountains and flew above an ocean, Hao Ren felt like only about a dozen minutes had passed. He looked around and found that the surrounding area was full of rocky mountains. Instead of big cities, there were only a few towns in the area, and it was quite desolate compared with the populated and wealthland in the East Ocean Dragon Clan's territory. The flight Dharma treasure slowed down. Little Taoist Jen opened his eyes and pointed his arm to the ocean, and this Dharma treasure strengthened the red energy sphere before submerging into the sea. Little White was woken up by the sound, and it immediately stood up, looking around with its innocent eyes. Outside the energy sphere were seawater and ocean creatures. As a land spirit beast, Little White felt nervous and fearful in the ocean. It moved closer to Hao Ren's feet and blinked its big, innocent big. The flight Dharma treasure moved quickly through the water. Shortly, it arrived at a magnificent underwater palace. West Ocean Dragon Palace, these 4 characters were engraved above the main gate. Hao Ren had never been to the West Ocean Dragon Palace before. Looking down at the palace, he realized that the size of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was twice the size of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. There were so many buildings in the palace that they seemed endless, and Hao Ren wondered if they had overestimated themselves. Could only the 2 of them cause trouble for the West Ocean Dragon Palace? Jen Kongming casually took out a black conch from his sleeve. He swung it on his finger, and the conch immediately grew to the length of his arm. He withdrew the flight Dharma treasure, and the red energy sphere disappeared with it. Hao Ren immediately put the water-repellent bead in his mouth, and the seawater hovered around him. Little White couldn't build energy spheres, and it didn't have a water-repellent bead. Therefore, it began to swim in the water. Its posture was ugly, but it was a spirit beast and wouldn't drown. I'll go and arrange the core of the array formation. You just stay here and monitor the enemies for me. Jen Kongming handed the conch to Hao Ren. He then took out a silver cape and pulled it over him, disappearing immediately. Faint silver lights were flashing as little Taoist Jen moved to a spot hundreds of meters away from the palace and planted a small flag into the ground. Then, he moved to another spot and planted another small flag. Hao Ren looked around alertly while keeping an eye on the position of little Taoist Jen. Suddenly, he felt like he was back in his childhood stealing sweet potatoes in the village where his grandma used to live. Damn West Ocean Dragon Palace, its defense walls are too long for my flags. Okay, I'll only bomb half of the palace and destroy the other half next time. About a dozen minutes later, Jen Kongming swam back to Hao Ren and cursed angrily. He gritted his teeth and said to Hao Ren, I'll arrange the array formation, and you apply the nature essence. I'll let you control the destructive, making you beg for death, fire lightning super killer conch. Hao Ren now realized that he was invited here not as a mere witness. As Hao Ren looked at him in a daze, Jen Kongming frowned. The destructive, making you beg for death, fire lightning super killer conch is too powerful for me to control. You are on Gen level so that you could use 1/10 of this conch's power. Humph. I'll burn them out of their wits. Jen Kongming added as he lightly rubbed his cheeks. Since he lived by the principle, an eye for an eye, little Taoist Jen would make West Ocean pay dearly. Golden Sand Array. Jen Kongming made a hand gesture, and the flags buried near the Dragon Palace lit up instantly. It seemed that the guards had detected the situation, and a bunch of them flew toward the golden flags like a flood. If you don't want to get captured, beat them with me. Fill it with metal elemental essences, Jen Kongming urged Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren didn't have a good impression of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, so he immediately activated his metal elemental essences and injected it into the conch in his hand. Since little Taoist Zhen was confident of himself, Hao Ren guessed that this Dharma treasure wouldn't be too lame. Boom! Hao Ren felt like all the metal elemental essences in his body was suddenly sucked out by the black conch, and its force was so violent that it almost sucked his whole arm in. The moment the array formation was activated, yellow sand grains from an area with a diameter of 100 kilometers flew toward the West Ocean Dragon Palace and engulfed it. The scouting team that came out to investigate was instantly buried in the yellow sand. Dang, the solid signboard with West Ocean Dragon Palace on it was blown to the ground. A dozen or so purple-robed elders tried to rush out of the palace, but they were knocked back by the yellow sand. These sand grains were not ordinary since they contained wind and lightning power. If cultivators touched any of them, their cultivation strength would start diminishing immediately. If they had the sand blown into their flesh, their meridians would be blocked, and it would be excruciating if they tried to activate their nature essence. The purple-robed elders at the front of the group got the sands blown into their ears. Immediately, their senses were damaged. They couldn't see nor hear anymore. Sensing the power of the sands, the following elders hurriedly pulled the injured elders into the Dragon Palace. The West Ocean Dragon Palace had a main gate, but it didn't have roofing on top. The surging yellow sand flew over the walls and entered the Dragon Palace. The yellow sand grains with hidden wind and lightning power began to run wild in the palace. Like daggers, they shattered the golden glazed tiles in the buildings and cut deeply into the solid red beams and pillars. The orderly West Ocean Dragon Palace was instantly messed up. Hiss, the cultivators of West Ocean didn't know who was attacking them, so a pale blue defense array formation was activated to protect the West Ocean Dragon Palace. You try to play with array formations in front of a master? Zhen Kongming snorted. Berserk Ice Array. Half metal elemental essence and half water elemental essence. Hao Ren placed the other hand on the conch and injected a surge of pure water elemental essence. Zhen Kongming picked up a red flag and waved it slightly. Under his calm veneer, he was excited and thought, this silent Hao Ren has such stable and firm cultivation strength. He looks gentle but is vicious in action. I like it. The flags that were placed around the palace shone again. Tens of thousands of fist-sized ice spikes formed. Dang! 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 The ice spikes that contained wind and lighting power were the perfect weapons to break the water elemental array formation of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Crack! Crack! The pale blue light array formation began to crack instantly. After 2 seconds, the array formation collapsed, and the ice spikes struck holes on the roofs of the magnificent buildings that were inside the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Little White was excited at the sight. It swam around Hao Ren as if it was encouraging him to work harder. Your mastery of the 5 elemental technique is great. Zhen Kongming looked back at Hao Ren and praised him. Then, he looked forward at the West Ocean Dragon Palace with his black eyes and gritted his teeth. Damn you! You dared to hit me. This is what you get for what you did to me 10 days ago. Under the attack of my Super Destroyer Killer Array formation, you'll crawl out with tears. He waved his flag again. Burning Fire Array. Chapter 304. Flooding of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The main gate of the palace suddenly burst into flames. The flames burned toward the direction little Taoist Zhen pointed at with his flag, and the magnificent main gate was burned black instantly. The 10,000-year-old ebony signboard engraved with West Ocean Dragon Palace was burned into pieces. It seemed like the entire West Ocean Dragon Palace would be engulfed by the fire. By now, the elders in the palace had finally realized the severity of the attack, and they created bright red energy spheres and covered the buildings in the palace. Hao Ren injected all his fire elemental essence into the conch, and the sea of fire the conch created made him feel like he was the master of the world. He imagined that it must similar to the feeling of being at Qian level and Kun level. A trace of 5 elemental essence could summon thousands and even tens of thousands of times the nature essence. While he injected all his fire elemental essence into the conch, he felt like all the fire elemental essence in the area were summoned. The insignificant-looking conch was indeed powerful. At this moment, Hao Ren felt as if he was a reincarnation of the fire god. The West Ocean Dragon Palace connected red energy spheres end to end, forming an array which instantly forced the flames out of the main gate. 28 Constellations Flame Array. Zhen Kongming narrowed his eyes and snorted. You try to counter my fire array with this flame array? Okay. I'll burn you into submission." He turned and touched the conch with his fingers several times. A light flashed on the conch. Although Hao Ren didn't sense any changes in the input of his nature essence, he found that the fire elemental essence around him became more intense. While the intensity of the fire elemental essence in the conch doubled, the flame surrounding half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace doubled in fierceness. The fire elemental essence from the surrounding area surged toward the central spot. The West Ocean Dragon Palace was no match for the fire elemental essence in an area with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The power of the attack far surpassed the strength of a cultivator on Qian level or Kun level. It was almost the power of a Soul Formation Realm Grandmaster. The overwhelming flames instantly swallowed the array formation formed by the dozens of red energy spheres, and the buildings immediately burst into flames. The cultivators in the West Ocean Dragon Palace scrambled to flee in all directions. The purple-robed elders, who were hiding in the palace controlling the array formations, flew out in panic. The moment they were in the air, a surge of hot wave welcomed them and scorched their hair and eyebrows. They landed on the ground and ran toward the rear of the palace that had not been burned yet. The 16 most powerful elders in West Ocean had lost their cultivation strengths, and the old Dragon King had been in seclusion since his return from East Ocean. In short, the entire West Ocean Dragon Palace had no one in charge. For West Ocean, disasters piled on one another. Seeing that the fire got so big that it would burn the entire West Ocean Dragon Palace into ashes, Hao Ren put the conch away. The fire elemental essences quickly dispersed while half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was still burning. As a core building collapsed, the Dragon Palace's basic water defense array formation broke, and endless seawater rushed into the Dragon Palace. The buildings that had been burned collapsed quickly under the force of the water. All kinds of treasures, elixirs, and scrolls and techniques in the Dragon Palace were flushed out everywhere, and countless things got damaged in the crash. The West Ocean Dragon Palace was flooded. The buildings near the main gate were instantly turned into debris, and the majestic main gate and the defense walls of the West Ocean Dragon Palace collapsed as well. Hao Ren thought that Zhen Kongming would stop after destroying several buildings. However, half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace had been destroyed under their combined force. Zhen Kongming's expression changed slightly when he saw the amount of damage he had done, and he murmured to himself, "Damn. The West Ocean Dragon Palace is as fragile as a piece of tofu." After a moment of consideration, he waved his hands, and the flags around the palace instantly returned into his sleeves. Then, he took out the Flight Dharma treasure before pulling Hao Ren and Little White onto it with him. Obviously, he knew he messed up again. Swoosh! A magnificent building in the rear of the West Ocean Dragon Palace created a backup water defense array and protected the rear half of the Dragon Palace from being blooded. "Who dared to destroy my palace?" From the back mountain of the West Ocean Dragon Palace rose a white light beam. Oldman Zeng flew toward the damaged main gate on a white blade. He sensed the attack on the West Ocean Dragon Palace while he was in seclusion in the back mountain. However, with only the strength of Gen level, he had to pretend that he didn't hear anything and hide in the back mountain that was protected by the elders. But now, since half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was flooded, he couldn't hide anymore. He risked his life and rushed out. Zhen Kongming knew that he caused too much trouble, but he was not a coward. Seeing Oldman Zeng, his temper went up as well. He put away the Flight Dharma treasure and just stood there. Oldman Zeng rushed out in a burst of rage. When he looked back and saw none of the elders had followed him, he panicked a little. However, he was experienced and was good at hiding his panic. At the sight of Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming, he shouted angrily, "You guys!" Hao Ren picked up Little White and remained silent. Clutching the flags in his hand, Zhen Kongming looked at Hao Ren and Oldman Zeng, and his face turned stern. Seeing them ignore him, Oldman Zeng was livid with fury. However, he only had the cultivation strength of Gen level, and his enemies had powerful Dharma treasures. He didn't dare act too tough. Meanwhile, Zhen Kongming thought everything through quickly. He was not afraid of the so-called Old Dragon King of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. But if his master Chu Niu found out that he had destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, the home base of the West Ocean Dragon clan, he would be severely punished. "This is what you get for messing with my big brother. I couldn't stop him from getting his revenge," Zhen Kongming immediately said. "Who's your big brother?" Old Man Zeng stared at them viciously. You are still trying to act fierce with us. I'll burn down the other half of your dragon palace. Zhen Kongming took the conch from Hao Ren's hands and bluffed. Seeing sparks flying out of the conch, Old Man Zeng took half a step back in astonishment and fear, but he persisted. Who is your big brother? His tone softened, turned from a threat to an inquiry. He is my big brother. Zhen Kongming gestured to Hao Ren by his side. Old Man Zeng was surprised. How come Hao Ren is this kid's big brother? With Little White in his arms, Hao Ren was also surprised. After all, he thought he was only a helper. When did I become Zhen Kongming's big brother? He thought. Right. He's my big brother. You know whom my master is, right? My master plans to take him as one of his disciples, and he is my future senior brother. Since you dared to bully him, you deserve to get your entire West Ocean Dragon Palace burned down. Today, we only burned half of it. The more he spoke, the fiercer he got. Little Taoist Zhen even bluffed with the name of his master so that Old Man Zeng wouldn't dare to blame him. As long as Hao Ren took the bulk of the blame, he didn't mind being the little brother. He felt like a kid anyways. Old Man Zeng looked at Hao Ren in alarm, wondering if little Taoist Zhen was telling the truth. If Hao Ren was indeed Chu Niu's future disciple, he didn't dare to make an impulsive move against Chu Niu's two disciples who had burned down half of his dragon palace. Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to burn down the other half of your dragon palace? Apologize to my big brother. Zhen Kongming puffed up his chest and yelled in a high-pitched voice. Old Man Zeng's face turned from livid to white, angry that this little Taoist Zhen demanded him to apologize to Hao Ren after getting half of his dragon palace burned down. I won't ask you twice. Little Taoist Zhen took the conch and injected a surge of fire elemental nature essence into it. Although he only had the cultivation strength of Li level, the essences were extremely pure. Standing before him, Old Man Zeng instantly sensed the significant increase in the fire elemental essence in the area. Alarmed, he raised his hand and said, Wait. Since little Taoist Zhen's master was Chu Niu, Old Man Zeng could do nothing but admit defeat because even the Dragon God Shrine wouldn't dare to do justice for him and punish little Taoist Zhen. If Hao Ren were only an assisting inspector, he could go and sue him at the Dragon God Shrine for destroying the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, if he were also related to Chu Niu, then… Mr. Hao, forgive me for offending you. Old Man Zeng clenched his hands and cupped them in front of his chest to apologize to Hao Ren. His fists clenched so tight that they shook slightly, showing the fury inside him. Hao Ren waved his hand graciously. If there is nothing else, I'll head back. Old Man Zeng looked at Zhen Kongming and said cautiously. Who allowed you to go back? Zhen Kongming yelled. I'm not finished yet. Even though he was burning with rage, Old Man Zeng had to stop and ask, Little Taoist Zhen, what can I do for you? Lean over, and I'll return you the slap you gave me last time. Oh, yes, I'll add the kick your grandson gave me, too. Zhen Kongming lifted his head and said. Old Man Zeng was furious. This kid still wants to avenge after burning down half of my West Ocean Dragon Palace. What? This is only the interest, he thought. As the leader of the West Ocean Dragon clan, he would never disgrace himself this way. Seeing the expression on Old Man Zeng's face change like the colors of the rainbow, Zhen Kongming waved his hand. Forget it. I'll forgive you if you compensate me with some stuff. Old Man Zeng inhaled sharply and suppressed his anger. We West Ocean Dragon Palace is poor. What do you want? With Little White in his arms, Hao Ren nodded slightly and thought, this little Taoist Zhen is indeed a ruthless kid. He is making me the scapegoat. However, this settled the new and old accounts for both of us, and it is not a bad deal. Unhurriedly, Zhen Kongming took a breath and said, hand over carriages of pearls, agates, purple gold sands, and other materials. I can take them all with me. Besides, the days are getting cold, and I need to prepare some clothes for Little White. Hand over the Kirin purple gold crown, the lotus cloud boots, and the platinum chainmail. Getting cold? It is going to be summer soon. Old Man Zeng was speechless. 3 things little Taoist Zhen mentioned were the ultimate treasures in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Little White jumped from Hao Ren's arms and swam happily around Zhen Kongming. Hao Ren looked at little Taoist Zhen in admiration. The kid is indeed ruthless. Chapter 305. Plunder. The expression on Old Man Zung's old face changed 5 times before he squeezed out a smile with gritted teeth. Little Taoist Gen, please wait a moment while we prepare them. He then rode his flight Dharma treasure into the Dragon Palace through the collapsed main gate. Gen Kongming looked at Old Man Zung's back and felt the satisfaction of revenge. He turned to look at Hao Ren and calculated. 70% of the loot goes to me, and you get the rest. Little White gets the 3 items. Do you have any objections? While Old Man Zung was still inside, Gen Kongming already determined the allocation of the loot, showing his total disdain for the West Ocean Dragon Palace. If it had been in the past, the West Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't have admitted defeat so easily even though little Taoist Gen was Chu Niu's disciple. However, most powerful cultivators in the West Ocean Dragon Palace were all injured at the moment, and none of them could battle against little Taoist Gen's super Dharma treasures. I don't need anything. You can just give Little White the 3 items, Hao Ren said. The destruction of half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace was already beyond his expectations, and he didn't mind giving little Taoist Gen all the loot. Hearing Hao Ren's words, Gen Kongming nodded immediately. He never hid his greed. He was very stingy, and it would be a miracle if someone got some materials or low-tier Dharma treasures from him. Little White swam around Gen Kongming, and Gen Kongming chatted with it before digging out 3 golden elixir pills and tossing them into Little White's mouth. He was stingy with everyone except Little White. After all, Little White was his own kind and quite a smart creature. Little White swallowed the 3 golden elixir pills, and its fur sparkled with golden lights. When the golden sparks disappeared, its hair returned to its snow-white color. Major soul-returning pills. If Hao Ren knew what these elixir pills were, he would have scolded Gen Kongming for his wasteful behavior. After all, major soul-returning pills were level 6 elixir pills that could instantly revive cultivators who were below the Foundation establishment realm as long as they didn't die too long ago and their bodies were well kept. Gen Kongming fed Little White these level 6 elixir pills for their side effects. They could elevate Spirit Beast's intelligence. To Gen Kongming, Little White was still quite dumb, and it would take at least 500 to 600 years for Little White to activate its intelligence on its own. However, if Little White stayed with him, it would probably turn into the human form in 100 years. Hao Ren watched as Little White swam around Gen Kongming. He knew that this spirit beast had joined Gen Kongming's camp. The essence replenishment pills he had saved up for it were now beneath its notice. If Little White didn't want them, he could still take them. At this thought, Hao Ren took out 3 basic essence replenishment pills and swallowed them. The elixir pills melted in his mouth before traveling down his throat to his dantian. Instantly, a surge of intense essences flowed around his body and replenished his lost energy. Gen Kongming's conch had consumed 80% of his nature essence. After eating 3 essence replenishment pills, he felt energetic again. His dragon core was again active and quickly began absorbing the abundant essences in his body. He casually released a sword energy, and it split the water and shot deeper into the ocean 1,000 meters away. 3 basic essence replenishment pills were enough to replenish the energy of a cultivator who was on Gen level or the core formation realm. Hao Ren realized the strategic importance of elixir pills in battles from this experience. Of course, the great effect was partly attributed to Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which was a 5-elemental cultivation technique. The moment the elixir pills entered his body, the technique divided the essences into hundreds of portions which were then completely absorbed by his dragon core. While Hao Ren and Gen Kongming were resting, Old Man Zung came back with 6 elders and 6 carriages full of treasures through the collapsed gate. Each carriage was filled respectively with agate, pearls, crystals, corals, white jade, and ember. Old Man Zung and the 6 elders pushed the carriages to Gen Kongming and stood aside quietly. Gen Kongming glanced at them, snorted, and walked casually to the carriage full of pearls. He picked up one peel and studied it carefully. Each of the pearls in the carriage was as big as a child's palm, clear and flawless. Gen Kongming weighed the pearl in his hand in satisfaction before injecting a little nature essence into it. The pearl emitted a soft glow. In the mortal world, it was a priceless treasure. However, Gen Kongming didn't value it. He threw it at the reef where he had been sitting. Crack! The fragile pearl shattered, and the milky white powder fell onto the ground. Old Man Zung forced himself to remain calm. His body shivered when little Taoist Zhen destroyed that pearl, but he didn't dare to kill Chu Niu's disciple. His only wish was to get rid of this troublemaker as soon as possible. Humph! Zhen Kongming snorted at Old Man Zeng. He picked up some of the powder and rubbed it in his fingers before finally standing up. He wasn't going to use them for decorations. They were going to be used in making Dharma treasures. It didn't matter how beautiful they were. If they were not pure, they were useless to him. He was quite satisfied with the result of his test. The 6 carriages of treasures were all top-grade materials. Obviously, the West Ocean Dragon Palace had taken out the best of their stock. Seeing Hao Ren glancing at the treasures, Zhen Kongming eyed him with suspicion. You said that you didn't want them. He was afraid that Hao Ren would regret his decision faced with such perfect treasures. To tell the truth, Hao Ren regretted it a little when he saw the shining treasures. However, he had agreed to give up the loot, so he had to pretend that he didn't see them. Zhen Kongming opened his sleeves and pointed at the 6 carriages with his left hand, murmuring, "Take." Swoosh, the shining treasures rushed into his sleeves together with the 6 carriages. Old Man Zeng gasped at the sight. He wanted to show his sincerity and took out all these treasures, and he thought that little Taoist Zhen's storage space wouldn't be able to take all the treasures. He expected little Taoist Zhen to take some of the best. To his surprise, little Taoist Zhen had taken them all. Old Man Zeng's heart hurt so much that he almost choked. In fact, the West Ocean Dragon Clan's territories were not rich with resources, and it had taken the Dragon Palace 200 to 300 years to collect those 6 carriages of treasures. However, they all became little Taoist Zhen's private property in one instant. He didn't know that little Taoist Zhen's storage space was, in fact, a vast warehouse as big as a large soccer field. After putting away the treasures, Zhen Kongming shook his sleeves and looked at Old Man Zeng. "Hey! Where are the 3 items? Do you think I have a bad memory?" he demanded rudely. Shivering, Old Man Zeng was close to becoming the first dragon cultivator to have a heart attack. After a mental struggle, he took out the 3 items and placed them before Zhen Kongming. The first item was the Kirin purple gold crown. With the embroidered pattern of godly beasts and the top-grade purple gold threads, the crown was waterproof and fireproof. The second item was the lotus cloud boots. Hao Ren couldn't tell what materials they were made of, but they looked so light and exquisite that he felt like they could fly at any moment. The third item was the platinum chainmail. The magnificent chainmail emitted shining silver lights, and Hao Ren suspected that it must be a very powerful Dharma treasure. Seeing the reluctant expression on Old Man Zeng's face, Zhen Kongming waved his hand casually and said, "Don't worry, old man. Do you think I would rob you?" "No, no," Old Man Zeng squeezed out a smile. "Do you think my big brother would rob you?" Zhen Kongming asked again, pointing at Hao Ren. Old Man Zeng looked at Hao Ren and forced another smile. "Of course not." Zhen Kongming's face fell. "Then, why are you looking so anxious? The 3 items are for Little White. If they don't fit, I'll return them to you." Then, he beckoned to Little White. "Little White, come here." Joyously, Little White trotted through the water to Zhen Kongming's side while Hao Ren also walked over to watch. Little Taoist Zhen picked up the platinum chainmail and put it on Little White. The chainmail wouldn't fit if Little White turned into its snow lion form. However, if it remained in its current form, the chainmail was too big for it. Hao Ren took 2 steps forward and put the boots on Little White. The lotus cloud boots were light as paper in his hands, and he lifted Little White's rear legs and put the boots on it. Zhen Kongming then put the crown on Little White's head before standing up. Wearing 2 boots, 1 crown, and a chainmail, Little White looked weird. Little White shook its head at Hao Ren, looking very uncomfortable. "Well, it seems like they don't fit," Zhen Kongming said as he rubbed his chin and studied Little White. Old Man Zeng was exhilarated at his words. After all, as the disciple of Chu Niu, little Taoist Zhen couldn't eat his own words, right? He was relieved that the 3 ultimate treasures of the West Ocean Dragon Palace would return to his hands. He walked forward and was about to take them back when Zhen Kongming picked up the 3 items and said, "But they will fit after some adjustments." 2 green flames appeared in little Taoist Zhen's palms, and the chainmail made of platinum immediately melted. Now, Old Man Zeng was dumbfounded. The Dharma treasure that was handed down to him from the previous Dragon King was now a ball of metal liquid. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 306, too late to cry. Gen Kongming's demon fire was much more powerful than Little White's samadhi true fire. Since it could make a super dharma treasure like this conch, it could melt the platinum chainmail. Old Man Zeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted when he saw that. However, that was not all. Gen Kongming picked up the Kirin purple gold crown and tossed it into the demon fire as well. The exquisite purple gold crown was instantly turned into a mass of purple gold. Platinum mingling with purple gold, the mass of metal liquid turned slowly in his hand before spiraling up into a pillar of white and black colors. Taking the world as the furnace and the demon fire as the fuel, Gen Kongming was making a dharma treasure right in the wilderness. The 6 elders who came out with Old Man Zeng were all dumbfounded. In the dragon tribe, it was not difficult to reach Gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm for human cultivators. After reaching Gen level, one could get a glimpse of the heaven Tao, and most of the dragon cultivators were all engrossed in cultivation. That was why very few dragon cultivators would give up cultivation and turn their attention to the study of elixirs and dharma treasures. In the West Ocean Dragon Palace, there was one elixir master who could make elixirs that were lower than level 5, and that was enough for the elders who were at Qian level and Kun level. However, they had no high-level dharma treasure master. While the elders of West Ocean watched Gen Kongming make a dharma treasure right there, they were both astonished and regretful. They knew that the West Ocean Dragon clan had offended a super powerful dharma treasure master. If they had such a master, they would have large quantities of top-tier dharma treasures to use. Swoosh. Swoosh, Gen Kongming flicked his fingers and shot many flight array formations into the white and purple metal liquid, making it hover in the air. To make a dharma treasure, one needed materials and array formations. The 3 ultimate treasures of the West Ocean Dragon clan were excellent materials, and Gen Kongming was making them into a super flight dharma treasure for Little White. He waved his hands, and the pair of lotus cloud boots flew into his hand. Old Man Zeng's heart lurched. However, he couldn't voice any objections to Gen Kongming. Without thinking, Gen Kongming tossed the boots into the flame as well. Boom! A surge of hot air shot up near Gen Kongming, and the lotus cloud boots slowly turned from 2 boots into 4 jade clouds that were covered in gold. The clouds flew up and hovered in the air 10 cm above Gen Kongming's head. Blinding lightings were released from the 4 palm-sized clouds. Godly items. To be more accurate, they were dharma treasures almost as powerful as godly items. Old Man Zeng's eyes bulged while the 6 elders had the urge to kneel. Gen Kongming merged the 3 ultimate treasures of West Ocean and engraved 56 flight array formations into it. Each of the array formations was for acceleration. Platinum and purple gold were like the muscles of the dharma treasure, while the lotus threads were like the meridians. These lotus threads connected the array formations and turned the 4 clouds into one compact small-scaled array formation. Little Taoist Gen casually made a top-tier dharma treasure. The 6 elders cussed Old Man Zeng silently for messing with such a dharma treasure master. Little White, come here. Gen Kongming beckoned to Little White. Little White barked happily and ran to Gen Kongming. Gen Kongming gestured, and the 4 clouds fell right onto the paws of Little White. Then, as if they dissolved into Little White's paws, there were only 4 marks on its 4 paws, and the colorful marks looked like auspicious clouds. Little White rolled on the ground before standing up. Little White, try them. Gen Kongming said. Little White waved its paws, and the set of flight dharma treasure in its paws emitted 3 ripples. Wah! It split the water in the ocean and flew 1,000 meters in a second. 1 second later, Little White flew back. Ruff, ruff. Little White rubbed its head against Gen Kongming with joy. Hao Ren was also astonished. With such a set of dharma treasure, Little White could go anywhere. It wouldn't matter if it were up in the heavens or deep into the earth. Little White's paws were golden, and the colorful marks were beneath its hair. Therefore, it looked like nothing had changed on Little White. Hao Ren patted its rump, and Little White instantly turned into a snow lion that was over 1 meter tall. 4 auspicious clouds appeared under its paws. It carried Hao Ren and Gen Kongming with ease. After looking at the ash-faced Old Man Zeng, Little White barked cheerfully and dashed away. The dignified ruler of the West Ocean Dragon clan was belittled by a spirit beast. While Old Man Zeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, Gen Kongming, who was sitting on Little White's back, waved his right hand and activated the last flag buried in the ground. White Water Array Formation. The unstable water defense array formation put up by the West Ocean Dragon Palace shattered. The Yongxin Palace in the center collapsed under the force of the flooding seawater. Since little Taoist Gen destroyed another building after his departure, Old Man Zeng shivered with rage. Then, he heard the elders' alarmed exclamations, "The Yongxin Palace! The Crown Prince is in there recovering from his injuries." Alarmed, Old Man Zeng immediately flew toward the flooded West Ocean Dragon Palace. Zeng Yitao, who had his cultivation strength destroyed, was now immortal. He would die if anything serious happened to him. Then, Old Man Zeng put all these grudges on Hao Ren. After all, according to little Taoist Gen, all this happened because of his big brother. Bang! Bang! Old Man Zeng brought his hands together, and the reef under him was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Little White rushed out of the ocean and was flying toward the East Ocean City like a shooting star. Its speed was even faster than Gen Kongming's flight Dharma treasure. Shortly, the East Ocean City came into Hao Ren's view. Little White didn't need Hao Ren's guide while it flew toward the house by the seaside. Then, it withdrew the colorful lights on its paws and landed smoothly. Compared with before, Little White was at least 10 times faster. It shrunk its body and followed Hao Ren, trotting with a wagging tail. It looked like a perfect and cute white puppy. Who could imagine that even 3 or 4 cultivators on Gen level were no match for Little White? Hao Ren and Gen Kongming returned to the cozy house and saw Xie Yujia watching TV with Grandma in the living room with a cup of hot tea in her hand. Xie Yujia had changed into dotted pajamas which accentuated her slim and soft body shape. She slumped on the sofa comfortably, and her white ankles looked smooth and delicate. "Grandma!" Hao Ren called out affectionately. "Ren is back." Grandma was watching the soap opera on TV, and she turned around when she heard Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and found that only 1 hour had passed. In that 1 hour, he and Gen Kongming had destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace, looted 6 carriages of treasures, and melted 3 ultimate treasures. It was a grand victory. "Where did you go?" Grandma asked. "I took Kongming to the seaside," Hao Ren said. Grandma nodded and didn't ask more questions. It had only been 1 hour, and they didn't drive a car. How far could they have gone? She thought. She could never imagine that the seaside Hao Ren mentioned was not the nearby beach but West Ocean thousands of kilometers away. Little White shook its fur and jumped onto the sofa before shamelessly crawling into Xie Yujia's lap. Xie Yujia had just taken a shower and changed into clean pajamas. Looking at its innocent big eyes, Xie Yujia couldn't drive it away. She put down the teacup and placed her hands on its belly. Rough. Little White lightly bit on Xie Yujia's finger to show its fondness. "Kongming, take a shower and go to bed. Grandma is going to bed soon." Grandma looked at Gen Kongming and said genially. "Okay," Gen Kongming said coolly. He was arrogant but couldn't put up a tiny bit of hostility against Hao Ren's grandma. "Yujia, you should sleep early as well. You don't have to keep me company." Grandma turned to Xie Yujia and said. Hearing the care in Grandma's words, Xie Yujia smiled sweetly, and her eyes looked like 2 curved moons when she smiled. "Your parents just went upstairs. I've talked to them. Your dad will drive Kongming to school on his way to work and pick him up in the evening," Grandma said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren was a little jealous since it was a treatment that he had not enjoyed. However, with Gen Kongming living in their home as Zhao Guang's distant relative, it was a reasonable arrangement for him. "Grandma, I'm going to sleep now," Xie Yujia stood up lightly and said. "Have a good night's sleep. If you can't fall asleep, come to my room." Grandma touched Xie Yujia's slim waist and almost took her into her arms. Little White jumped down from Xie Yujia's arms and followed her closely, squeezing into her room. Hao Ren knew Little White had not activated its intelligence yet and had only the IQ of a 3-year-old kid. Otherwise, he would have sent it flying with his palm. This beast liked to stay with pretty girls. And now with Gen Kongming supporting it, it began to show no regard for its master. Hao Ren looked out the window and saw that the moon had just risen over the sea. In this house, there lived a super elixir master, a super Dharma treasure master, a snow lion that liked to act like a puppy, 2 super scientists, a super genial grandma, and a sword array master. It was probably the most stacked house in the East Ocean City. The sea waves sparkled under the moonlight. Hao Ren released several sword energies and drew straight lines on the surface of the sea. Tonight, no one could sleep in the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Chapter 307. Who Trespassed? The next day was Sunday. Hao Ren got up early and jogged on the beach before practicing the fundamental boxing techniques 6 times. Then, he drove the Ferrari to Zhao Hongyu's studio. In the early Sunday morning, the East Ocean City was so quiet as if it had not woken up yet. Hao Ren looked around the quiet office buildings as he drove into the art district. The shell of the deserted factory shielded the entire art district, and the atmosphere was cold and bleak. Suddenly, 2 dashes of light flashed by in the sky. If Hao Ren's senses weren't a lot sharper than ordinary people, he wouldn't have caught them. On clear days, the dragon cultivators were not allowed to fly in the low sky. This rule appeared in Hao Ren's mind. Judging from the fast speed of the 2 dashes of light, Hao Ren knew that they were at least cultivators on Gen level. Since Little White was still sleeping in Xie Yujia's room in the house, Hao Ren couldn't fly right now. He could only release 2 sword energies at the 2 dashes of light as a warning. Zhao Guang was strict with his people, and he rarely flew himself. Therefore, Hao Ren believed that these 2 people didn't belong to the East Ocean Dragon clan. In the East Ocean City and especially in the universities of the city, there were quite a few members of other dragon clans. Apparently, these young cultivators have gotten unconstrained since Suhan hasn't been around for a while now, he thought. Hao Ren's 2 sword energies chased the 2 dashes of light at a fast speed since the sharp sword energies could split wind and travel faster than ordinary flight Dharma treasures. The power of the 2 sword energies was not strong. They were meant to remind and warn those 2 people. Pooh. Pooh. Suddenly, Hao Ren sensed that someone destroyed his sword energies, and he felt a little discomfort. Also, the people who destroyed his sword energies didn't reply with any signals. Since this was the case, Hao Ren was forced to move. He released a red energy sphere as a cover while he emitted a ton of sword energies. Swoosh, like surface-to-air missiles, the sword energies shot out and formed a huge 5-colored sword before piercing into the sky. In the sky, 2 mid-aged cultivators were flying shoulder to shoulder. They each had a sword under their feet. Uncle Master, I never expected that the world under 5th heaven would be so prosperous. The cultivator on the right looked down at the East Ocean City below the thin clouds and commented. The cultivator who had just destroyed Hao Ren's warning sword energies stroked his goatee and remained silent. The cultivator on the right said with resentment, "The dragon tribe has occupied the land for more than 1,000 years, and it's time for us to return to it. The mortals are weak and useless, but they possess such vast lands. Our sect only has 2 mountains on 5th heaven. If we return here." Before he could finish, a huge sword shot toward them. The cultivator on the left was prepared. He immediately threw out a shiny golden 8-trigram disc toward Hao Ren's sword energy. Boom! With a loud noise, a large hole with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in the clouds. Hao Ren's sword energy was scattered immediately. Useless technique. The cultivator on the left was confident. After destroying Hao Ren's 2 sword energies, he knew that they were discovered by the cultivators on the land and thus was prepared. However, due to the weak strength in the 2 sword energies, he thought the attacker was not very strong. While his 8-trigram disc shone brightly, the scattered sword energy sparks suddenly gathered together again before forming 80 smaller sword energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each of elemental essence had 16 sword energies. Wah! Passing the rotating 8-trigram disc, the 80 sword energies shot toward them fiercely. Sword array formation. The cultivator on the left was astonished, but it was too late for him to defend or flee. Since he destroyed Hao Ren's 2 sword energies, Hao Ren decided not to let them go. 80 sword energies connected, forming the one-line snake array formation and surrounding the 2 men in the sky. Then, the sword energies tumbled, and the swords all had their tips pointing at the 2 men in the center of the circle. The sword energies pointed at the 2 men like arrows, forcing them to freeze at where they were. Hao Ren couldn't see the situation in the sky, but he had a rough idea of the situation from his senses in his sword energies. The sword energies moved closer, and the circle got smaller. In several seconds, the swords would touch their noses. "Uncle Master, what should we do?" The cultivators on the right asked anxiously. The regional inspector hasn't shown herself for a long time, so I didn't expect that this place was still guarded. I was too careless. The mid-aged cultivator on the left gritted his teeth before spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the sword under his feet. Then, his sword shot up immediately, carrying him with it. The 80 sword energies followed him. They shot upward and formed a net-like ceiling. The fleeing cultivator got 4 to 5 deep cuts in his shoulders, and blood gushed out. The sword energies continued to tighten the circle at a measured pace. Hao Ren controlled the sword energies with his mind from a distance, and he did it effortlessly. If he knew that they were only 2 cultivators at the core formation realm, 1 top tier and 1 mid tier, he would have admired their courage for getting so close to first heaven with such weak cultivation strengths. Of course, Hao Ren didn't know that the core formation realm cultivators were regarded as powerful masters on 5th heaven. Recently, since Suhan was recovering from her injuries in the East Ocean Dragon Palace and the East Ocean Dragon Clan was busy dealing with the West Ocean Dragon Clan, the area of East Ocean City was not guarded as tightly. Therefore, some dominant sects from 5th heaven sent some scouts to test the waters and found no defense. The lack of defense enticed the smaller cultivation sects which had little chance of growth in 5th heaven, so they sent masters down to get more information. However, the cultivators in these smaller sects had little scouting experience, and they got too close to first heaven and were detected by Hao Ren. If they had cooperated, Hao Ren would probably have let them go. However, they destroyed Hao Ren's sword energies, forcing the assisting inspector to use force. Seeing his uncle master who was a top-tier core formation realm cultivator bleed from one attack, the other cultivator froze in fear, forgetting his ambition of taking back the land by force. Mortals were indeed fragile, but the dragon cultivators very powerful. While the sword energies pushed down little by little, the 2 cultivators were forced to come down the sky little by little. Having experienced the power of this sword array formation, they knew without a doubt that they would probably get killed if they refused to cooperate again. However, they didn't know that the master who defeated and cornered them with 2 attacks was not hiding on purpose, he just couldn't fly. With Suhan's absence, the young cultivators in the East Ocean City are getting wild. Looking up into the sky, Hao Ren murmured to himself. He controlled the 80 sword energies and lowered them by another half meter. Chapter 308. Lute Hao Ren created a red energy sphere and leapt up more than 10 meters. After kicking the wall, he leapt again and landed on the wall of the skyscraper on the opposite side. The whole process was quick and light. After 4 leaps, he reached the top of the highest skyscraper in the area. Without the red energy sphere, people would have seen him and thought that he was a Superman in the city. In fact, Hao Ren didn't have a choice. Although he had reached Gen level, he didn't have a flight Dharma treasure. If he wanted to fly, he needed Little White's help. However, Little White was now lying on the rug beside Xie Yujia's bed. The umbrella formed by the 80 sword energies hummed and forced the 2 cultivators onto the top of the skyscraper. With his hands behind his back, Hao Ren was surprised to see that the 2 people who flew against the rules were 2 mid-aged cultivators. Caught red-handed, the 2 cultivators were shivering all over. They enjoyed quite high rankings in their own sect, but this was their first time scouting near First Heaven. They had flown around the East Ocean City and encountered no obstacles. Thus, they grew bold and then were caught by Hao Ren. It was their first time standing on the land. Under Hao Ren's stare, they were extremely uneasy. Hao Ren opened his mouth and was about to ask them something. The top-tier core formation realm cultivator suddenly kneeled before him and said, "Please forgive me, please spare my life." The other cultivator beside him followed suit. He kneeled and was even about to kowtow. Hao Ren had just reached Gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm, but he was technically a low-tier core formation realm cultivator. He didn't know what to do with them as he looked at them. He thought that he should lecture the cultivators who flew against the rules as the assisting inspector, but he didn't expect that these 2 cultivators were actually scouts from 5th heaven. He also didn't know about the complicated situation on and above 5th heaven where it was ruled by the law of the jungle, especially on 5th heaven where most of the smaller sects resided. The cultivators in core formation realm could get killed the moment they stepped out of the door of their sect. In comparison, the world under 5th heaven was a paradise for cultivators. Although it was far from 9th heaven and the essences weren't abundant, There were a lot of sea resources, and the landmass was huge. Most importantly, the world was peaceful. Hao Ren, who lived in the paradise, couldn't understand the fear on these two cultivators' minds. He looked at them and didn't know how to question them. Seeing Hao Ren remaining silent with a cold face, the two cultivators got more scared. The top-tier core formation realm cultivator immediately took off his storage bag from his belt and placed it near Hao Ren's feet respectfully. The other cultivator also took off his storage bag and placed it before Hao Ren. Okay. You can go now. Don't fly around without permission in the future. Hao Ren was baffled at their drastic acts and waved his hand. As if they were pardoned from the death penalty, the two cultivators immediately drew out their swords and flew away. They shot up into the high sky like two reverse shooting stars. Obviously, they were fleeing with all their might, afraid that Hao Ren would change his mind. Watching them disappear into the white clouds, Hao Ren shook his head and sighed with exasperation. Inspectors are really powerful. They are so scared of me. He picked up the two storage bags and opened one of them. The storage bags were spatial Dharma treasure. However, compared with items like storage rings and the storage necklace that Hao Ren had, the storage bags were inferior, and the space was much smaller. With his 5 elemental nature essence, Hao Ren opened the first storage bag and found a golden 8 trigram disc, a short sword, a mid-tier spirit stone, more than a dozen low-tier spirit stones, some elixir pills, and a wooden badge. Hao Ren picked up the heavy wooden badge and saw several ancient characters on it: White Sand Sect, Elder Tianyi. Baffled, he opened the other storage bag and found a few bottles of elixirs, a few Dharma notes, and a wooden badge made of the same material as the previous one. White Sand Sect, Elder Yushin. Obviously, the second storage bag had fewer items compared with the first one, but it was still his loot. Hao Ren tossed the 2 storage bags into his necklace and thought, are their sects that weak? It is ridiculous that these cultivators with such weak cultivation strengths could be elders. It never occurred to him that they belonged to the sects on 5th heaven. He was not familiar with the power structure of the world of cultivation on and above 5th heaven. If all the forces on and above 5th heaven were a group, then the forces on 5th heaven were only at the bottom of the pyramid. If one sect had several elders in the core formation realm, it was quite a powerful sect. If one sect had a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, that sect was the master of the area. The purpose of 5th heaven was to deliver talents, dig treasures from the mines, and grow all kinds of spirit herbs for the sects in upper heavens. On 6th heaven, the number of nascent soul realm cultivators was much larger, and it was common for nascent soul realm cultivators to become elders of the sects. The entire 6th heaven had about dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators. On 7th heaven, there were only 7 to 8 sects where each of them occupied 5 to 6 mountains with abundant resources. In each of the big sects, there were dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators. 7th heaven had several hundred nascent soul realm cultivators, and some of the sects even had soul formation cultivators. Further up was 8th heaven where there was only one sect, God Cloud Dao. One could only imagine its great power. That was why the dragon cultivators except for the metal elemental dragons could only reach 7th heaven. If they flew further up, they would enter 8th heaven, which was the territory of the God Cloud Dao. If dragon cultivators who weren't from the metal elemental dragon clan trespassed the God Cloud Dao's territories, they would be struck back to 1st heaven by the patrolling cultivators with lightning. One could get injured or even killed from the strike. Only dragon cultivators on the heavenly dragon realm could soar in the 8th heaven. Metal elemental dragons could enter 8th heaven only because one of their senior elders had entered the heavenly dragon realm hundreds of years ago. With his current strength, Hao Ren was a master on 5th heaven, a mid-tier cultivator on 6th heaven, and a bottom cultivator on 7th heaven. After putting away the storage bags, Hao Ren put on the red energy sphere and leapt back to the ground. After looking around and making sure no one and no camera could see him, he withdrew the red energy sphere and walked toward Zhao Hongyu's studio. He was early, and no one was in the office for overtime yet. Hao Ren took out the key Zhao Hongyu gave him and unlocked the door. He straightened up the office and turned on the air conditioner and the water heater before reading at his desk. Someone had made some notes beside his marks on the file that he had read the day before. He studied them and recognized Zhao Hongyu's handwriting. Obviously, Zhao Hongyu had returned to the office last night to finish up some work and corrected his homework. On the basis of Hao Ren's marks, Zhao Hongyu gave him some suggestions. Hao Ren studied them carefully and got some inspirations. With her talent, Zhao Hongyu would have become a top-tier architect in the world even if she had been immortal. As time ticked away, 5 to 6 young employees filed into the office, and the elegant studio became lively. Shortly, Zhao Hongyu walked into the studio in a wide striped t-shirt. She was dressed simply and elegantly with a matching silver-colored necklace and a red bracelet, highlighting her status as the boss. Following her was Zhao Yanzi in denim overalls. Compared with the sweetly dressed schoolgirls at her age, her style today was quite eye-catching. Under the overalls was a white t-shirt, and she was dressed in the simple manner as her mom, lively and cute. Do your homework here. Zhao Hongyu led Zhao Yanzi to an empty desk next to Hao Ren, and she walked into her own office after smiling at Hao Ren. Pouting, Zhao Yanzi put her bag on the desk and pulled out a thick pile of homework. Seeing Hao Ren glancing at her, Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes before doing her homework with a frown. Her sisters in the office was familiar with the scene. They knew that the boss's daughter Zhao Yanzi was a pretty girl who loved to play, and Zhao Hongyu would take her daughter to the office when she worked overtime, keeping an eye on Zhao Yanzi. From her expression, Hao Ren knew that she didn't know about the upheaval he and Jen Smart caused in the West Ocean Dragon Palace yet. From Zhao Hongyu's attitude toward him, he knew she didn't know about it either. When he looked at Zhao Yanzi who was sitting before him, he felt like her cultivation strength seemed to have increased in a short night. While Xie Yujia was still loitering around level 3 and level 4, she was on the verge of breaking into the Foundation establishment realm. Big bad guy. What are you staring at? Zhao Yanzi turned her head abruptly and glared at him. In her overalls, she looked like an elementary school girl although she was, in fact, a middle schooler. Zhao Yanzi's big eyes widened, her eyelashes curled up slightly, and her dark eyes looked like 2 sparkling black diamonds. I was not. Hao Ren denied. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted, looking unconvinced. She turned her head and thought for a while before asking, did anything happen last time between you and that girl? What do you think? Hao Ren waited for a few seconds and said while she began to squint her eyes and purse her lips. Chapter 309. A bold idea. How could I know? Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled. Last night was Xie Yujia's first night living in his home, and he didn't sleep well. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi who was at downtown seemed to have been thinking of them last night. However, Zhao Yanzi thought too much. After all, the fact that Xie Yujia was living in his home didn't mean anything extra. From Zhao Yanzi's perspective, Xie Yujia had taken a step forward regarding her relationship with Hao Ren, and it gave Zhao Yanzi a sense of pressure. After all, just a while ago, Xie Yujia was only the class president to Hao Ren, but now she was living in Hao Ren's home in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yanzi wondered what would become of her, the fiancée. The more she thought, the more insecure she felt. However, she couldn't interfere with the whole thing. After all, she couldn't drop her face and move into Hao Ren's home as well. Seeing Hao Ren's calm attitude, Zhao Yanzi glared at him again. I warn you, she can live in your home, but you can't get too close to her. Her fierce look told him that he was under her control although they weren't married yet. In her subconsciousness, Hao Ren was already hers. Okay. I got it. Hao Ren agreed helplessly. She had no objection toward the fact that Hao Ren got close to Suhan and the Lu sisters, but she was alarmed when he and Xie Yujia stayed together alone. Seeing that Hao Ren was still staring at her, Zhao Yanzi blushed and added, but I didn't say that I would marry you. Hao Ren was speechless. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi had rights but was not bounded by any responsibilities. That was her privilege. In other words, if her problem could be solved through another method, she might not marry him, regardless of the consequences. Hey! Help me solve this problem. Zhao Yanzi changed the subject and pushed her homework before Hao Ren. Hao Ren read the problem carefully. Drinking tea. Choose answer A, all like. Notional verbs are followed. He answered her question without thinking. Recently, he had been reading the textbooks and doing exercise problems of the subjects in middle school. He was very familiar with the concepts of the 8th grade that he felt like he could be a good teacher who could teach English, physics, and math. Oh. Zhao Yanzi pulled back her homework. Sometimes warm and sometimes cold. Her moods changed so fast that Hao Ren was confused by her. He guessed that maybe the students nowadays were all just like her. From her office, Zhao Hongyu sent a file to Hao Ren's computer. It contained designs of 3 buildings the studio had done during the first quarter of last year, and it was for Hao Ren to study and learn from. Everyone working here had to do their share, and Zhao Hongyu would never lower her standards for Hao Ren because he was her future son-in-law. She was determined to let him learn stuff while he was in her office as an intern. As time ticked away, Zhao Yanzi no longer dared to disturb Hao Ren after asking some questions about her homework. Before they left their house, Zhao Hongyu had warned Zhao Yanzi that she would get severely punished if she disturbed Hao Ren's work in the studio for no reason since his work here was important. Although Zhao Yanzi didn't understand why her mom favored Hao Ren, she obeyed her mom's orders. She knew her mom, who was usually mild, was strict if her rules were violated. "Mom. It's lunchtime. I'll go out for lunch with Hao Ren." Zhao Yanzi endured until noon in boredom. Then, she called out to her mom in the small office while exhaling deeply. "Okay. Go ahead," Zhao Hongyu, who was reading files in her office, answered. Like a prisoner who just got released from her cell, Zhao Yanzi jumped up abruptly and grabbed Hao Ren before running out the door. After all, she was a girl who didn't like to sit still, and she was bored to death sitting there doing her homework at Zhao Hongyu's order. Finally, she could use the lunch break to get out. The sky was clear, and there were several small and elegant cafes in the art district that was full of art exhibitions. Familiar with the surrounding area, Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren into one of the nearby cafes. Leaning against the coffee-colored glass, Zhao Yanzi in her white t-shirt and denim overall looked like a little bird released from its cage. Hao Ren slouched on the chair and looked through the coffee-colored glass. "Can I please get the tuna salad, the Hungarian beef soup, the Italian pork fried rice, and orange juice?" For him, the vegetable salad, the Italian vegetable soup, the filet mignon served with garlic mashed potatoes, and a pot of Longjing tea. Picking up the big menu, Zhao Yanzi ordered swiftly for herself and Hao Ren. She knew if she let Hao Ren order, he would hesitate and waste their time. After the waiter took their order, Zhao Yanzi rested her chin on her hand and watched the scene out of the window while tapping her cheek with her fingers. Gentle music was being played in the cafe. Hao Ren glanced from Zhao Yanzi to the scenes outside, unsure where to look. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yanzi turned her bright eyes to Hao Ren. "What? Are you bored with me?" "The less I say, the better," Hao Ren answered. "No one told you not to talk." Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose. "Okay. The lunch is on me." Sometimes she thought Hao Ren was annoying, and sometimes she felt like he was dumb. Despite all these, she still believed that Hao Ren was better than most of the other guys around her. The other guys either fawned over her like sticky candy or played cool. Both types were more boring than Hao Ren. "Oh, I have gifts for you." Hao Ren took out the 2 storage bags from his necklace and placed them before her. "Oh? What are these?" Zhao Yanzi blinked curiously. It was the first time that Hao Ren offered to give her gifts. She had now reached level 9 of the Qi refinement realm, so she injected nature essence into them and opened them. She took out 2 wooden badges, a short sword, bottles of elixirs, and several dharma notes. "Where did you get them?" Zhao Yanzi asked while playing with the 2 wooden badges. "I caught 2 people today, and they gave me these bags," Hao Ren answered. "Elder Tianyi, Elder Yushin, White Sand Sect." Zhao Yanzi touched the ancient-looking wooden badges. Then, she picked up the short sword, and her nature essence entered it immediately, showing that it was a Dharma treasure. "I like this sword. I'll take it." Since she had begun cultivation again, she needed a good weapon. This short sword would become her first Dharma treasure. "But White Sand Sect doesn't sound like one of us. It sounds like a cultivation sect." Zhao Yanzi picked up the wooden badges again and studied them for a few seconds. She yelled suddenly, "They probably came from a sect on 5th heaven. Idiot, you let go of 2 spies." "Really?" Hao Ren was surprised. At that moment, Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up. 2 identity badges. Hey! Let's go up there and play around. Chapter 310. It's too late to regret, huh? Hao Ren couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Zhao Yanzi, who was holding the wooden badges, suddenly got excited. 5th heaven. Last time when we visited the 9-Dragon Palace, didn't we go up there? Because of the 9-Dragon Palace incident, she started to know more about 5th heaven. Now, since Hao Ren has reached Gen level, his cultivation process was equal to a human cultivator's core formation realm. Also, with the 2 identity badges they got, it wasn't hard to understand why she came up with this new idea. On 5th Heaven, there were floating spirit mountains and sect. Compared to the Greenstone Mountain that they visited last time, it was way more entertaining. She had already been bored for 2 days. When she was visiting Hao Ren's home, she encountered Xie Yujia who was staying at Hao Ren's home, and it made her feel extremely miserable. Go to 5th Heaven. Zhao Yanzi's suggestion also tempted Hao Ren. He didn't know that the 2 men he captured today came from 5th Heaven and were investigating the East Ocean City. Moreover, he didn't observe the attribute of their cultivation techniques. Of course, if they had reached Gen level as well, Hao Ren might not be able to find out which elemental techniques they cultivated. As Hao Ren was indecisive, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but reach her arm across the table and pull on his sleeve. Let's go up there and play. Hao Ren thought about it for a moment. If we are going up there, we have to ask your mom. What? Zhao Yanzi disagreed. If we ask her, she will definitely disagree. In fact, Hao Ren wanted to go to 5th Heaven as well. Last time when he went to the 9-Dragon Palace, he only got to spend a few moments on 5th Heaven and only saw the general environment. Later, when he was accompanied by the Lu sisters and went to the trading convention on 5th Heaven, he couldn't get a clear view since it was nighttime. Then, how are we getting up there? Hao Ren was convinced and asked her with a soft tone. Doesn't my mom have that painting? She normally doesn't use it at all, so I can steal it, and we would be able to use it temporarily. Zhao Yanzi lowered her voice and said. Since she started cultivating again, she was getting braver by the second. That's not a good plan. Hao Ren shook his head and refused. What about this? I will summon Little White and let it take us up there. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then we will forget about it. Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren and thought about it for a few seconds. Alright, let's try it. If Hao Ren were willing to plot this with her, she was not afraid that he would suddenly decide to quit. Even though she complained about Hao Ren all the time, she did trust Hao Ren's ability to get things done, such as baking sweet potatoes. When are we going up there then? Hao Ren asked. What are we waiting for? Now of course. Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren with her big eyes as if she was about to eat him alive. It was Monday the next day, so it wouldn't be easy for her to sneak out of the school since she had classes during the day. If they went during the night, not only would it be dangerous, 5th Heaven would also be covered in darkness. If they couldn't see anything, what was the point of them going there anyway? On the other hand, since they had a few hours during lunch, they could sneak to 5th Heaven without being noticed by Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Yanzi's plot was well planned. Zhao Yanzi could not wait to go there, and Hao Ren also wanted to visit 5th Heaven. So, he took his phone out and called Xie Yujia, who was at home. Hello? Yujia, Hao Ren said as the call was answered. Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting across from Hao Ren, pouted as she realized that he was calling Xie Yujia. However, Hao Ren wasn't bothered by her reaction as he continued. Yujia, is Little White next to you? Oh, it's stealing the sausage from the fridge? Can you ask Zhen Kongming to bring Little White to the city and find me? Nothing, you can stay at home and spend some time with Grandma. Hao Ren hung up the phone quickly, but Zhao Yanzi was still staring at him fiercely. Little White was staying at home. That's why I had to call Yujia and ask her, Hao Ren explained. Now Little White had more freedom than before. Since it started relying on Zhen Kongming, it acted more like his follower instead of Hao Ren's spirit beast. Boom. Not long after Hao Ren put his phone away, Zhen Kongming and Little White landed heavily on the ground outside the window. A small pit appeared on the road as Little White shattered the cement road with its paws a little. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were both shocked as they did not expect Little White to arrive so soon. This stupid Zhen Kongming doesn't even know how to restrain himself in this mortal world. Hao Ren thought to himself. Fortunately, the restaurant was in a quiet location, and no one saw Zhen Kongming and Little White's rough landing. Those who worked at the restaurant thought the loud banging noise came from the construction site nearby. Through the window, Zhen Kongming waved at Hao Ren. Hao Ren quickly pulled Zhao Yanzi out of the restaurant as he was worried that Zhen Kongming was going to cause trouble. He was afraid that Zhao Yanzi would be hostile toward Xie Yujia if she saw her. Therefore, he asked Zhen Kongming to bring Little White over. However, he did not expect that the landing to be that powerful. These two beasts couldn't do anything good when they were together. Why did you ask Little White to come here? Zhen Kongming raised his head to look at Hao Ren and asked. We are going to fifth heaven. Do you want to come with us? Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. Zhao Yanzi had met Zhen Kongming a few times before and knew about his affluent background. Even her parents had to pay him respect. Therefore, she decided to ask him to join the group. Fifth heaven? What's so good about that place? If you want to go to ninth heaven instead, Zhen Kongming said arrogantly. Stop bluffing. You aren't even brave enough to go to fifth heaven, Zhao Yanzi said. Who said I am not brave enough? Zhen Kongming got mad. I have been to fifth heaven more than 20 times already. Although Zhen Kongming was considered a super demon beast according to his years of cultivation, it hasn't been long since he successfully transformed into the human force. Therefore, he didn't know much about the ways of the world since he had always been with his master. How could he argue with Zhao Yanzi, a middle school student with many ideas? All Zhao Yanzi had to do to trick him was to call him a coward. Alright then, we will go to fifth heaven and see if you really are familiar with the place, Zhao Yanzi said. How can I not be familiar with that place? Zhen Kongming pulled out his black disc-like flight dharma treasure from his pocket. Hao Ren stood aside and chuckled. The way Zhao Yanzi was irritating Zhen Kongming was similar to the way Hao Ren used to irritate Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren was more experienced than Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Yanzi was more experienced than Zhen Kongming. Put up an energy sphere. Hao Ren reminded Zhen Kongming while he was formed his own. He grabbed Zhao Yanzi's arm and sat on Little White's back. Shoo! Zhen Kongming flew straight up into the sky and left behind a black trail. Little White, follow him, Hao Ren tapped on Little White's head. Little White's paws were lit up with colorful lights. With the protection of the red energy sphere, they started flying toward Zhen Kongming. Hao Ren thought that all they had to do was fly upward and they would enter fifth heaven. However, he was not familiar with the environment of fifth heaven. Now, he was less worried since Zhen Kongming was there to lead the way. Zhen Kongming had the mind of a typical child. Therefore, he was easy to get along with as long as he wasn't angered. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting in front of Hao Ren, did not know that Little White's speed got so fast. As she looked down at the city that was disappearing below the clouds, she couldn't help but get a little scared. She slightly leaned backward as her shoulders touched Hao Ren's chest, and her head was under his jaw. Hao Ren wasn't playing with her at the moment either. He wrapped his arms around her hips and held her hands, using his arms to hold her body still. If she fell from this height, which was about several thousand meters above the air, there was no way that Zhao Yanzi could survive. She was still in the Qi refinement realm. Zhao Yanzi's heart was beating fast. Even though she was terrified of the fast speed, she didn't want to show her fear. All she could do was try to pull it through. Right at this moment, Hao Ren suddenly reached out, and she held onto his hands without any hesitation. The feeling was like standing on the wings of a plane that was flying at a high altitude, not to mention that Little White's back wasn't as spacious as the wings of an aircraft. Even a full-grown adult would be terrified, let alone Zhao Yanzi, who was a middle school student. However, when Hao Ren was holding her tightly, she wasn't irritated by his action. Instead, a sense of security appeared in her mind. Little White's speed was way faster than the speed of an aircraft. Zhao Yanzi's back was firmly pressed against Hao Ren's chest, and her hands were holding his tightly. Little White, stop for a moment, Hao Ren rubbed its ears with his fingers. Little White, who just received the order, suddenly stopped and hovered in midair. The sudden stop almost threw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi off its back. Noting that they were 10,000 meters above the ground, Hao Ren, who clenched onto Little White with his legs hurriedly, was covered in cold sweat due to fear. Since Hao Ren had wrapped his arms around Zhao Yanzi's belly, she wasn't thrown off of Little White either. While they were hovering in midair, Zhao Yanzi sighed and was too afraid to look down. In fact, even if she looked down, all she could see was layers of thick clouds. This altitude was much higher compared to the altitude she was at when she was summoning the rainfalls. If measured carefully, they were at the height of third or fourth heaven already. Zhao Yanzi closed her eyes slightly while her eyelashes twitched. She didn't want to go back on her word since she came up with the idea of going to fifth heaven. However, she couldn't control her body as it was shivering slightly. Hao Ren grabbed her shoulders softly and picked her up before turning her around. Hey, you, Zhao Yanzi tried to ask, but her tone was soft. She didn't sound as tough as she used to. It's better when you are facing this way. Hao Ren put her back on Little White and made her face toward himself before he gently held her shoulders. Let's go, Little White. Hao Ren slapped Little White's butt. Little White continued to fly upward. Today, Little White was equivalent to 4 top-tier flight Dharma treasures that were reinforcing each other. If it weren't carrying Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, it could fly past Zhen Kongming in an instant. As Little White started to accelerate, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but threw herself into Hao Ren's arm, hugging his waist tightly with her arms. That was the only time she showed her girly nature. Her slightly quivering eyelashes, her 2 white front teeth that were biting her lips, and her cheeks that turned red because of the cold. Zhao Yanzi looked just like a little bunny when she was wearing this white t-shirt. Chapter 311. Gen level equals master. Bang! Shooting up through a layer of pale gray clouds, Little White closely followed Zhen Kongming and rushed into 5th heaven. Standing on the black disc, Zhen Kongming flew in a complete circle before returning to Little White. Zhao Yanzi had been feeling intense. Now she sighed in relief. Placing both hands on Hao Ren's shoulders, she sat up and looked around with her big eyes. Green mountains and clear rivers were everywhere, and clouds and mist floated around. It was a picturesque celestial world. She clung to Hao Ren, oblivious to the fact that her chest was pressing against his. What do you think? I told you I could bring you to 5th heaven, right? Standing on the disc, Zhen Kongming asked proudly. It's nothing extraordinary. I could have flown up on Little White, Hao Ren said. Do you think you can come to 5th heaven whenever you want? Zhen Kongming curled his lips. The world on and above 5th heaven and the world below it are not connected because there is a grand blockage array. Really? Hao Ren was surprised because he had never heard of it before. With half of her body in Hao Ren's arms, Zhan Yanzi also arched her eyebrows in surprise. When she asked Zhao Hongyu about 5th heaven, Zhao Hongyu didn't go into details. However, this grand blockage array is too big and full of loopholes, which is why we could penetrate it, Zhen Kongming continued. Some of the loopholes are fixed while others change from time to time. Besides, the grand blockage array is not very solid since it mainly serves as a symbolic line between the 2 worlds. If one can transform into a dragon, which is at Dewey level, then can break through it with ease. Hao Ren nodded. It seemed that without Zhen Kongming leading the way, he and Zhao Yanzi would have stumbled around and couldn't have found the entrance into 5th heaven in such a short time. If they moved along the edge of the grand blockage array, they would have gotten lost. Don't worry. Little White remembers the way. This array formation can't trick me, and the loophole I led you through is a fixed one, Zhen Kongming said as he showed off. Hao Ren didn't doubt him. After all, this kid could casually change a necklace into a storage space with the pinch of his fingers. Ordinary array formations were a piece of cake for him. The array formations were like math. The simple ones were like linear algebras while the complicated ones were like calculus. From this perspective, this kid had a very high IQ. Zhao Yanzi was not interested in the array formations. She grabbed Hao Ren's arm, urging, let's go and have a look. Okay, let's go. Not wanting to encourage Zhen Kongming's smugness, Hao Ren looked away from him and patted Little White's neck, ordering it to find a spot to land. Discouraged, Zhen Kongming stood on his disc and yelled, let's split up and meet back here in 2 hours. Okay. Hao Ren agreed immediately, knowing that Little White had ways of contacting Zhen Kongming if they encountered any dangers. They were here for fun and didn't want to stay with Zhen Kongming, who was a show-off. Zhao Yanzi turned her body forward while Little White moved its paws in the air and flew toward a nearby mountain. There were no factories or tall buildings here, presenting the beauty of primitive mountains and forests. Even Yellow Mountain, which was called the most beautiful mountain in China, was inferior to the mountains here. According to Zhao Hongyu, the mountains on and above 5th heaven were elevated into the sky by the major cultivation sects with huge array formations by force. The mountains were connected to each other, and they spread into the distance. Sitting on Little White's back, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi looked down and saw some mountains hovering in the high sky further away. That was why the cultivators in the Qi refinement realm didn't dare to fly freely even if they possessed basic flight Dharma treasures. If they were not careful, they would fall into the mortal world and burn into ashes before they entered the 1st heaven. With Little White, an advanced, flight machine, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi didn't have to worry about that. In fifth heaven, even a core formation realm cultivator couldn't afford a spirit beast like Little White. Under Hao Ren's control, Little White flew through layers of tree branches and landed in a dense forest, startling dozens of colorful birds. The essence intensity here was 3 to 4 times greater than that on the land, and the air here was much fresher. If we cultivate here, the progress will be faster, Hao Ren thought to himself. The places with abundant essences would nurture essence passageways, and the locations in these essence passageways where most essences were kept were known as essence eyes. These essence eyes were great for establishing cave abodes. From where he was standing, Hao Ren saw many cave abodes in the opposite cliff, and cultivators traveled to and from the caves on swords. Zhao Yanzi was curious about fifth heaven. Obviously, the lifestyle of the human cultivators was completely different from that of the people on land. They lived in the cave abodes, which were both primitive and interesting. Flying on swords was still new to Hao Ren, but it was the most common method of traveling here. "Look over there," Zhao Yanzi yelled suddenly in excitement. Hao Ren looked in the direction she pointed and saw on an open field where dozens of cultivators formed 6 circles and were competing. It seemed to be a test in this small sect. The seniors who were sitting on a high platform appeared to be this sect's elders who were acting as judges. "I don't think they are great masters since they haven't even noticed us," Zhao Yanzi concluded. Hao Ren smiled and agreed with her conclusion. If it were Suhan on the opposite cliff, she would notice every movement in the area with a diameter of 2 kilometers. They looked further and vaguely saw a small village with cooking smoke floating up. As far as Hao Ren could see, some urchins were fighting with each other at the entrance of the village. However, their fight was not common wrestling. They formed groups, and one of them was even hovering in the air half a meter from the ground, probably using some dharma note or spell. All the residents on or above fifth heaven all cultivated. They were the descendants of the cultivators who moved to fifth heaven. With some luck and talent, they could enter cultivation sects, and some of the stronger ones could later enter sixth heaven for future development. A few glances told Hao Ren about the life of the people who were living in this place. "Who's there?" Someone finally noticed Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, who stood halfway out of the forest. Thinking they were invading enemies, more than 10 cultivators who had been loitering on the cliff flew toward Hao Ren swiftly. Seeing the cultivators rush toward them, Zhao Yanzi panicked. She grabbed Hao Ren's hand and was ready to flee. Boom! Hao Ren suddenly released his aura. A core formation realm cultivator. The cultivators rushing toward Hao Ren couldn't keep their balance. The elders who were testing the young disciples saw the upheaval, and they all flew over on swords. When they got close, they sensed Hao Ren's aura, and their anger changed into politeness. They put away their weapons and landed before Hao Ren, cupping their hands and asking, "What can we do for you, elder?" Seeing that the sect was close to the nearby villages, Hao Ren knew this sect was not a powerful one, and he was not alarmed. Waving his hand, he said, "Nothing. I'm here to look around." The elders exchanged a suspicious look, but they refrained from voicing their questions before this core formation realm cultivator. This cultivator looks young, but his aura of the core formation realm is real. The beautiful female cultivator looks like she is almost at the peak of the chi refinement realm, but her weird clothes show that she is someone we shouldn't mess with. These thoughts flew through the minds of the elders. As an affiliated sect of a small sect on fifth heaven, the sect's responsibility was to manage the surrounding villages and regularly select talented kids. In the sect, the most powerful elder was only a mid-tier foundation establishment realm cultivator. Although they ruled several villages, they didn't dare to show their emotions before Hao Ren. As to the cultivators on the cliff, they were young disciples of the small sect who were sent there for practice. The strongest one among them was a low-tier foundation establishment realm cultivator. They didn't dare to lift their heads before Hao Ren, a cultivator of the core formation realm. Seeing their anger deflate when they saw Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was relieved. She lifted her small head and observed them with her bright eyes. The cultivators here had never seen such a beautiful female cultivator before. Since Zhao Yanzi was studying them, they wanted to glance at her. However, they all lowered their heads, afraid of offending this core formation realm cultivator. Seeing Hao Ren trying to pretend to look like a master, Zhao Yanzi tried her best not to laugh. "What are you staring at? I'll dig out your eyes if you do it again." Zhao Yanzi stared at a young cultivator who sneaked a glance at her. "I won't do it again," "Forgive me, elder. Forgive me." This young cultivator who was only on level 7 of the Qi refinement realm immediately kneeled on the ground. The lives of the Qi refinement realm cultivators were as cheap as grasses in the eyes of the core formation realm cultivators. The latter could kill the former whenever they wanted. Zhao Yanzi didn't expect that they would be so scared of Hao Ren. She froze a second before giggling. "That's okay. I was just kidding." Her smile was so beautiful that the young cultivators were dazed by it. After all, there were few female cultivators in the world, not to mention beautiful female cultivators who were about to charge into the Foundation establishment realm. Of course, if they knew that Hao Ren had 2 nascent soul realm maids, they would have been stunned. Seeing their expressions change from anger to astonishment to fear and then to joy, Hao Ren was afraid that they would go crazy. He asked, "Do you have Dharma spells for controlling swords and flying on them?" The leading elder didn't expect such a request from Hao Ren. He thought for a moment and said cautiously, "We have only the most basic spells." "That's the one I want," Hao Ren said. "Then, please wait a moment, elder." The elder didn't dare to ask Hao Ren why. He took out a roll of bamboo slips and copied the Dharma spell onto it. "And we need 2 swords, Hao Ren continued. After all, it was too eye-catching to ride Little White, but flying on swords was common here. Zhao Yanzi understood Hao Ren's intention, and her face flushed with excitement since she had never tried flying on a sword before. However, she didn't know that Hao Ren had another reason for this request. This place was full of essence and sects. After getting familiar with this place, he wanted to bring Xie Yujia here to accelerate her cultivation progress. Chapter 312. Outrage. A moment later, Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren stepped on 2 good-quality white jade swords and left the small valley. Fatigued after its flight from 1st heaven to 5th heaven, Little White rested in Hao Ren's necklace. Before she lost her dragon core, Zhao Yanzi had once reached Gen level. With her experience, she quickly mastered the basic flight spell after some practice and thus had no problem flying on the sword. Before, Zhao Guang was afraid that Zhao Yanzi would make trouble and didn't teach her how to fly on a sword. Now in 5th heaven, she was no longer restricted by that rule, and her cultivation strength of the Qi refinement realm was enough for her to control the sword with ease. She was delighted that she could finally fly by herself. She summoned all her nature essence and flew fast while Hao Ren flew alongside her at a measured speed. According to the human cultivation system, Hao Ren was now a core formation realm cultivator while Zhao Yanzi was only a Qi refinement realm cultivator. With the big difference in the realms between them, Hao Ren could catch up with Zhao Yanzi easily. They flew on the swords at a speed of 30 km per hour, only a bit faster than biking. However, the sensation of flying and controlling the direction and speed of the sword was far cooler than riding a bicycle. In the picturesque scenery, Zhao Yanzi laughed while riding on the sword. Flying steadily by her side, Hao Ren smiled as he heard her laughter. After all, despite her identity as the princess of the East Ocean Dragon clan, Zhao Yanzi was still a middle school girl. She was able to escape from the mountains of homework and fly freely on a sword. How could she not be happy? The 2 swords moved forward slowly between the high mountains while a light breeze touched their faces. Wasn't this the life of celestial couples? Hao Ren, look! Excited, Zhao Yanzi grabbed his arm and pointed ahead to the right. Among the mountains, several palaces and buildings stood on the mountaintops with paths of stone steps leading up to them. Obviously, it was a big cultivation sect on 5th heaven. The moment they saw the buildings and towers, they had trespassed the territory of the sect. Hao Ren didn't know array formations and was oblivious to the fact that the moment they entered the territory, the defensive array formation alarmed the cultivators in the sect. Zhao Yanzi had just finished her exclamation when about 60 cultivators with swords surrounded Hao Ren and her. The cultivators were each standing on a sword while holding another sword for attacking. However, their swords were far inferior compared to Suhan's white jade sword. Zhao Yanzi was deflated when she realized that they were surrounded. She had hoped to sneak into the sect's scroll tower or elixir palace, not to steal treasures but to experience the excitement of an adventure. However, before they could get close, they were surrounded. The leaders of the group were 2 core formation realm cultivators. This sect was not a leading sect on 5th heaven, but it was passable with 7 core formation realm cultivators as elders. 2 core formation realm cultivators and 10 foundation establishment realm cultivators were more than enough to deal with a core formation realm cultivator and a weak chi refinement realm cultivator. Judging from the weird clothes Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had, they guessed that these 2 intruders might have many treasures on them. Just the 2 swords they were flying on looked to be of good quality. Anyway, the intruders would be killed for their trespassing, and their treasures would be their loot. The 2 core formation realm cultivators were pleased with this prospect. We are elders from White Sand Sect. These are our identifications. Looking at the glances on these cultivators' faces, Zhao Yanzi knew that they had evil schemes on their minds. She took out the wooden badge of Elder Yushin and tossed it at them. She lied without blushing. White Sand Sect. A cultivator caught the wooden badge and looked at it before glancing at Zhao Yanzi in suspicion. He handed it to a cultivator beside him. That cultivator studied the wooden badge and nodded. It's indeed the identity badge of the White Sand Sect. Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips. Then, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Although she didn't know anything about the White Sand Sect, she guessed that the sect wasn't a tiny one since they were brave enough to send scouts to First Heaven. She was quite smart. The cultivator curled his lips and smiled. Putting the wooden badge into his pocket, he drew out his longsword from his back and said, however, little girl, we are the White Sand Sect. Ah! Zhao Yanzi froze. Swoosh, the other cultivators all drew their swords. Including the swords under their feet, almost 100 swords flashed in front of Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Before Hao Ren could explain, over 20 cultivators pounced on him. The swords pierced forward, and each of them stabbed toward his vital organs. They were trying to kill him. Faced with a group attack, even a core formation realm cultivator didn't have the time to fight back. However, Hao Ren was not a typical core formation realm cultivator. Wah! Like fireworks, Hao Ren emitted 85 colored sword energies which formed a circle with a diameter of half a meter around him. The first 5 long swords that were stabbing at him were all chopped into 2 halves. With Hao Ren's personality, even if he knew that the 2 captives this morning were human cultivators from Fifth Heaven, he would have let them go. However, he had just entered the White Sand Sect's territory unwittingly and thus became the target of slaughter. However, he wouldn't stand there and let them kill him. He's a core formation realm cultivator. We must be careful. Build the array formation. The leading cultivator lifted his huge sword and yelled, kill him, and we can share the stuff in his storage bag. As a mid-tier core formation realm cultivator, he was sure that he could defeat Hao Ren. However, why would he do that when he had so many disciples with him? The disciples who were in the foundation establishment realm were motivated. After all, the storage bag of a core formation realm cultivator would contain many treasures. By receiving one of them, a low-level disciple would be excited for half a year. Elixirs, dharma treasures, and cultivation techniques. Regardless of Hao Ren's sharp sword energies, the remaining cultivators swarmed up. Don't kill the female cultivator. We can use her as a cauldron, the other core formation realm cultivator said. In cultivation, some male cultivators couldn't make any more breakthroughs after they had reached certain stages. Instead, they would have intercourse with female cultivators and take the yin energy from the female bodies. Those female cultivators were called cauldrons. It was a common practice in 5th and 6th heaven. A lot of female cultivators became objects to the male cultivators, and some of them were even killed by male cultivators in order for the latter to increase their realm more. Therefore, these words breached Hao Ren's bottom line. He shot out a white sword energy from his fingertip and pierced the mouth of the cultivator who uttered the outrageous order. Instantly, the 80 sword energies condensed into a huge gray sword, smashing away the dozens of foundation establishment realm disciples. Huala! Their swords dropped on the ground, and these weak cultivators fell and cried in pain. Zhao Yanzi didn't hear what that cultivator yelled and thus didn't understand Hao Ren's sudden anger. However, she found the angry Hao Ren quite cool. The huge gray sword energy shattered and transformed into slim sword energies before flying around Hao Ren like bees and butterflies. At this moment, Hao Ren stood on the sword like a sword god, and no one dared to get close to him. His sword energies also surrounded Zhao Yanzi, and the sword energies would pierce anyone who dared to get close to her from all directions. You dared to fight back. The mid-tier core formation realm cultivator didn't expect Hao Ren to be so fierce. However, he observed carefully and was sure that Hao Ren was indeed a low-tier core formation realm cultivator. He took out an iron fan and swung it at Hao Ren. From his perspective, Hao Ren's fierceness came from his powerful Dharma treasure. Once he killed Hao Ren, he would get that Dharma treasure. He unleashed his full force. The iron fan shot out 3 black light beams which instantly broke the sword energies around Hao Ren. A large number of Foundation Establishment Realm disciples swarmed out, and the rest of the Core Formation Realm elders, who were guarding the Great Hall, also rushed out at the news. Hao Ren's appearance drew out all the people in the sect. Kill! More than 200 cultivators flew toward Hao Ren with overwhelming murderous spirits, and all kinds of Dharma treasures were thrown at him. Zhao Yanzi didn't expect that they would cause such an upheaval. She was about to pull Hao Ren away and escape when the 3 black light beams suddenly changed course and pulled her from Hao Ren's side. The black beams were pulling her toward the direction of the Core Formation Realm cultivator who was eager to catch her and search her. According to their traditions, anyone who caught the enemies would get their storage bags. Of course, he didn't want to kill such a beautiful female cultivator. Seeing the celestial-looking and sword-riding cultivators behaving like thugs, Hao Ren was enraged. He would never allow them to touch Zhao Yanzi. A gray sword energy slashed forward with crackling noises, and the 3 black light beams were instantly broken. Hundan godly lightning was capable of breaking all 5 elements. Zhao Yanzi lost her balance on the sword and fell onto the mountain. Fortunately, she fell onto a pile of grasses and didn't bump onto the rocks. You're surrounded. Surrender. The newly arrived Core Formation Realm cultivators threw a ton of Dharma treasures at Hao Ren. With all his attention focused on rescuing Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren opened himself up to the attacks which all struck his body. However, his body had been tempered by heavenly lightning, and he withstood the strikes of the Dharma treasures without instantly falling dead. Of course, another reason was that the Dharma treasures these cultivators used were not advanced. Seeing that Hao Ren was still alive after being struck by so many Dharma treasures, the handful of Core Formation Realm cultivators and the many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were all convinced that Hao Ren had great treasures on him, and they wanted to kill him to get the treasures even more. The second wave of Dharma treasures was thrown at Hao Ren. This time, even the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators joined their elders, and all kinds of Dharma treasures shot toward Hao Ren alongside hundreds of swords. Bang! All the acupoints in Hao Ren's body opened at once. The sword energies hidden in them shot out like raindrops. Tens of thousands of swords. The Core Formation Realm elders had never seen so many sword energies in their lives. Metal, wood, water, fire and wood elemental sword energies formed an array. 2 dragons array formation. The dense sword energies circled around each other like yin and yang of Tai Chi, freezing time and space. Bang! 160 sword energies instantly shattered the Dharma treasures from the Core Formation Realm cultivators. At this critical moment, Hao Ren suddenly gained the understanding of the level 2 sword array formation, 2 dragons array formation. The nature essence surged up and swallowed everything. 2 forces pushed one another, forming a reverse tornado which tore open the surrounding space. The 2 Core Formation Realm cultivators who had rushed over and tried to take Hao Ren's Dharma treasures were instantly sent flying by the wave of the sword energies. The overwhelming force of 2 dragons array formation was far greater than the 1-line snake array formation. More than 200 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators tried to form an array to counter the force, but the force was so powerful that even Hao Ren couldn't control it, let alone the weak cultivators. Crack! Crack! The surrounding trees broke one by one while the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were blown out like pieces of paper. Hao Ren took one step forward, and the group of cultivators scrambled to flee. At this moment, flying on a sword was suicidal while running down the mountain gave them a chance of surviving. The release of 160 sword energies broadened the meridians in Hao Ren's body. New openings appeared in his dragon core, and there were now 65 openings in total. Gusts of wind blew up Hao Ren's hair, giving him a magnificent and invincible look. Hao Ren walked to Zhao Yanzi's side and pulled her up gently. Zhao Yanzi felt some numbness in her palm. When she looked up, she saw traces of lightning flash across his eyes. Hao Ren raised his right hand and pointed out one finger. The circling 160 sword energies traveled along his arm and shot toward the grand palace across the valley. Boom! The magnificent cultivation teaching palace was shattered into a pile of debris by the violent sword energies. It must be noted that the cultivation teaching palace had 4 overlapping defense array formations protecting it. A tiny sword energy turned back and pierced a hole in the hands of the core formation realm cultivator who had tried to grab Zhao Yanzi. Under the group attack, the 2 swords Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi got earlier lost their essence. Therefore, Hao Ren transformed his sword energies into a huge sword, lifting him and Zhao Yanzi. His essences condensed into a sword that allowed them to fly on. The 5 core formation realm cultivators were absolutely no match for the enraged Hao Ren. While these cultivators looked at Hao Ren, who was leaving, in horror, a young disciple flew over on a sword and shouted in a panicking tone, "First Elder, all the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs planted on the back mountain were stolen." Chapter 313. Stupid Uncle. Needless to say, the sword that was formed by the 5 elemental essences was immensely better than the ordinary swords. Therefore, its speed was more than twice the speed of the swords from before. A flash of golden light was seen briskly crossing the sky. The members of the sects in 5th heaven, small or prominent, were shocked as they observed this golden light pass through their territories. They couldn't help but gasp, "Nascent soul realm." Indeed, the speed of this travel technique, which relied on the burning of nature essence, was even comparable to the flying speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator. No matter how fine the materials, the swords were still made with tangible items. Yet, the sword energy that was cast by Hao Ren was a sword that was made of pure nature essence. Phew! Carrying Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren exhaled deeply as he descended onto a common-looking mountain. The gigantic sword now disassembled into 160 sword energies before returning to Hao Ren's body. This flight had exhausted a considerable amount of his nature essence. In the meantime, unable to withstand the loneliness, Little White was rolling about in the Jiezi space. It was dying to come out. As Hao Ren opened the necklace, it instantly jumped out onto the grass. Little White was eager to participate in the intense battles that Hao Ren was in. But Hao Ren did not want to reveal Little White to the world yet, so he did not let it out. To protest Hao Ren's decision, Little White began tossing and jumping relentlessly. Ever since it had received the Dharma treasure, Hoofs of Flowing Cloud, from Zhen Kongming, Little White's speed had increased by a few dozen times. Besides the experience of accelerated flying, it always wanted to get a taste of real battle as well. Unsurprisingly, the animals on the land were no match for Little White. Even the tiger and lions would not have the courage to face Little White head-on. It was pointless to be overbearing in front of those weak animals. Hence, Little White became upset as it felt like a hero with no place to display its power. Yet, Hao Ren only treated it as a pet and wouldn't let it take part in battles, making Little White feel oppressed inside. After all, it was a snow lion and not a little pet dog. Slapping its paws, Little White chewed on the roots of the trees in the nearby area to express its annoyance and anger. On the other hand, thinking that Little White was simply playing around and enjoying itself, Zhao Yanzi dashed over to give it a big hug and began tickling it. Chew, 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 chew. Since Little White was extremely ticklish, it instantly started turning and tossing in Zhao Yanzi's arm. Little White is the cutest thing ever. Zhao Yanzi was in a great mood and pressed her cheek affectionately against Little White's fur. "Alright, I guess it is not too bad being a little pet dog." Little White soon lost its will to fight. Straightening and stiffening its limbs, it surrendered itself to Zhao Yanzi's gentle caressing of its belly. Seeing the playful Zhao Yanzi and Little White having fun, Hao Ren found a clean spot and sat down cross-legged while leaning against a big tree. As he had just achieved a breakthrough, used the 2 dragons array formation, and then dashed away on his sword energy, Hao Ren's reserve of nature essence was almost completely drained. Now that there was a little time to spare, Hao Ren immediately attempted to recover his nature essence. The level of chaos in 5th heaven had surpassed 1st heaven by a significant degree. They needed to be prepared for any types of danger that might occur at any moment. Without the protection of a sect, ordinary cultivators had high chances of being ambushed and killed by others. Slowly closing his eyes, Hao Ren absorbed the nature essence from the surroundings. The now hollow dragon core was desperately consuming the nature essence nearby. The intensity of the nature essence here was 3 times more than that of first heavens. Hao Ren could clearly feel that the energy throughout his body was steadily increasing, and the dragon core was also spinning faster and faster. Since dragon cultivators were born with such a great cultivation assisting device, their cultivation progress could be unimaginably rapid in such an environment where the intensity of the nature essence was high. Even though the dragon core in Hao Ren's body was originally from Zhao Yanzi, it had become one with Hao Ren after his prolonged cultivation. Right now, there were 65 openings on it already. However, as the cultivation technique Hao Ren had was the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, which required the cultivation of all 5 elemental essences at once, Hao Ren was not taken as a dragon cultivator by others. With every breath he took, a small amount of nature essence swiftly entered his body. For the amount of nature essence that would typically take 3 hours to replenish, it only took an hour here. Refreshing. Incredibly refreshing. The battles went smoothly, and so did the recovery. His nature essence, which was almost depleted, had been fully replenished in no time. Resting in Zhao Yanzi's arms, Little White was twitching its nose, hungrily sniffing the nature essence this place had to offer. Although elixir pills could also restore one's nature essence, nothing could be as natural and pure as the process of natural refinement like this. For demon beasts like Little White, the more often they stayed in places where nature essence was highly concentrated, the quicker their advancement would come. Suddenly, a black dash of light rushed toward them. Hao Ren looked at the time. As they had agreed upon, it had been precisely 2 hours. Breathing heavily, Zhen Kongming was carrying a large sack on his back as he called out to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, "Let's go." Noticing the anxious expression on Zhen Kongming's face, Hao Ren did not bother to ask what he was up to. He certainly was up to no good. With a spin, Little White turned into its snow lion form and let Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi get on its back. Its golden paws were emitting specks of golden light. Standing on the black disc, Zhen Kongming led the way through the blockage array formation between 5th heaven and the lower heavens. His sack was completely filled with spiritual herbs. Since he had just stolen these spiritual herbs, some were still heavily covered in soil. For this reason, he had to first take them back and wash them clean before placing them into his storage space. With just one visit from Zhen Kongming, a few sects in 5th heaven suffered great losses. The mountains behind their residences, the spiritual gardens, and even the well-protected spiritual fields had all been overturned. Any spiritual herbs that were older than 500 years were dug out and snatched. Back then, just as how a rabbit would not eat the grass around its burrow, he didn't want to steal from the 100-flower palace inside the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Therefore, he would periodically visit 6th heaven or 7th heaven for a harvest, to replenish his stock and supplies. At this time, his master Chu Niu was in a seclusion cultivation in the 9-Dragon Palace. Since the 9-Dragon Palace was completely cut off from the outside world, even Zhen Kongming had no way of getting in touch with his master. Therefore, Zhen Kongming had to rely on Hao Ren and did not dare to run rampant. There were undoubtedly powerful masters in 6th heaven and 7th heaven who didn't care that much about his title as Chu Niu's disciple. Therefore, in order to be safe, he could only lower his standards and target the weak 5th heaven for his spiritual herbs. Even though the spiritual herbs from 5th heaven could not compare to those planted by prominent sects in 6th heaven and 7th heaven, they were still better than the spiritual herbs grown by the clumsy dragon cultivators. They were older, purer, and were of a greater variety. After all, elixir making was never a strong point of dragon cultivators. Even the supreme forces like the 4 ocean dragon palaces didn't have great elixir masters. Thus, they could never be entrusted for growing fine spiritual herbs. On the other hand, human cultivators were weaker physically, so they relied more on elixirs and became more professional in growing spiritual herbs over time. Nevertheless, Zhen Kongming's relentless stealing of the spiritual herbs that the sects had spent thousands of years of effort on was enough to cause heartaches in those affected in 5th heaven. Yet, there was nothing that they could do. Even if they sent out their entire sect, no one could catch up to Zhen Kongming's flight Dharma treasure. Sadly, they could only watch Zhen Kongming run for his life with the sack on his back. All the precautious, defensive, and offensive array formations were nothing when put against Zhen Kongming. Regarding theft and robbery, the gangs of hooligan cultivators on 5th heaven could not be compared to Zhen Kongming. He was in a league of his own. The two red energy spheres rapidly traversed through the white clouds and reached the land. The black disk and Little White's paws firmly descended onto the top of a skyscraper. Remember to count me in when you're set to revisit Fifth Heaven in the future. With a red glow on his face, Zhen Kongming said to Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi while putting away his black disk. Since they were in a rush today, there were many sects that Zhen Kongming did not have the chance to patronize. Still, what he harvested today was enough to restock his storage. Sure, we'll let you know, Zhao Yanzi replied. She had no idea the kind of disaster her promise would bring to the sects on Fifth Heaven. Zhen Kongming was utterly delighted. Humming a tune, he raised a red energy sphere and drifted toward the ocean. With this much material, Xie Yujia should be able to try out the elixir recipes one by one. Although I can't learn her way of elixir making, I can at least ask her to make elixirs for me. How easy would it be for me to complete the task assigned to me by my master now? Zhen Kongming became proud and satisfied as he went further away. Let's go. Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned to Hao Ren and said. It had been 3 hours since they had sneaked out and went to Fifth Heaven. Zhao Yanzi told her mom that they were going out for food. If they didn't return soon, Zhao Hongyu would surely become suspicious. However, it was this trip to Fifth Heaven that made Zhao Yanzi realize how much Hao Ren cared for her. Thanks to this trip, she was able to witness how Hao Ren became enraged for her sake. Thinking of that, Zhao Yanzi felt like her heart was filled with warmth and joy. Zhao Yanzi walked closer to Hao Ren and held his hand. She then pulled him down the staircase as they walked through the door on the roof. What are you doing? Hao Ren was not used to Zhao Yanzi's display of warmth and sudden change of attitude. She was never a forward and active person who would take the initiative to hold his hand. Humph. This is a reward for taking me on an adventure to Fifth Heaven. Zhao Yanzi's soft small hands lightly squeezed his hand. If Ling, Zhao Yanzi's best friend, were to see this little gesture from Zhao Yanzi, she would be in disbelief. Zhao Yanzi never held back the display of her disdain toward this uncle to Ling, yet she was now taking the initiative to hold his hand. Well then, what other rewards are there? Hao Ren asked again while being pulled toward the staircase by her. Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned and glared at Hao Ren. Ah! Shocked by her reaction, Hao Ren's feet froze in place. However, to Hao Ren's surprise, shades of red appeared on Zhao Yanzi's cheeks as she muttered through her bitten lips, "Jerk." What? Hao Ren was baffled. Zhao Yanzi, who froze after hearing Hao Ren's remark, suddenly threw a big punch onto Hao Ren's chest after seeing the dull expression on his face. Immediately after that, she forcefully dragged Hao Ren toward the elevator. Dull uncle, evil uncle, stupid uncle. Zhao Yanzi cursed Hao Ren with all her might in her mind. Rubbing his chest, Hao Ren had no clue why Zhao Yanzi got mad suddenly. I can never guess what's on a girl's mind. Looking at Zhao Yanzi's reflection in the mirror of the elevator, Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. Chapter 314. Relocation. Nighttime. Hao Ren stood in the middle of the perfect circle on the beach. Shoo! A light gray sword energy shot into the cloud with a straight tail of light. Heavenly lightning activated. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a sword cultivation technique as well as a lightning cultivation technique. On Fifth Heaven, Hao Ren broke through to level 2 of the sword array formation by accident under the pressure posed by the White Sand sect. He applied the 2 dragons array formation, and it also broke through a few openings on the dragon core. Upon returning, Hao Ren rushed back to Zhao Hongyu's studio to study and help out, so he didn't have a chance to rest and reorganize. Now, he could only use the power of pure heavenly lightning to reinforce his meridians. A thin streak of lightning shot toward the beach along the path of Hao Ren's sword energy. Boom! It struck on top of Hao Ren's head, and it crushed the sand and rocks in the area. The power of lightning is the purest form of the combination of the 5 elemental essences. After it got broken down, it went into Hao Ren's meridians in the form of liquid. The lightning, which was punishment for cultivators, could benefit Hao Ren on an enormous scale. It would not damage his meridians. Instead, it could help him cultivate as long as rules were followed. The meridians, which were strengthened by the dragon core and expanded by the sword energies, greedily absorbed the pure power of the heavenly lightning. For the cultivators in the core formation realm or gen level who didn't cultivate all 5 elements at the same time, these thin streaks of heavenly lightning could make them faint. Ring, ring, the cell phone Hao Ren put outside the circle suddenly started to go off. The second heavenly lightning was already on its way, so Hao Ren had to take back the Hunden sword energy he was using and roll out of the dangerous circled area. Hao Ren, who was half naked, took the phone out of his pocket. Hello. Ren, you still have class tomorrow. What are you doing out so late on your own? It was Yu Yang. I'm just taking a walk and will be back soon, Hao Ren lightly exhaled. The heavenly lightning went off its track and hit the surface of the ocean in the distance. It flipped up a 3-meter high wave. The weather report said that there would be a storm today. Come back soon, Yu Yang urged him on the phone. Alright, 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 Hao Ren had to agree. Initially, he just wanted to cultivate on his own and didn't want to drag Xie Yujia into it. But now, it seemed like it caused his mom's suspicion. Hao Ren got dressed and leapt into the air. He was so high in the air that he felt like he was flying. He dashed toward his home quickly, leaving a line of light footprints behind him. In order to avoid being caught by his parents, Hao Ren specifically picked a quiet place far from the house. Although he told them that he was nearby, he was actually 2 kilometers away. The reason why Hao Ren was able and ran so fast and jumped so high was that he used the sword riding technique that he learned on 5th Heaven. He got back to his home in just 1 minute, covering almost 2 kilometers. You went out when it was so late already, Yu Yang complained when she saw Hao Ren coming in. Hao Ren was also a little upset since he had to come back in the middle of cultivation. I was just taking a walk. The weather report said there would be a storm tonight, and you are still wandering around. Do you want to get sick? Plus, Yujia just got here, so you should be spending more time with her to comfort her, Yu Yang leaned over and said quietly. Oh, Hao Ren had to obey. With his physique right now, Hao Ren wouldn't even catch a cold if he stood in the rain for an entire day. On top of that, not a single raindrop would be able to get to him as long as he created an energy sphere. The East Ocean City's weather has been a bit abnormal lately. The observatory had already set up 86 observation points to monitor the air pressure and the movements of the cloud, 24/7, Yu Yang said casually. She didn't want Hao Ren to walk around in the evening under such abnormal climate. The country saw the macroscopic climate forecasting as a major project, and these statistics could play an important role in predicting natural disasters. Hao Ren assumed that the change of climate lately mostly had something to do with the increasing number of cultivators from 5th Heaven. The fluctuation of nature essence would definitely cause the change in climate. Even a small sect like the White Sand sect could come down to 1st Heaven and scout around. Who knew how many cultivators that more prominent sects sent? When the 9-Dragon Palace appeared last time, thousands of human cultivators were active above East Ocean City, and more than half of them were wiped out. Although that incident had passed, the sects that lost cultivators would definitely seek revenge for it. It was a warning sign when the human cultivators on and above 5th Heaven constantly scouted around 1st Heaven. At the thought of this, Hao Ren realized that he should probably report to Suhan. Obviously, those human cultivators didn't really play by the rules as they had always treated mortals as lower life forms. It would be a huge problem if a cultivator appeared riding a sword in the low sky. The humans nowadays weren't the same as what they were before. It would be difficult to say which party would be the winner, the missiles or the flying sword. Hey, what's going on? Yu Yang asked as she waved her hand in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren finally came back to his senses and asked, "Where's Yujia?" "She went back to her room after you left," Yu Yang said. Then, she glimpsed at Hao Ren and added, "She is more hardworking than you. She must be reading in her room. You, on the other hand, wander around all day, and I don't even know what you are doing." Hao Ren thought to himself, I was busy saving the world, so I don't have the time to read. But Mom has a point. I need to spend more time with Yujia since she is staying with us. If there's nothing else, Mom, please go up and rest. I'll go check on Yujia, Hao Ren said. I need to keep your grandma company. Yu Yang smiled and went upstairs. She was busy with work and rarely spent any time with her family. Therefore, Grandma had complained about it a lot. She took a more permanent position this time to spend more time at home with Grandma and Hao Ren. Knock, knock. Hao Ren walked to a room on the 1st floor and knocked. Who? An alert voice came through the door. Hao Ren was stupefied for a moment before he realized that it was Zhen Kongming's room. Xie Yujia's room was next to it. Splash. It sounded like a large number of treasures were knocking into each other in the room. That was the sound of Zhen Kongming putting a room full of treasures back into his storage space. This kid was as wealthy as a country, but he was so stingy that he didn't want to spare a penny. He hastily put everything away since he thought Hao Ren wanted to come inside. Hao Ren knocked on the other door. Yujia, here, come in. Xie Yujia said in her melodious voice. Hao Ren slowly opened the door after hearing Xie Yujia's response. Xie Yujia was sitting at the foot of the bed with her legs crossed, and she was wearing a set of fluffy white pajamas. Her black hair fluttered loosely, it was a bit wet since she just took a shower. Although she was mentally prepared, she still blushed inevitably. What are you doing? Hao Ren asked. Cultivating. Xie Yujia smiled in embarrassment. But it doesn't seem to be improving. She was very hard-working despite her limited talent. However, she was still hanging around level 3 and level 4 of the Qi refinement realm. On the other hand, her disciple, Zhao Yanzi, had exceeded her. Zhao Yanzi was only one step away from reaching level 10 of the Qi refinement realm and advancing toward the foundation establishment realm. Take it slow. You can't rush this, Hao Ren said. It took him a lot of effort to reach the third level of the spirit concentration scroll. Did you help out at Auntie Zhao's today? Xie Yujia stretched her legs and rubbed her shoulders as she asked Hao Ren. Xie Yujia played basketball quite often, and she was very flexible. A few random movements demonstrated her beautiful figure. Yes, they wanted to keep me for dinner too, but I insisted on coming back for dinner, Hao Ren said. Their family has always been nice to you. Xie Yujia looked down and smiled. Yeah, Hao Ren breathed out, not knowing what to say. Wah, it suddenly started to storm outside. The sound of the rain and the sound of the ocean waves mixed, making this little room feel very cozy. That little girl, Zhao Yanzi, seems to be very talented in cultivation, Xie Yujia continued. She could sense that Zhao Yanzi was leveling up faster than her. Although they were practicing the same technique, they gave off different auras. Don't worry. You will improve with time. Zhao Yanzi has experience and foundation, but you have to figure it out on your own, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia was lonely again when the old grandma suddenly left. Hao Ren understood why Yu Yang asked him to spend more time with Xie Yujia now. Compared to Zhao Yanzi, who was spoiled like a princess by her parents, Xie Yujia, who stayed with his family, seemed a bit marginalized. I plan to spend tonight cultivating and seeing if I can improve, Xie Yujia nodded firmly and said. It wasn't that she wanted to compare herself with Zhao Yanzi. Instead, she wished to catch up to Hao Ren as soon as possible. Since she now was a cultivator, she could sense the power Hao Ren emitted. Ordinary people would believe that it was his temperament, but a cultivator could tell that it was his cultivation realm. Hao Ren smiled as she bit her lip, determined. He left her room and went back to the living room. It was raining cats and dogs outside the window. Who knew how many human cultivators were sneaking into the East Ocean City under the cover of a night like this? Even the elder from the East Ocean Dragon clan who was in charge of the rainfall probably couldn't even detect these human cultivators. It was actually the best opportunity to practice lightning cultivation in the thunderstorm. However, it was probably not a good idea to sneak outside when both of his parents were home. Hao Ren thought for a bit and decided to go back to his room to cultivate. However, Fifth Heaven was filled with nature essence and seemed like a great place to cultivate. 1 hour up there was equivalent to 3 hours in the East Ocean City. What would happen if I summoned heavenly lightning on Fifth Heaven? And what would happen if I can find a deserted valley in Fifth Heaven and created a cave abode in there? My identity wouldn't be exposed since I have a 5-elemental cultivation technique. Yujia is an authentic human cultivator. Zhao Yanzi is now also considered a human cultivator since she lost her dragon core, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are not dragon cultivators. To begin with, the 5 of us could probably not cause any suspicion on Fifth Heaven. An idea suddenly appeared in Hao Ren's mind. Chapter 315. Is it my turn? After cultivating for an entire night, the next morning came. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia got up early to catch the first bus outside of the house to go back to school. After entering downtown, they changed onto another bus. Seeing middle schoolers file up onto the bus, Xie Yujia was reminiscent of her life in middle school. Hao Ren leaned against the bus window and looked at the city that had been washed clean by last night's storm while circulating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Last night, he had successfully solidified his realm in his small room on the second floor, and the new openings he acquired after using the two dragons array formation were now filled with essence. He had experienced a similar incident prior, but he didn't know that his steady cultivation progress was all thanks to Xie Yujia. While Xie Yujia cultivated, the life note would suck the nature essence in the nearby areas into the house, but her body type couldn't absorb it all, and thus Hao Ren got all the benefits. Tonight, are you still going to Zhao Yanzi's home and tutoring her? Xie Yujia asked him abruptly. Yeah. Hao Ren nodded, and by now the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had finished one cycle. Up. Dated B. YBOX novel. Com. Xie Yujia smiled and didn't reply. The bus arrived at the gate of the university, and they got off. This bus stop was on the only route for students who lived off campus to get back into the school, and thus many vendors set up temporary booths there. Hao Ren ran over, bought 2 pancakes with egg and sweet soybean paste, and handed one to Xie Yujia. Taking the hot pancake from Han Ren's hand, Xie Yujia was a little touched. Looking at his calm and humble face, she knew that she would always remember such details of life even if they didn't end up together in the future. I'm going to go to my dorm for the books. You'd better prepare for the class as well. Hao Ren quickened his steps and walked toward the southern dorm area. If the guys in the class knew that Xie Yujia was living in his home, they would explode from the news. Since Xie Yujia quit her position as the class president, her charm had grown immensely in the school, and she had become one of the most popular girls in students' minds. Meanwhile, Lin Li, the former most popular girl in the school, was no longer on par with Xie Yujia. During the weekend, Hao Ren destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace and had been to Fifth Heaven. However, no matter how colorful his after-school life was, he was an ordinary student at the school. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys didn't see any differences in Hao Ren and chatted with him as usual. Even though Hao Ren now could fly up into the sky, he didn't think he was so different from his buddies in the school. After lunch in the Clearstream cafeteria, he took a bus to the martial arts dojo in downtown. Elder Sun's martial arts dojo was very popular. Even during the lunch break, each of the VIP rooms was occupied. Obviously, keeping fit by practicing martial arts instead of yoga or dancing had become a new trend in the city. Of course, the innermost room was reserved for Hao Ren. Who would have thought that the popular Sun Yun martial art dojos, that had chains in every major city in the country, also served as the cultivation place for the dragon cultivators? With the supreme VIP card in his hand, Hao Ren directly entered the innermost room, which then teleported him to a valley with 2 top-tier spirit stones. Any human cultivators would be jealous over the treatment Hao Ren got. The dragon cultivator who guarded the teleportation array in the valley had seen Hao Ren last time. After witnessing Hao Ren's great power, the cultivator had very high regard for Hao Ren. In the valley, several other young cultivators were practicing. The martial art dojo's elder son operated had 2 functions. One was to station the people of East Ocean all over the country and even the world. The other was to provide a practice venue for dragon cultivators. After all, they could only have low-level competitions in small energy spheres they built themselves. They would need a big place for serious competitions. Besides, there were more and more young cultivators living in the city, and it was a serious crime if an inspector found them having large-scaled fights in the city. Elder Sun's martial art dojos could solve the problem for the cultivators. They could be teleported to a remote valley from the city by the array. This way, they didn't have to fly during the day, and they could practice their cultivation techniques freely in the valley protected by defensive array formations without the fear of attracting the attention of the mortal world. Walking out of the teleportation array to the center of the valley, Hao Ren saw 6 young cultivators fighting. Among them, 4 were at Gen level, and 2 were at Dewey level. 2 of the Gen level cultivators were girls. From the colored lights they were emitting, Hao Ren knew that the 2 Dewey level guys were from the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan while the 2 Gen level guys were from the Lake branch of the Water Elemental Dragon Clan. The 4 Gen level cultivators were combining forces against 1 Dewey level cultivator who was using a heavy cultivation technique, unleashing a series of square blocks. One of the Gen-level water elemental dragons slashed out a pale blue light wave with her short whip, forcing the Dewey-level cultivator to back off 2 steps. The other 2 Gen-level cultivators took the opportunity to attack, and the Dewey-level cultivator couldn't block them. He flew 5 meters backward and stumbled. Hao Ren had just entered the valley and was walking by the stumbling Dewey-level cultivator, so he placed his hand on this cultivator's back, helping him to gain his balance. "Wang Wei, you lost." The other Dewey-level cultivator who was standing on the side and acting as the referee yelled gloatingly. "Humph." The Dewey-level cultivator who was knocked back was reluctant to admit defeat. He looked back at Hao Ren and slapped his hand off him. His slap was hard. Unprepared, Hao Ren got a red slap mark on his wrist. "If this idiot didn't suddenly come in and distract me, I wouldn't have lost." The cultivator named Wang Wei glared at Hao Ren and growled. Even with his mild temper, Hao Ren was angry at this accusation. He knew this valley was not open to him alone, so he didn't interrupt their competition and even helped the cultivator to regain his balance when he stumbled. Wang Wei looked back at Hao Ren again and sneered. "What? You are a little gen-level cultivator, and you dare to be angry with me?" Although Hao Ren emitted the deep blue light and was from one of the 4 oceans, Wang Wei was an earth elemental dragon and didn't need to be worried. As long as Hao Ren wasn't a metal elemental dragon, this Dewey-level cultivator felt like he could do anything to a little gen-level cultivator. Having lost face in front of 2 girls, he wanted to vent his anger on Hao Ren and show his higher ranking as a Dewey-level cultivator. Just like how lower-year students were a little cautious around upper-year students in school, lower-powered cultivators were fearful of higher-powered cultivators. Seeing that they were having a competition here, Hao Ren wanted to find another spot to practice by himself. But now his temper was up, he raised his hand and slapped the Dewey-level cultivator, sending him flying by half a meter. He didn't like trouble, but he never allowed others to mess with him either. He treated Huang Zuji like that, and he was going to treat other arrogant people like that as well. The Dewey-level cultivator didn't expect that Hao Ren would dare to attack him. He wanted to make Hao Ren apologize to him to show his higher status, but he was forced to save his face now. He took out 2 large round hammers. Without a word, the Dewey-level cultivator pounced on Hao Ren while the 2 round iron hammers released yellow sparks of light. Fighting inside such array formations was similar to fighting inside red energy shields. As long as they didn't beat their rivals to death, they wouldn't be punished by inspectors. The large iron hammers that weighed over 1,000 pounds each crashed down viciously with Dewey-level nature essence. Obviously, this Dewey-level cultivator meant to injure Hao Ren severely. In the flashes of light, he didn't even notice the pale golden flame mark on Hao Ren's forehead, showing his assisting inspector identity. With Suhan recovering from her injuries in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren was now the authorized inspector of the East Ocean City. Bang! The earth-shaking noise shook the whole valley. The 2 gen-level girls covered their eyes and didn't dare to open their eyes to see the result. The 2 gen-level guys stared at the flying clouds of dust in alarm, fearing that Wang Wei would retaliate them for beating him together. The other Dewey-level cultivator only shook his head helplessly. Since he was proud, Wang Wei didn't use his Dharma treasure when fighting the 4 gen-level cultivators, but now he was using it against Hao Ren. Under Wang Hui's furious attack, that gen-level cultivator who dared to offend Wang Wei is probably dead or crippled, they thought as the dust settled down gradually. Wang Hui's iron hammer created a half-meter deep hole on the ground. However, Hao Ren's body was not in the hole. Wang Wei was alarmed by what he saw, wondering if he had crushed Hao Ren into a meat pie. The guy looks like he just reached gen level, so he is probably not a big figure. At this thought, Wang Wei calmed down. After all, he was a grandson of the first elder of the Earth Elemental Dragon clan from Wuyi Mountain. He believed that his family would get him out of this trouble. "Is it my turn now?" Hao Ren's voice came suddenly. Following this voice, Wang Wei looked up and saw Hao Ren, whom he thought he could defeat with one hammer, standing on a gray sword energy and glaring at him. Hao Ren raised his right hand. Swoosh, swoosh, dashes of light entered his fingertips from the surrounding space. In his palm, a bright white energy sphere was taking shape. The valley protected by the array formation had no wind, but the trees were shaking. The falling leaves on the ground began to swirl swiftly as if they were sucked into an invisible tornado. Bang! Wang Wei stomped on the ground and brought the 2 iron hammers together, making a loud banging noise. He didn't believe that a gen-level cultivator could break his defense. Chapter 316. Real combat. Although the light-splitting sword shadow scroll progressed slowly, it was one of the most dependable and robust cultivation technique out there. One's mind could manipulate the shape of the sword energies. Therefore, not only could Hao Ren form a sword array formation, but he could also create an essence missile. Bang! The essence missile shot out of Hao Ren's hands, sweeping through the surrounding area and rushing toward the Dewey-level cultivator whose name was Wang Wei. The arm-sized sword energy was like a huge missile that was going to destroy Wang Wei. Hao Ren, who released the essence missile, stayed in midair without moving an inch. Boom! The trees around the valley were shaking, and the leaves were falling continuously. The 4 Gen-level cultivators had trouble standing still. Dirt and mud started falling back onto the ground. All they could see was that Wang Wei was laying in the middle of a deep hole, completely unconscious. His 2 large hammers were dropped on both sides of his body, deeply sunken into the soil. The 4 Gen-level cultivators were utterly stunned as they saw the scene. The attack of this Gen-level cultivator defeated Wang Wei and made him unconscious, they thought. Hao Ren landed slowly on the side of the deep hole. The other Dewey-level cultivator suddenly moved at the speed of light and appeared in front of Hao Ren in an instant. He picked Wang Wei up with one hand and fed him an essence replenish pill. Since the battle was over, Hao Ren didn't want to pursue things further. He turned around and walked deeper into the valley as he was planning to find a place to practice the 2 dragons array formation. Wait! The Dewey-level cultivator said suddenly. Hao Ren turned around and looked at him. The Dewey-level cultivator put Wang Wei aside and stood up. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "I dare you to fight me as well." Shoo! Shoo! Little White started rolling around excitedly inside the necklace. Hao Ren could tell that this man's aura was different compared to Wang Hui's. If this person has been hiding his nature essence, it was unleashed at that moment. Dewey level. It was equal to human cultivators' low-tier nascent soul realm. It was also the realm where dragon cultivators could transform into dragons. Hao Ren turned his eyes to Wang Wei who was laying down. The light he had was now dimmer and pale. A Dewey-level cultivator's aura and the light he or she emitted shouldn't change due to unconsciousness. Therefore, Hao Ren instantly figured out the reason. Wang Wei was trying to flaunt his superiority before the low-ranking cultivators. Although he was still on Gen level, he did something to make his glow look like a Dewey-level cultivators in order to gain respect from low-ranking cultivators. That was why Hao Ren easily defeated Wang Wei using only one-line snake array formation. On the other hand, this cultivator did reach Dewey level. His aura could not be faked. Unlike Wang Wei, he was the young star of the Wuyi Mountain Earth Elemental Dragon Clan. He has reached Gen level at the age of 6, Gen level at the age of 10. He was now 20 years of age and has already reached Dewey level. He lived in the deep mountains and was guided by a dozen elders at the same time. In the past few days, he finally got a chance to leave the mountain and visit his cousin, Wang Wei, in the East Ocean City. His cousin wanted to show him his prestige within the city and brought a few low-ranking cultivators to the martial arts dojo for a match. However, he didn't expect to be knocked out by a Gen-level cultivator. No matter how rude or arrogant Wang Wei was, he was still his cousin. They belonged to the same Earth Elemental Dragon clan, and they both were from the Wuyi Mountain. Being knocked out by a water elemental dragon without mercy, that was absolutely intolerable. Wah! This Earth Elemental Dragon's power suddenly appeared. The entire valley was filled with the force, and it was spreading from the true Dewey-level cultivator, Wang Shi, to all directions. All the fallen leaves were swept away by the strong force, and it directly hit the border of the defensive array formation that was protecting this valley. The 4 Gen-level cultivators were too scared to stay close. They ran as far as they could into the forest to witness this fight. Wang Wei, who just took an essence replenishment pill, finally awoke with dizziness. "You should go further away from here." Wang Zai's face turned dark as he said to Wang Wei. "Cousin. Help me teach him a lesson." As Wang Wei realized that his Dewey-level trickery had been revealed, he said to Wang Shi furiously. It was the Dewey-level status that had gained him an extraordinary place among the circle of young cultivators at the University of Foreign Studies. Now that his true strength had been exposed, how was he going to face everyone at his school? Wang Shi ignored him and stared at Hao Ren coldly. "Apologize to my little cousin, and I will forget about what happened today." Hao Ren's expression was as calm as ever, and the sword energy in his hand was glowing brighter and brighter. Since he started cultivating, he had never fought against a Dewey-level cultivator before. When he was using all his power a moment ago and thought that he could hold Wang Wei back for a bit longer, it turned out that Wang Wei was an imposter. Of course, there was no way that he would apologize to Wang Wei. Wang Wei rubbed his face as he reluctantly stood on a distant hilltop. Suddenly, only two people were left in the open valley, Hao Ren and Wang Shi. Just from the perspective of their cultivation strength, Hao Ren had unlocked 65 acupoints, and Wang Shi, who was already on Dewey level, had at least 232 openings already. Hao Ren was equivalent to a low-tier core formation realm cultivator, and Wang Shi was equal to a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Roar, Little White was released from Hao Ren's necklace. By the time Little White had landed, it had transformed into a majestic snow lion. Whoa, whoa, Little White's eyes were wide open as it looked down and stared at Wang Shi with deterrence. So, there is a spirit beast helping you to fight. I was going to fight you with my bare hands. Now, I am going to use my weapon. Although Wang Shi was speaking in a cold way, his eyes revealed the high confidence he had in himself as a black longsword grew out of his palm. Wang Shi has always been the source of pride in the Wuyi Mountain Earth Elemental Dragon clan, as he has never been defeated in all kinds of competitions. If his cousin, Wang Wei, were defeated by an Earth Elemental Dragon, it would be fine. However, since a Gen-level Water Elemental Dragon beat Wang Wei, he felt like the pride of the Earth Elemental Dragons was hurt, and he had to gain it back. Although there were large numbers Water Elemental Dragons, Earth Elemental Dragons weren't easy to mess with either. Because of that reason, Wang Shi started to move. An afterimage appeared at where he was standing, and the black sword turned into a black line as it chopped toward Hao Ren. Tang. UP. Dated by boxnovel.com. An earth-shaking noise was made. Hao Ren took a few steps back as blood started rushing around in his chest. Although the sword array formations were extremely powerful, real combat was different from commanding and displaying the sword energies gracefully. After turning around, Wang Shi took another slash at Hao Ren with his black sword. Tong. Hao Ren's sword energy collided with his black sword again. Even with his body that was tempered by heavenly lightning and trained by the fundamental boxing techniques, he still couldn't bear the weight of the strike, and his feet created two deep pits on the ground and almost made him fall over. Wah! Simultaneously, the black sword changed its direction and slashed toward Hao Ren's waistline. 3 sword moves were made in one go. It was important to know that this Wang Shi, who bore the hope of the rejuvenation of the Wuyi Mountain Earth Elemental Dragon clan, spent 90% of his time training in the mountains. His sword skills were even better than Suhan's. Little White formed a fireball inside its mouth anxiously. Yet, it didn't know where to aim. Since Hao Ren and Wang Shi were engaged in close-range combat, Little White didn't know what to do. Right at the moment when the black sword was about to slice through Hao Ren's waist, 10 sword energies suddenly appeared vertically and blocked the sword. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll formed sword energies with one's nature essence. In theory, Hao Ren could release sword's energies from every pore on his body. Tong, 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 tong. Wang Zai's black sword directly cut through the 10 weak sword energies. Bang! 2 gray sword energies appeared under Hao Ren's feet and lifted him as he started flying. Wang Shi was a bit shocked. However, with the strength of Dewey level, he didn't need to rely on external items to fly. He flew into the air and chased after Hao Ren like a meteor. Little White! Hao Ren yelled. Little White, who understood Hao Ren very well, jumped into the air and lifted Hao Ren higher with its back. Wang Shi missed his stab, so he changed his direction in midair and shot a sword energy out with the black sword. Roar! Little White spat out the fireball from its mouth immediately. Everyone in the valley felt the heat wave as the leaves in the valley were all burned in an instant. It was at this moment that Hao Ren released all his sword energies at the same time. All 160 sword energies formed the 2 dragons array formation. With a much greater power compared to the one-line snake array formation, the sword energies turned into 2 dragons as they dashed out of the water and toward Wang Shi. Wang Zai's black sword shot out close to 100 black sword energies, but Hao Ren still had more. Along with Little White's fireball, an earth-breaking force rushed toward Wang Shi. The sword array formation went straight through Wang Zai's defense and directly hit the mountain behind him. Boom, boom, the hills on both sides of the valley started to collapse, and the defensive array formation protecting this valley began to tremble. Wang Shi was blown backward by the force of the two dragons' array formation. He finally steadied himself by stabbing his sword into the side of a hill. 5 cultivators, including Wang Wei, were all flabbergasted. Not only because they saw the power of a Dewey-level cultivator, but also because a Gen-level cultivator was able to fight neck-to-neck with a Dewey-level cultivator. 160 sword energies were hovering in midair, and Little White rolled its head and stared at Wang Shi angrily. Wang Wei, who was hiding behind a hilltop that just collapsed, looked at the gleaming 160 sword energies and was completely frightened. Hao Ren held back a little of his strength when he was fighting Wang Wei. If he released 160 sword energies, 10 Wang Wei couldn't even be able to defeat him. It wasn't hard to control a sword, but controlling 160 sword energies that were made of 5 different elemental essences was hard. Strong mental power and strength were needed to manage all 160 sword energies at the same time. Ordinary cultivators could only close their eyes and face their deaths when 160 sword energies were flying toward them at the same time. The 2 Gen-level female cultivators couldn't help but be in awe of Hao Ren's heroic posture as he rode the snow lion and controlled many sword energies. Compared to Wang Wei, who was a fake Dewey-level cultivator, Hao Ren looked more like their Prince Charming at this moment. Defeated a Gen-level cultivator with 1 strike and a Dewey-level cultivator with a few moves. Slash. It was at this moment when everything seemed to have settled. A black light suddenly punctured through the soil directly beneath Hao Ren and Little White and shot upward. Ding! The cold tip of the sword appeared in front of Hao Ren's forehead. You are defeated, Wang Shi announced coldly. A coat slowly fell off the side of the hill. Chapter 317. Right, or wrong? Coldness. Extreme coldness. It was the first time that Hao Ren felt like death was so close to him. A few inches closer and his forehead could get pierced open by the sharp sword. This black sword was made from a piece of strange stone that came from the foot of the Kunlun mountain. It repelled water, fire, and heavenly lightning. Its quality was even better than Suhan's white jade sword. Shoo! Wang Shi put his black sword back into his body. So, you are an assisting inspector. He glimpsed at Hao Ren's forehead and waved toward the direction of the hill. The coat was then sucked into his hand, and he slightly twirled in the air as the coat slid itself onto his body. Earth elemental dragons were talented in traveling underground. Wang Shi camouflaged himself with a split technique during the battle. He went stealth underneath Hao Ren and defeated him by surprise. Hao Ren placed his sword energies all around him except for the ground directly below him. Woo! Wang Zai's provoking expression set Little White off. It was ready to throw itself at Wang Shi after waving its paws, but Hao Ren stopped it by holding onto its fur. Hao Ren was reluctant to admit defeat, but that didn't change anything. He would have been a dead man if this was a real life and death battle. It was the brutal reality that he was not as experienced in. It would be really boring if all the inspectors in the system are on your level. Wang Shi glimpsed at Hao Ren coldly again as he slowly put the aura of Dewey level away. The few Gen-level cultivators nearby felt slightly relieved. The pressure Wang Shi created during the battle was enough to suffocate them. The higher the level a dragon cultivator got, the harder it was to progress. It was easy to reach Gen level, but only a few cultivators could get to Dewey level, which equaled low-tier nascent soul realm. Specifically, in the water elemental dragon clan, a Dewey-level cultivator could easily become an elder in any smaller river, steam, or lake dragon clans. Hao Ren kept quiet on Little White's back. I will be attending the general examination at the Dragon God Shrine this year, and I won't go easy on you if I see you there. After saying that, Wang Shi turned to Wang Wei and said, "Let's go." Wang Wei ran over to Wang Shi and followed him into the teleportation array. The other 4 Gen-level cultivators realized the change of situation and followed them as well. Howl! Little White spat out another fireball, turning a tree not far from them into ashes immediately. Little White wanted to bite off Wang Zai's neck. However, it wasn't strong enough to defeat him yet. Hao Ren turned around slowly to look at Wang Shi as he left. He was still silent. Theoretically, all the dragon cultivators were qualified to become an inspector of the dragon god shrine. There was a series of exams one had to take in order to become an inspector, and those exams were held annually. Some of the cultivators would enroll themselves in the exams. Some were recommended by the local forces. Others, such as Hao Ren, became assisting inspectors first before the official inspectors referred them. There were two parts to the exams: one written exam and one combat exam. The written exam wasn't difficult, and one could pass if they were familiar with the fundamental information of the dragon tribe as well as all the regulations of the tribe. It was the combat exam that was more competitive. All kinds of masters from Gen level to Qian level would gather in the dragon god shrine, and only the top 10 participants would become official inspectors after rounds of fierce battle. The next 40 of them would become assisting inspectors. A while back, Suhan went through the exams and became an official inspector as a Kun-level master. Since the status of the 4 ocean dragon clans was similar to that of the dragon god shrine, their core members weren't interested in these exams. However, for other dragon clans, the more inspectors they had in the dragon god shrine, the higher they were regarded. Although the inspectors claimed to be impartial when they dealt with issues for the dragon god shrine, they always had their biases. For example, since Suhan was brought up in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, she had always been easy on all East Ocean Dragon Palace's matters. Wang Shi was an elite trained by the Earth Elemental Dragon clan of the Wuyi Mountain. They expected him to fight all the way through the inspector exams this year and become an official inspector. Dewey level, Hao Ren murmured to himself as he let out a sword energy, chopping down a line of trees smoothly. Although they were only one realm apart, Hao Ren and Little White weren't even able to damage Wang Zai's hair with all their strength combined. It sure wasn't a nice feeling when someone pointed his sword that close to your forehead. Strength. It all came down to strength. Boom. The teleportation array lit up again. Elder Sun in his tang suit was standing on the array, and he quickly walked toward the valley. As short as he was, he appeared to be very capable. Elder Sun, Hao Ren smiled in embarrassment as he walked over. He smiled at Hao Ren. Well done, Gongzi Hao. Hao Ren looked around and got even more embarrassed. I'm not talking about this. Elder Sun put his hands behind him and said, I am talking about the damage on the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Oh? Hao Ren was surprised at the sudden change of topic. The news of you and little Taoist Zhen destroying half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace is out. All the parties are astonished by the news. Elder Sun slightly sighed. Hao Ren sensed the importance of this topic, so he focused on what Elder Sun was saying. Sure enough, Elder Sun kept talking. The entire dragon tribe has been talking about this today, especially our water elemental dragon clan. A few river and lake dragon clans have started to communicate, discussing how to cope with the situation. UP. Dated by Box NO vs EL. Com. Cope with the situation? Hao Ren was confused. You and little Taoist Zhen even destroy the West Ocean Dragon Palace. No one feels safe at home anymore. If little Taoist Zhen had enough interest in it, he could rob South Ocean after West Ocean. Then, he could go ahead and set a fire on the Donjing Lake Dragon Palace, Elder Sun continued. Hao Ren started to understand. Zhen Kongming destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace in rage, so the other dragon clans were deterred by the potential danger. If some group took this opportunity to promote the idea that East Ocean wanted to conquer every other dragon clan, many forces would take precaution against East Ocean. That would put East Ocean in an isolated situation. It had never occurred to Hao Ren that the damage he and Zhen Kongming caused for the West Ocean Dragon Palace would put East Ocean in so much trouble. Instead of utilizing this opportunity to take the West Ocean Dragon clan's territories and resources, the South and North Dragon clans formed an alliance with the West Ocean Dragon clan against the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Other small powers also grouped up with each other. They each formed alliances before the East Ocean Dragon clan could expand rapidly. Fighting with the West Ocean Dragon Palace at this time would go to prove East Ocean's wild ambition and conspiracy. However, if the East Ocean stood back and let them team up, the clan would lose the relationship with many small powers and damage the relationship with other few major powers, putting them into a dead corner. Elder Sun thought for a bit when he noticed Hao Ren's frowning face. He comforted, Gongzi Hao, you don't need to worry too much about it. The West Ocean Dragon Palace won't be able to recover within 30 to 50 years, and that is a good thing for us. However, instead of being buried with it, we need to keep our status. There are only two ways to solving the situation. First, we can call for an early dragon tribe conference and state our stance. Second, if we can get a heavenly dragon realm grandmaster within a year and truly surpass the strength of the other 3 ocean dragon clans, then this won't be an issue. However, it is already an open secret that the Third Lord failed the lightning tribulation. State our stance? What do you mean by that? Hao Ren asked. Elder Sun hesitated for a few seconds before he answered at last, to state that we didn't mean to cause the damage. And if we had to, sigh, please treat Ms. Z nicely. Chapter 318. Envy, jealousy and hatred. Hao Ren didn't understand Elder Sun's words. When he was about to ask again, Elder Sun returned to the first topic. Gongzi Hao, who are you fighting with? A Dewey-level cultivator from the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan. Do you know anything about him, Elder Sun? Hao Ren asked. Is he a young cultivator? Elder Sun asked. Yeah, around 20 or so. He should be an Earth Elemental Dragon from the Wuyi Mountain. His name is Wang Shi. Indeed a Dewey-level cultivator, Elder Sun answered promptly. Elder Sun's intelligence network was one of the powerful weapons of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, and the information about the young elite member from the Wuyi Mountain Dragon Clan was part of his intelligence data since the young man was now in the East Ocean City and practiced in his dojo. He didn't expect that Hao Ren would fight with him. If Elder Sun didn't sense the vibrations of the array formation, he wouldn't have come into the valley to investigate the situation in person. Seeing Hao Ren's silence, Elder Sun continued, he is a superstar in the Earth Elemental Dragon Clan. He has reached Dewey level at such a young age and has the greatest hope of reaching Qian level. Hao Ren knew that the masters on Qian level and Kun level in Dragon Tribe were mostly elderlies who were hundreds of years old. Suhan was a rare exception. Qin Xiaoyang looked young, but he was much older than Suhan. Wang Shi was indeed a genius to have reached Dewey level in his early 20s and thus had great prospects. The Water Elemental Dragon Clan had 4 branches, stream, river, lake, and ocean, and it had the largest number of cultivators and naturally the most amount of Qian level and Kun levels. In contrast, the combined members of Metal, Wood, Fire, and Earth Elemental Dragon Clans couldn't surpass that of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces. More Qian level and Kun level cultivators a Dragon Clan had, the more respect they got. As a core member of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren had seen many Qian level and Kun level elders and didn't find them rare. But in fact, those were all the Qian level and Kun level masters in the East Ocean City. Only the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces had over 100 Qian level and Kun level masters who were the equivalent of top-tier nascent Soul Realm. The second largest group of Qian level and Kun level masters were the Metal Essence Dragon Clans. That was why this Earth Elemental Dragon who had reached Dewey level at the age of 20 carried the hope of the Wuyi Mountain and even the entire Earth Elemental Dragon Clan. He will be attending this year's Dragon God Palace's general examination, right? Hao Ren asked Elder Sun. It's possible. Suhan chose to enter the inspector system to break through from Kun level to Qian level. The Dragon God Palace had a large collection of secret cultivation scrolls and thus provided more information and training opportunities. The resources the Dragon God Palace has probably surpassed our East Ocean Dragon Clan, Elder Sun said. Hao Ren nodded. Although Suhan was adopted and raised by Elder Xingyue, she was still an outsider and couldn't become a core member of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Thus, she had no access to the top cultivation techniques. That was why she entered the Dragon God Palace and became an inspector. The 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces were big players with abundant resources, and the smaller Dragon Kings of lakes and rivers had to borrow technique scrolls from them. Those dragon forces without this access had no choice but to fight to become inspectors. Okay, I got it. Hao Ren tossed Little White into his necklace before walking to the teleportation array. He raised his right hand and touched his forehead. He felt something wet. He then lowered his hand and saw a trace of red blood on his fingers. Wang Shi had stopped his sword at the most crucial moment, but he had still left a shallow symbolic cut on his forehead. That cut on his forehead was in the center of the 3 golden flames mark, which signified that Hao Ren was an assisting inspector. It was an act of jealousy and a challenge. In Wang Zai's eyes, Hao Ren was only an insignificant gen-level cultivator, but he had acquired the position of an assisting inspector just because he was a member of the East Ocean. Likewise, only 4 ocean dragon palaces own such powerful sword array techniques. However, he didn't care about Hao Ren's position as the assisting inspector since he believed that he could defeat Hao Ren in a battle in the Dragon God Palace. Wang Shi. Hao Ren murmured the name of the Dewey-level cultivator and rubbed the trace of blood on his fingertips, feeling the small amount of pain on his forehead. Strength. The key lied in strength. Gen level was at the bottom of the dragon tribe. Even a Dewey-level cultivator could belittle Hao Ren, who had the title of an assisting inspector. Even in the inspector system, the one with the highest strength spoke the loudest. At Qian level, Suhan didn't need to speak, and other inspectors would give ways to her. The reason that the West Ocean Dragon clan was so overbearing and aggressive toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace was that it had the largest number of elders who were on Qian level and Kun level among all 4 Ocean Dragon palaces. Hao Ren clenched his fists and decided to accelerate his cultivation process. Elevation of realms was important, but the battle experience was also crucial. He promised himself that he was going to go to the general examination of the Dragon God Palace and win. Hao Ren stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to the dojo downtown before taking a bus back to school for afternoon classes. Wang Shi could cultivate all year round in the depth of mountains, but Hao Ren had to live in the city. He must find a more efficient way to elevate his realm. Ren. Where have you been? I've been looking for you but couldn't find you anywhere. Huang Jianfeng walked over and threw his arm over Hao Ren's shoulder, yelling at him. I ran an errand out of the school, and my cell phone's connection was poor, Hao Ren said. Sitting in the front row, Xie Yujia looked back at Hao Ren curiously. She wanted to go to the library with him but couldn't get in touch with him. Tonight, we'll go to the KTV. Will you join us? Huang Jianfeng shook Hao Ren's shoulder and asked. I can't. I'm busy tonight. Today's my birthday, and I'm paying. Huang Jianfeng continued to shake him. Okay. I'll go in his place, Xie Yujia stood up and said briskly. Pleasantly surprised, Huang Jianfeng immediately released Hao Ren. Okay. But Ma Lina need to come as well. Xie Yujia pulled Ma Lina up. Okay. With 2 girls joining them, Huang Jianfeng let Hao Ren go completely. Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girlfriend, and they would never have bad thoughts. However, there would be a different atmosphere with girls joining them. At this moment, no one thought about Hao Ren, who couldn't sing well. Don't worry. You can go and tutor Z tonight. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren gently and whispered. Chapter 319. The difficult situation. Xie Yujia is your girlfriend, so she can go for you if you couldn't make it. The guys who were going to celebrate Huang Jianfeng's birthday kicked up a fuss after seeing Xie Yujia volunteering herself to go in Hao Ren's place. Hao Ren didn't want to neglect his friendship with the guys. However, he had to head over to Zhao Yanzi's place to see where the situation lied. I'll come back if I have time, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia slightly nodded toward Hao Ren, setting his mind at ease. What are you arguing about? Time for class. Bald Professor Zhang walked into the classroom with books in his hand. The class suddenly quieted down and got ready for the lesson. After class, Huang Jianfeng and the other guys headed to the Hongji Square for dinner, and Xie Yujia went along with Ma Lina. Ma Lina had gotten close to the guys since the trip to Xinan City last time. Therefore, she kept chatting with them and didn't feel awkward. Hao Ren went to the bus stop to take the bus straight over to Zhao Yanzi's house. Inspectors were allowed to travel freely in the sky, but it wouldn't be a wise idea to fly since this was a personal issue. By the time he got off the bus and walked to Zhao Yanzi's home, it was exactly 5 o'clock. Zhao Hongyu was cooking in the kitchen, and Zhao Guang and Zhao Yanzi hadn't gotten back yet. Usually, they would be back around 20 past 5, so Hao Ren could spend this 20 minutes helping Zhao Hongyu with housework. Auntie, Hao Ren walked into the kitchen. You are here, Ren. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren. He rolled up his sleeves and started rinsing the vegetables beside Zhao Hongyu. Since vegetables took less time to cook and would get cold quickly, she usually prepared them in the end. When the vegetables were done, the meat dishes on the stove were ready as well. That was exactly when Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Guang would arrive, and all of them could have a hot dinner immediately. All these were carefully scheduled by Zhao Hongyu when she went grocery shopping in advance. Hao Ren thought about how nice his life would be in the future if Zhao Yanzi were half virtuous as her mom. The two of them working together undoubtedly accelerated the speed. Zhao Hongyu was not only a top architect but also a great cook. Her entire cooking process was as smooth and elegant as a performance. "Mom. I'm back." Zhao Yanzi's clear and melodious voice came from the living room. She ran into the steaming kitchen and realized that Hao Ren was already there. She snorted at him. She invited Hao Ren over for dinner on Sunday night when they left Zhao Hongyu's studio, but Hao Ren didn't accept the invitation. "Go wash your hands now that you are back. Rest for a bit in the living room and wait for your dad. The dinner will be ready in a moment." Zhao Hongyu pinched Zhao Yanzi's little nose and said with love. "Oh." Zhao Yanzi dashed out like a bird in her sky blue school uniform. Hao Ren helped Zhao Hongyu and placed the dishes on the dining table. The door opened all of a sudden, and Zhao Guang walked in with his bag. He took off his coat and hung it in on the hanger beside the door. "Dad!" Zhao Yanzi shouted cheerfully. Then, she immediately zipped her mouth when she noticed Zhao Guang's gloomy expression. "Get ready for dinner." Zhao Hongyu wiped her hands and said softly. Without saying a word, Zhao Guang walked to the dining table and sat down at the head of the table. Zhao Yanzi had no idea what was going on. Without hesitating, she walked to the dining table timidly and sat down beside Hao Ren. From her experience, she could tell that her dad was probably upset about some trouble she had caused. But after recalling the past few days, she felt like she had been behaving pretty well. Could it be, Dad learned about us sneaking into fifth heaven? She thought. Zhao Yanzi slightly turned to Hao Ren, inquiring for more information with caution. Yet, Hao Ren looked very calm and stiff, which set her off. She stomped hard on Hao Ren's foot under the table. She thought to herself sadly, "We went to fifth heaven together. We should both be in trouble for it. How come you are so calm?" But she knew that if she caused trouble with someone else, Zhao Guang would always scold her more in most cases. Zhao Yanzi picked up her chopsticks carefully, waiting for Zhao Guang to say something. "Eat first. If there's an issue, we'll talk about it after dinner." Zhao Hongyu eased the situation. Zhao Guang picked up his chopsticks, thought for a bit, and put them back down. No one dared to start eating since he put his chopsticks down. Zhao Yanzi was worried. She nervously put the chopsticks down and looked to her mom, seeking for help. Although Zhao Guang always looks serious at home, it was the first time that he was this serious. Zhao Hongyu ignored Zhao Yanzi. She held her breath and looked at Zhao Guang calmly. Zhao Guang coughed loudly. I'll confess, Dad," Zhao Yanzi said quickly. "I shouldn't have gone to fifth heaven. I shouldn't have asked Hao Ren to take me up there, and I shouldn't have taken anything from the human cultivators." She took out a storage bag from her pocket, placing the short sword Hao Ren gave her onto the table. She knew from experience that as long as she fessed up, Zhao Guang would lessen the punishment. Therefore, she made a confession before Zhao Guang said anything. Zhao Guang was surprised by Zhao Yanzi's words, and Zhao Yanzi was stupefied by Zhao Guang's reaction. "Ah? Dad didn't know about us going to fifth heaven?" She got nervous. "I'll deal with your issue later." Zhao Guang looked stern. She blinked, thinking, even going to fifth heaven is not a big deal in comparison? This completely befuddled her little head. Zhao Guang slowly turned to Hao Ren. Hao Ren automatically sat up straight as Zhao Guang fixed his eyes onto him. "Today, we are talking about Hao Ren's issue," Zhao Guang said word by word. Hao Ren's heart was cold, but he laughed awkwardly since he wasn't as panicky as Zhao Yanzi. "Elder son told me about your trip to the martial arts dojo today. I believe you are aware of the situation, right?" Zhao Guang continued. Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Guang and then at Hao Ren, having no idea what was going on. What situation?" "Yes, I'm aware. I came here today to tutor Z as well as to hear what you think about it," Hao Ren said. "We have two options now." Zhao Guang pushed his chopsticks forward, demonstrating that he didn't plan to eat yet. "First, the East Ocean Dragon Clan can call for an early Dragon Tribe conference. Second, if we could get a Heavenly Dragon Realm Grand Master who could truly dominate over other forces." "Dragon Tribe Conference? Doesn't it happen every 2 years?" Zhao Yanzi asked, but she immediately shut her mouth when Zhao Hongyu looked in her direction. If it were the Dragon Clan conference, it would be a very tough negotiation. The West Ocean would make a big deal out of this and make us East Ocean pay their loss. Otherwise, East Ocean will be isolated. If we can obtain a Heavenly Dragon Realm Grandmaster, they wouldn't have much to say because we will be much more powerful than the other dragon clans. Hao Ren nodded. He understood that the latter option was almost impossible. Therefore, a negotiation seemed to be the only way to save East Ocean. What would it be like if we are to call for the early conference? Hao Ren asked. The West Ocean Dragon Palace is one of the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces no matter what. They possess almost 1/6 of Qian level and Kun level masters in the Dragon Tribe. For us, it is a good thing that the West Ocean Dragon Palace is destroyed. But for the entire Dragon Tribe, our act was nothing but small destruction of our own kind. Zhao Guang's tone was cold, showing his attitude toward this situation. Hao Ren nodded again. When he went to the West Ocean Dragon Palace with little Taoist Zhen, he didn't think enough, and he also didn't expect the Dharma treasure to be that powerful. It was a great feeling when destroying half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, it put the East Ocean Dragon Clan under the accusation of violating alliance. This trapped East Ocean in an awkward position in the public's eye. Now the West Ocean Dragon Clan lost so much resources and face that it was beyond repair. They wanted to drag the East Ocean Dragon Clan down as well. They acted as the weak party and painted East Ocean into an invader. All the dragon clans could see the damage dealt to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, and it was impossible for West Ocean to destroy half of what they possessed to put on a show as the victim. Therefore, all the powers made a sudden switch from respecting the East Ocean Dragon Clan to taking precautions against it. They even reduced the number of regular interactions. Instead of benefiting from the defeat of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, the East Ocean Dragon Clan earned nothing and was isolated by all the other dragon clans. On the contrary, the West Ocean Dragon Clan obtained sympathy from many other dragon clans, and it secretly became the core of the anti-East Ocean Alliance. In short, the East Ocean Dragon Clan was faced with the most critical diplomatic crisis. Once abandoned by the Dragon Tribe, the East Ocean Dragon Clan would sure foresee its decline. Yet, the West Ocean Dragon Palace still had a chance to rise since only the wealth and strength were damaged instead of key diplomatic relationships. This was what Zhao Guang was worried about. Hao Ren should never destroy the West Ocean Dragon Clan by turning half of its palaces into ruins. Tell me what you are thinking, uncle, Hao Ren thought for a bit and asked. Hao Ren didn't plan to blame this on Zhen Kongming since he was just a little boy. Hao Ren was the one who used the conch and destroyed the Dragon Palace, and all Zhen Kongming did was to offer him the opportunity. We will try to save the situation at the Dragon Tribe Conference. The worst-case scenario the elders came up with. Zhao Guang looked into Hao Ren's eyes and said, is that the East Ocean Dragon Clan will have to sever all ties with you. Chapter 320. A lean camel was bigger than a horse. Sever all ties. The words exploded in Hao Ren's head. Sever all ties meant that he would no longer be the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, Zhao Yanzi's fiancée, and he wouldn't be able to visit Zhao Yanzi's home anymore. Once all ties were severed, destroying the West Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't be connected to East Ocean anymore. Dad! Zhao Yanzi shouted after being stunned for several seconds. What do you mean by sever all ties? I don't agree. I strongly disagree, she shouted as her face turned red. Hao Ren stared at Zhao Yanzi, not expecting her to react this way. A moment ago, he thought that she would love a decision like that. Zhao Yanzi pouted angrily, and she suddenly placed her hands on the table and stood up. Dad! Who the hell are those elders? They can't tell you to sever all ties. They never said anything when Hao Ren did good things for East Ocean, and now they want to kick him away as soon as he caused some trouble. Our East Ocean Dragon Clan can't be this ungrateful, she said. Her chest moved up and down rapidly as she held onto her chopsticks. Her eyes were wide open, and she continued, which elder suggested it? I'll burn his house down tonight. Zhao Yanzi turned to Zhao Hongyu after getting no reaction from Zhao Guang. Mom, you said that we dragons need to be virtuous. Hao Ren had never maltreated me. He doesn't deserve this. Obviously, the remark of sever all ties touched her most sensitive nerve. She knocked on the table and shouted for a while until she realized that Hao Ren, Zhao Hongyu, and Zhao Guang were all still sitting calmly at the table. Her face suddenly turned even redder, and she peeked at Zhao Guang, feeling like a deflated balloon, and slowly sat down. I think Z is right. Hao Ren never maltreated Z or the East Ocean Dragon tribe. If we simply deal with this by getting rid of Hao Ren, it would be inappropriate, Zhao Hongyu said. She was on Hao Ren's side. In other words, she was on Zhao Yanzi's side. The current situation was giving them a headache, but she was opposed to sacrificing Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren after she sat down. She bit her lip and looked down while blushing. She even dared to shout at Zhao Guang for Hao Ren, who she had always found annoying. As a matter of fact, Zhao Yanzi didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of the king of the clan. We'll put more thought into it. Zhao Guang picked up his chopsticks without stating his point of view right away. Let's eat. Zhao Hongyu pouted reluctantly and picked up her chopsticks. Tens of millions of lives of the East Ocean Dragon clan were in Zhao Guang's control, and his decision would affect the clan's future decades and even centuries down the road. Therefore, he couldn't decide on his own and ignore the elders. Even if he wanted to protect Hao Ren with all his effort, he had to convince the elders in the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, different points of views might lead to internal disorder. There wasn't only their family of 3 in the East Ocean Dragon clan. He had to be responsible for millions of cultivators and tens of millions of clan members within their territories. The dishes were a bit cold already and weren't as tasty as before. None of the 4 spoke anymore. All they could hear was the sound made by the utensils hitting the plates and bowls. Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren after dinner, "Ren, you can go tutor Z upstairs." Okay. Hao Ren stood up and put the dishes together. Zhao Yanzi walked silently to the staircase, pouting. As Zhao Hongyu started to clean up, she glimpsed at Zhao Guang. They obviously had something else to talk about. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi quietly entered her room one by one. Zhao Yanzi closed the door and walked to her desk before taking out her homework from her bag. Hao Ren also took out the tutoring materials. He then pulled over a chair beside her. "Let me tell you. Whatever they say, don't listen to them." Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned to Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren laughed. "What are you laughing about?" Zhao Yanzi got mad all of a sudden. "I'll sever ties with them if they sever ties with you." "Where will you live then?" Hao Ren asked. "I'll live in your home," Zhao Yanzi said after hesitating for half a second. She knew that Hao Ren's grandma was very fond of her, and so were Hao Ren's parents. She could go to grandma for shelter if she had nowhere to go. She felt weird about this herself. If it were before, she would be more than happy for the East Ocean Dragon clan to sever ties with Hao Ren. However, she got so furious today and sided with Hao Ren firmly. Is it because Hao Ren is my fiancé? She wondered to herself. Zhao Yanzi was a little confused. She was not in the mood for doing homework at all. Her mind was in a mess and she had just realized that everything was so unreliable. She could not understand why Zhao Guang chose not to protect Hao Ren and why Zhao Hongyu's attitude was not that firm. She could not understand why her parents, who used to spoil her and protect her, were now standing on the opposite side. Anyways, she would be the first one to reject the plan if East Ocean were to sever ties with Hao Ren. A thought appeared in her mind: I'll be Hao Ren's wife if Hao Ren can't become East Ocean's Fuma. Hao Ren nudged her with his hand when he saw her facial expression change quickly like TV channels. Hey, let's get to work. You're still in the mood for this? Zhao Yanzi lifted her eyebrows. Severing all ties and tutoring are 2 different things. Your final is on the way, right? Hao Ren stated. Zhao Yanzi lost her spirit at the sound of the final. Yes, the final exams were something that had been giving her a headache. She promised herself that she would top Xie Yujia's record in Lingzhou Middle School. Our main subject is math today, and I have 6 geometry questions and 6 algebra questions ready for you. You will be done as soon as you finish these. Hao Ren put 2 pieces of paper in front of Zhao Yanzi. He stuffed the questions to Zhao Yanzi regardless of her emotions as if he was made of wood. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes harshly at Hao Ren, feeling like severing ties with Hao Ren might not be the worst idea. However, she only pouted to express her dissatisfaction. She threw herself on the desk and took a ballpoint pen out of the container. Then, she flipped out a blank piece of paper and started to work hard on the questions. Hao Ren started to consider his own situation when Zhao Yanzi focused on the questions. He had definitely gone too far by destroying half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The West Ocean Dragon clan didn't dare to do anything about Zhen Kongming, but they sure would take this as an opportunity to point their arrows at the East Ocean Dragon clan. When he tore down the West Ocean Dragon Palace's gate and destroyed the buildings, he felt good about venting all of the piled-up grudges. He didn't think much at all since he was too busy revenging for the East Ocean Dragon clan and himself. As a matter of fact, if Zhen Kongming and Hao Ren escaped as soon as Old Man Zeng dashed out of the back mountain, the West Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't have any evidence. The entire thing could have been avoided if the East Ocean Dragon Palace chose to not admit to it no matter what. However, Zhen Kongming was too stubborn to run away. On the contrary, he even harshly punished Old Man Zeng by forcing him to hand over treasures. This had obviously set the West Ocean Dragon clan off, which led to their decision of dragging the East Ocean Dragon clan down with them. As the saying went, a lean camel was bigger than a horse, and a cornered beast would do desperate things. It was a natural strategy for the West Ocean Dragon clan not to let the East Ocean Dragon clan go. Hao Ren did feel like it was his lack of consideration that put the East Ocean Dragon clan in this awkward position. "Hey!" Zhao Yanzi nudged Hao Ren with her arm, "I'm done." Hao Ren was so focused on thinking that he had no idea an hour had passed already, and Zhao Yanzi had finished all 12 questions during this time. "Let me take a look." Hao Ren took over the paper and started to grade the questions. Correct, correct, correct. Hao Ren was just about to feel happy for her when he realized the latter questions were incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. She only got 4 out of 12 questions right. With the total mark being 100, that was 33.3. Even if there were only 8 questions, she barely passed. Zhao Yanzi's face looked gloomy when she saw the red crosses on her paper. She pouted. "I made mistakes because I wasn't in a good mood." She couldn't even convince herself by using this lame excuse. She only got 4 out of 12 questions correct within an hour. On top of that, the questions weren't tough. Instead of blaming her, Hao Ren put the paper on the table and said, "I won't go over the first 4 which you got right. In the 5th question, in triangle ABC, angle ACB is a right angle. Connect to and analyze the relationship between DF and EF. For a proofing problem like this, you need to figure out the relationship between the angles first." Hao Ren did not make fun of her. On the contrary, he started to analyze the questions for her patiently. Zhao Yanzi was a bit surprised, and she listened carefully with her eyes wide open. Hao Ren went through the questions with a pencil. He never really considered himself Zhao Yanzi's fiancé nor thought about the East Ocean Dragon clan's issues when he tutored her. However, Zhao Yanzi was not as focused as Hao Ren. She looked up at Hao Ren's serious face from time to time while she looked at the questions. In fact, although Hao Ren wasn't that handsome, he looked particularly attractive to her when he was entirely focused on something. Same as when he concentrated on cultivating, and the same went to when he studied the blueprints in Zhao Hongyu's studio. Hao Ren suddenly realized that Zhao Yanzi was staring at him when he was explaining the questions. He was surprised for a bit before asking her, Zhao Yanzi turned around nervously as her heart started to race like crazy. Then, question number 12, which is this equation, 1, a plus a, x equals 1, b plus b, x. For questions like this, you need to combine the 2 parts on each side. Then, you do the diagonal multiplication and division. After rearranging the equation, you can take the x out, Hao Ren wrote quickly as he explained. "I know. You talk so much, I know how to do this. I was just a little careless." She hit Hao Ren's shoulder. "So, the answer is x equals, ab AAB, BA. Hao Ren put the pencil down and rubbed his shoulder. "I know." Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but emphasize once more. "How come you got it wrong if you knew it?" Hao Ren smiled. He opened the little door to the balcony and said to her, "It's late, I'm leaving." He didn't want to go through the living room where he had to talk with Zhao Yanzi's parents again. Therefore, he got on Little White's back and flew into the sky. Zhao Yanzi ran onto the balcony, and all she could see was Hao Ren dashing away like a shooting star surrounded by the red energy sphere. Chapter 321. The Hao Ren You Didn't Know. Hao Ren headed toward the East Ocean University on Little White's back at high speed. Little White was no longer the same as before, and it could go as fast as a nascent soul realm cultivator now that it had a set of flight dharma treasures. It arrived above the East Ocean University in just the blink of an eye. Hao Ren found a quiet place to land and put Little White into the necklace. Then, he quickly headed towards the Hongji Square, which was located outside the school. He called Zhao Jiayi and asked the room number. Then, he hurried into the KTV and found their room. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina were the only 2 girls in the room, and there were 7 guys. Currently, Zhao Jiayi was focused on singing a love song when Hao Ren entered. "Damn! How come you are so late? We are almost done," Zhou Liren shouted when Hao Ren walked in. "I had something to do, and just got back." Hao Ren squeezed over to Xie Yujia since she saved half a seat for him, and he sat down beside Xie Yujia, shoulder to shoulder. Hao Ren did try his best to rush back for Huang Jianfeng's birthday. Although the issue with East Ocean Dragon Clan was giving him a headache, Hao Ren couldn't put his friends behind. The guys from the university had always been his bros, and he didn't want to let them down. Here, sing a song." Zhao Jiayi stuffed the microphone into Hao Ren's hand. There was still half a song left. In fact, they were all tired of taking turns to sing before Hao Ren got there. They knew that Hao Ren sucked at singing and it would be a suitable punishment to embarrass him since he was so late. Hao Ren just got back on Little White's back, and he could still feel the cold from the high altitude. He had no idea what to do when a microphone was stuffed into his hand. They were all good friends, but Hao Ren still felt a bit awkward singing in front of a bunch of guys. "Go ahead. It's not like you haven't sung for us before," Cao Ronghua nudged Hao Ren. Zhao Jiayi liked to sing the most in their dorm, and he had always dragged the guys to KTVs. However, Hao Ren usually sat on the side and listened. He would hum from time to time but never actually sang. Ahem. Hao Ren cleared his throat, turned to Xie Yujia, and laughed in embarrassment as he brought the microphone up to his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he started to sing in harmony with the music, showing me the change of seasons. Everyone was stunned as soon as Hao Ren opened his mouth. Especially Zhao Jiayi, who used to claim himself as a real singer. He couldn't believe his ears. "Is it really Hao Ren singing?" Ma Lina, who sat beside Xie Yujia, was also stupefied. She had no idea that Hao Ren was such a great singer with such a beautiful voice. The right tone and the lovely voice were not inferior to those talented celebrities. Hao Ren immediately stopped when he noticed their weird expressions. He asked, "What's the matter?" Due to the sudden pause, they were sure that the machine wasn't accidentally playing with the original song. "Damn! You are such a good singer, and you have been hiding it from us all this time." Zhou Liren pushed from the back and strangled Hao Ren's neck. Zhao Jiayi was also confused. He had been busy training with the basketball team and rarely had chances to go karaoke. He specifically picked 2 songs for today, and he felt pretty satisfied with his performance. However, he didn't expect that Hao Ren would completely crush him. This guy, Zhao Jiayi looked at Hao Ren and wondered if he practiced singing daily after he started dating Xie Yujia. Hao Ren also didn't realize that his cultivation not only changed his aura but also made his voice clearer and brighter. He was just copying the artists from his memory, but to his surprise, he astonished all of them. Keep going. Keep going. Xie Yujia encouraged him to keep singing. Sing, sing, sing. Huang Jianfeng and the other guys chimed in. Hao Ren blushed out of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and followed the lyrics on the screen. The black in front of my eyes is not. Huang Jianfeng and the other guys were listening to Hao Ren carefully, astonished. They suddenly realized how handsome and stylish Hao Ren appeared to be under the spotlight. How come they had never realized that such a handsome guy had been hanging out with them all along? Ma Lina nudged Xie Yujia's waist with her hand, hinting at the good eyes her friend had. From her perspective, Xie Yujia had gotten herself a boyfriend that would make other girls jealous. In fact, upon a closer look, Hao Ren would be quite attractive with a more thoughtful outfit and a new hairstyle. Hao Ren put the microphone down after the song, but the guys urged him to keep on singing. Hao Ren didn't want to sing anything. It was okay when it was only him and Xie Yujia in the room like last time, but he really wasn't used to singing in front of a group of people. The next song was already up, and Zhao Jiayi had to take over microphone since Hao Ren was reluctant to keep going. But compared to Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayi sounded much worse, although he was outstanding in the group. Hey! I had no idea that you are so good. We can go karaoke together in the future. Ma Lina leaned across Xie Yujia and knocked Hao Ren with her fist. Okay. Hao Ren looked down and shrugged. Xie Yujia smiled sweetly between the two of them. Hao Ren really looked like a singing prince when he had the microphone in his hand. If he were at a school event singing a song on the stage, a lot of girls would fall for him. Ma Lina had always thought that Hao Ren was too ordinary to be with Xie Yujia. Now, she finally changed her point of view and realized that Xie Yujia was the lucky one. It turned out that guys could change up a lot as well. You only sang half a song, and you were so late. 3 cups as a punishment. Huang Jianfeng carried the cups of liquor to Hao Ren when his own face was slightly flushed. They were all in a good mood today, so they all had a few drinks. But it was responsible of them for not making the 2 girls drink. Hao Ren knew that he was guilty, so he belted all 3 cups of drinks without rejecting. Watch out, Xie Yujia reminded him from the side. Ma Lina had a strange feeling when she saw this. Xie Yujia must really love Hao Ren to care about him this much. What trick did Hao Ren use on her to charm her like this? She usually was immune to guys, she thought. Hao Ren felt the warmth in his stomach after those 3 cups of liquor. However, such little alcohol was not a problem for him at all. Hao Ren could easily push the alcohol out of his body through his fingertips with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The atmosphere of the room picked up after Hao Ren got in. Hao Ren drank 1 cup after another, yet he didn't feel any discomfort. The guys were all surprised at how Hao Ren's voice had gotten so much better, and now his tolerance for alcohol increased drastically as well. After 3 rounds, Hao Ren had gotten everyone who tried to make him drunk out of it. They all stopped toasting when they saw Hao Ren was still able to drink more, although his face was slightly red. Have less. Although Xie Yujia knew that Hao Ren wouldn't get drunk, she still worried about him and pushed his cup down. Luckily, Zhao Jiayi and the other guys couldn't have any more. Otherwise, they sure wouldn't be okay with what this sister-in-law of theirs just did. Since the guys weren't even able to stand still, Ma Lina picked up the microphone, chose a few songs, and started singing. She was not as pretty as Xie Yujia, but she was a good singer. The room finally started to sound fun again. Hao Ren deeply exhaled on the couch, evaporating the alcohol from his stomach. Xie Yujia sneaked a peek at him and asked quietly, "Is there something bothering you?" Hee, nothing. Hao Ren smiled with his head down. Xie Yujia looked at him, worried. I felt like something is on your mind the second you entered the room. Nothing. Hao Ren removed the slim hand Xie Yujia put on his shoulder softly. The more Hao Ren said he was okay, the more Xie Yujia believed that he had a lot of things on his mind. How about, we go for a walk? Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and asked lightly. After a few seconds of silence, Hao Ren nodded and said, okay, let's go get some fresh air. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys were lying randomly in the room. They were almost falling asleep on the couch. Ma Lina, I'm taking a walk outside with Hao Ren. Keep an eye on them. Xie Yujia stood up and said to Ma Lina. Ma Lina threw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia a suspicious look and said, okay, go ahead, I'll be here. The KTV rule stated that the customers were not allowed to sleep in there, and at least one person needed to be awake. Xie Yujia walked out of the room holding Hao Ren's hand. The air in the corridor was fresher than the air in the room. Xie Yujia pulled Hao Ren with more force and dragged him into the square outside. It was already midnight, and the Hongji Square was empty. Most shops were closed except for a restaurant and an internet cafe. It had passed the time when the dorms closed, and most of the students had gone back to their dorm rooms. The Hongji Square turned from lively to quiet and isolated. It was a bit chilly at night, and Hao Ren and Xie Yujia could see their breath under the street light. Xie Yujia shivered as she let go of Hao Ren's hand and rubbed her hands together. Let's head back if you are cold. Hao Ren saw that Xie Yujia wasn't dressed warmly, so he quickly suggested. I'm okay. Let's keep walking, Xie Yujia said outright and stepped forward. As she was walking in the front, Hao Ren had to speed up to catch up with her. What's wrong? Did you fight with Z? She suddenly turned back to Hao Ren. She looked particularly beautiful under the hasty dim light. The Hongji Square was designed according to European villages. The artistic gift store behind Xie Yujia became a nice background under the moonlight. Not a fight, Hao Ren turned slightly. Z has her attitude, but she is a nice girl, Xie Yujia continued innocently. Come to a place with me, Yujia, Hao Ren suddenly interrupted her. Chapter 322. The Change of Identity? Xie Yujia stopped and looked at Hao Ren. Where could they go in the middle of the night? It was way past the dorm closing time, and there should be nowhere else to go except for a walk around the square or going back to the KTV room. While Xie Yujia was pondering, Little White got out of Hao Ren's necklace. Let's go. Hao Ren put up a red energy sphere and hopped on Little White's back. Xie Yujia hesitated a bit before she got onto Little White's back as well. She didn't think much because she thought Hao Ren was just taking her up to the sky in order to relax a bit. Little White leapt into the sky with Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on its back. East Ocean City was completely quiet at that moment. It was pitch black except for some busy areas. They didn't feel the chillness because the red energy sphere could block the wind, and Little White flew up 100 to 200 meters in the sky in no time. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia could overlook the entirety of the East Ocean City in its deep sleep. Hao Ren took a deep breath as he looked at the large city. From an inspector's point of view, he was responsible for this entire city. Even the East Ocean Dragon clan couldn't interfere with other cultivators in the East Ocean City. What's the matter? Xie Yujia asked as she sensed Hao Ren's concern. She had a strange feeling while up the sky on Little White's back, admiring the East Ocean City in the moonlight with Hao Ren. Due to the pollution in the city, they couldn't see the stars clearly from the ground. But at this moment, she felt like the stars were within a hand's reach. The moon was so bright and so round. Little White floated in the sky since it didn't get any command from Hao Ren. Xie Yujia lightly held onto Hao Ren's shirt from behind as she gazed into the sky. The sense of romance hidden deeply in her heart slowly appeared. She softly leaned her cheek on Hao Ren's back and felt his warmth. She didn't want to keep asking about Hao Ren's issues because she didn't want to bother him even more. The relaxing atmosphere in the sky was enough for her. Mixed feelings piled up in Hao Ren's mind as he held onto Little White's hair. He used to be just an ordinary student. But nowadays, he was representing the East Ocean Dragon clan as well as the Dragon God Shrine. The entire East Ocean City was in his hand. If he were just to let it be, a loss of balance might occur any day in the city. He did neglect some things, but he had to be responsible for his mistakes. Hao Ren pulled on Little White's hair and pointed to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Bright lights shone on Little White's paws as it received the command. Shoo! It flew toward the ocean in the distance. It was the first time Xie Yujia experienced Little White's extreme speed. She quickly put her arms around Hao Ren's waist. Boom! Little White smashed into the ocean in a flash, and its speed barely changed underwater. They soon arrived at the front gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The guards immediately stepped aside when they saw Hao Ren. He put Little White away and decided to walk. Although he was the Fuma, he didn't want to break the rules and fly around as he wished. It was midnight. Time for sleep even in the Dragon Palace. Hao Ren was already familiar with the structures in the Dragon Palace, so he took Xie Yujia straight toward the palace where Suhan lived. Xie Yujia had no idea why Hao Ren suddenly took her here, but since she was here with him and couldn't head back on her own, she had to follow Hao Ren. Lanterns were hanging high on both sides of the hall. Even at midnight, the Dragon Palace showed its elegance. When they entered Elder Xingyu's palace, several female disciples nearby immediately asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "It's me. I'm here to see Suhan," Hao Ren said. 4 Gen-level female cultivators in black robes got out of the side chambers. They relaxed when they saw Hao Ren. They knew that he was the Fuma of the Dragon Palace as well as Suhan's assistant. In fact, Hao Ren had been checked countless times by the hidden guards on his way here. An intruder would never have reached this point. "Senior Sister Su has already rested. Does Gongzi Hao have an emergency?" one of them asked. The female cultivators of the East Ocean Dragon clan mostly stayed with Elder Xingyue. They would cultivate in different places during the day and come back here to rest at night. Suhan was an inspector, but from the apprentice's point of view, she was nominally their senior sister. Therefore, they respected Suhan immensely. "I'm just stopping by. She shouldn't be asleep yet," Hao Ren said. He knew that Suhan was obsessed with cultivation, especially now since her strength had fallen behind due to her injuries. Given how her personality was, she must be cultivating all night long. As soon as Hao Ren finished speaking, Suhan walked out of her room in a silk robe. She waved at Hao Ren and said, "Come over here." Just as Hao Ren expected, Suhan was cultivating in her room. She knew it was Hao Ren when hearing his voice. Senior Sister Su, the 4 female cultivators slightly bowed towards Suhan. "Go and get some rest." Suhan waved them off and beckoned to Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was dragged here by Hao Ren, so she had to follow him over. As smart as she was, she figured out Hao Ren's intention in a few seconds. He didn't have time to come see Suhan during the day, so he had to pay her a visit at night. However, it would be inappropriate to visit a female's bedroom at midnight, so he had to bring her along. Suhan closed the door behind Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Then, she sat down on her bed and asked, "What is the matter?" Xie Yujia looked at Suhan carefully and realized that she seemed much healthier and livelier than last time. She knew that Suhan must have recovered from her injuries well. Suhan turned to Xie Yujia and also realized why Hao Ren brought her along immediately. Even if she didn't think it was inappropriate for him to visit her alone at midnight, it was inevitable that the others would judge. From this, one could tell how extraordinarily thoughtful Hao Ren was. Suhan turned to Hao Ren slightly in her silk robe, and her long black hair looked like a waterfall. "I didn't have a chance to come over during the day, so I had to come here at night. I mainly wanted to tell you about this situation," Hao Ren said straightforwardly. "There have been more and more human cultivators coming to First Heaven from Fifth Heaven and up lately. I caught 2 of them, and I let them go because I have mistaken them as dragon cultivators." Suhan nodded. She thought to herself for a few seconds and said, "There have always been human cultivators probing around First Heaven. Actually, we would scout around Fifth Heaven as well from time to time. The human and dragon cultivators keep the boundaries, but periodic monitoring was necessary." "Has it only become frequent for the East Ocean City, or are all the cities like this?" Hao Ren asked. He was an assisting inspector after all, and Suhan knew more information from the Dragon God Shrine. "No special information has been received about other cities. It is probably because I am currently recovering in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and there isn't an official inspector guarding the East Ocean City. Thus, the human cultivators have increased the range and frequency of their inspections," Suhan said after thinking for a bit with her head down. She simply looked down slightly, and her black hair fell onto her lovely forehead. One simple move made her straight nose stand out and demonstrated her charm. "Okay, I'll patrol regularly. How should I deal with the human cultivators once I catch them?" Hao Ren continued. He thought Suhan would only be recovering in the East Ocean Dragon Palace for a few days. However, she had decided to stay for a while. She hadn't had a chance to discuss a lot of things with Hao Ren. "You can just let them go. Or you could give them a little punishment," Suhan said. "I see," Hao Ren nodded and said, "If there's nothing else I need to know, I should head back." He knew that Suhan didn't like to hear about nonsense, so it made sense for him to leave on his own before she kicked him out since he had nothing else to report. "Wait for a second," Suhan called out when Hao Ren turned around and walked to the door. Hao Ren turned around to look at her. Suhan looked a bit uneasy sitting at the side of her bed as Hao Ren looked at her. She felt an unusual coldness from Hao Ren and knew that he wasn't in a good mood. But, she probably didn't need to worry about his feelings. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm aware of what's going on with you." Xie Yujia was confused as she stood beside Hao Ren. Suhan pouted and continued since Hao Ren didn't say anything. "My suggestion is to cope with changes by sticking to fundamental principles. It sure is a messy situation, and even I won't be able to erase it for you. The West Ocean Dragon Clan is now a lot less powerful, but their reputation and influence are still here. The East Ocean Dragon Clan might choose to make minor sacrifices to safeguard major interest. It would be the most rational way to deal with things." Hao Ren nodded since his thoughts were the same as Suhan's. Severing ties with him would indeed help the East Ocean Dragon Clan to stabilize itself in this chaos. Xie Yujia stood in the room and blinked. She looked at Hao Ren then at Suhan. After a few more seconds of silence, Suhan continued. "I also need to remind you that the Dragon God Shrine is paying attention to the situation. Let's not talk about little Taoist Zhen. Even the Dragon God Shrine wouldn't dare to offend him. Therefore, the core of this entire event is you." Suhan stared at Hao Ren and continued. "Although the Dragon God Shrine has its rules, it respects strength. The general examination of the Dragon God Shrine will be taking place soon. Let me put it this way. If you can successfully become an official inspector, the Dragon God Shrine sure will step out and protect you. But if you fail, your assisting inspector position will be withdrawn, and it will impact my position as well. Hao Ren didn't mind the first half of what Suhan said, but her last sentence made his eyelid twitch. This incident will impact Suhan's position as well, he thought. What kind of impact? Hao Ren asked. The lightest punishment would be transferring me out of the East Ocean City to some remote area like where Qin Shaoyang is at right now. The most severe punishment, Suhan smiled helplessly and said, you don't need to know about it. Chapter 323. Time together. Hao Ren had no clue that this would affect Suhan. Since this was a family issue that should be kept inside the East Ocean Dragon clan between him and Zhao Yanzi, it wouldn't be fair to drag Suhan into it. Suhan took him as her assistant in order to provide him with protection under another identity. But now, Hao Ren felt incredibly sorry for Suhan, who looked calm at the moment. She offered him patient instructions and teachings when Hao Ren just started cultivating, and she never treated him poorly, let alone the fact that Suhan got injured from protecting him when they were pushed out of the Nine-Dragon Palace by Chu Niu. Suhan smiled lightly when she saw Hao Ren's gloomy face. Don't overthink this. Since I am in the inspector system, I will accept the Dragon God Shrine's decision. She looked so calm that it felt like she wouldn't regret any of her decisions even if she were severely punished. Xie Yujia wasn't too familiar with Suhan, but she had always thought that Suhan was a great teacher. After several encounters, she now felt like Suhan was also a lovely person. Xie Yujia was a bit sad after knowing that Suhan might get transferred to another city. Of course, the people who would be the most devastated after knowing this would be the guys in the East Ocean University, especially Hao Ren's roommates. As a matter of fact, although Suhan didn't drop in level from this her serious injury, her combat abilities were not as powerful as before. It would take her at least 5 or 6 years to recover from the incident. Otherwise, even the Dragon God Shrine wouldn't want to punish a Qian-level inspector who was good at the job like Suhan. Okay. I will do my best in the Dragon God Shrine's examinations, Hao Ren said. Although Suhan looked cold, she tried to protect him wherever she could. Hao Ren remembered her kindness, and it was now time for him to shield her from troubles and liabilities. The general examinations of the Dragon God Shrine is not as easy as you might think, Suhan smiled and said, shaking her head. However, she didn't keep talking. She didn't think that Hao Ren could get a good placement with his strength, but she didn't want to crush Hao Ren's enthusiasm. In her opinion, Hao Ren's current progress was already speedy and smooth. When does the examination start exactly? Hao Ren asked. Technically, you have a month if you really plan to take the exams. Suhan slowly looked up with her pretty eyes and said from the bedside. Okay. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and nodded. Suhan secretly sighed at how persistent Hao Ren was. The West Ocean Dragon clan was determined to fight until death, and it was pulled all the forces together, becoming the key force in the fight against East Ocean. It made the Dragon God Shrine nervous as well. And the Dragon God Shrine had to take some actions to calm the whole situation down. As Hao Ren's boss, she would definitely have to go to Antarctica for a decade. She wouldn't even be allowed to go back to the other continents during that time. You guys should head back if there's nothing else. Suhan looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and said. Her tone was much softer than before. Maybe it was because of her mood, or it might have been due to Xie Yujia's presence. Hao Ren thought about the time and realized that they did spend quite a while in Suhan's room. Therefore, he nodded and walked to the door. Anyways, get better soon, he said. Suhan nodded without showing any expression. Xie Yujia didn't say a word from the start to the end. She just felt like Suhan's treatment of Hao Ren was somewhat special. After all, he completely ignored all other guys. Hao Ren closed the door from the outside and led Xie Yujia out of the palace. He didn't care much about the inspector position. But since this involved Suhan, it was no longer an issue within the East Ocean Dragon clan. Xie Yujia followed Hao Ren to the front gate of the Dragon Palace deep in her own thoughts. There were always some patrolling soldiers tailing them. Let Premier Shah know that I'll pay him a visit some other day, Hao Ren said to the general who was leading the patrolling soldiers. Then, he whipped out Little White and headed onto the land at a fast speed. Premier Shah was the only one who had a personal friendship with Hao Ren in the entire Dragon Palace. Hao Ren decided not to bother him tonight since it was already midnight. However, if he had some questions about East Ocean that needed to be answered, Premier Shah would be the perfect person. Zhao Yanzi could start her cultivation again, and maybe the loss of her dragon core would no longer be a problem. I might just be an insignificant Fuma. Hao Ren laughed at himself as he patted Little White's neck with both hands. Little White sped up immediately, dashing out of the ocean like a shooting star. What is going on? You never told me about it. Xie Yujia opened her mouth and asked as she dragged onto Hao Ren's shirt. She was trying to suppress her curiosity and didn't want to interfere with Hao Ren's issues. However, she got more and more worried about Hao Ren after hearing all that. Nothing much. It's just that Zhen Kongming and I destroyed half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace a few days ago when I went out with him, Hao Ren said. Ah? Xie Yujia was surprised. She had seen the East Ocean Dragon Palace. It was a giant city covering thousands of acres. How could Hao Ren tear down an equally large palace? She thought. Xie Yujia had always been a good kid except for the time she hung around Hao Ren when they were little. However, she had never even burned down half a warehouse. Boom! Little White, who sensed Hao Ren's thoughts, lowered itself and kept flying above the ocean. The ocean looked limitless under the moonlight. Xie Yujia had never enjoyed a view like this before. All of a sudden, she felt the ease of mind and treasured the beautiful scenery. The waves reflected the silver light of the moon as they moved in order, similar to the scales of a fish. The moon was bright in the sky, illuminating the ocean, and Hao Ren and Xie Yujia cherished their time together at this moment. Flying closely above the ocean was even better than standing on the deck of a ship. They could thoroughly enjoy the vast and peaceful scenery quietly. Xie Yujia secretly looked at Hao Ren's face from the side. It was a calm yet determined face which was 70% similar to her little older brother's naughty face. However, they had completely different expressions. At the moment, Hao Ren's lips pouted slightly as if he was trying to make up his mind. His eyes which looked into the distance showed that he was buried in his own thoughts. She slightly leaned onto Hao Ren's back and could hear his forceful heartbeat through his shirt. Xie Yujia didn't know if she was falling too hard for Hao Ren, but she discovered a lot of Hao Ren's hidden talents and strength. Hao Ren seemed to be very gentle, but he was very firm with his decisions. He didn't want to bother anyone even if he had a lot on his mind. However, he would definitely share good things with everyone around him. Being with Hao Ren gave Xie Yujia a strong sense of security. Boom! Little White lowered itself for half a meter, and its paws almost touched the water. The strong airflow created by the fast speed made a lot of waves in the ocean. Giant fishes that were swimming near the surface got sucked out of the ocean, and they kept rolling up and down in the air. There was an endless ocean all around them. Come on, Little White. Let's head back, Hao Ren shouted. Roar! Little White roared as it suddenly flew forward, dashing into the reflection of the moon in the ocean. Shoo! Little White flew toward their destination at a fast speed. The East Ocean City slowly appeared in front of Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. They arrived at the Hongji Square in just a moment, and Little White turned into its cute white puppy form. After putting Little White back into the necklace, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia returned to the KTV room. They looked at the time and realized that it had only been half an hour. Ma Lena was still singing, and the guys were cuddling up on the couch, sleeping. You are back? Ma Lena put down the microphone as Xie Yujia and Hao Ren came in. She was a little bored already since she had just sung 6 songs. She thought they only took a walk around the Hongji Square, but she could never imagine that they went to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and flew above the sea. It's a bit chilly, so we came back sooner, Xie Yujia smiled as she sat beside Ma Lena. If it weren't for Hao Ren's command to Little White, she actually wished that she could keep wandering over the ocean with Hao Ren until sunrise. It would have been nice to enjoy the spectacular sunrise over the endless sea. Sing a few songs, Yujia. Let me take a break. Ma Lena grabbed her drink and chugged. Xie Yujia was a little shy, but she sang a few songs lightly since the guys were all sleeping. Her voice was a lot better than Ma Lena's, and the gentle voice put Huang Jianfeng and the other guys in a deeper sleep. Before they realized, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Both Hao Ren and Xie Yujia used their cultivation techniques to get rid of their sleepiness, so they seemed very energetic. Zhou Liren sat up from Cao Ronghua's body as he yawned. T, you two didn't sleep at all? That simple comment came out of his mouth with a weird hidden message. Xie Yujia blushed as she circulated nature essence according to the qi refinement technique. She pulled Ma Lina up, who was almost asleep, and said, Hao Ren, we will be heading back now. Hao Ren looked at her with his bright eyes and said, have something to eat before you go to class. Xie Yujia blushed again and nodded before dragging Ma Lina out of the room. I didn't know that our former class president could be so cute. Our brother Ren finally conquered her. Zhou Liren raised his eyebrows at Hao Ren. Wipe your mouth and go to class. I still have something to do. Hao Ren threw a pack of napkins at him and headed out in a rush. Lingjiao Middle School and Lingjiao Elementary School were across the street from each other. Since there was only 1 hour before school started, Hao Ren wanted to meet up with Zhao Yanzi. In the meantime, he wanted to see if Zhen Kongming was bullying everyone including his teachers in the modern school. Chapter 324. Damn Uncle Hao Ren took a bus to the gate of Lingjiao Middle School at 7 o'clock. He bought 2 sets of youtiao and a bottle of soy milk. Then, he had his breakfast as he watched the middle schoolers go to school. In Hao Ren's memory, middle schoolers were supposed to go to the school at about 7 a.m., have the morning exercises at 8 a.m., and do the morning reading before the first class at 8:30 a.m. In fact, students in middle school were quite busy with 4 periods in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, going until 5 p.m. If the teachers gave them last-minute class assignments or the students had cleaning duties, they would get home very late. It was only a little past 7, and some hard-working girls had begun entering the school. Of course, there were a few boys who were also early, but Hao Ren suspected that they didn't do their homework and thus arrived early to borrow others to copy. It was almost summer now, and the schoolgirls were all wearing skirts. It was a pretty picture of youth. Hao Ren finished eating his youtiao and suddenly realized that he must look like a perverted man standing at the school gate while watching the schoolgirls. Shortly, the school's greeting team arrived and stood at the entrance. Each class took turns sending students to form the so-called greeting team. They stood at the school gate and greeted all the teachers by saying, "Good morning, teacher," in the morning. When Hao Ren was in middle school, since he looked a little above average, he took turns being on the etiquette team for about 2 years. Thinking back, he found that experience entirely meaningless. He was about to look away when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the greeting team. It was Zhao Yanzi. Along both sides of the wide-open iron gate stood 4 girls, 4 boys, and a student who led the team. Zhao Yanzi stood reluctantly second in line among the 4 girls. The girl standing at the front of the line was her best friend, Little Ling. It seemed like this week was Zhao Yanzi's class's turn to form a greeting team, and Zhao Yanzi was one of the selected students. As a member of the team, she had to get up early each morning of the week, arrive at school before 7 a.m., and stand at the school gate wearing a red sash at 7 a.m. sharp. They were fortunate that it was now early summer. It was torture being a part of the greeting team in the winter. Hao Ren stood about 5 meters away from the gate and stared at Zhao Yanzi in a daze. Zhao Yanzi had taken her position when she spotted Hao Ren. She froze out of embarrassment for a few seconds, but she had nowhere to hide. At this moment, a young teacher came to the gate. The team leader saluted, and Zhao Yanzi had no choice but to yell and bow with other team members, "Good morning, teacher." Hao Ren watched her silly look and snickered. Zhao Yanzi glared at him with her big eyes and gritted her teeth, wishing that she could rush out and kick him away. However, her duty prohibited her from moving. Another young female teacher entered the school, and Zhao Yanzi hesitated for half a second before bowing hurriedly. "Good morning, teacher." Zhao Yanzi moved together with the others. A teacher was supervising the greeting team, and she reminded Zhao Yanzi when the latter's movement was half a second slower than the others. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips but couldn't argue with the teacher. However, that damned uncle was still standing near the breakfast booth, staring at her like a ghost. If Zhao Yanzi could send electricity with her eyes, Hao Ren would have been long dead from the shocks. Now it was about 7:30 a.m., and the bulk of teachers and students swarmed into the school. Most of Lingjiao Middle School's teachers lived in the neighborhood across from the school since the school provided residency, and they came to the school almost at the same time, making the greeting team salute and bow non-stop. Hao Ren now walked to the bus stop close by, pretending to be waiting for a bus while he was, in fact, watching Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren just stand there and watch her humiliate herself by bowing repeatedly, but she couldn't find a way to drive him away. "Okay. Let's go back to class," the team leader said to the greeting team. It was almost 8 a.m., and all the students had arrived except for the late-comers. Zhao Yanzi was relieved at the order and immediately took off the sash. In fact, the only benefit of being a member of the greeting team was that they could skip the morning exercise and rest in the classroom. While the other team members walked into the school, Zhao Yanzi put her red sash into little Ling's hand before rushing out of the gate in rage and punching Hao Ren's chest. "What are you doing?" Hao Ren rubbed his chest and looked at her, faking his innocence. Tempered by the heaven lightning, his body was as hard as iron, and Zhao Yanzi's punches didn't hurt him at all. Zhao Yanzi was lucky that her hands were not injured from punching his body. Why did you stand here and watch me?" Zhao Yanzi was so furious that she almost choked when speaking. When she stood at the gate wearing the sash, she wanted to rush over and kick him. Now that her task was done, her anger seemed to have toned down a little. "You will be in the greeting team for the week, right? How about I come and watch you every day?" Hao Ren asked her with a snicker. "Don't you dare." Zhao Yanzi's eyes opened wide. Okay. Let's get serious since the morning exercise will be over soon. I just came to see you," Hao Ren said immediately, afraid that she would lose her temper. Who cares? Hearing Hao Ren's words, Zhao Yanzi's heart softened, and her tone was no longer stern. "I also came to ask you something," Hao Ren continued. "What is it?" Zhao Yanzi lifted her head and blinked. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the morning breeze. "It's just, should I go to your home tonight?" Hao Ren asked her. "Why not?" Zhao Yanzi pouted. "Come. Last night, it didn't go very well." "That's their problem, not mine. You are my tutor, not theirs," Zhao Yanzi panted with anger and said. "Okay. I'll come over tonight." Hao Ren remembered that Zhao Yanzi's final exams were coming up, and she needed the tutoring. The problem was that he also needed time to accelerate his breakthrough since he had to go the general examinations at the Dragon God Shrine in 1 month. At this moment, the bell that signaled the end of the morning exercise sounded, and the old gatekeeper was about to lock the gate. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Hao Ren and said, "Okay, I must go now, come and meet me at the school this afternoon." She jogged to the gate, oblivious to the fact that the old gatekeeper was a master her father stationed in the school. Hao Ren looked at her with a smile before walking toward Ling Jiao Elementary School that was not far from there. The elementary school began a bit later than the middle school. Hao Ren didn't remember when he went to school each morning when he was in elementary school, but he knew that the elementary school students didn't have to go to school as early. Across the street, Ling Jiao Elementary School was experiencing a rush hour due to student traffic. Some traffic officers were there to keep order. Hao Ren stood beside the gate, wondering if Zhen Kongming had gone into the school or not. Swoosh. A familiar white Ford arrived at the school gate, and Hao Ren took a closer look and realized that it was his dad's car. In his elementary school uniform, Zhen Kongming got out of the car carrying a blue backpack on his shoulders. He had a new haircut and a new pair of shoes. Hao Ren was about to go over when several elementary school girls ran to Zhen Kongming from different directions. "Kongming! Kongming! Kongming!" Instantly, Zhen Kongming was surrounded by 3 pretty girls who were all wearing school uniforms and were cute in their own ways. "Hey! Don't bother me!" Zhen Kongming squirmed impatiently and pushed them away. Zhen Kongming walked into the school without saying goodbye to Hao Zonghua, who drove him here. Those 3 cute little girls followed him closely. "Kongming, please teach me how to solve the problem we had yesterday." "Kongming, I want to play a game with you today." "Kongming, I brought you the sweet rice balls my mom made." Ignoring them, Zhen Kongming walked into the academic building proudly. The 3 girls followed him inside, still calling out to him. Damn. Zhen Kongming had only been in school for a few days, and so many cute girls have fallen for him. Hao Ren lamented the unfairness of the world. It seemed like he didn't have to worry about Zhen Kongming's life in the elementary school. Obviously, he was very comfortable here. He had good looks, high IQ, good background, and great talent. Except for his quick temper, Zhen Kongming had no shortcomings. It was understandable that the girls liked him. At first glance, Zhen Kongming might look dull. But on second look, he was quite handsome. Besides, his presence as a Li-level cultivator was attractive to the girls. Hao Zonghua dropped off Zhen Kongming at the school and didn't notice Hao Ren in the crowd at the gate. He turned the car slowly and drove to the Ocean Research Institute. Hao Ren sighed and saw that the white Ford made the turn and left. After a moment of consideration, he returned to the bus stop and took a bus back to school. It was a miracle that Zhen Kongming agreed to go to school obediently. However, surrounded by a group of cute girls, it wasn't easy for him to make trouble, right? Tonight, Hao Ren had to go to Zhao Yanzi's home to tutor her, and he must take some time during the day to consider how to improve his cultivation strength. Chapter 325. Little White's function. Hao Ren returned to the university and grabbed his textbooks from his dorm before heading to class. Just as Hao Ren expected, Huang Jianfeng, Cao Ronghua, and the other guys didn't even wake up yet after they went back to the dorm. Xie Yujia was already sitting in the front row when Hao Ren came to the classroom on his own. Ma Lina wasn't there either. The class looked empty without the guys. Xie Yujia waved at Hao Ren, and he smiled back and sat beside her. Instead of asking about where he went in the morning, Xie Yujia focused on writing her notes. The class appeared to be a lot quieter since Zhou Liren and the other guys weren't present. Sunlight shined through the window and reflected strips of light on the desks. Zhao Jiayi has led the basketball team into the top 16. He didn't let Wanjun down, Xie Yujia whispered as she read her notes. Oh. Hao Ren was surprised at how well Zhao Jiayi was doing. What are you doing at lunch? Xie Yujia asked abruptly. At lunch? Nothing really, Hao Ren answered. Come with me to the library. I want to borrow some books, Xie Yujia said as she smiled sweetly. Her smile stood out against the sunshine, and it looked very cheerful. Although she was already a university student, sometimes her innocence and youth made her look like a high schooler. Time flew by, and it was almost noon. The guys were still not up, and Ma Lina must have been exhausted as well since she missed the later two classes too. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia went to the cafeteria together for lunch. They seemed exactly like a couple. Xie Yujia had just reached level 5 of the Qi refinement realm. It was a great improvement from where she used to be. However, it was still nothing compared to Zhao Yanzi. Since she was already working hard and trying to decrease the gap in strength between her and Hao Ren, the only thing left for her to do was to keep a positive attitude. Xie Yujia started to look around for books as soon as they got into the library. As she was doing that, Hao Ren wandered around as well. The library in the East Ocean University ranked at the top in the country, but it was still a much smaller collection compared to the profound cultivation palace in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Gongzi. Gongzi. Hao Ren heard the crisp greetings when he walked around two tall bookshelves. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily almost hopped into Hao Ren in their gray sweaters. They held onto each other's arm, and the slightly puffy sleeves of their sweaters made them look very energetic. Also, the flared skirts with thin belts revealed their beautiful legs. They looked like a pair of dolls in their identical outfits. You are here too. Hao Ren smiled at them. What a coincidence to run into Gongzi here. Lu Lily laughed, revealing her white teeth. Hao Ren looked at them, guessing it was probably not a coincidence. However, instead of pointing it out, he turned around to look at the books on the shelves. Humph. Gongzi hasn't even hanged out with us lately, Lu Linlin said in a peevish tone when she saw Hao Ren's casual attitude. They looked like a pair of sculptured artworks. All the guys in the area couldn't even stand up properly after hearing their tones and voices. They would all want to pick a fight with Hao Ren if they didn't know that he was strong enough to defeat that captain of the Taekwondo club from another university. Lu Lily was too shy to say anything, so she stood quietly beside Lu Linlin, looking at Hao Ren. How have classes been for you two? Hao Ren asked as he took an art book off the shelf and looked at Lu Lily, who was quiet. It has been all right. We recently bought a camera and had been shooting around with it, she blushed as she answered with her head down. Hao Ren laughed and took the book out of the area. The twins pretentiously took two books with them in a rush and followed Hao Ren to the checkout zone. Xie Yujia had found the book she was looking for in another area as well. She walked toward Hao Ren and was slightly surprised when she saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily with him. She simply smiled. They showed their library cards one by one and got out of the borrowing area with their books. Then, they took the escalator and headed to the ground floor lobby. Hao Ren sensed the slight awkwardness as the three of them surrounded him. Neither Xie Yujia nor the twins rushed to their dorms. It was as if they were having a silent war. When they reached the lobby, all three of them hurried up to walk beside Hao Ren. Xie Yujia wanted to head back, but she didn't want to lose Hao Ren to the twin sisters. The four of them walked on the marble floor and headed toward the front door of the library in silence. You said you wanted to come to the Hongji Square with me to help me pick a cell phone case, right? Xie Yujia suddenly said when they got out of the library. Hao Ren looked at her in surprise because he did not bring such a subject up. There is a new cafe by the north gate, Gongzi. I heard they have pretty good desserts, and we have always wanted to take you there sometime, Lu Lily said while blushing. They hadn't seen Hao Ren for a couple of days. It was hard to tell which one of the twins missed Hao Ren more, but they both wanted to come and see him today. They planned the run-in when they sensed him in the library. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia on the left and then the twins on the right. He said, I have a lot to do today. Maybe another day for everything. He didn't say yes to any of them and went straight to the stairs. Xie Yujia and the twins looked at each other. Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and walked toward her bike, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily headed toward the other direction, throwing a little tantrum as well. Hao Ren circled to the back of the library where there was a large area of grass. He used to let Little White out here a lot. He looked around to make sure that no one was there before he let Little White out of his necklace. Little White regained its freedom, and it immediately sneaked into the grass. Then, it got into position to poop. It had to poop regularly even though it ate elixir pills, not to mention a lot of the other stuff. A strange smell came out of the grass as Little White hopped out of it and circled Hao Ren cheerfully, shaking its head up and down. No shame, Hao Ren rolled his eyes at Little White. Just when he was pulling it up by the ears, a few girls screamed out, "Ah, Little White!" They saw it when they walked out of the library. The girls ran over and circled it. They took all sorts of snacks out of their bags, and they rubbed its body as they fed it. We haven't seen you for so long, Little White. We have been keeping snacks in our bags every day hoping that we would run into you. Little White chirped contentedly as it ate all kinds of high-end hot dogs. In the meantime, the girls took turns rubbing it. They wished that they could hold Little White in their arms and pet it, having no idea that it had just pooped. No one including Hao Ren noticed that several flowers in the grass bloomed and released their fragrances before quickly withering. These flowers went through a year's cycle within just a few seconds. Due to Little White's irrigation from before, these flowers and grasses were growing very well, which was to the school's chief gardener's surprise. If someone tested the flowers for medicinal purpose, they would realize that the medicines these flowers could make would be hundreds of times more potent. In addition, these medicines would have side benefits such as improving blood circulation. Chapter 326. A small pot of land. The girls took turns petting Little White before reluctantly handing it back to Hao Ren. Not caring enough to carry it, Hao Ren tossed it onto the ground. With a full belly, Little White trotted to a corner of the library joyously before running back. With its golden paws, it looked like it was wearing 4 little boots. It was a cute sight. Will you come here tomorrow? Knowing that Little White was Hao Ren's pet, the girls turned to ask him. Tomorrow? I'm not sure, Hao Ren answered. Please bring Little White here. We'll buy it good food, the girls insisted. Which program are you from? Hao Ren asked them. Business program. One girl answered immediately before continuing, freshman. Then, she took out a piece of paper and a pen from her bag. I'll give you my cell phone number. Please message me when you have time. I really want to hang out with Little White more. No, it's not necessary, Hao Ren declined immediately. It seemed quite easy to get close to these kind girls with the super cute Little White as the medium. When I have time, I'll bring Little White here for walks. We'll meet again when the time is right, Hao Ren said coolly and walked toward the path behind them. He walked away with a wave but without turning back and glance. Little White trotted alongside Hao Ren. The girls watched Little White leave with envy. They had seen lots of pets, but none of them looked as pretty, cute, and smart as Little White. They didn't know that this furry Little White was not a pet at all. It was the king of all ordinary beasts in the mortal world. After making sure they were out of the sight of the girls, Hao Ren took Little White into the small forest in the southeast corner of the school. After creating an energy sphere, he shot into the sky on Little White's back. With Little White's speed, he could patrol around of the East Ocean City including the suburbs in about 15 minutes. However, Hao Ren was cautious, so he dashed around the city again. Up almost 1,000 meters in the sky without the solid protection such as the exterior of a plane, an ordinary person would have had jelly legs from fear. However, Hao Ren was used to flying and was not at all nervous flying almost at the same speed as a plane. Making sure that nothing was wrong in first heaven above the East Ocean City, Hao Ren finished his patrol and flew up to the higher heavens. It was slow to cultivate in first heaven, but the speed of cultivation would increase by a lot if he cultivated in fifth heaven where the essence intensity was greater. Little White shot up through second, third, and fourth heaven before passing the loophole they discovered last time and entering fifth heaven. The fifth heaven had green mountains, clear rivers, and floating clouds and mists. Hao Ren thought it would be risky for him to enter sixth heaven, so he stayed in fifth heaven to solidify his foundation even though he knew the essence intensity was greater in sixth heaven. Fifth heaven looked boundless. However, Hao Ren wasn't interested in exploring its boundaries since he just wanted to find a spot to cultivate. Little White, find a spot with the greatest essence intensity. Hao Ren bent down and whispered in Little White's ear. Who? Little White exhaled and sniffed, sensing the essence intensity of the surroundings. The essence intensity of fifth heaven was greater than the land, but the essence intensities were different in different places. Some mountains were spirit mountains and thus had greater essence intensity than other valleys. Little White flew in the air for a while before stopping in a misty valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains and full of thick fog. Hao Ren inhaled deeply and found that the nature essence was abundant there. It was a good place for cultivation and elixir making. As a demon beast, Little White was far more sensitive to nature essence than Hao Ren, and he trusted its choice. Roar! Little White lifted its head and howled. The panthers, wolves, tigers, and pumas scattered, and even the birds in the trees flew away. Little White emitted the aura of a demon beast. The animals living in fifth heaven were fiercer than those on the land, but none of them dared to mess with a demon beast. Instantly, with rustling sounds, all the animals in the valley moved out. With its roar, Little White claimed the valley as its territory. The foggy valley that was full of the chirping of the birds and the fragrance of flowers, but now only the fragrance of flowers remained. Little White landed slowly with Hao Ren on its back. The terrain of the valley was not even and was covered by all kinds of rare flowers and grass. It seemed to be a natural valley of herbs. Hao Ren had recently been learning architecture from Zhao Hongyu, but he still couldn't cut the trees and build a hut for himself yet. Looking around, he flew up on Little White's back and released his sword energies, formed one-line snake sword array, and started to make a cave abode on one hill. The sword energies were so sharp that they could easily cut through iron. After forming a sword array formation, their power multiplied. 80 sword energies shot into the hill and created a huge hole in it. They moved around and formed a sphere inside the hole, cutting out a round and smooth cave. Boom! The sword energies swept across the bottom. A smooth floor appeared in the cave abode. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 80 sword energies returned to Hao Ren's body. The whole process only took half a minute. Hao Ren was proud of this cave abode that had an area of 80 square meters. It was a pity that no one was there to admire his cool presence. Sighing, he rode Little White into the cave abode that was on the steep hill. There were some small rocks in the cave, and Hao Ren waved his hand using nature essence, blowing all the dust and small rocks out of the cave abode. Looking around the empty space, he felt like something was missing. He thought for a moment and realized it needed furniture. He moved 2 huge pieces of stones into the cave abode and cut out a square stone table and a bench with his sword energies. Then, he released a sword energy from his fingertip and cut out a small water cup. He turned around and realized that there was no place for him to cultivate. Shaking his fingers, he released 5 sword energies and cut out a rectangle stone bed in the wall. After he finished, Hao Ren looked around his DIY little cave abode in satisfaction. Without paying anything, he now owned a small 80 square meter home on fifth heaven. The intense essence gushed into the cave, perfect for Hao Ren's cultivation. The exams in the Dragon God Shrine was in 1 month, and he was not here to appreciate the flowers. After straightening up the cave abode, he immediately sat down cross-legged and cultivated. In the dragon tribe, although they had the inspector system to keep the basic order, the world was still ruled by the cultivators with great strengths. If he had the same power as the old grandma, Hao Ren would be able to do anything he liked. Seeing Hao Ren was cultivating, Little White felt bored. It whimpered and lied at the entrance of the cave abode. Its duty automatically changed from Hao Ren's mount to his guarding spirit beast. Resting its head on its front legs, it lied lazily on the ground while its ears listened alertly to the sounds coming from the surrounding area. Nothing could escape its notice. Since the beasts and birds had been driven away by Little White's presence, the sunlit valley was quiet as if it was midnight. Hao Ren gradually entered deep meditation while nature essence traveled through his body smoothly. The five elemental essence fitted perfectly with the laws of nature, and he was now oblivious of both himself and the outside world. This state was what was achieved in so-called seclusion cultivations. In the past, he had never experienced such a relaxed cultivation environment even in Suhan's office. The essence blew through the valley like a breeze, and the thick fog at the bottom of the valley sat there without scattering. The usually playful Little White knew Hao Ren was cultivating and thus kept quiet on the smooth ground. 3 hours later, Hao Ren exhaled the dirty energy out of his body. His entire body seemed to have been cleansed by the essence here, and he was extremely relaxed. After 3 hours of cultivation, he had not gained a breakthrough but was closer to unlocking the next opening. If he didn't need to go to Zhao Yanzi's school this evening, Hao Ren would have continued to cultivate there. He felt so great as if he was lying in his warm bed in the winter, reluctant to get up for school. Hao Ren patted Little White's back and got it up before flying out of the cave abode. Looking back at the quiet valley and high mountains rising above the mist and fog, Hao Ren thought for a moment and named this place Ethereal Summit. Speed up and let's go back. Hao Ren scratched the white fur on Little White's neck and shouted. Swoosh! Little White's paws released colorful lights, and it instantly dashed away while leaving rainbows in the air with its afterimages. Shooting through the loophole, Little White entered Fourth Heaven. Soon, they returned to the sky above the East Ocean City. It was almost the evening, and the sunset was beautiful. The golden sun was on the same level as Hao Ren. When they were close to the ground, Hao Ren put Little White away and landed in a small alley not far from Zhao Yanzi's school. Withdrawing the energy sphere, Hao Ren walked out of the alley and took out his cell phone to call Zhao Yanzi. After 2 rings, Zhao Yanzi answered the call. Hello? Are you here now? Zhao Yanzi's impatient voice came from the phone. Yeah. I just arrived at the gate of your school, waiting for you to come out, Hao Ren said. You don't have to wait out there. Come in. The teachers are all gone, Zhao Yanzi said immediately. Since your school has ended, why should I go in? Hao Ren asked in bafflement. Today is my turn to do the cleaning, and I can't go right now. You can wait for me outside if you want. Zhao Yanzi ended the call with a click. Chapter 327. Who do I favor? Hao Ren put away his cell phone. After a moment of consideration, he decided to go in and have a look. Zhao Yanzi said that she was cleaning, but it was more likely that she was being lectured by a teacher for misbehaving. The school gate was now open. Hao Ren walked into the campus and mingled in with the crowd. In fact, the old gatekeeper had noticed Hao Ren, but he let him in since Hao Ren was the Fuma of East Ocean, and the school had ended for the day. Hao Ren entered the school and walked against the flow of students toward the academic building where Zhao Yanzi was staying. Since Ling Zhao Middle School was a semi-boarding school, when the school day ended, some students went out for dinner while others went home. The academic building was now empty. Hao Ren went to Grade 8 Class 2's classroom. Through the glass window on the door, he saw Zhao Yanzi straightening up the desks and chairs. She was flipping the dozens of chairs onto the desks, cleaning the blackboard, and sweeping the floor. Hao Ren pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Yanzi had flipped up half of the chairs, and her gaze turned to the door. Oh, you came in after all. It sucks to be a middle schooler since you have to do the cleaning, Hao Ren mumbled and walked in. It can't be helped. It's my turn this week. Zhao Yanzi pouted. She never did housework at home, and it was hard for her to clean the whole classroom. Are you doing it alone? Hao Ren closed the classroom door and asked her. Little Ling is supposed to do it with me, but today is her mom's birthday, so she went home early. Zhao Yanzi lifted another chair and flipped it onto a desk. It was hard work for little girls, But Zhao Yanzi was now a foundation establishment realm cultivator, and such labor was no sweat for her. Now that he was in the classroom, Hao Ren wouldn't wait and watch her do the cleaning. He helped her flip the remaining chairs onto the desks. In her blue school uniform and with her hair up in a ponytail, Zhao Yanzi reminded Hao Ren of his years in middle school. Her figure was neither fat nor thin, and she looked young and energetic in her school uniform. Beneath her skirt were a pair of white stockings and a pair of running shoes, the most common attire for a student. When she bent down to lift the chair, her ponytail swung swiftly, showing the brisk energy in her small body. "Hey! Why are you staring at me?" Seeing Hao Ren watching her in a daze with a chair in his hands, Zhao Yanzi yelled and frowned. Her fierce look was not mean to him. Instead, Hao Ren found it quite cute. With Zhao Yanzi's personality, if she disliked someone, she wouldn't speak to that person at all, let alone asking that person to help her. Okay. I don't need you to flip the chairs for me. You go and help me clean the blackboard. The water bucket is over there, and the wipes are there too." With one hand on her hip, she gave him orders. Since little Ling had left early, she had to do two people's work. Although the work wasn't too heavy for her, she found it very annoying. With Hao Ren at her command, she didn't need to be polite with him. Hao Ren glanced at her with a smile before walking to the teaching platform and picking up the wipe. After dipping it into the water in the bucket, he stood on his toes and began to clean the blackboard. Nowadays, the blackboards were different from those in Hao Ren's time. They were now made with white plastic, and the teachers used color markers instead of chalk. However, the process of cleaning the boards was the same. The top of the board was a bit high for Zhao Yanzi, and she would have to do the cleaning on a chair and move the chair constantly to reach other areas of the board. No wonder she assigned the annoying job to Hao Ren. If traces of the markers left on the whiteboard were not cleaned properly, they would sink into the board and become permanent. Therefore, after cleaning it once, Hao Ren washed the wipe and waited for the board to dry up a bit before cleaning it a second time. After 2 rounds of cleaning, the whiteboard was as shiny as a mirror without any traces of markers. Perfect. Hao Ren tossed down the wipe and exhaled deeply. What are you doing? It's not art. Seeing Hao Ren cleaning each corner of the whiteboard including the marker holders, Zhao Yanzi suddenly complained. Hao Ren was here doing the cleaning only this once, and he did it too thoroughly for her comfort. After all, she had to do the cleaning for the rest of the week. Just imagine, if on the second day, the class advisor praised Zhao Yanzi by saying, "Little Z cleaned the classroom very well yesterday. From now on, everyone else must learn from her, and I hope she will keep up the good job." Zhao Yanzi felt devastated by this prospect. Her attitude toward life was entirely different from Xie Yujia, who tried to do everything perfectly. Hao Ren didn't expect Zhao Yanzi to complain about the work he did for her. He froze for a moment and understood her intentions. Obviously, if he cleaned too well, Zhao Yanzi would have a high standard to follow for the rest of the week. Humph. Zhao Yanzi gave him a dirty look before picking up the broom and cleaning the floor. At the end of the school day, the floor was littered with paper slips, snack wrappers, and pencil shavings, etc. After putting the garbage into the bin, she picked up the mop in the corner and wetted it in the water bucket before mopping the floor. Cleaning duty after school was full of trivial details and tiring, and the clean classroom would return to its previous messy state the second day. No wonder Zhao Yanzi was impatient. Hao Ren stood on the teaching platform and watched from above while Zhao Yanzi mopped the floor of the aisles. He had an illusion that he was classmates with Zhao Yanzi, and they were on the same duty team in which the guy would loiter around and avoid doing the work while the girl would quickly carelessly finish the job. Well, it would be fun to be in the same class as Zhao Yanzi and bicker with her every day, Hao Ren thought to himself. What are you looking at? Dump the dirty water and wash the mop. Zhao Yanzi rushed over and pushed the mop into Hao Ren's hands before kicking the water bucket. Is it finished? Hao Ren looked around the messy chairs and desks and asked her. What more do you want? Zhao Yanzi glared at him. With a smile, he lifted his right hand and activated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. A suction force appeared in his palm while all the fine dust in the classroom flew toward him. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The dust in the classroom belonged to earth. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll could absorb and dissolve these matters. However, this kind of earth elements was not pure, and Hao Ren wouldn't take it into his body. He just collected them a few centimeters away from his palm and turning them into a spinning ball. He then lifted his left hand slightly. The water in the water bucket rose up in the form of a water beam. As his left hand shook, the water beam turned into many tiny water drops, splashing onto the surface of the floor, desks, and chairs and even on the window. Back. The water in the classroom formed a whirlpool flying toward his left hand before rolling into a huge palm-sized water drop. Bang! The huge water drop fell into the water bucket, and the dark yellow ball of dust condensing in his right hand was also tossed into the water bucket. The somewhat clear water instantly turned dirty. Now, the entire classroom including the windows was sparkling. Zhao Yanzi watched what happened over the last few seconds incredulously and gasped at the clean classroom. "You jerk!" she suddenly shouted, and her fists hit Hao Ren's shoulders repeatedly. He had cleaned the classroom so well. How could she manage it for the rest of the week? "Okay. I'll go and wash the mop." Disengaging himself from the attacks of her fists, he picked up the mop and water bucket and ran out of the room into the men's washroom at the end of the corridor. Doesn't matter how fierce she is, she wouldn't dare to enter the men's washroom. While he was messing with her, Hao Ren felt as if he had returned to his middle school years, and Zhao Yanzi was his nemesis in the class. After dumping the dirty water in the sink and washing the mop, Hao Ren returned to the classroom. Under her cold glare, he walked downstairs with her while laughing. Minutes after they left, Luo Ying, the class advisor who just finished correcting some homework, came to the classroom to check the cleaning job. When she saw the sparkling classroom, Luo Ying rubbed her eyes, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She thought Zhao Yanzi would be sluggish with her cleaning duty, but to her surprise, Zhao Yanzi had finished it with such efficiency and excellence. Meanwhile, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walked out of the school and took a bus back to Zhao Yanzi's home. When Zhao Hongyu carried the dishes to the dining room, she was surprised to see that Hao Ren had returned with Zhao Yanzi. She thought Hao Ren wouldn't come today after yesterday's incident. After all, Zhao Guang said that the East Ocean Dragon clan might cut Hao Ren off, which was indeed an awkward topic. "Dad! Mom!" Zhao Yanzi pulled Hao Ren into the room and called out cheerfully. "Uncle, Auntie," Hao Ren greeted them. "Eh?" Zhao Guang put down the newspaper and nodded before walking to the dinner table. He also thought that Hao Ren wouldn't come today. However, to his surprise, Hao Ren came back with Zhao Yanzi. Obviously, he had picked Zhao Yanzi up from school. "Ren, please sit down." Zhao Hongyu gestured at the seat Hao Ren usually sat in and placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Z will have final exams soon, so I came to tutor her," Hao Ren said when he took his seat. "Hee hee. Thank you for your effort, Ren," Zhao Hongyu said, trying to smooth things over. "Let's eat." Zhao Guang, the head of the family, picked up his chopsticks and said. No one mentioned the unpleasant topic they had yesterday. However, Zhao Guang's expression was still frighteningly dark. In the last couple of days, the West Ocean Dragon clan had been doing well by drawing other forces to its side, playing the card of the victim. The envoys and gifts the East Ocean Dragon clan sent to the North Ocean Dragon clan and the South Ocean Dragon clan were turned back, and the businesses on land were impacted severely as well. The South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan both had businesses on land that had partnerships with the Mingri group. Now, these projects were either stopped or postponed, and a venture that had been agreed upon 1 month ago was put on hold as well. "Dad, I have made a decision." Zhao Yanzi broke the silence on the dinner table. She paused for 2 seconds and looked at Zhao Guang before continuing. "I plan to sever ties with you guys and move to Hao Ren's home." Chapter 328. Strength speaks the loudest. Time seemed to have stopped. After speaking her mind, Zhao Yanzi moved back a little out of nervousness. Zhao Guang's face froze. He lifted his chopsticks, bang. He slammed them heavily on the table, and the utensils on the table jumped up slightly. Worried, Zhao Hongyu, who sat between them, looking at them nervously. Zhao Yanzi shrugged her shoulders in fear, but her face was stubborn. "Z, stop your nonsense." Feeling Zhao Guang's fury, Zhao Hongyu scolded Zhao Yanzi immediately. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and glared at Zhao Guang across the table. She had considered the whole thing carefully last night. Since East Ocean Dragon clan acted so negatively toward Hao Ren, she would rather stand with him. "You are grounded for 10 days. Calm yourself down, Zhao Guang said lightly. Zhao Hongyu was about to say something, but at Zhao Guang's glance, she swallowed her words. This is outrageous. Zhao Guang stood up and walked into his study room. He didn't even eat any food. Zhao Hongyu frowned and looked at Zhao Yanzi disapprovingly before glancing at Hao Ren helplessly. Hongyu, take her to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and hand her to the elder. Zhao Guang's voice came from the study room. Well, let's go then. Zhao Hongyu didn't dare to oppose Zhao Guang. She reached out her hand and patted Zhao Yanzi's head. Then, she grabbed her hand before standing up. Mom. What do you mean? I don't want to go. Zhao Yanzi squirmed and struggled up. Zhao Hongyu waved her left hand, and a red beam flashed. Instantly, Zhao Yanzi couldn't utter a sound. Ren, don't worry. Being grounded means 10 days of simple meals in the Dragon Palace. Zhao Hongyu comforted Hao Ren. Hao Ren knew nothing about Zhao Yanzi's decision, but he knew for sure that breaking off her relations with her parents would make Zhao Guang furious. Zhao Hongyu pulled Zhao Yanzi out of the door and into the SUV. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi was going to be sent back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren blocked Zhao Hongyu. Auntie, Z was just impulsive. You don't have to be so strict, right? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Hongyu turned her gaze toward the direction of the study room and said, we need to let him cool down a bit. What about school? Hao Ren asked. I'll call her teacher and ask for sick leave. As to her study, she can do the review in the Dragon Palace since the final exams are near, Zhao Hongyu said. How about I keep her company? Hao Ren glanced at the defiant Zhao Yanzi and asked. Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. No need. Being grounded means that she has to stay there by herself. When she misbehaved as a little girl, she was often grounded like this. She thought for a while and added, but you can visit her each day. Zhao Hongyu felt sympathetic toward Zhao Yanzi, but she also understood Zhao Guang. After all, Zhao Guang had been overwhelmed by the situation and would undoubtedly get furious at Zhao Yanzi's sudden provocation. When Zhao Yanzi was little, she had once burned up down a building in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Zhao Guang grounded her for 20 days. Comparatively, the punishment for what she did this time was quite lenient. As a father, the most painful thing to hear was his daughter saying that she wanted to sever ties with him. Zhao Yanzi only wanted to show her stance, but she had touched Zhao Guang's most sensitive nerve. Zhao Hongyu brought Zhao Yanzi into the car and drove out of the garage swiftly. Hao Ren stood at the entrance of Zhao Yanzi's home and saw the light in the study room. After a moment of consideration, he entered the house and walked to the door of the study room. Zhao Guang was sitting in the chair with a pile of files in front of him. He was still angry. Uncle, Hao Ren said in a low voice. Zhao Guang looked up at Hao Ren. Take a seat. Hao Ren pulled out a chair and sat on the other side of the desk across from Zhao Guang. It seemed that this was the first official conversation between the Dragon King and the Fuma. Z is inconsiderate sometimes. You must not take her words seriously. Hao Ren broke the silence and said. She has been making trouble for me since she was born. Zhao Guang gritted his teeth. When will the Dragon Tribe Conference take place? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Guang shook his head with a bitter smile. Hao Ren nodded and understood the situation. With the current situation, the East Ocean Dragon Clan couldn't summon all the other parties for a conference to negotiate. In the past, the West Ocean Dragon Clan had the most significant military force, and the East Ocean Dragon Clan had the greatest financial power. The South and North Ocean Dragon Clans sat on the sides. Every major issue concerning the Water Elemental Dragon Clan was referred to the East Ocean Dragon Clan for solutions, and the others followed its lead. In everyone's mind, the East Ocean Dragon Clan had been the leader of the Water Elemental Dragon Clan. However, the situation seemed to have changed. Others wanted to be the big boss as well. That was why the West Ocean Dragon Clan tried to suppress the East Ocean Dragon Clan with force. Although the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan agreed to everything the East Ocean Dragon Clan said, they were also secretly trying to gain power and control the Water Elemental Dragon Clan. However, the East Ocean Dragon Clan had handled every significant issue of the Water Elemental Dragon Clan well and had developed a super business group on land first, leaving the others no chance to overthrow them. The incident with the West Ocean Dragon Clan triggered a change in the South and North Ocean Dragon Clan's attitudes, and they quickly leaned toward the West Ocean Dragon clan. Seeing the change of the situation, the minor branches such as rivers and lakes also adjusted their strategies accordingly. These were things that weighed on Zhao Guang's mind, and he didn't think it was a situation that Hao Ren could fully understand. That was why he didn't blame Hao Ren for messing with the West Ocean Dragon clan. He blamed himself for not making the situation clear to Hao Ren. From the perspective of Zhao Guang, he knew that some people deserved a beating, but only to some degree. It was not easy to be the head of a huge clan, especially the clan with tens of millions of members. The bigger the business, the harder it was to maintain balance. One small mistake could cause a rapid decline in the East Ocean Dragon clan's position and businesses on land, which they had spent dozens of years developing. "Ren, you can go now. I need time to think," Zhao Guang said abruptly. "Okay. Please take care, uncle." Hao Ren stood up and realized that Zhao Guang looked quite fatigued. Hao Ren looked up at the bright moon and sparse stars in the sky after he left the house. A storm is coming, Hao Ren thought. He took out Little White from his necklace and shot into the sky with it. He planned to return to his dorm for the night, but he changed his mind when he was in the sky. He rode Little White back to Fifth Heaven. The East Ocean Dragon clan was wealthy, but its strength was too weak. If it had over 30 Qian level and Kun level elders, the South Ocean Dragon clan and the North Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't have dared to change sides, and the West Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't have messed with it. After all, the world was ruled by those who had strength. Even if one wanted to win people over with their virtues, they still needed the foundational strength first. Boom! Little White broke into Fifth Heaven and dashed toward the ethereal summit. Fifth Heaven in the night was as dark as First Heaven. However, from this height, the stars and moon looked so near that it felt like one could reach out and pluck them. If this was the case in Fifth Heaven, then what about Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, and even Ninth Heaven? With the power of the stars within reach, the process of cultivation would be tens or even 100 times faster. The ethereal summit was still covered in mist and fog, looking more mysterious in the night. With Little White's demon beast presence still lingering in the valley, there were no sounds of insects or birds. No creatures dared to get within 100 meters of the valley. In Fifth Heaven were only some small sects. The mid-tier sects were all on and above Sixth Heaven. That was why Little White was still the king of animals in Fifth Heaven. Only the mid-tier and top-tier sects could afford training spirit beasts. Hao Ren flew into the cave abode he cut out during the day and found that the table and chair were where they had been. Nothing was moved. Little White spread out and lied at the entrance of the cave abode, dozing while guarding the cave for Hao Ren. Here, Hao Ren remembered that he still had some elixir pills in his storage space. He took them out and tossed them at Little White. Crack! Crack! Little White chewed and swallowed the elixir pills that were rarely seen in the mortal world as if they were beans. After making sure everything was okay, Hao Ren sat on the stone bed and began cultivating. The essence intensity in Fifth Heaven was 3 times greater than that on land, and the essence intensity in this valley was twice of the level outside. The amount of essence Hao Ren absorbed in 1 hour was equivalent to 5 to 6 hours of cultivation on the land. While the clouds and mist floated, time ticked on. 2 shadows flew about the ethereal summit. Hee, Gongzi is cultivating here. No wonder he has been acting mysteriously recently. Well, let's patrol for Gongzi. After all, Little White is only a spirit beast cub and can't fight a real master. What if some masters come this way? Do you need to ask? Just knock them out and toss them away, my silly little sister. Okay. I'll do as you say. The 2 figures talked in whispers while flying to the other side of the valley. During this whole time, Little White was soundly asleep, oblivious to the 2 figures in the valley. At the East Ocean City's train station below First Heaven, Wang Shi, who fought with Hao Ren, was about to get on board with a blue denim bag on his back. Cousin, you'll begin the special training when you return home, right? In a sports shirt, Wang Wei stood behind the fence and asked him. Yeah. After coming to East Ocean, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to Suhan level. There's still 1 month until the general examinations in the Dragon God Shrine. Maybe I can reach it before the exams, Wang Shi said. Suhan level? If you work harder, won't you reach Kun level? Wang Wei asked immediately. It's not that simple. However, if I can reach Suhan level, I can become an official inspector, Wang Shi said with shiny eyes. Oh, one more thing, Something occurred to Wang Shi, and he added, "About the man whom I fought last time when we were in the martial arts dojo. You are still not his match. Don't mess with him." "Okay. I got it," Wang Wei answered. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He is now at Gen level. If I break through to Suhan level, I can defeat him with one hand. But his techniques are very special. I think he will attend the general examinations in the Dragon God Shrine. Then, you must beat him hard. Wang Wei yelled. "Humph, I'll show him what strength is. No one can mess with us earth elemental dragons." Wang Shi squinted his eyes again and clenched his fist before turning to get onto the train. Chapter 329. Who's the big bad wolf? When dawn came, Hao Ren opened his eyes and stretched his arms. As crackling sounds resonated in the cave, the silent dragon core began to spin abruptly. The nature essence accumulated in one night was suddenly released from the spinning dragon core, and it unlocked two openings. With a long howl, Hao Ren stood up feeling like his body was a battery that was fully recharged. Each of his pores was soaked in abundant nature essence. It took him only one night to unlock two openings. At this rate, he could unlock 15 openings in 1 week and about 60 openings in 1 month. The speed was almost doubled. He would reach Gen level if he unlocked 120 dragon openings, and it meant that he would potentially reach the next realm before the exams in the Dragon God Shrine. With the cultivation strength of the general level, he would be able to control and use the level 3 sword array, 3 talents heaven-earth array formation. To unleash the power of the 3 talents heaven-earth array formation, one must understand the union of heaven, earth, and human, before being able to build the comprehensive array formation which could create 320 sword energies. It was an overwhelming sensation. If the light-splitting sword shadow scroll didn't require the practitioner to cultivate all 5 elements, he wouldn't be able to store so much nature essence in his body and obtain such a solid foundation. 320 sword energies were divided into 5 groups based on their elemental attribute, so each elemental group had 64 sword energies. It was not difficult for a Gen-level cultivator to control 64 sword energies at the same time. However, only through the simultaneous cultivation of 5 elements could one possess such broad meridians in which allowed the 5 elemental essences to travel together as if they were on a highway with 5 lanes. Although the light-splitting sword shadow scroll progressed slowly, it had 5 times the power compared with other cultivators on the same level. Together with the power of the sword array formations, Hao Ren could defeat 6 to 8 same-realm cultivators altogether. That was why Wang Wei was defeated by Hao Ren's one-line snake sword array formation instantly. Of course, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had a slow cultivation process on land and in the deep sea. Although the dragon cultivators had the aid of the dragon cores, they lived below first heaven which had little essence. The human cultivators lived on and above fifth heaven with abundant essence, but their cultivation physiques were born inferior to that of the dragon cultivators. The low-leveled dragon cultivators couldn't break into fifth heaven and above due to their different auras, which were results of their different cultivation method. Thus, they could attract the attention of the human cultivators and might even be killed. That was why many young dragon cultivators didn't know about the secrets above fifth heaven. However, Hao Ren cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll which emitted the aura of all 5 elements, compared with the dragon cultivators who mostly cultivated only 1 or 2 elements. That was why no one would suspect him of being a dragon cultivator when he was on fifth heaven. With the dragon core helping him absorb the abundant essence at a high speed when he cultivated in fifth heaven, Hao Ren completely changed the unique steady and slow progress of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Wah! 160 sword energies suddenly shot out from Hao Ren's back. The valley was vast, dozens of times bigger than the training valley Elder Sun's martial arts dojo provided. In here, the power of the 2 dragons array formation was even higher. The sword energies were divided into 2 groups, one up and one down, attacking from both sides. The sword array formation covered half of the valley while each of the sword energies grew to about 2 meters. If a team of hundreds of cultivators broke into the valley right now, Hao Ren could destroy them all. The 5 colored sword energies illuminated the entire valley in the dawn. Afraid of attracting the attention of nearby sects, Hao Ren withdrew the 160 sword energies after a quick practice. The sword energies flew back swiftly, each shrinking into the size of a thumb before entering Hao Ren's body. After consuming the leftover nature essence, Hao Ren stood at the entrance of the cave abode with the presence of a great hero. If Zhao Jiayi and his other buddies saw Hao Ren practice, they would have been shocked out of their wits. He was no longer the ordinary and harmless Hao Ren they knew. He was a sword god. He, Gongzi will master this godly technique. It will be very powerful. Hiding behind a hill in the distance, Lu Lili said to Lu Linlin. Even so, Gongzi still won't be interested in you. Lu Linlin reached out and pinched Lu Lili's nose. Sister. Lu Lili yelled out displeasingly. Ha, Lu Linlin smiled cheerfully and flew into the distance. Lu Lili stomped her foot and chased Lu Linlin with the traveling speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Oblivious of the fact that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had been guarding him during the night, Hao Ren patted the snoring little white at the entrance of the cave. Let's go, little white. His earth-shaking practice of the sword array formations didn't even wake up this beast, proving that little white was not a reliable guardian. It was fortunate that there was nothing important in the valley, and all it needed to guard was the entrance of the cave. Little white woke up and licked the saliva on its paws before standing up. Let's go back to the land. We'll get you something good to eat outside of the library, Hao Ren said. Little white's ears pricked up instantly before transforming into a magnificent snow lion. Releasing bright lights from its golden paws, little white carried Hao Ren, shooting downward to first heaven. The elixir pills were delicious, and so were the snacks the girls gave it. Little white, let's first go to the gate of Z school. When the East Ocean City came into his sight, Hao Ren put up an energy sphere in the white clouds and gave little white the instructions. Woo-woo, little white snorted heavily in response. Zhao Yanzi was now grounded in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Hao Ren would visit her tonight. However, before his visit, he planned to find Zhen Kongming and asked him for something. It seemed like little white had a higher IQ now. Without further instructions from Hao Ren, it automatically landed in the alley they were in last time and shrunk into a palm-sized puppy, trotting alongside Hao Ren. Elementary students were just arriving at the school. Standing at the gate, Hao Ren saw his family's white Ford arriving at the school gate soon, and Zhen Kongming got out of it quickly. Kongming, at his appearance, several schoolgirls called out to him and ran toward him. Hao Zonghua needed to go on to the institute, so he turned the car around and drove through the intersection when the green traffic light was still on. Zhen Kongming. Hao Ren walked up and called out. Zhen Kongming was about to disengage himself from the fawning girls, and he turned around and spotted Hao Ren when he heard the call. At the sight of Zhen Kongming, little white trotted over with a wagging tail. Wow! Such a cute puppy. Kongming, is it yours? The elementary school girls had shiny eyes when they saw little white. Of course. It's my pet, little white. Zhen Kongming said proudly with his hands on his waist. Wow! So cute. The little girls all squatted and tried to pet little white. With its innocent eyes, little white looked from one girl to another. Damned little white, it's playing cute again. Hao Ren walked around little white and the little girls. He pulled Zhen Kongming to one side and said, Kongming, I need to borrow something from you. Chapter 330. Cutting off. Something. What is it? Zhen Kongming was instantly cautious. This kid was sometimes very generous but could also be very stingy. Loan me a set of Dharma treasures to build a defense array formation. Hao Ren was direct with his request. How big? Zhen Kongming asked immediately. Big enough to guard a cave abode or a whole valley, Hao Ren said. Zhen Kongming thought for a while and pulled his school bag from his shoulders before taking out a dark box from his bag. The elementary school uniforms were dashing black suits. Since he couldn't take things out of his sleeves, he had put his storage space inside his backpack. There are 72 Dharma flags made with gold essence and a Dharma plate made from deep ocean crystals. The array made with them should keep out Gen-level cultivators, Zhen Kongming said confidently as he put the box into Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren thought for a while. Gen-level cultivators were equivalent to top-tier core formation realm cultivators. Such a defense array was enough in fifth heaven. Thank you. Hao Ren put the box in his pocket. Humph, Zhen Kongming snorted. If he hadn't been living in Hao Ren's home and calling Hao Ren big brother, he wouldn't have given anything to Hao Ren. Speaking of what happened, Hao Ren's grandma also took in Zhen Kongming as a grandson after feeding him for a couple of days. Thus, Hao Ren naturally became his older brother. Kongming, can we bring the puppy home for a few days? The girls petted Little White and asked Zhen Kongming in a fawning way. You can have it for a few days. In exchange, Weiqin, you bring me 2 boxes of the cookies you brought to school yesterday. Xin Yan, lend me your PSP for 3 more days. Ling Shui, buy me some crisp chicken at lunch each day. Briskly, Zhen Kongming listed the conditions for keeping Little White for a few days. Okay. The girls surrounded Zhen Kongming like planets surrounding the sun. Hao Ren could imagine that any guys who didn't like Zhen Kongming would be killed by the girls' eyes, and Zhen Kongming didn't have to make any moves himself. We can't loan it to you now. Seeing Zhen Kongming renting Little White out, Hao Ren rushed over and rescued it from the girls' hands. Uncle, give Little White back to us. The little girls raised their heads and yelled at Hao Ren. You deal with them. Hao Ren threw the words at Zhen Kongming before running away with Little White in his arms. Under the anxious glances of the girls, Hao Ren carried Little White to a corner before tossing it into his necklace. It seemed like Zhen Kongming had a good school life. No wonder he didn't want to go back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. In fact, even Hao Ren was envious of Zhen Kongming's easy life with pretty girls surrounding him each day. Back in the East Ocean University, morning classes had just begun. Several minutes late, Hao Ren hurried into the classroom. You didn't come back last night again. Did you go out on a date with Xie Yujia? Sitting in the back row, Zhou Liren arched his eyebrows at Hao Ren. As a man in love, your complexion is excellent. Last night, did you? Go away. Hao Ren bumped him to one side and took his seat. Unlocking 2 openings in one night, of course, he got a great complexion. However, in Zhou Liren's eyes, it had a different meaning, especially when he saw Xie Yujia's complexion had also been excellent recently. If Hao Ren could cultivate in 5th heaven continuously, the result would be better. However, if he were absent from school for an extended period, he would probably be reported missing to the police. Hey! Zhou Liren bumped Hao Ren with his elbow. You are close with Suhan, right? Do you know when she will come back to teach us? Zhou Liren's question was the common concern of all the guys at the school. Since Suhan was absent due to her sickness, the guys missed the super cold and beautiful teacher. How would I know? I haven't seen her recently, Hao Ren lied. Zhou Liren looked disappointed, though he had not expected Hao Ren would know about Suhan's situation. Hao Ren sat up and looked toward the front row. Xie Yujia was making notes with her head lowered, revealing the back of her white neck beneath her black hair. If I bring Xie Yujia to 5th heaven, her cultivation progress will probably increase, Hao Ren thought to himself. Hey! Zhou Liren bumped Hao Ren again. Let's go to the public bathroom together this evening. Zhao Jiayi will come back today. How are his matches recently? Hao Ren asked him casually. They entered the top 16, and the quarter-finals will begin next week. Oh, that sounds good, Hao Ren said. Damn, they entered the national quarter-finals. How could you sound so casual about it? Zhou Liren almost yelled. Seeing the teacher on the platform glance their way, he immediately lowered his head. Yeah. They are awesome. Hao Ren nodded. Zhou Liren collapsed onto the desk, wondering how Hao Ren could sound so casual after learning about the exciting news of Zhao Jiayi's basketball team entering the national quarterfinals. He didn't know that Hao Ren's vision had far surpassed the school. What Hao Ren was concerned about was the general examination of the Dragon God Shrine in 1 month and the crisis the East Ocean Dragon clan was facing. The strength of one core formation realm cultivator was almost equivalent to that of a troop of 30,000 to 50,000 soldiers, and the insignificant results on the basketball court could no longer draw his attention. However, knowing the results of the matches, he was happy for his good buddy Zhao Jiayi. After his morning classes ended, Hao Ren ate lunch with Zhou Liren in the cafe before walking to the back of the library alone and letting Little White out. Little White's fangirls came over and fed it. After more than 10 hours of cultivation in the 5th heaven, Hao Ren's spirit energy had reached its fullest state while Little White had also reached its pinnacle state. After Hao Ren led Little White out by the meadow behind the library, no one noticed that the bush had grown half a meter in one day, almost blocking the windows of the library. At this full state, Hao Ren couldn't absorb more essence in 5th heaven, So he settled down and went to his classes to solidify his unlocked openings in the Dragon Corps while spending some time with his roommates. The evening came. Since Zhao Jiayi and his basketball team wouldn't be back until 6 in the evening, Hao Ren took the time to visit Zhao Yanzi in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. While Zhao Yanzi was grounded in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he had been thinking of her for the whole day. Greetings, Fuma. The moment Hao Ren entered the main gate of the Dragon Palace, Premier Shah, with his hunchback, hurried over to greet him. Where's Z? Hao Ren asked him. In the small palace in the rear, Premier Shah said humbly. Do you mind show me the way? Hao Ren asked politely. Of course, with his back bend, Premier Shah led the way. According to the rules, no one was allowed to visit the princess when she was grounded so that she could reconsider her mistakes in the small room all by herself. However, Premier Shah had received secret instructions from Zhao Hongyu. If the Fuma came to visit Zhao Yanzi, he was allowed to see her. Zhao Hongyu thought it might be a good time for them to get closer. Despite the current situation, she appreciated Hao Ren and didn't want to act too coldly toward him. The small palace where Zhao Yanzi was grounded was in the very back, far away from the Grand Palace. Since they were not allowed to fly in the Dragon Palace, Hao Ren walked for almost half an hour with Premier Shah before they reached Zhao Yanzi's small black room. Concealed in one corner of the Dragon Palace, the building was indeed tiny. However, at least it had a garden attached to it. On the ground outside the room was a wooden box containing dishes. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi was still angry and refused to eat. Fuma, I can't go any further, or I'll break the rules. Walking Hao Ren to the entrance of the building, Premier Shah stopped. During the time Zhao Yanzi was grounded, no one was allowed to get close to her. Even the meals were placed outside the door at certain hours, and if she didn't eat, the meals would be taken away. Hao Ren's visit was, in fact, a breach of the rules. It's okay, Premier Shah. You can get back to work. Hao Ren smiled at Premier Shah. I'd better wait here for you. Premier Shah stood respectfully at the entrance with his hands placed together before him. It meant that Hao Ren couldn't stay in Zhao Yanzi's room for too long. Stepping over the meal box, Hao Ren pushed open the door and entered the room. The room was even smaller than the temporary bedroom she was in last time when she was in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. There was one bed, one chair, one small square table, and a side door leading to the small garden in the back. There were tall walls around the palace, and soldiers guarded the walls. It was impossible for Zhao Yanzi to escape. At the sight of Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, who had been sitting on the bed, snorted loudly. I saw that you didn't bring anything here with you yesterday, so I brought you some tutorial materials. Hao Ren opened his backpack and took out papers, pens, and some exercise books. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with gritted teeth. She was fuming with anger. Don't pout. While you are grounded, you can take the time to review for your exams. Hao Ren moved the table between the chair and the bed and opened the exercise book. When he was little, he was often grounded when he was in trouble. However, he had never been grounded for 10 days. Obviously, Hao Zonghua was not as strict of a father as Zhao Guang. While I'm grounded, you can flirt with your little Yujia, Zhao Yanzi pouted and said sourly. Sitting across from Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren felt wronged. In fact, he hadn't even spoken with Xie Yujia today yet because he had been thinking about Zhao Yanzi who was grounded in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Besides, he had been engrossed in cultivation and had no time. However, Hao Ren didn't want to admit the truth to her. Glancing at her pouting lips, he said on purpose, yeah. Since you were not there, I took the opportunity to go out with her. You. Zhao Yanzi scowled and reached for the books on the table to hit him with it. But Hao Ren was faster than her, catching her hand immediately. Zhao Yanzi tried to draw her hand away but failed. Frustrated, she cussed, jerk. Holding her small soft hand under his, Hao Ren laughed at her agitation. Well, I came over to visit you as soon as my class ended, and you are still not satisfied. Zhao Yanzi glared at him and drew back her hands before looking up fiercely. When I get out, I'll teach Xie Yujia a lesson. I was just kidding. She and I, Hao Ren hurried to explain. After all, Zhao Yanzi was close to the Foundation establishment realm, and Xie Yujia was no match for her if they fought. Humph. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted loudly. She looked angry, but she was touched deep inside. From last night until now, only Hao Ren visited her. Even her parents didn't come to see her. However, Hao Ren didn't understand the mind of girls and had no clue if she was happy or angry deep inside. We don't have much time. Let's begin reviewing. Glancing at her stiff expression, he reopened the exercise book. Yesterday, we discussed the real roots of quadratic equations. Today, I got a problem for you. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren and thought, he's such an idiot. I've stayed inside for a whole day, and all he does is tutor me. However, seeing Hao Ren's earnest and patient look, she didn't want to waste his time and effort. She gathered her thoughts and listened to him attentively. Standing outside the palace, Premier Shah pricked his ears and heard the confusing words of x squared plus 2x plus 1. Although he didn't understand a word of it, he relaxed knowing that the princess was safe. The Fuma is a kind and decent man. With a smile, Premier Shah closed his eyes and rested while standing at the door. 2 hours later, Hao Ren came out of the room looking fatigued. Immediately, Premier Shah walked over and lifted Hao Ren's hand. Zi's hungry. Please send her a midnight snack later, Hao Ren said to Premier Shah when they walked out of the palace. I will. Premier Shah answered immediately. I talked to her for a whole day standing out of the room, and the princess was stubborn and wouldn't eat or drink. However, the Fuma visited her for a while, and Princess Z admitted to being hungry. Well, Premier Shah thought to himself while walking Hao Ren to the main gate of the Dragon Palace. And is there anything special happening in the Dragon Palace? While they were walking toward the main gate, Hao Ren asked in a seemingly casual way. Things in the Dragon Palace. As the head manager of the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years, Premier Shah immediately understood Hao Ren's question. After some consideration, he continued, things are not as good as before. He knew exactly what he should and shouldn't say. However, Premier Shah was grateful to Hao Ren's sincerity towards him and decided to give him some hints. The incident about your destruction of half of the West Ocean Dragon Palace is spreading to each corner of the Dragon Palace. Some applauded you, and some disapproved of your impulsiveness. Many of them are saying that the fire in the West Ocean Dragon Palace is spreading to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Maybe my old ears were playing tricks on me, but I seem to have heard some of the purple-robed senior elders suggesting stripping your status as the Fuma to end the crisis. Premier Shah looked old with his hunch back, and his words were not connected. However, he had delivered the most important information to Hao Ren. At Hao Ren's expectant look, Premier Shah yawned and covered his mouth. I was sleepy. What did I say? Premier Shah, you said nothing, Hao Ren answered cooperatively. However, Hao Ren had a general idea of the situation, knowing that the purple-robed elders in the Dragon Palace were the most powerful and influential elders. Chapter 331. If Third Lord was here, silently, Premier Shah walked Hao Ren to the main gate of the Dragon Palace while different emotions surged in his heart. After Hao Ren brought back large quantities of godly elixir pills from the Nine Dragons Palace, all the elders got their share, and Hao Ren was allocated only one bottle. However, the Fuma didn't have any complaints. Now that the East Ocean was in a crisis, the first thought they had was to sacrifice the outsider, the Fuma. Premier Shah sighed a little. But as the head manager of the internal affairs of the Dragon Palace, he wasn't one of the decision-makers of the Dragon Palace. Comparatively, those purple-robed elders' words weighed more than his. Well, if Third Lord were here, such a thing would never happen. Although Third Lord doesn't quite like the Fuma, he is honorable and fierce, he would never abandon the Fuma. Nurturing these thoughts, Premier Shah found they had arrived at the main gate of the Dragon Palace without noticing. Premier Shah, please go back in. I'll head back now, Hao Ren turned to him and said in a low voice. Okay. Take care, Gongzi Hao. Premier Shah took Hao Ren's hand in his and said sincerely. He was reluctant to leave Hao Ren, and the words, take care, were not just out of politeness. As the East Ocean Fuma, Hao Ren was now under the protection of the East Ocean. But if the East Ocean Dragon Palace abandoned him, then the things Hao Ren had done for the East Ocean Dragon Palace would get him in big trouble. The troubles included the West Ocean Dragon Palace's revenge, the grudge of the Inspector Qin Xiaoyang, and the minor forces previously suppressed by the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Let's go. Hao Ren took out Little White and patted its rump. Splitting the water, he took off swiftly. Standing at the gate, Premier Shah looked after Hao Ren's retreating back and heaved a heavy sigh. Then he turned and walked back through the huge gate of the Dragon Palace. Sitting on Little White, Hao Ren traveled across the night sky over East Ocean City and returned to East Ocean University in the blink of an eye. The dorm was noisy. With Zhao Jiayi's victorious return, room 302 was going crazy. Zhao Jiayi, you are awesome. This is the 6th victory in a row. I heard that the cheerleader captain sent you a love letter, is that true? It's awesome that you can skip classes and tour around while having matches. Treat us to a meal after you become the champion. No, after entering the semi-finals. In the dorm of only 5 square meters, the guys surrounded Zhao Jiayi like a hero, shouting cheerfully. Zhao Jiayi was baffled that he had played better and better in the matches while his physical strength improved as time went on. The last time when he had a fitness test, he had reached the standards of national athletes and was almost enlisted by the national team. He didn't know that the essence replenishment pill Lu Linlin and Lu Lily mixed in the cake they ate had cleansing effects on their meridians. Since he had been active in sports, he had absorbed part of the pill, and the results were showing. Besides, he slept under Hao Ren's upper berth. While Hao Ren cultivated during the night and absorbed nature essence, part of the essence that couldn't be transformed traveled down along the bedframe and was absorbed by Zhao Jiayi in his sleep. In fact, Zhao Jiayi had now reached the realm of an ordinary martial arts master, and it was no wonder he could sweep across the basketball court in matches. Hao Ren, why are you so late? Come and have a drink with us. Seeing Hao Ren at the door, Zhao Jiayi immediately beckoned to him. Although he had become a celebrity in the school, he didn't forget Hao Ren, his good buddy. With the East Ocean University entering the national quarterfinals, the dorm was having a small celebration. After the experience of the drinking competition, no one dared to try Hao Ren again. When he walked into the room, Huang Jianfeng and others all offered their seats to him. After drinking and eating, they went to the school public bathhouse together. After receiving cold treatment from the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren enjoyed this happy time with his buddies very much. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, the peak time of the school public bathhouse. Wearing an undershirt and a pair of flip-flops, he went to the bathhouse with Zhao Jiayi and the other 4 buddies. The bathhouse for the guys was on the first floor while the one for girls was on the second floor. Zhou Liren and Zhao Jiayi were red-faced from drinking. Even gentle Cao Ronghua was walking on clouds. Hao Ren. They were paying for admittance when they spotted Xie Yujia and Ma Lina at the ticket window with wash basins in their hands. Xie Yujia was wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt with cartoon characters on it, a knee-length skirt, and a pair of pale green flip-flops. No doubt, they were there to take showers. At the sight of Xie Yujia's white, long, and slender legs, Zhou Liren froze in a daze. Are you here to take a shower? Since Ma Lina had called out his name, Hao Ren had to say something. Of course we're here to shower. Do you think we came here for dinner? Ma Lina retorted with a snicker. Xie Yujia tugged at her, signaling her to enter the girls' bathhouse instead of chatting with the guys. I say, why haven't you gone out with Yujia these days? She's bored to death in the evenings. Ma Lina stared at Hao Ren and complained. At Ma Lina's words, Zhao Jiayi and others suddenly woke from their sluggishness. Hao Ren hasn't been spending his nights in the dorm recently, and he has not been with Xie Yujia. Is it possible? They looked at Hao Ren with complicated expressions and suddenly remembered that besides the great beauty Xie Yujia, he had the twin sisters. Since you are Yujia's boyfriend, you must act like one, Ma Lina added. Ma Lina, let's go in. Xie Yujia dragged Ma Lina into the bathhouse for girls. Hiss, after Xie Yujia and Ma Lina entered the girls' bathhouse, Zhou Liren inhaled sharply and stared at Hao Ren. Brother Ren, you are awesome. How many girls are you seeing at once? Go. Hao Ren bumped Zhou Liren's butt with his knee and pushed him into the guys' bathhouse. Together, they entered the change room. Recently, he had been busy with cultivation and tutoring Zhao Yanzi in the evenings. Thus, when it was late, he would spend the night in Zhao Yanzi's home. That was why he hadn't come to the bathhouse with Cao Ronghua and others for a long while. Zhou Liren took off his clothes quickly and rushed into the shower room to get spots. Since it was peak time, it was hard to find several free shower booths together. The public bathhouse in East Ocean University was different from the ones outside of the school because it had no bath pool. Instead, it had only shower booths. However, if they could have several booths next to each other, they could talk to each other while showering. This way, Zhou Liren, who was the first one to rush into the shower section, called out to them. Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayi, and the others were walking in the direction of his voice when they suddenly heard another voice. Sorry, we'll take this place. I came here first. Zhou Liren retorted. With his 6 feet height, he was the tallest in Hao Ren's dorm, enough to frighten some guys off. Hearing the argument, Hao Ren and the others rushed over and saw 6 or 7 guys surround Zhou Liren, and the leader was no other than Huang Zuji. In this section, a group of students had just finished showering and left 7 booths empty. Zhou Liren went and took the booths when Huang Zuji came over with his club members after the club activity. It was the peak time of the bathhouse, and it was impossible to find another section of free booths. Wearing a pair of briefs, 6 feet tall Huang Zuji saw Hao Ren and his buddies walking over. He chuckled, "Well, we meet again." Standing beside Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayi was not tall, but he was as solid as a thick brick. Huang Zuji certainly recognized the popular new captain of the school basketball team. However, he didn't think Zhao Jiayi, who had no strong background, was worthy of his attention. "My friend was here first. Go find another section." Hao Ren took 2 steps forward and said. Involuntarily, Zhou Liren turned to look at Hao Ren and was startled at the sight. In his impression, Hao Ren had strong legs since he had been a long-distance runner when he was in the middle school, but his upper body was not robust, and thus Hao Ren had never been his match in arm wrestling. However, this Hao Ren he saw right now was totally different from the one in his memory. Although Hao Ren didn't have the bulging muscles like those fitness models on TV, his firm back, thick arms, broad chest and perfect inverted triangle figure were very impressive. When did this guy turn into a fitness guy? Zhou Liren was amazed. He didn't know that each morning and night Hao Ren practiced several times of the fundamental boxing techniques he learned from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. This set of military boxing movements used by Dragon Palace soldiers were very useful in keeping fit. Besides Zhou Liren, even Zhao Jiayi, who was very confident with his own body proportions, was surprised when he saw Hao Ren's body after he took off his jacket. After all, Zhao Jiayi had spent hours training in the gym, and he wondered how Hao Ren found the time to keep fit. Seeing the 2 groups in confrontation, the students in the bathhouse came over to watch. With more students coming over to watch them, rows of booths were now empty, but Hao Ren and his buddies didn't want to leave their original spot, and Huang Zuji didn't want to back off and lose face. So, the 2 groups continued to face each other in a deadlock. Is that guy the captain of the school basketball team, Zhao Jiayi? And the guy standing beside him is Hao Ren, who defeated Huang Zuji with 1 attack at the bus stop. Oh, I remember. The arm wrestling match. All kinds of comments floated around the bathhouse. In the hot steam, the running water splashed on the tile floor. With gritted teeth, Huang Zuji took a step forward and stared at Hao Ren. "I'll take this place." Now he couldn't back off to find another section to shower. Otherwise, he would lose face. "We were here first," Hao Ren answered him coolly. Huang Zuji clenched his fists. After Hao Zhonghua's inauguration ceremony, he knew from his father, the deputy mayor, that Hao Ren was, in fact, the son of Hao Zhonghua, whom even his father couldn't afford to mess with. Because of the incident during the ceremony, he was scolded severely and almost got a beating. His father warned him repeatedly not to mess with this Gongzi Hao, or his father would break his leg. If he offended the son of Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang, it would put his father's career in danger. Hao Zhonghua had a personal relationship with the provincial governor. "Forget it. Let's move to another section," Huang Zuji said suddenly. The guys watching, including the members of the rock climbing club, thought they had heard wrong. Huang Zuji backed off at this moment. Everyone could see that Huang Zuji had admitted defeat during the confrontation. Huang Zuji, the son of the deputy mayor and the famous bully at school, had backed off. After a few seconds of hesitation, the guys booed at him. With a livid face, Huang Zuji led the members of the rock climbing clubs out of the section. They didn't move to another shower section. Instead, they walked in the direction of the change room. They were in no mood to shower. With the end of the confrontation, the naked guys scattered. Undoubtedly, this incident would soon spread all around the school. Huang Zuji was defeated by Hao Ren 3 times now. He had lost in the rock climbing competition. the arm wrestling match, and now he backed off from the confrontation in the public bathhouse. Your presence was magnificent. After Hao Ren forced back the group of the rock climbing club, Zhou Liren walked over and said to Hao Ren. The aura Hao Ren emitted was so powerful that it even chilled Zhou Liren, who watched the confrontation on one side. After all, they were standing in a bathhouse full of hot steam. Take your shower. Hao Ren turned to bonk Zhou Liren on his head with a wash basin before walking over to turn on the shower. Zhao Jiayi was also secretly admiring Hao Ren's aura, which was rare even in top-tier basketball players. With this aura, he believed Hao Ren would have downed 6 to 7 of Huang Zuji's guys if they had broken into a fight. I say, Xie Yujia was really beautiful in a short skirt. Zhou Liren changed the subject while showering. Ren, I finally understand why she's attracted to you. Why? Hao Ren asked casually. Your body. You attracted her with your body. You too must have. Wah. Hao Ren tossed a basin of water toward him, knowing nothing good would come out of his mouth. Zhao Jiayi and the others laughed. The buddies chatted in the shower. When they came out, half an hour had passed. I need to go out. You head back first. Hao Ren pushed his wash basin into Zhou Liren's hands and said. Got it. Got it. Zhou Liren winked at him. He thought Hao Ren would wait at the entrance of the bathhouse for Xie Yujia and they would go to the Hongji Square for a date. Hao Ren didn't explain. Watching them walk to the dorm area outside the campus, he turned and walked toward the small forest in the school. At this time of day, many students came to take a shower. While he walked to the small forest close to the girls' residential area, he didn't notice someone was following him. Walking into the forest, he took out Little White and put up an energy sphere. With a gust, he flew up into the sky in the protection of the energy sphere. Huang Zuji had been following him from a distance, but when he rushed into the forest, he saw no trace of Hao Ren. Chapter 332. This is my territory. Every time Hao Ren went up to Fifth Heaven for the night, he would take the opportunity to patrol the sky over East Ocean City. He drove Little White swiftly around the boundaries of First and Second Heaven. Second, Third, and Fourth Heavens were the middle territories between the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators. The human cultivators were allowed to leave the Fifth Heaven and patrol these territories. However, last time when the 2 cultivators from White Sand sect scouted below the First Heaven, they were trespassing, and the dragon cultivators on land had the right to kill them. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky had darkened. Hao Ren closed his eyes and tried to feel the nature essence fluctuations around him using his spiritual sense. He was not very familiar with the use of spiritual sense and could barely cover an area with a diameter of 100 meters. If he had not been in the clouds, it would have been better to watch with his eyes. However, for the masters in Qian level and Kun level such as Suhan, they could sense every movement in an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. He was about to end his patrol when 2 cultivators' presence broke into the range of his senses. Obviously, the 2 cultivators had sensed Hao Ren's presence before he sensed their presence since they were fleeing. However, Little White was too fast for them. According to their experience, the dragon cultivators patrolling the boundaries in First Heaven were usually inspectors who were the elites of the dragon clan. Most of the inspectors were the equivalent to nascent soul realm cultivators and thus were more powerful than them. That was why they split up and fled the moment they sensed the cultivator flying up from below First Heaven. However, Hao Ren wouldn't let them go. 2 of his fingers flicked out 2 sets of sword energies. Each set contained a basic sword array consisted of 16 sword energies, shooting toward the 2 fleeing cultivators. The sword array was simple, but its power was great. 2 sheets of light, one white and the other yellow, shot onto their backs. Pooh! Pooh! They stumbled forward about 6 meters and were severely wounded. Desperately, they sped up and shot up toward Third Heaven, so fearful that they didn't even glance back at their attacker. If they had known that the attacker was only a cultivator of the Gen level, which was equivalent to low-tier core formation realm, they would have regretted their decision to flee. Withdrawing the 32 sword energies, Hao Ren patted Little White's rump and continued to patrol. These 2 cultivators were stronger than those 2 who had been captured by him last time. If they hadn't fled in panic, Hao Ren probably would not have been their match. But it didn't matter to Hao Ren since he could flee on Little White, whose traveling speed was equivalent to that of the nascent soul realm cultivators, and they couldn't catch up with it. In fact, it was Little White's horrifying speed that shocked the two cultivators and convinced them that they had encountered a dragon tribe inspector of Qian level or Kun level. Sensing the two cultivators had escaped to the territory on and above Fifth Heaven, Hao Ren patted Little White's head, and it flew up swiftly to Fifth Heaven. The ethereal summit was as peaceful as before. Little White carried Hao Ren through the thick fog into the cave abode. In the cave abode, the table and chair were the same as he had left them. However, he noticed some messy footprints on the ground of the cave. As a precaution, before he left the cave in the morning, he had spread a very thin layer of dust on the ground with the sucking and releasing power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The footprints showed that someone had come in when he was not there. Since it was on Fifth Heaven, he was sure the intruders were cultivators from some nearby sect. Hao Ren had been wondering why no cultivators had built a cave abode in this valley full of essence. Thinking it was a forbidden rear mountain of some sect, he had borrowed a set of array formations from Gen Smart and was about to build it there. But it seemed that someone had discovered his cave abode. The cultivators had been cautious about the array formations in and out of the cave abode and thus had concealed their nature essence fluctuations. They didn't realize that the owner had used a simple anti-thief method of the mortal world. From the shallow footprints, Hao Ren couldn't determine the exact number of the intruders, but he was sure there had been more than 3 of them. "Little White, guard me well tonight," Hao Ren said to Little White. Little White looked at him and barked. Hao Ren didn't know if it had understood his order or not. He must speed up his cultivation process and thus didn't want to desert this perfect cultivation spot or waste his time finding another mountain with abundant essence. After all, it was nighttime, and he would probably stumble into an array formation of some sect. Brushing the dust off the stone bed, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Lying on the entrance of the cave, Little White looked around cautiously. With its acute sense of smell, it had sniffed the scents of strangers in the cave abode. Even cats and dogs didn't like strangers trespassing their territory, let alone a spirit beast. Outside the valley, 2 beautiful figures flew in the night. "Sister, Gongzi has a great figure. Sis, did you peek at Gongzi when he was showering? Haha. What do you think? Liar. But I hope I can serve him in the shower and help him change one day." Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 dark light beams instantly shot past. The moon rose and then descended slowly. When dawn came to Fifth Heaven, Hao Ren slowly exhaled a turbid breath, feeling 3 new openings had been unlocked in his fast-spinning dragon core. 70 openings. The nature essence stored in his body had increased exponentially. For the dragon cultivators, the higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it would be to unlock openings. That was why they would have to find a mystic crystal to help them reach Qian level or Kun level. The so-called mystic crystals were like transfer stations of the essence. They could store enough essence for the cultivators to achieve breakthroughs. Hao Ren had never imagined that he would be able to unlock 5 openings in 2 days. He was convinced that this valley was his lucky place, and he would never give it up to anyone. Kicking hard on the ground, he rushed out of the cave abode while a white energy sword appeared under his feet carrying him to patrol around the valley. Flying on an energy sword consumed a lot of nature essence. But Hao Ren had just gained a breakthrough, and the essence intensity in his blood was very high. Thus, he didn't care about the essence he wasted on the energy sword. The valley had an oval shape with a U-shaped vertical dissection surface. Like an eggshell with 1 opening, this valley would have been a perfect place for defending in ancient times. However, in Fifth Heaven, all the cultivators could fly, and this feature of the valley was not an advantage here. The upside was that its funnel shape could accumulate essence in the fog, making the essence intensity much greater than outside. With the features of the valley in mind, Hao Ren took out the set of array formation he got from Gen Smart and placed the compass, that looked like a plate and was the eye of the array, in the cave abode before planting 72 array flags evenly on the edge of the valley. The instructions for building the array formation was written on the inner side of the box lid. All Hao Ren needed to do was follow the steps in the instruction. The 72 array flags corresponded with the number of 72 nether evils. If the array was properly operated, it could transform into 72 array formations such as wind, fog, rain, water, light, flow, and stones. But what Hao Ren built was the basic application which used the original The Big Dipper constellation of the 72 nether evils. It could automatically transform from time to time without his control. Except for the nascent soul realm cultivators who could break the array with pure force, ordinary cultivators, flying or walking, couldn't enter the valley. With the last array flag planted into the soil, the fog in the valley got even thicker, and the visibility of the valley decreased by almost 5 times. Hao Ren flew out of the valley and tried to enter it. However, when he rushed in on the energy sword, he looked up and found himself on the other side of the valley. He turned around and tried again. The result was the same. He rushed into the fog and ended up on the other side of the valley. It seemed like the valley didn't exist at all. Hao Ren wondered about the miraculous effects of the array formation and took out a tiny star, which was the array heart, that was made of deep ocean crystal. It had a deep blue color. He injected some nature essence into it, and the small crystal gave off a vague bluish-green light. He flew into the fog on the energy sword, and this time he entered the heart of the valley. Excellent! Hao Ren exclaimed in appreciation. Zhen Kongming was an overbearing kid, but his stuff was excellent. According to him, this array formation he gave Hao Ren was just an entry-level array. When he went back to the cave abode, Little White looked at Hao Ren with bafflement. Sitting in the center of the array formation, it had watched Hao Ren fly around outside of the valley. The coffee-colored compass was on the stone table in the cave abode. It looked to be made of ancient wood, but when he shifted it in his hand, he found it was heavier than metal. The compass was made of deep ocean crystal, too, and circles of runes were engraved on the surface. Placing the tiny blue star into the small dent in the center of the compass, Hao Ren found they fit perfectly. With the array heart in the array eye, they could automatically control the array formation in the valley. The outer and inner edges of the compass could turn, and the different positions they turned to signified different features of the array. Right now, Hao Ren used the basic feature by rotating the rings on the compass to their original positions. He injected a little nature essence into the compass, and the thick fog in the valley immediately vanished. By doing this, he had temporarily withdrawn the array formation. After turning the 2 rings of runes to random positions, he took the array heart from the compass. Plucking a golden fur from Little White's paw, he attached the array heart to the thread of hair and made them into a simple bracelet before pulling it onto his wrist. When its fur was plucked off, Little White whimpered and looked at Hao Ren morosely. Hao Ren just smiled at it. He used Little White's hair because it was harder than ordinary red thread and could resist the damages of water and fire. Attached on the hair of Little White, the bracelet wouldn't break. Let's go back to school. Patting Little White on its rump, Hao Ren got it up from the ground and walked to the entrance of the cave. Little White wagged its tail and moved closer to his legs before turning into a snow lion with a boom. No one would break into the ethereal summit, which was under the protection of the Big Dipper constellation array. Relaxed, Hao Ren smiled and got up on Little White's back, patting its big round head comfortingly. Chapter 333. Match for Little Z. Shortly after Hao Ren left Fifth Heaven on Little White, 3 figures flew to a small hill near the ethereal summit. Hello, Sect Master Song, Taoist Lu. A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe cupped his hands at the other 2. The pretty woman who was referred to as Taoist Lu smiled at the middle-aged man. Hello, Sect Master Han, she greeted. They were masters of 3 cultivation sects near the ethereal summit. The man with the surname Han was the master of 7 Stars sect, the man with the surname Song was the master of Changhua sect, and the woman with the surname Lu was the master of Qin Yin sect. The positions of the 3 sects formed a triangle, and Hao Ren's ethereal summit was in the center of this triangle. From the terrains of the mountains, the 3 sects all regarded this valley as part of their back mountain. The 3 sects had argued about the ownership of the valley and finally decided to hold a competition every 10 years. During the competition, each sect would send 3 new Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and the winner would gain the right to use the valley for 5 years. In the next 5 years, the valley would be left alone to recover its essence for the next winning sect. Of course, with this method, no sect could occupy this valley for 10 consecutive years, in which it could increase their power by so much that it would permanently occupy the valley. However, to prepare for the next competition, some disciples went into the valley, and they found a cave abode in it. The 3 masters were stunned by this discovery. They had abided by their agreement and nurtured the valley for 5 years. Now, it was occupied by an outsider. This incident soon escalated. After some discussion, the three sects eliminated the possibility that one of the three sects had been secretly using the valley, and they sent a large group of young disciples and several elders to guard the valley. However, two shadows appeared in the sky above the valley in the evening, and the elders and hundreds of disciples who were waiting for the intruder were beaten unconscious and tossed out of the valley. During the whole process, none of the hundreds of cultivators saw the faces of the attackers. Receiving the message, the three sects held an emergency meeting. They sent all the elders in the core formation realm in the sects to the entrance of the valley, but they received the same treatment. This time, dozens of elders were tossed out of the valley, and all their high-quality flying swords were confiscated. With the failed Nai raid, the three sects didn't dare to make another move. After one uneasy night, the three sect masters decided to pay a visit to the valley during the daytime. "Let's go." The sect master of 7 Stars sect took the lead and flew toward the valley on a red sword. The sect masters of Chong Hua sect and Qin Yin sect exchanged a look and followed him on their swords. From the information they got yesterday and last night, the cultivator who occupied the valley only came there to cultivate in the night, and the cave abode was empty during the day. That was why they thought it was safe to investigate it during the daytime. As he came near the edge of the valley, Sect Master Han of the 7 Stars sect slowed down, and Sect Master Song of the Jade Hua sect and Sect Master Lu of the Qin Yin sect didn't dare to break in either. After all, they were still stunned by the fact that dozens of elders were instantly beaten unconscious and tossed out of the valley last night. Senior, Han Guang, the sect master of 7 Stars sect, asks for permission to see you. Standing on his flying sword at the entrance of the valley, Sect Master Han circulated his nature essence and spoke in a loud voice. They waited for a long while, and no reply came from the valley. Looking back at the other two sect masters, Sect Master Han hesitated for a few seconds and called out again, "If Senior is not in here, please forgive us for going into the valley." No sounds came from the valley, not even the chirping of birds. The quieter the valley was, the more nervous they got. Sect Master Han inhaled deeply and looked back at Sect Master Song and Sect Master Lu. "Let's go in together." In fact, Sect Master Song and Sect Master Lu were nervous, but they couldn't back off now. Besides, from the incidents of the last few nights, they knew that the senior living in the valley didn't want to hurt anyone. He or she just wanted to keep people out. Each equipped with a protective Dharma treasure, they forced themselves to fly into the valley. A wave of mist greeted them. When they regained their sense of orientation, they realized that they were outside the valley. Not wanting to admit defeat, they flew in from another direction. When the mist disappeared, they found themselves back at the entrance of the valley. They dared not to try again. Standing on their flying swords, they looked at each other in puzzlement. Sect Master Han, will we just give the valley up to this outsider? Sect Master Lu broke the silence and asked with a reluctant expression on her face. To prepare for this competition, she had personally trained 3 disciples with the determination of getting control of the valley, and that was why she was unwilling to let go. Sect Master Han thought for a moment and said, "I don't think the senior is in the valley now, or he or she would have come out and dealt with us instead of letting us linger out here." "And the array formation?" Sect Master Song asked with bafflement. "The array formation left in the Elixir King Valley should be a position-shifting array. We can't go in if we can't break the array. In our 7 Stars sect, we have a similar array formation, but this one is much more advanced than ours." Sect Master Han paused for a few seconds before continuing, "Since the senior won't be back until nighttime, we can just wait here. The cave abode was reported to be very crude, and I think it must be a temporary resting place for the senior. We can leave him or her alone, and this senior will probably leave after a while," Sect Master Song said after a moment of consideration. The sects in 5th heaven knew the limit of their strengths. Sometimes, cultivators from 6th heaven would come to visit 5th heaven, and they couldn't afford to mess with these 6th heaven cultivators. However, Sect Master Han shook his head. The senior must be a cultivator from 6th heaven, and he or she is living here temporarily to recover from injuries or to hunt for treasures. From the way our cultivators were dealt with last night, this senior is not a murderous person. This may present an opportunity for us. Hearing Sect Master Han's words, the eyes of the pretty Sect Master Lu lit up with understanding. With a master from 6th heaven living in the Elixir King Valley, it was both a threat and an opportunity for the 3 sects nearby. Even if we couldn't get any treasures or cultivation techniques from the senior, it would benefit the sects if the senior could give us a few tips on cultivation. Sect Master Han must have planned to ask the senior for tips, but he was afraid to do it alone, and that was why he wanted the three of us to act together, Sect Master Lu thought to herself. Then, we will wait here and hope that we can meet the senior today, Sect Master Song nodded and said. Sect Master Song didn't hope to get cultivation tips from this senior. He only wanted the senior to return the flying swords that were confiscated last night. After all, the Changhua sect had sent out the largest number of cultivators last night and thus suffered the most significant loss of flying swords. While the three sect masters waited respectfully near the valley, Hao Ren, the senior in their eyes, was back in the East Ocean University having classes. With Lu Qing's special permission, Hao Ren could skip any class he wanted, but the teachers still couldn't let him pass the course if he did too poorly on the exam. If he failed too many courses, Hao Ren couldn't explain it to his parents. More importantly, if he failed miserably on the exams, he would be too shameful to tutor Zhao Yanzi. While Hao Ren was listening to the teacher attentively, Zhou Liren sitting next to him leaned toward him slowly to look at the item on his wrist. This bracelet is so beautiful. Hao Ren was sitting in the back row close to the window. Under the sunlight shining through the window, the blue deep ocean crystal was dazzling, and the golden thread that was attaching the crystal to his wrist was also emitting light that was more dazzling than gold. Damn! Are you a girl or something? Hao Ren bounced Zhou Liren's head off with the back of his fist. You have been wearing more accessories since you fell in love. Zhou Liren leaned toward him again and said, Suhan once gave you 2 bracelets. Then, you got a necklace, a golden bell, some beads, and now you got this little star. They are all gifts from girls, right? Hao Ren didn't know how to answer him. You are so lucky. No girl has ever given me gifts, Zhou Liren sighed heavily. Okay, I'll give you a gift next time, Hao Ren said in exasperation. I'm not GY. I don't want your gift, Zhou Liren replied. Damn. Hao Ren shivered with disgust. Last time when he was at the trading convention on Fifth Heaven, he had bought some gems with some spirit stones. They would sell for about 20,000 yuan at any jewelry store, and he planned to give one to Zhou Liren. However, at the latter's refusal, he gave up on the idea. After morning classes ended, Xie Yujia walked to Hao Ren's side with a small bag on her back. Hey! Let's go and have lunch together. A date with a beauty. I'm the forgotten friend. Zhou Liren, who had planned to go to lunch with Hao Ren, walked out with a snicker. Xie Yujia turned and looked at Zhou Liren before sticking out her tongue. Then, she turned back at Hao Ren. What do you want to eat? Lunch is on me. Why? Hao Ren was baffled. I have good news. She grabbed his hand and walked out of the classroom. Her hand was soft and fresh while her black hair swayed against her white shirt, forming a distinct contrast of colors. Bright and playful, Xie Yujia was in a good mood as she pulled Hao Ren to the stairs, attracting jealous glances from the nearby guys. She was not dazzling, but her freshness was the most alluring part of her beauty. Outside of the academic building, Xie Yujia unlocked her bicycle. Then, Hao Ren rode the bike with her sitting on the back seat. You haven't told me the reason for your lunch invitation yet. Riding the bicycle, Hao Ren noticed the guys on the roadside all glancing at the back seat of the bike. Didn't you notice any changes in me? Xie Yujia clutched onto his shirt and asked. Hao Ren looked back at her and found that she was stunning in the sunshine. However, he couldn't see any changes. What changes? Hao Ren asked her. I've broken through to level 8 of the Qi refinement realm. Xie Yujia slapped lightly on his back and said excitedly. Last night when she was cultivating in the dorm, she suddenly felt a transforming change when surging essences entered her body, elevating her realm instantly to level 8 of the Qi refinement realm. After cultivating for so long in bafflement, she finally experienced an epiphany moment. She understood the changes in nature and the cycles of life and death. Just like studying for school, one couldn't rely on memorization alone. Instead, a comprehensive understanding was vital. The life note in her left hand and the death note in her right hand were like positive and negative poles that suddenly connected, and the nature essence traveled smoothly all over her body. This morning when she got up, her roommate Malina almost couldn't recognize her because she looked so confident and so vivacious that all the worry and anxiousness disappeared from her face. Ma Lina felt like she was looking at a little sun that was filled with abundant energy. Xie Yujia's aura was not less dazzling than those superstars who walked on the red carpet. Her eyes were brighter, her skin was smoother, and ever her breaths were fragrant. Xie Yujia finally understood the heaven Tao. Cleansed and healthy body. Soft and shiny hair. White and solid teeth. Controlled and free movements. Clear and bright eyes. All these were the characteristics of becoming one with heaven. Although she was only at level 8 of the Qi refinement realm, she had understood the Qi refinement scroll entirely. Really? Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds and looked back at her again. Sure enough, she emitted an extraordinary radiance which was not the reflection of the sunlight on her smooth skin, but the brilliance of her self-confidence and beauty. Hey, be careful. Xie Yujia tugged on his shirt. Thud. The wheel of the bicycle collided with the edge of the flower bed. Engrossed in looking at Xie Yujia, he didn't notice the flower bed in front of him. She bounced a little on the back seat before settling steadily back on it. With the sway of her black hair, she slipped her arms around Hao Ren's belly. You have indeed broken through. Hao Ren froze for a few seconds and said. It dawned on him that with the beauty pill, she would always look this beautiful in the future. Immediately, he rode the bicycle toward the Hongji Square. Ma Lina thought Xie Yujia's anxiousness was due to Hao Ren's negligence of her as her boyfriend. That was why she reminded Hao Ren of his duty when she met him at the entrance of the public bathhouse. However, that was only one of the reasons for Xie Yujia's worries. The other reason was that despite her hard work in cultivation, her progress had been very slow, and she was only able to use 1/10,000th of the great power of the life note and the death note the old grandma gave her. Hao Ren, I'll catch up to little Z. Sitting on the back seat and clutching Hao Ren's shirt, Xie Yujia vowed. Chapter 334. Daughter's concern at the Hongji Square. Xie Yujia, who was in a good mood, decided to take Hao Ren out for a mini hotpot meal. This kind of two-person hotpot meal had become popular in recent years as it was perfect for couples or 2 to 3 friends. After reaching level 8 of the Qi refinement realm, Xie Yujia was, in fact, really close to the foundation establishment realm. The glow she radiated wasn't something a normal girl could possess even by dressing up carefully. This one, and that one. Xie Yujia was ordering the food off the menu, and the young waiter was getting nervous as she looked at him with her bright eyes. Since this waiter had been working here for a while, he must have seen many beautiful girls. However, Xie Yujia was the first one who made him feel pressured. Hao Ren's mood lightened up as he sensed Xie Yujia's joyful spirit. Since you have understood the Qi refinement scroll thoroughly, it shouldn't be difficult for you to reach the peak of Qi refinement realm. Yeah. Xie Yujia nodded happily, 1 or 2 more weeks and I should be able to reach level 10. After reaching level 10, she could start breaking into the foundation establishment realm, which would make her a qualified cultivator. Since she chose the same route as Hao Ren, she would not give up easily. That was also the promise she made to herself on the day she ate the beauty pill. In addition, the sense of achievement gained from putting so much effort in cultivation and getting a breakthrough was more exciting than getting scholarships each year for her. How is Z's studying going? Isn't the final exam season coming soon? After sharing her joy, Xie Yujia changed the topic immediately. She is studying fine. She is comparatively bad in math, but she is learning quickly, Hao Ren said. If there are any subjects you aren't good at, I am able to help. I still remember everything I learned in middle school. I am going to visit the school in the next few days, and I wonder if I am going to see her or not. Xie Yujia smiled and said. Ho ho, I can handle everything so far. She hasn't been at school these few days because she has been sick. Huh? Sick? Is it bad? Xie Yujia widened her eyes and asked immediately. Nothing. She's only a bit sick, Hao Ren replied. Xie Yujia really did treat Zhao Yanzi as her little sister and cared about her. Too bad that Zhao Yanzi was ungrateful about it. Oh yes, Fifth Heaven. You have been there once before, right? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. Yes, I have been there with old grandma before. Xie Yujia's face turned slightly red as she remembered that dream. That place is filled with nature essence, which is very beneficial for cultivation. Once you reach the foundation establishment realm, I will take you there to cultivate, Hao Ren said. Okay, Xie Yujia replied immediately. She was touched since Hao Ren had always been looking after her. Of course, she didn't know that Hao Ren was thinking about taking Zhao Yanzi, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily there as well. You have missed quite a few classes recently, and final exams are coming soon. I will give you a copy of my notes by exam time, Xie Yujia offered. If Zhou Liren saw her thoughtful girlfriend act, he would start crying and screaming pathetically again. Hao Ren calmly looked at Xie Yujia across the mini hotpot and nodded. Thanks a lot. Xie Yujia hummed softly, and her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. After the short date had ended, Hao Ren gave Xie Yujia a ride back to school. Hao Ren, you still have to go tutor Z today, right? Xie Yujia suddenly asked while sitting behind him. Yes, why? If you have time, do you mind taking me to a place? Xie Yujia asked. Sure, where do you want to go? Hao Ren asked her immediately. I want to see my parents. Xie Yujia hesitated for a few seconds and said. Hao Ren's mind blanked out. Now? If you don't mind, Xie Yujia said quietly. Hao Ren stopped the bicycle, turned his head, and looked at her. He thought for a moment and said, Sure, I will take you there now. Xie Yujia stood on the road at the school as Hao Ren chained the bicycle to the side of the road. Then, he grabbed Xie Yujia and headed to the back of the administrative building. Behind the administrative building was an abandoned bicycle shed. Many unidentified bikes were chained and lined up into different rows inside the shed. We will go and return quickly. Hao Ren released Little White from the necklace and skillfully formed a red energy sphere. Xie Yujia stood next to Hao Ren and climbed onto Little White's back. It was going to be a long trip, one she had never experienced before. She also didn't know whether it was appropriate or not to ask Hao Ren to do such things for her. However, she was greatly touched as Hao Ren agreed almost without any hesitation. Inside the red energy sphere, a colorful trail appeared as Little White started flying toward the east. Thank you, Xie Yujia said as she sat behind Hao Ren. Her hands gently grabbed Hao Ren's shoulders. It's all good. Hao Ren turned his head and comforted her. However, since they were sitting really close to each other and Little White's speed was extremely fast, all Hao Ren could see was Xie Yujia's lips. Because of the momentum, he almost kissed her on her lips. Luckily, Xie Yujia's head leaned back slightly, and Hao Ren's nose rubbed across her cheek. Xie Yujia's face immediately turned red like a fire cloud in the sky. Hao Ren thought that it was a huge misunderstanding. Right now, Xie Yujia could not get off midway even if she wanted to since they were in the sky. If she misunderstood his action as intentional, it would be difficult for him to explain himself. Little White, faster. Hao Ren tapped Little White's neck and yelled. Shoo! Little White left behind a white trail in the sky and created 2-meter-tall splashes on the surface of the ocean. The sky turned from white to gray, then from gray to black. The sea turned slowly from white to black as well. Little White directly rushed into a new continent. Hao Ren looked down through dark clouds at the city below and realized that they had arrived in the United States. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, who were riding on Little White, had become the smugglers that the US government could never be able to capture. Mountains and plains disappeared behind them at high speed. Xie Yujia, who was extremely nervous, suddenly said, Little White, you can slow down now. Hao Ren scratched Little White's neck. Little White, who was flying at high speed, suddenly slowed down before rushing downwards toward the city again. With Little White's speed, they went through half a globe and finally arrived in the United States' biggest city, New York. Although Little White had a set of flying Dharma treasures, it was still so tired that it stuck out its tongue and breathed heavily. It was nighttime in New York, but the lights made the city seem particularly prosperous. It was Hao Ren's first time visiting New York. Therefore, he didn't know which way to go. My dad's main factory is located near the Brooklyn Bridge, Xie Yujia said and pointed at the bridge that was sitting across a large river in the distance. Little White, go there. Hao Ren directed Little White. Little White flew slowly toward that direction. Xie Yujia widened her eyes and said, That's it, right here. A few tall buildings surrounded a small factory. The factory was closed. Yet, the lights in one of the offices were still on. Little White carried Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and floated toward the factory. Through the window, Hao Ren saw a middle-aged man and woman inside. The window was half open. Little White naughtily crawled onto the windowsill and grabbed onto the window frame with its 2 front paws. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were leaning on each other and could clearly see the two people inside the office through the half-opened window. Today's account is settled. USD $12,600 in sales. USD $11,500 in expense. We made USD $1,100 in total. The middle-aged woman closed the account book with a long sigh and said, "Oh, that means we made USD $1,100 today," the middle-aged man said with a gentle smile. "That's not correct. Taxes haven't been included, and we still have to pay the employees at the end of the month." The middle-aged woman rubbed the space between her eyebrows and put down the pencil. "Chin, thank you for all your hard work." The middle-aged man looked at the women kindly and said, "After coming to the United States, I haven't bought you any nice cosmetic products. We are not here to have fun. If we make more money, our Yujia will have a more comfortable life in the future." The middle-aged woman shook her head and said with a smile, "That's right. After working so hard our entire lives, all we want is to make her happy. Originally, we wanted her to come study here in the United States. But since she didn't want to, we will just let her be. A grown girl can't be kept at home. I guess she might not feel close to her dad because we are often apart from each other. Yujia has always been a sensible child since she was small, so you don't have to worry too much. Furthermore, she will definitely be fine since Hao Zhonghua's family is taking care of her." Zhonghua has been a friend of mine for so many years. I trust him. But she is my only daughter. I can't help but think about her at the end of a busy day." The middle-aged man looked up at the clock and said, "It should be lunchtime over there. I thought Yujia was going to call me." "Old man, if she is not calling you, you can call her instead. You keep saying that your back hurts every day, but it will stop hurting when you call your daughter," the middle-aged woman said while she laughed and complained at the same time. "All right, I will call her. She wouldn't be on a date right now, would she?" the middle-aged man said while he grabbed his phone. A few seconds later, Hao Ren felt the vibration of the phone inside Xie Yujia's pocket. Hao Ren immediately pulled Little White away and flew a few meters higher. Xie Yujia pulled out her phone from her pocket and answered anxiously, "Hello, Dad." As she was speaking disjointedly, Hao Ren turned around and realized that her face was covered in tears. "Yujia, what's wrong? Something sounds wrong." Xie Yujia's dad's voice came out from the phone. "Nothing, I got a cold today." Xie Yujia covered the phone with her hands and said, "I told you always to take care of your body. No matter how busy you are, don't let it affect your health." Xie Yujia's dad's tone suddenly became stern. "I know, Dad," Xie Yujia replied as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Nothing much, I just wanted to hear my daughter's voice. Are you busy studying today?" Xie Yujia's dad continued. Not busy. I'm eating out with Hao Ren right now." Xie Yujia tried to adjust her tone and pretended that everything was normal while she answered. "Let Dad give you some advice. Hao Ren is a good kid. You should seize the opportunity. I'm not saying that because he is the son of the great scientists Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang, nor because he is my best friend's son. I just think he is a pretty good kid," Xie Yujia's dad said. Since his voice was loud and clear, Hao Ren, who was sitting in front of Xie Yujia, heard everything. Xie Yujia, who was weeping and wailing, suddenly started blushing. She hastily interrupted her dad's words, "Dad, all right." "Ha ha ha, I'm just saying." Xie Yujia's dad's voice came out of the window and the phone at the same time. Xie Yujia's parents never could have known that their beloved daughter was outside the window at the moment. "Yujia, summer is coming soon, but it's still going to be chilly at night. When you are studying in your bedroom at night, pay attention to the temperature and don't catch a cold, okay? Oh, and, since you are a bit sick, remember to drink more water." Trailing behind was the voice of Xie Yujia's mom. "Mom, you and Dad should also take care of your bodies too. Don't worry. Your dad and I are in good health. He walks around the workshops dozens of times every day, and he's even more energetic than young people," Xie Yujia's mom said firmly on the phone. "You guys should eat well and live well. Don't stress yourselves out too much," Xie Yujia continued on the phone. "We can find everything in New York. Your dad and I are not stressed out at all. Right now, we are in our apartment and watching TV comfortably. All right, we are going to sleep soon. Your afternoon classes are about to start, don't be late," Xie Yujia's mom said before she hung up the phone. Hao Ren turned around and looked at Xie Yujia. He realized that Xie Yujia, who was putting her phone away, was holding her tears in, and her nose was even a little red. Little White descended slowly back to the windowsill. After the call, Xie Yujia's mom rubbing her temples and said, "My head hurts a bit today. I'm going to eat some ginger slice when we get home. You have been working too hard lately. Maybe we should go to the hospital tomorrow and get some medicine." Xie Yujia's dad looked at her worryingly and said, "Visiting the hospitals in the United States is too expensive. It wasn't easy to earn this money, and we should spend less." Xie Yujia's mom locked the account book in the drawer and turned the office lights off. "Let's go. Let's finish checking the other warehouses and then go home." "Okay. I will go and visit the factories in the suburbs tomorrow," Xie Yujia's father said as he walked out of the office with Xie Yujia's mom. Shortly, their shadows appeared near the warehouse below. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were hovering in midair. With the protection of the red energy sphere, Xie Yujia's parents would not be able to notice them. As Xie Yujia saw her slightly exhausted parents checking the locks on the warehouses one by one, she sighed softly. "Let's head back." Xie Yujia's dad owned a few large factories in the United States, but it was also stressful to manage them. Since she saw her parents with her own eyes, she was satisfied. How could she not miss her parents? How could she not wish to reunite with them? However, she was persistent about her little older brother. Once she could reach the realm where she could ride a flying sword, she would be able to see her parents more often. Once she could get better at making elixirs, she would be able to ensure her parents' good health. The red energy sphere drew a red line in New York's night sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, the Mingri Group's New York division contacted me today and said that they want to discuss a large business project with me. At the entrance of the factory's warehouse, Xie Yujia's dad suddenly remembered something before turning around and telling Xie Yujia's mom immediately. Chapter 335. Longing. The vast ocean gradually turned from black to white. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia saw land again, they already arrived at the port of East Ocean City. The warm sunlight had dried Xie Yujia's tears. When Little White landed on the ground behind the administration building of East Ocean University, Hao Ren withdrew the red energy sphere. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Thank you, Hao Ren." Xie Yujia exhaled deeply. If she had not elevated to level 8 of the Qi refinement realm and didn't miss her parents that much, she wouldn't have asked Hao Ren to travel so far with her. "In the future, if you want to visit your parents, just tell me, and I'll bring you to them," Hao Ren said with a smile. Sunlight shone through the holes in the ceiling of the deserted bicycle shed and onto Hao Ren's shiny hair. His smile also looked especially radiant under the sunshine. "In the future, I'll go visit them myself. I'll cultivate hard to achieve this goal." Xie Yujia smiled as well. Suddenly, she looked toward the roof of the academic building. "What's that?" Hao Ren turned his head and looked in the direction of her gaze. Then, he felt like his lips were covered by something soft. Xie Yujia placed her hands onto Hao Ren's shoulders and stood on her toes while her lips touched Hao Ren's. Hao Ren tensed up immediately. Feeling her smooth lips, Hao Ren felt like his heart beat so fast as if it was going to jump out of his mouth. His eyes widened, and he didn't know what to do next. Sunlight reflected off Xie Yujia's fine hair, making Hao Ren feel warm and comfortable. "I got to go now. I've missed one class already." Xie Yujia stepped back and jogged to her bicycle that was parked on the roadside. Hao Ren looked after her in a daze. He then ran his tongue along his lips and tasted a trace of sweetness. Xie Yujia rode her bike toward Academic Building A. Hao Ren cleared his throat and touched his lips. Seeing no one was around, he inhaled deeply and patted his chest before walking around to the front of the administration building with forced calmness. His class was in Academic Building C, and he could catch the second half of the class if he went there now. When he was about 100 meters away from the administration building, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sneaked out from the small back door. It could be done like this. Touching her chin, Lu Linlin had a naughty smile on her face. "Sister, Gongzi is back." Lu Lily pointed to her left. Lu Linlin turned to that direction, and Lu Lily took the opportunity to peck Lu Linlin's lips. Then, she stepped back and covered her snicker with her hand. "Well, you are a quicker learner, aren't you?" Lu Linlin reached out to pinch Lu Lily's little nose while the latter dodged with a shriek and fled. Hao Ren went into the classroom in Academic Building C through the back door, but he still attracted many students' attention. It was an elective course he had chosen together with Zhao Jiayi. Recently, Zhao Jiayi had been busy with training and matches, so he had to come to the class alone. He's Hao Ren, right? Yeah. He forced Huang Zuji to back off yesterday in the public bathhouse. The guy who used to come to class with him is the current captain of the basketball team, right? Huang Zuji is not afraid of the new captain of the basketball team, but he is afraid of this Hao Ren. His girlfriend is the sister of Xie Wanjun, the former captain of the basketball team. Oh, I know her. She's beautiful. Who would expect that the brawny Xie Wanjun had such a pretty younger sister? The gossips began to simmer in the classroom with the arrival of Hao Ren. Hao Ren pretended to have not heard their whispering comments. He took a seat in the last row and listened to the old professor talk about ancient Chinese poems. However, he noticed some gen-level dragon cultivators in the classroom. They all looked back at Hao Ren and whispered to each other. The word about the crisis of the East Ocean Dragon clan had spread through the dragon tribe, and the young cultivators began to know that Hao Ren is the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The clubs which had tried to recruit Hao Ren now all kept their distances. After all, the elders in their families were all trying to stay clear from the East Ocean. Ignoring their whispering discussions, Hao Ren steadied his breathing and circulated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll in his body. With peaceful body, heart, and mind, he circulated the 5 elemental sword energies in his body, and the dragon core gradually grew. Although there were no clear divisions in gen level, with 70 openings unlocked, Hao Ren was somewhat in the mid-tier. However, with his current strength, he could defeat any gen level cultivator with one hand. That was why he didn't care about the gossips of these weak dragon cultivators. Time ticked away, and the afternoon classes ended in the blink of an eye. Hao Ren picked up his books and returned to the dorm before riding Little White, the express train, to visit the prisoner in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. As the Fuma of the Dragon Palace, he went into the palace and to the small building where Zhao Yanzi was locked in without incident. Zhao Yanzi had been waiting for Hao Ren for the whole day. After hearing the knock on the door, she immediately pushed the book she had been reading under the pillow. Who is it? It's me. Hao Ren answered. Zhao Yanzi felt sweet, but she said in a cool tone, come in. It's annoying that you come to bother me every day. Hao Ren pushed open the door with a smile, knowing what Zhao Yanzi was really thinking. As a girl who loved to have fun, she was bored to death being locked in the small building. Zhao Guang was, in fact, trying to tame her a little by grounding her. What did you do today? Hao Ren shut the door and walked over. Nothing. I just slept. Zhao Yanzi answered him sulkily. Did you do some reviewing? Hao Ren continued to ask. No. I just slept for the whole day. Oh. What's this then? Hao Ren pulled out a math exercise booklet from beneath her pillow. A corner of the book poked out of the pillow, and Hao Ren spotted it in one glance. The pillow is too low, and I used the book to raise it. Zhao Yanzi pouted and said after hesitating for half a second. Did you eat? Hao Ren put the book on the nearby desk and asked her. When he entered the room, he saw an empty meal box at the entrance and knew that she had begun to eat today. Humph. Zhao Yanzi didn't answer his question, thinking he was like a nagging mom. She had been hoping to see him the whole day, but now that he was here, she found him annoying with all the questions. Hao Ren sat on the chair and opened the exercise booklet to look for some exercises for her to do. Since Hao Ren stopped talking, Zhao Yanzi cleared her throat and asked him, did you do anything naughty behind my back? At her question, Hao Ren's heart lurched since he had been unsettled by Xie Yujia's act today. He felt uneasy due to Zhao Yanzi's sudden question. At Hao Ren's silence, Zhao Yanzi snorted again. You must have gone on a date with Xie Yujia, right? In fact, she didn't dislike Xie Yujia. However, she felt inferior to Xie Yujia, who was gentle, pretty, could do housework well, and was excellent in her studies. The truth was, Xie Yujia also felt inferior to Zhao Yanzi, who was vivacious, cute, and gifted in cultivation. Today, we will review physics, and I'll teach you the concept of pinhole imaging and plane mirror imaging. Hao Ren placed the exercise booklet before her. Humph. 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 Zhao Yanzi snorted 3 times before sitting up against the pillow and reading the exercises. She indeed had some difficulty in understanding some of the points in the books. She didn't want to fail the final exams because Zhao Hongyu had promised her an overseas vacation this summer if her ranking went up. Hao Ren pulled the chair closer to the bed and explained to her how to solve such problems in detail. Shoulder to shoulder, they looked quite intimate under the flickering candlelight. After the 2-hour session, Hao Ren closed the exercise booklet and stretched his shoulders before standing up. Zhao Yanzi was a bit numb in her legs after a whole day of sitting, and she was a little reluctant to see Hao Ren leave. "I'll come over tomorrow to continue the tutoring session. 10 days will pass quickly," Hao Ren comforted her. With Zhao Guang's character, it was impossible for him to release Zhao Yanzi before the time was over. Okay, go. You are nagging me again." Zhao Yanzi waved her arm impatiently. "One more thing. Don't get sluggish on cultivation. You can't cultivate the formal techniques until you reach the foundation establishment realm," Hao Ren reminded her. "Got it." Zhao Yanzi furrowed her brows angrily. Seeing the anger on her cute face, Hao Ren smiled before walking out of the room and shutting the door behind him. Premier Xia was waiting outside. Seeing Hao Ren walking out from the small building, he took 2 steps forward and asked, "Gongzi Hao, how's the princess today?" "Zi's appetite is good. You should increase her meal sizes," Hao Ren answered. After a moment of consideration, he asked, "How has Suhan been in the past couple of days?" "I'm not sure. Elder Xingyue is taking care of Inspector Su," Premier Xia answered cautiously. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded before taking out a small, exquisite wooden box. "Please give this to Elder Xingyue and ask her to give it to Suhan." "This is," Premier Xia was baffled. "These are the godly elixir pills from the 9-Dragon Palace. I got one of each kind. She hasn't recovered after such a long time, so I hope these pills can help her. It's too late, so I won't visit her today," Hao Ren said casually. Taking the heavy box, Premier Xia was astonished as he thought, the Fuma is indeed generous. Although Hao Ren took out quite a lot of godly elixir pills from the 9-Dragon Palace, each of them was priceless. Besides, the 9-Dragon Palace was now sealed, and it was impossible to get more pills from it, making these pills even more precious. From Hao Ren's perspective, the godly elixir pills were useless to him, and Suhan could take them with her high realm. Besides, she was not one of the core members of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and thus she wouldn't be given any precious godly elixir pills. That was why he gave her his share. "That's all. I'll come to visit again tomorrow." Hao Ren strode to the main gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Premier Xia watched Hao Ren leave swiftly on Little White's back. After a moment of consideration, he hurried to Elder Xingyu's palace. He was a reliable man, and that was why Hao Ren asked him to run this errand for him. However, the godly elixir pills were precious, and Premier Xia didn't want to keep them for long. He hurried to Elder Xingyu's residence to hand the box to her in person. Elder Xingyue was also astonished when she took the box from Premier Xia. As a core elder in the East Ocean Dragon clan, she had been allocated only 2 godly elixir pills which could only help her cultivate. But in the box was a set of the 5 godly elixir pills, and Hao Ren had given them all to Suhan. Closing the lid of the wooden box which contained 5 radiant godly elixir pills, Elder Xingyue looked up at Premier Xia and asked, "How is Princess Z recently?" "She cultivates each day, and it seems like she has gained some progress," Premier Xia answered. Elder Xingyue considered for a moment and replied, "Well, I should give her some instructions on cultivation. However, she is cultivating the techniques of the human cultivators, and I'm not familiar with such techniques. In the Dragon Palace, all our cultivation techniques are Dragon Tribe techniques, right? The light-splitting sword shadow scroll seems to be a human cultivation technique, but I'm afraid Princess Z doesn't have the patience to cultivate it. None of the other cultivation techniques in our Dragon Palace will fit her." Suddenly, Premier Xia changed the subject. Third Lord has taken the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to restart his cultivation since his damaged dragon core can take this opportunity to cultivate the 5 elemental essences simultaneously to build a solid foundation. "Why did you bring him up suddenly?" Elder Xingyu's beautiful eyes glanced at Premier Xia. A smile appeared on Premier Xia's withered face. "Third Lord hasn't sent back any messages after being out for so long. I miss him quite a lot." Wringing her hands, Elder Xingyue sighed lightly and said in a low voice, "He's a lucky man. He will be fine." "Hee, I hope so. I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. I'd better go now." Premier Xia stood up and walked out of the living room. Elder Xingyue sat in the armchair, deep in thought. Then, she exhaled deeply and touched the warm wooden box containing the godly elixir pills before walking out of the door. Above the Dragon Palace, the blue waves were surging. She looked up at the layers of blue waves and was a bit emotional. After a little pause, she crossed the small garden and walked towards Suhan's room. My disciple is luck. She is cold, but someone still cares for her. However, there's someone out there pursuing the heavenly dragon realm and doesn't send any messages back even though it has already been more than half a month. Everyone says that I like to cultivation. But in fact, I am on a hard journey pursuing that magnificent figure before me, she thought. In her fluttering robe, Elder Xingyue shook her head slightly and gently pushed open the door to Suhan's room. Chapter 336. Am I a senior? Hao Ren and Little White rushed out of the ocean and flew directly to fifth heaven. He told Zhao Jiayi and his other two roommates that he had things to do at home recently and had to go home every day. Since they were now used to him not living in the dorm, they didn't ask him too many questions. In order to elevate to Gen level and even charge at Dewey level as soon as possible, he had to spend most of his time in fifth heaven. Little White shot toward the valley and drew out a line of white light. Meanwhile, the three sect masters who had been waiting for him for a whole day all flew into the air at his appearance. However, before they could get close, Hao Ren already rushed into the array formation in the valley. After all, Little White was too fast for them. Stopping at the entrance of the valley, they exchanged a look, wondering if this senior didn't want to talk to them or didn't notice them at all. How about sending a voice transmission note into the valley? Sect Master Lu of the Qin Yin sect asked Sect Master Han carefully. His speed is the traveling speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator, right? Sect Master Han asked them hesitantly. In fifth heaven, the nascent soul realm cultivators were at the top of the pyramid. Even though these three sect masters had never seen one, they were sure that the speed they just witnessed didn't belong to a core formation realm cultivator. The three sect masters were all top-tier core formation realm cultivators, and none of them could reach such a fast traveling speed. This senior seemed to be traveling on a mount instead of on a flying sword, Sect Master Song from the Changhua sect said after a moment of hesitation. Are you sure? Sect Master Han asked immediately. The three sects had been rivals over the ownership of the Herb King Valley, but now they were allies, depending on each other. I was the closest to the senior and thus had the clearest view. His mount is a white lion, Sect Master Song nodded gravely and said. White lion, Sect Master Han thought for a moment and said, is it possible that he is a cultivator from the Sky Mountain sect on sixth heaven? I'm not sure if he's a nascent soul realm cultivator. But if Sect Master Song is right about the mount, the snow lion should be a spirit beast above level 4, right? Sect Master Lu looked at the other two sect masters and asked cautiously. Sect Master Han and Sect Master Song exchanged a look. Neither of them could answer the question. All they knew was that the Sky Mountain sect from sixth heaven raised a lot of snow lions, and some high-level disciples had them as their mounts. As to what level this spirit beast was on, they had no clue. After all, the sects on fifth heaven had rarely seen spirit beasts. However, they were sure that a spirit beast with such a great speed couldn't be at low level 1. Since the power of a level 1 spirit beast was equivalent to that of a core formation realm cultivator, they estimated that this snow lion should be close to level 4. Anyway, with such a spirit beast as his mount, the senior must have a high ranking in his sect, Sect Master Song said. Since snow lions were the symbolic spirit beasts of the Sky Mountain sect, they all considered Hao Ren as one of the elite disciples of the Sky Mountain sect. It must be noted that the small sects on fifth heaven all looked up at the sects on sixth heaven with respect, especially the Sky Mountain sect, which stood out from other sects on sixth heaven since it had connections with some sects on seventh heaven due to their skills in raising spirit beasts and growing herbs. There were less than 20 sects on sixth heaven, and Sky Mountain sect was one of the few that were well known from on fifth heaven and seventh heaven. At this thought, the three masters began to look hopeful. It is one thing if this senior is only a hermit cultivator. However, he is obviously a high-ranking disciple of the Sky Mountain sect, coming to fifth heaven to do business by himself. If we could befriend him, they thought. I think we'd better pay a visit to this senior. After all, while he is temporarily living in our Herb King Valley, we must show him our hospitality as the local hosts, Sect Master Lu of the Qin Yin sect said as she pulled a streak of hair behind her ear. Compared with their determination to take back the Herb King Valley by force yesterday, their attitude had now taken a 180-degree turn. Sect Master Lu is right. I think we'd better return to our respective sects and prepare some gifts before paying a visit to this senior. Sect Master Han agreed immediately. After some consideration, Sect Master Song thought that the returning of dozens of flying swords was now a minor issue. If this senior disciple of the Sky Mountain sect agreed to take his Changhua sect as a resting place on Fifth Heaven in the future, it would bring great benefits to his sect. After their discussion, the three sect masters flew in three directions. They each had their own thoughts, but they were afraid to act alone. By working together, they could face any potential problems together. Hao Ren didn't know that there were three sects on three sides of the valley, nor did he know that the cave abode he built casually gave three sect masters 2 consecutive sleepless nights. He walked into his cave abode cheerfully and checked to make sure that no one had intruded into the cave before settling down to cultivate. Thanks to the array formation Zhen Kongming gave him, the essence in the valley seemed to have grown even more intense. The Big Dipper constellation array not only prevented cultivators from breaking into the valley, but it could stop the essence from leaking out as well. Under the protection of the array formation, this valley wouldn't be seen by the passing cultivators, and they would regard it as an ordinary valley that was filled by an area of intense white fog. The array formation prevented the probing eyes of the three surrounding sects, but it also blocked Lu Linlin and Lu Lily from the valley. Sister, the array formation is annoying. Now, we don't know what Gongzi is doing in the valley, Lu Lily complained after flying around and finding no loopholes in the array formation. This array formation is fragile, but Gongzi built it. We shouldn't break it. Lu Linlin comforted Lu Lily helplessly. She was more impatient than Lu Lily, but the latter seemed to be more eager to see Hao Ren. What should we do? Lu Lily looked at Lu Linlin, pouting. We will go back. After all, the cultivators in the core formation realm can't break this array formation, and Gongzi built it to keep his privacy, Lu Linlin said with a smile. Okay. Lu Lily agreed reluctantly. During their patrol over the last 2 days and nights, they had sensed that Hao Ren was trying his best to absorb the essence in the valley, and he made significant progress. While they were happy to see his progress, they were worried that he might encounter dangers. Cultivating in seclusion was a fast way to elevate realms, but the cultivators would receive great harm if they were attacked during seclusion. I'll kill anyone who dares to hurt Gongzi. Flying with Lu Linlin toward the boundary between 5th and 4th heaven, Lu Lily mumbled. Shaking her head with a smile, Lu Linlin took Lu Lily's hand before shooting down from 5th heaven. Lu Lily had always mocked her sister for falling for Hao Ren, but it seemed like Lu Lily was the one who was in the real danger. During the peaceful night, there was no wind in the valley. After 8 hours of cultivation, Hao Ren had successfully unlocked 2 more openings. It was indeed helpful to cultivate in a place full of essence. Even Little White, who was absorbing the nature essence with its demon beast instinct, strived toward level 2. In fact, demon beasts had their own cultivation techniques. However, since Little White didn't activate its intelligence, it could only launch basic attacks with the nature essence accumulated in its body and couldn't circulate the nature essence in its body at will. Since Hao Ren didn't have any skills and experiences in raising spirit beasts, he didn't know how to nurture it with his own nature essence. He could only communicate with Little White with simple gestures. Otherwise, Little White should have in level 2 or even level 3 with the amounts of elixir pills it had consumed. Jumping out of the cave abode, Hao Ren practiced the fundamental boxing techniques 3 times before practicing the sword array formation several times. After that, he felt like his entire body was refreshed. Little White was rolling in the fields of wildflowers. Since there were no other animals in the valley, it didn't have to act like a dignified demon beast. It bit into the wildflowers and raced around. It looked exactly like a typical dog in the villages. The 160 sword energies entered Hao Ren's body through the back of his neck. No sword was better than having a sword. It was so-called state of a sword god. Little White, stop playing. We need to head back. With one hand, Hao Ren grabbed Little White that was covered in flower petals and tossed it into the air. Little White rolled in the air and landed on the ground as a magnificent snow lion. Let's go. Hao Ren patted Little White's rump, and they shot out of the valley. After returning to their respective sects last night, The 3 sect masters carefully prepared gifts and placed 3 treasure boxes at the entrance of the valley. However, Hao Ren didn't see them since he was in a hurry to go back to First Heaven. About 50 kilometers from the valley, a golden lion roared suddenly, and the girl who was riding on its back was so startled that she almost jumped onto the nearby mountain summit. "Luya, what happened?" The girl hugged the golden lion's neck and complained. The golden lion called Luya looked in the direction of Little White and shook its head with force. Just a moment ago, it had felt the distinct aura of one of its kind. The elder senior brother was sent by Master to find a spirit stone mine in 5th Heaven and hasn't returned after 3 days. Luya, use your senses and see if there are any traces of snowlions nearby. The girl rubbed Luya's forehead and urged. While she spoke, Little White carrying Hao Ren flew past her in a dash. "Snow lion!" the girl yelled, then she found something was not right. "So fast, is it Jishin of Grand Uncle Master? But a level 6 spirit beast wouldn't come here." While she hesitated, Little White and Hao Ren both disappeared from her sight in half a second. Chapter 337. Coming back home. Hao Ren dashed down 5th Heaven and patrolled around before he went back to the East Ocean University for his classes. Time flew by, and Hao Ren took Little White for a walk near the library at noon. During their afternoon class, Xie Yujia turned back and smiled cheerfully at him. Hao Ren knew that Xie Yujia was both sensitive and logical. Sometimes she would even sacrifice herself to make other people happy. She wished that everyone around her was happy even if she was not standing in the center of the crowd. Xie Yujia's smile was her way of thanking Hao Ren for taking her to see her parents. However, a smile like hers made his heart ache a bit. "It isn't her wish to live at my home. She spent as much time as possible with grandma and didn't cause my parents any trouble. However, in her heart, she still misses her parents a lot." At this thought, Hao Ren felt like he should have treated her nicer. All the Friday courses came to an end with the sound of the school bell. Hao Ren packed up quickly and walked to the front of the classroom. "Whoa, you didn't sit beside Yujia, and now you are in a rush to come over?" Ma Lina teased Hao Ren while sitting beside Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia patted Ma Lina with her hand and squeezed in front of her. Then, she smiled lightly at Hao Ren. "Let's go." Hao Ren smiled back and walked to the door with Yujia. Ma Lina was left stupefied in her seat. After a few seconds, she looked at the backs of the two and breathed in deeply. When did Hao Ren's smile get so charming? Hao Ren went back to his dorm to put a few things away. Then, he headed over to Xie Yujia's dorm building to pick her up before they went to the bus stop. Xie Yujia wasn't used to how detailed Hao Ren was today. They got on the bus and arrived at the house by the beach by 4 in the afternoon. Yu Yang was busy in the kitchen with a black and white sweater and white apron on. She came home earlier today on purpose to make a nice dinner for the family. Since she didn't cook much, she started to prepare at 4 in the afternoon. When Xie Yujia saw Yu Yang busy with cooking in the kitchen, she dropped everything immediately to help. Zhen Kongming came home a long time ago. He sat in front of the TV on the couch, having a blast on the new PS3 Hao Zonghua got him. Grandma was in a good mood. She was drinking her tea and watching the exciting images on the screen, cheering for her second grandson, Zhen Kongming. "Brother!" Zhen Kongming shouted out as soon as he saw Hao Ren. His shout startled Hao Ren, and the latter took a few steps back. He pretended to be Zhen Kongming's brother last time when they went to the West Ocean Dragon Palace, but he never thought about actually becoming this demon's big brother. On top of that, Zhen Kongming had always tried to act cool, so it surprised Hao Ren when this kid called him his brother on his own. Hee hee, Grandma laughed out pleasantly when she heard this. After greeting him, Zhen Kongming turned around and refocused his attention on the exciting game. Grandma had promised him 3 more games as long as he called Hao Ren brother. Between his dignity and the games, Zhen Kongming decisively chose the latter. "The more I look at Kongming, the more I like him. So, I am taking him in as a second grandson. He will call you brother in the future, and you need to treat him like a little brother too," Grandma said to Hao Ren, who was dumbfounded. Oh, Hao Ren walked to the couch carefully and thought. Grandma bribed a mighty demon into becoming her grandson with a PS3 that is only a few thousand yuan. Although he had no idea what Zhen Kongming was as a demon beast, he knew that Zhen Kongming had great potential due to his success in transforming into a human. Not to mention that he was also the disciple of Chu Niu, one of the 9 ancestors to all dragons. Why don't you play with Kongming for a bit now that he is your little brother? Grandma urged Hao Ren. Hao Ren saw that Zhen Kongming was having the time of his life. He picked up a controller and started playing with him casually. Zhen Kongming shouted out loud during the game and didn't look like a demon beast at all. Little White was definitely similar to him. Time for dinner. Time for dinner. Yu Yang called out as she came out of the kitchen. Xie Yujia carried the dishes out with Yu Yang happily, and a few drops of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Hao Zonghua, who had been working upstairs, also came into the dining room. The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0V3L. Bijane. The family gathering cheered Grandma up as the elder. Yu Yang made an entire table of dishes today, and the sincerity was more than enough to change Grandma's impression of her. To make the room livelier, Grandma turned the TV to the news channel and called out to everyone, "Let's eat, let's eat." For her, work was not a priority. The most important thing was for the entire family to gather together and enjoy dinner happily. "Ren, has there been any problems with Zi's dad's company?" Hao Zonghua suddenly asked. No problems," Hao Ren answered uncertainly. "Oh, I just heard some rumors about the mismanagement of Mingri Group. Their sales and profit had been declining lately, so I was a bit worried. That was why I asked," Hao Zonghua said. "Is that so?" Grandma frowned a little. "I haven't been watching the stock market a lot lately, but I did notice the stock price of Mingri Group declining." It's normal for stocks to fluctuate," Hao Ren laughed and answered. "No, I'm going to take another look." Grandma suddenly left the table and went upstairs by holding the railing. The family all put their chopsticks down and waited nervously for Grandma to come back. Zhen Kongming was the only one who had no idea what stocks were. He took this opportunity to snitch several good stew pork pieces into his bowl. A few minutes later, Grandma came back to the dining room from the stairs with a hunched back. She said seriously, "I took a look, and the Mingri Group stock has been dropping to the limit for 7 days straight." Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were both surprised at Grandma's words. They didn't know much about business, and that was why they didn't focus on the news about the Mingri Group when they heard rumors. However, the stock market had been doing great lately, and Grandma had been delighted with the money she was making. It was weird for the Mingri Group stock to drop that much. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Yu Yang asked Hao Zonghua, who was sitting across from her. Hao Zonghua frowned intensely as he didn't know what to say. The Mingri Group was a large business group in China, and the numbers on their financial reports were rounded to the nearest millions. However, Hao Ren's parents were only scientists, and there wasn't much they could do. "Zonghua, make a phone call to Zi's family and ask them about it," Grandma said. "That wouldn't be appropriate, Mom. Maybe Zi's dad is stressed out about it now. It's not a good time to call them and ask about it." Yu Yang stopped her hastily. "Then tell them that even if they go bankrupt and fall in debts, I still want Z." Grandma straightened her back and said stubbornly. "And tell him not to worry about the business. I still have a saving of 800,000, and I can give it all to them to start again if they need it," Grandma continued. 800,000 yuan, a drop of water in the ocean compared to the amount of money Mingri Group was losing daily. Grandma probably didn't understand this, but her concern showed how much she cared. "Rest assured, Mom. It's nothing more than the normal ups and downs of business." Hao Zonghua comforted her after seeing how upset she was. He was very worried as well. Even though he wasn't in the field of business, he knew that a 7-day straight decline meant that the company was facing a tremendous crisis. There was a moment of silence, and Hao Zonghua regretted bringing up this topic. At this moment, the TV station began reporting a piece of news. The Mingri Group, China's leading business corporation, has fallen under a crisis. Rumors have it that the corporation is undergoing a large replacement of its high-level executives. This has caused a sharp drop in Mingri Group's stock. It has been declining for the past 7 consecutive days, and the situation in Mingri Group in China is causing a chain reaction for its subsidiaries all over the world. According to experts' conservative estimate, Mingri Group sees a loss of at least 200 million yuan per day. This news completely crushed Zhao Zonghua's comfort. Grandma's face immediately darkened. Hao Ren could imagine that a piece of news like this would result in a further decline in Mingri Group's stock price. The image of skyscrapers crashing down suddenly appeared in his head. Of course, the news might not be 100% true. He knew that the reason for Mingri Group's crisis was because the business groups of the other dragon clans stopped doing business with Mingri Group. Doing business was like the flow of water, and it would only be alive if there were transactions. The East Ocean Dragon clan was the first one who tried to start a business on land. It got bigger and bigger, and the foundation it built was more and more stable. To avoid other dragon clans from claiming that East Ocean Dragon clan was not sharing good things with others, they had been helping out a few other dragon clans' businesses in the past decades. But these dragon clans took this opportunity to turn around and work against the company, causing the Mingri Group to lose a few largest business partners it had. It was easy to foresee the challenge the Mingri Group was facing right now. The powers had their territories, but businesses didn't. If the Mingri Group were to go bankrupt, the other companies could take the opportunity to grow stronger by splitting Mingri Group's market. They could even open their subsidiaries in the East Ocean City. Just when Hao Ren thought this through, the news continued. The CEO of the foreign investment business of Mingri Group, Zhao Horan, announced that he is returning to China. This would be his first time coming back after taking over Mingri Group's foreign investment branch 20 years ago. Hao Ren looked toward the TV. Zhao Horan. Could that be the second uncle of Zhao Yanzi who had been in the States? He fixated his eyes on the TV, but all he could see was a picture of a round-eyed gray-hair old man with a cane in his hand. He was exuding a strong aura. Chapter 338. One big family. The picture on the upper right corner of the TV screen was soon replaced by the next piece of news. This week, a resident found a rock in 1825 Art District. It has a square shape with a width of 5 centimeters as shown in the picture. Anyone who can provide us a clue to this nameless rock will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. In the picture was a translucent green rock which looked like a precious stone. Hao Ren found the rock in the picture quite familiar. Then he recognized it as a low-tier spirit stone. He had confiscated 2 storage bags on top of a skyscraper in 1825 Art District, and he had dropped one of the spirit stones from one of the bags. The rock in the picture was most likely the one he dropped. I know something about this rock. Yu Yang took the opportunity to change the subject. Someone picked up this rock and sent it to the antique market for appraisal, but no one recognized what kind of precious stone it was and couldn't give a price for it. Afraid that the rock had radioactivity rays, they sent it to the Mineral and Rock New Materials Research Center in East Ocean City. And the result? Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at Yu Yang nervously, waiting for her to finish. And the result showed that the rock is not a precious stone and has no radioactivity rays, nor is it harmful to human bodies. Besides, it's very brittle and can't be made into anything artistic. So, the Material Research Center bought the rock off that person with 500 yuan. Yu Yang continued. Hao Ren was about to heave a sigh of relief when Yu Yang continued. The incident ended for the public. However, the Material Research Center couldn't decide on the category of the rock and handed it to the Provincial Research Center, which in turn handed it to the National Special Mineral Materials Engineering Research Center. The National Center tested it with the most advanced devices and found that the rock is a new mineral with high-quality energy. Hao Zonghua interrupted her by saying, I know something about it as well. One of my friends works in the National Mineral Research Center, and he told me that this rock has drawn the attention of the National Science Research Institutes, and they are investigating the origins of this mineral rock. We wouldn't have known about it if we are not in this circle. Hao Ren inhaled and nodded. Spirit stones were the most common items for cultivators living on and above fifth heaven, and they were to cultivate and trade for other stuff. However, for the science institutes, they were a new kind of energy source which was both clean and efficient. If one mastered the new source of energy, one mastered the direction of development of the world. No wonder the government was paying so much attention to it, and the local TV station even placed a reward of 10,000 yuan for the clues of the rock in an effort to dig out the origin of the rock. Don't talk about rocks. Grandma was angry since she was interrupted. If Zi's family has any difficulties, we'll try our best to help them. Do you hear me? When she had fallen ill due to high blood pressure, Zi's family saved her life. Grandma always remembered it. Now seeing the business of Zi's father in difficulty, Grandma was very anxious. Don't worry, Mom. I'll try my best. The Mingri Group and our Ocean Research Institute are working on the Deep Ocean Oil Project. Besides, Yujia's father's factories in the US will start working with the New York subsidiary of Mingri Group. Hearing the mentioning of her name, Xie Yujia looked up. When she heard information about her father's factories, her eyes lit up. We hope Zi's father's company will get over the difficulty. After all, we have a lot of joint projects together. Hao Zhonghua tried to calm Grandma down. Good. Zi's family and our family are one big family. You use your connections and see if any big businesses can give Zi's father a helping hand. Aren't you close with the provincial governor and the chief of the energy bureau? And you have former classmates working in the agriculture department and business department, right? Grandma's words shot toward Hao Zhonghua like bullets. Okay. Don't worry, Mom. I'll make some calls when I finish my meal. Hao Zhonghua nodded in exasperation. That's more like it. Glancing at Hao Zhonghua, Grandma finally picked up her chopsticks. Yu Yang smiled at Hao Zhonghua and was about to eat when Grandma said, "And Yu Yang, you can use your connections as well. Some of your former classmates are running big businesses abroad, and you must help Zi's father get some deals." Okay, Mom, Yu Yang agreed immediately. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia exchanged a look. Seeing the rare displeasure on Grandma's face, they busied themselves with eating. Zhen Kongming was eating a chicken leg leisurely. In fact, he was the wealthiest person around the table since the precious stones in his storage space could easily sell for billions of yuan. But he had nothing to do with the East Ocean Dragon Palace's business on land. Therefore, he didn't care to offer any help. When dinner was over, Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang returned to their room on the second floor, and each used their cell phones to contact their former classmates, hoping to find some help for Mingri Group. With their international reputation in the science circle, they had a lot of connections in China, especially with their former classmates who had taken important positions. It wasn't hard for them to achieve certain things. That was why the deputy mayor of East Ocean City didn't dare to offend these two figures, and Huang Zuji had been beaten hard by his father for messing with Hao Ren. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang had never asked for favors from anyone after graduation. They didn't even call their friends at the Education Bureau when Hao Ren was applying for university. However, now they began making phone calls to their friends and former classmates to help Mingri Group, and their requests got lots of attention. Yeah. Minister Kai, the exploration project of the Ocean Research Institute and Mingri Group is a major energy project spanning the next 10 years in the East Ocean area, and I hope it will go smoothly with your help. Hi, Lu Xin. How's the weather in France recently? And your wine business? Oh, you acquired a new winery? I have a friend from Mingri Group. Yeah, their stock is not doing well recently, but they also do business on food supply. Do you want to talk to him? I'll give you his number. One on the balcony and the other in the room, Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang kept making calls, urging all their connections to do business with Mingri Group. With his acute hearing ability, Hao Ren listened to his parents' phone calls while cultivating. He didn't know that they had such broad connections, from government ministers to overseas wineries, from the shipping tycoon of Australia to Wall Street investors, from senior management at GE to the chief editor of Times. They contacted every connection that had the potential to help Mingri Group's business or to improve its public image. Hao Ren even thought that if his parents changed from science research to business, they would do great with their connections and brains. Half an hour later, Zhao Guang, who was listening to elder son's report, heard his cell phone ring. Hello. Who's speaking? Zhao Guang answered the phone. Oh, I'm Lu Xin, the owner of Chateau Lafite Rothschild of Bordeaux. Are you Zhao Guang, the president of Mingri Group? My good friend Yu Yang told me that you plan to import wine. I can provide you with 500 boxes of 98 feet wine for a trial sale. Zhao Guang froze at the offer from the #1 winery in the world which produced the much coveted top-grade wine. Ding, the phone on his desk rang. After asking Lu Xin to wait for him on his cell phone, he picked up the phone on his desk. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Emerton, the executive director of Glory Shipping Company in Australia. I called to ask if my company can work with the Australia subsidiary of your group. My good friend Hao Zhonghua asked me to call you tonight. We plan to build a new port at Melbourne, and if it's convenient for you, smooth English floated from the phone. Zhao Guang widened his eyes, surprised that another business opportunity was knocking on his door. Working with the biggest shipping company in Australia to build a new port was definitely good news that would push up Mingri Group stock prices. Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao? The woman's urging voice came from his cell phone. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Guang glanced at Elder Sun standing before him and instructed calmly, "Go and summon Elder Lu, and the others. Get some reliable assistance as well. We'll be busy." The West Ocean Dragon Palace united the other two Ocean Dragon Palaces and tried to cut off Mingri Group's land business. Meanwhile, they launched smear campaigns, pushing down Mingri Group's stock prices. Despite his elite team, Zhao Guang was overwhelmed by their sudden attacks. The former boss of the group was now being forced to the edge of the cliff. The old Dragon King means to rally after his return. Shall we organize a grand welcome party? Elder Sun looked at Zhao Guang and asked. Zhao Guang shook his head. Ren's parents are helping me, and I shouldn't count on the old Dragon King to pull this mess together. We must fight back before he comes back. Zhao Horan was one generation older than Old Manzung of West Ocean. Zhao Guang could imagine the overwhelming pressure Old Manzung would face when his father, who had been absent for the last 20 years, returned. The East Ocean Dragon clan's power had fallen to such a shabby state in Zhao Guang's hands. However, Zhao Guang felt like Zhao Haoran had more reasons behind his fury. Chapter 339. Hao Ren is a bad guy. Saturday morning, Hao Ren got up early and jogged along the beach before practicing the fundamental boxing techniques, which didn't need nature essence but was a test of physical strength, several times. Due to limited resources, the soldiers in the Dragon Palace couldn't cultivate advanced techniques like the elders. They kept themselves fit and built array formations for defense and offense. Hao Ren's body had grown tough and manly after the constant practice of it. If he encountered hooligans on the street, Hao Ren could down 5 to 6 of them without the use of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Each of his punch and kick was powerful. Besides speed and strength, the boxing practice was beneficial to his flexibility. Although his boxing skills were not excellent, his physical fitness had reached the realm of martial arts masters. Of course, the other reason for his fitness was that the cultivation of the spirit concentration scroll and the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. When he got back to the house for breakfast, he saw Xie Yujia cleaning the living room. With only the two of them in the living room, they looked at each other. Xie Yujia blushed while Hao Ren's cheeks warmed a little at the memory of her kiss. "You went out last night, right?" Xie Yujia asked him while raising her hand to her face, pretending to rub her nose. "I went to tutor Z and then came back to sleep." Hao Ren walked over and poured water into a glass. He was covered in sweat. At the moment, there were 2 drops of sweat on his temple. However, Xie Yujia found him full of manly attraction. Feeling her heart begin to race, she inhaled slightly and steadied her heartbeat with the Qi refinement scroll before asking, "How's Z doing?" "Good." Not wanting to worry her, Hao Ren didn't tell her that Zhao Yanzi was grounded in the Dragon Palace. Brushing her shoulder, Hao Ren put the glass back onto the table and glanced at Zhen Kongming's room, asking, "Is Zhen Kongming up?" "Oh, not yet," Xie Yujia answered immediately. "What's wrong?" Sensing her more intense breathing, Hao Ren leaned over and asked her. "Nothing." She didn't dare to meet his eyes and leaned her head away from him. Hao Ren could keep calm using his nature essence, but she couldn't. If they were living on 5th heaven, weak Qi refinement realm cultivators such as her wouldn't dare to face a core formation realm cultivator. "Why are you so nervous?" Hao Ren stepped back and couldn't help smiling. Xie Yujia's flushed face made her look like a shy girl. However, he didn't do anything to cause it, right? "Go take a shower." She pushed at Hao Ren's shoulder and rolled her bright eyes at him. Hao Ren's shoulder was as hard as a rock. When her palm touched it, she felt a burning sensation on her hand. "Okay. I'll take you to a place later." Hao Ren strode to the stairs. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Xie Yujia picked up a cloth to clean the table and touched her cheek with the back of her hand. Remembering her impulsive kiss with Hao Ren, she was embarrassed. The positions of the first wife and the second wife would be based on strength. Dressed in a small Mandarin jacket, Zhen Kongming said as he walked out of his room. Xie Yujia looked back at him. Whoever has the greater cultivation strength will have the upper hand, which is a rule that applies to everything. Zhen Kongming turned to look at the stairs. "I guess he will take you to 5th heaven, and I plan to go there too. If you want to compete with Zhao Yanzi, your current strength is too weak." "I didn't say I want to compete with her." Xie Yujia stared at him. Zhen Kongming snorted. "Even an idiot could see what you are thinking about." One of you will be the first wife. You are older than her, but your cultivation strength is weaker than hers. It's okay if Zhao Yanzi regards you as an older sister, but if she dislikes you, you are in trouble." With the cloth in her hand, Xie Yujia remained silent. She knew how Ren cared for her and knew he also took care of Zhao Yanzi. Her cultivation experience with the old grandma told her that whoever had the biggest fist was the winner in the world of cultivation. If the old grandma was still with her, she would be protected. However, the old grandma went to handle some emergencies, and she could only count on herself. Your body type is inferior. It took great transformative power to unblock your meridians for cultivation. If you want to reach the foundation establishment realm and even the core formation realm, elixir making is the only way, Zhen Kongming continued. Elixir making, Xie Yujia murmured to herself. Your technique is not a technique for demon beasts, and I can't learn it. Your technique was derived from the yin and yang of nature, and the death and life notes are indeed deep and mysterious. However, the master who planted the notes in you only taught you the ways to use them and didn't teach you the whole cultivation technique. In other words, the more you use it, the less nature essence is left in them. Standing at the entrance, Zhen Kongming told Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was surprised that he had got it right. Recently, she could finally proficiently circulate the Qi refinement scroll, but it was because she had understood the Tao of nature from the scroll. The old grandma had used the life-death notes to unblock the meridians for her. Although the life note could absorb the nature essence, the death note was consuming the essence quickly. Recently, she felt like the life-death notes were no longer working as smoothly as before. If the old grandma was still here, she could continue to inject new life-death notes into Xie Yujia and kept the notes functional. Now that Xie Yujia used the life-death notes to break through to the level 8 and was about to charge at level 9 of the Qi refinement realm, almost 80% of the power of the notes had been consumed. If it went on like this, she had no hope of reaching level 10 or the foundation establishment realm. Xie Yujia had been cheerful with her recent progress, but now she felt desperate. But it's different with elixir making. Your cultivation technique can borrow the power of nature to make elixirs with very high efficiency and consume only a little bit of your own nature essence. I have dozens of elixirs to improve your body type. If you use up the power of the life-death notes to force open the meridians, it's a great waste. Rubbing his chin like an adult, Zhen Kongming said to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia thought for a moment and understood his words. In fact, the ordinary way of cultivation was to absorb the nature essence to cultivate the body, which was like an elixir furnace. It was a simple and good way for those who had excellent talents. However, for those with poor body types, it was time and energy consuming. If she used the method of elixir making, she could keep doing it 8 or 10 times as long as her energy allowed her, and she didn't have to worry the laborious process hurting her body. More importantly, the effects of the elixirs were soft and could slowly improve her body type while she digests the pills. In contrast, if she tried to absorb essences forcefully, the essence might run wild in her body if it couldn't find a storing place. The elixir pills that are popular in the Dragon Palace are in fact impure elixirs, none of which surpasses level 3. Only the elixirs over level 4 can transform body types. If you want to win the competition with Zhao Yanzi, you must learn elixir making from me. I have thousands of recipes and formulas, among which more than 1,000 are above level 4. There are even over 100 recipes for level 9 gold pills. If you can learn all of them, I'll give all of them to you. Zhen Kongming took out a pile of yellow paper from his sleeve and shook them at Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was tempted. With the old grandma now gone and her life-death notes growing weaker each day, she was worried that one day the notes would suddenly lose their power. Thud. Thud, Hao Ren had changed into clean clothes and walked down the stairs. Seeing the dark expression on Xie Yujia's face, he asked immediately, "What's wrong?" "Oh. I was just chatting with Zhen Kongming." Xie Yujia gave him a radiant smile. Although Zhen Kongming was a kid both in looks and character, his knowledge and experience far exceeded Hao Ren and herself. "It's still early. I'll take you to 5th heaven." Hao Ren grabbed her sleeve and pulled her to the balcony. With a tumble, Little White rolled out of Hao Ren's necklace. In a red energy sphere, they shot into the sky. Zhen Kongming created an energy sphere and stepped onto the black disk before shooting into the high sky as well. "I took over a small valley with great essence intensity. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. Hao Ren sat behind Xie Yujia and said. Xie Yujia felt a warmth in her heart. She knew her body type was weak, but as long as Hao Ren didn't give up on her, she had no reason to give up herself. Shortly, they reached the ethereal summit, and Xie Yujia liked the quiet valley very much. Here is the cave abode I built myself. It's very simple. Hao Ren led her into the cave abode and showed her around. Xie Yujia smiled, feeling as if she had returned to the primitive world. However, the intense essence here was far better than on land. She could indeed cultivate faster in there. When you have time, you can come and cultivate here. I'll create a cave abode for you. Hao Ren looked around. You choose a spot. The whole valley is ours. Hao Ren's casual words brought great joy to Xie Yujia. She bit on her lip and looked around. Just beside yours. 5 or 10 meters away from it. Okay. Hao Ren's sword energies leapt out suddenly. Boom. The sword energies exploded an area and created a deeper cave abode. Since Hao Ren thought that she needed a warmer cave abode than his, he made it deeper into the center of the mountain. While the sword energies flew around, a table, a chair, and a cup appeared in the cave abode one by one. We will cultivate here together. Xie Yujia's eyes curved as warmth filled her heart. Boom! Suddenly, Hao Ren's sword energy opened another cave abode of the same size on the other side of the mountain. Is it, for Zhen Kongming? Sitting on the back of Little White, Xie Yujia glanced at Zhen Kongming in the distance and asked Hao Ren in bafflement. No, this is for Z. Hao Ren smiled at her and said as he patted his hands and withdrew all the sword energies into his body. Xie Yujia. Chapter 340, Farming. Elixir Making. Zhao Yanzi is now at level 10 of the Qi Refinement Realm. If she cultivates here, she will reach the Foundation Establishment Realm sooner. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia again and said, why don't you go and try your cave abode? Okay. Xie Yujia's excitement was now almost gone. Sitting on Little White's back, she slowly flew to the new cave abode about 8 meters away from Hao Ren's. This cave abode was bigger and deeper than Hao Ren's, and he had considerately cut out a small bedroom with his sword energies. Zhen Kongming had pandered round the valley and checked out the array formation Hao Ren built. He flew into Xie Yujia's cave abode and looked around, tossing an object at her. It was a decorative object with a gold base, and in it sat a night illumination pearl that was as big as a fist. With this object in her hand, the bedroom that was hidden in one corner was instantly illuminated. So basic, Zhen Kongming muttered before flying out of the cave abode. He had sensed the existence of some small sects around the valley. Since Hao Ren and Xie Yujia would stay here for a while, he decided to investigate the nearby area and try to steal something from the sects. Even a mosquito has some meat on it. Zhen Kongming would never disregard small sects just because of their small sizes. Holding the pearl Zhen Kongming gave her, Xie Yujia smiled. The fist-sized pearl emitted mild light, neither blinding nor dim. The heavy gold base helped it stand steadily on the stone wall of the bedroom. Zhen Kongming was overbearing, but he was a kind kid. This object would sell for an astronomical price in an auction on the land. Although Xie Yujia didn't know where he got it, she knew it showed his approval of her. After all, he was super stingy. After placing the pearl on a ledge in the wall, she walked out and sat on a wide stone chair, closing her eyes to cultivate. Sure enough, the essence here was at least 4 times more intense than that on the land. She slightly circulated the Qi refinement scroll and felt it went smoother than it had in her dorm room. Although the life note could activate the power of nature, after knowing the drawbacks, she didn't want to use it casually. She used the basic cultivation method documented in the Qi refinement scroll to absorb the traces of essence in the valley. In the cave abode next to hers, Hao Ren was also busy cultivating. In the form of hundreds of sword energies, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll encircled him at great speed. Like shadows, the sword energies moved against his skin and through his pores. With 72 openings unlocked, his realm had significantly improved compared with the initial state of only 40 openings. Although the light-splitting sword shadow scroll had slow cultivating speed, it solidified the cultivation foundation, and it wasn't too dangerous like other more aggressive techniques. Now he could release as many as 160 sword energies. If one class had 40 students, Hao Ren's sword energies were equivalent to the number of students in 4 classes. If all the students from the 4 classes stood on the playground, they would occupy a big area. If he could control 320 sword energies, it would be the number of students in 8 classes. If he could move to 640 sword energies. The more sword energies he could control, the stronger the light-splitting sword shadow scroll would be. In the end, he would be unrivaled in one-to-one combat. In Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren had witnessed the magnificent view of tens of thousands of soldiers blocking heaven lightning. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll could eventually release a similar power. Crack! In his dragon core, another opening was unlocked. Dozens of tiny sword energies entered the new crevice on the dragon core, filling the new opening. Meanwhile, the silent dragon core began to spin at a great speed, and his body instantly absorbed the essence in the cave abode. In 1 second, his body felt like it had expanded, but it was instantly pushed back by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll around him. After successively unlocking so many openings on the dragon core in 5th heaven, he was no longer surprised. Instead, he steadied his mind and nerves and allowed the essence outside of the cave abode to enter. Xie Yujia sensed the fluctuation of the nearby essence, but she didn't know that Hao Ren made another small breakthrough. "I'm back! I'm back!" Outside of the cave abode, Zhen Kongming shouted. In his arms was a cloth bag. When he landed on the ground outside of the cave abode, he yelled, "Xie Yujia, Xie Yujia." Xie Yujia, who had been cultivating in her cave abode, walked to the entrance. "What is it?" "The nearby sects are too poor, and they don't have any spiritual herbs over 200 years old. I only dug out some seedlings," Zhen Kongming muttered before raising his voice. "Hao Ren, Hao Ren." Hao Ren was busy solidifying his realm and ignored him. But Zhen Kongming yelled again, "Big brother, big brother." Since he was called Big Brother, Hao Ren had no choice but to walk to the entrance of the cave. "What?" "I got some seedlings. You should straighten up the valley and grow some herbs so that it can be used as materials for Yujia's future's elixir-making journey." With the cloth bag in his arms, Zhen Kongming looked up at Hao Ren, who was standing at the cave entrance, and shouted, "You can't call Yujia by her name. Call her sister." Hao Ren frowned slightly. He didn't like the fact that this kid was cold to everyone else but only favored a few people, including Xie Yujia. Since he had his big plan of elixir making, Zhen Kongming didn't care about the superficial formalities. Like Little White, he could play cute as long as he could get the benefits. Hearing Zhen Kongming calling Xie Yujia big sister, Hao Ren was satisfied. With his right hand, he abruptly released 16 earth elemental sword energies. The sword energies swept over the ground, and 16 deep ruts appeared in the ground. With a horizontal wave of his left hand, another 16 earth elemental sword energies flew toward the flat ground in the valley. Instantly, 225 neat squares of earth patches appeared. Wherever the sword energy went, the weeds and wildflowers were eliminated, and the brown soil was exposed to the air. Hao Ren's clean and crisp movements earned secret admiration from Zhen Kongming. One has the techniques of sword array formations, and the other possesses the note techniques. Both 5 elemental and contains yin and yang. Their cultivation techniques are unique and complementary to each other. Zhen Kongming wondered as he leaned his head one way. He then called out to Xie Yujia, "Big sister, the seedlings are here. You must put them in the ground, or they will die." Surprised that Hao Ren had opened the fields in 2 seconds, Xie Yujia rode Little White to the open ground in the valley. The seedlings Zhen Kongming carried back were plants she had never seen before. Some had triangle leaves, some were red and green fruits, and some had colorful buds. "This is bone-healing bamboo shoots. This is lantern grass. This is wind blue, and this is soul reclaim fragrance. They won't die if you grow them in a place with intense essence, with great enthusiasm," Zhen Kongming explained to Xie Yujia. Then, he took out a trowel and planted the seedlings into the soil. Xie Yujia listened to his explanations while helping him cover the roots with soil. Surprisingly, the withered seedlings instantly revived once they were planted in the ground, and their colors were brighter than before. "My Big Dipper constellation array can accumulate essence, and all the spiritual herbs except the high-level ones can live as soon as you put them in the soil here," Zhen Kongming said smugly while planting the seedlings of the spiritual herbs to different patches according to their various properties. If it had been before, he wouldn't have bothered with such troublesome tasks. He would have stolen some materials from 6th and 7th heavens to make elixirs. However, his master Chu Niu was now in seclusion cultivation in the Nine-Dragon Palace, which was isolated from the rest of the world. Without the protection of his master, he didn't dare to mess with 6th or 7th heaven. He could only mess around in 5th heaven with Hao Ren behind him. After a demon beast transformed into a human, it had to cultivate the same way as a cultivator. Thus, Zhen Kongming was now barely at Li level in the dragon's cultivation system. Chu Niu didn't want him to cultivate too fast, so he didn't teach Zhen Kongming any advanced cultivation techniques. Li-level cultivators were at the bottom of the cultivation system, and this level was equivalent to the foundation establishment realm for human cultivators. Although Zhen Kongming had powerful Dharma treasures, he needed more protection. If he didn't want to stay in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he had to rely on Hao Ren's protection. Of course, if he was in great danger, he could always turn into his original form as a demon beast, but it would be a great transformation and get too much attention. While Zhen Kongming and Xie Yujia planted the herbs cheerfully in the valley, the Seven-Star Sect, Changhua Sect, and Qin Yin Sect were in an uproar. In 1 hour, the herb gardens of the 3 sects had their array formations broken, and spiritual herbs were stolen. All the seedlings were gone, no matter if they were 10 years old or 200 years old. Herb gardens were not forbidden places in the sects, but with all the herbs stolen, it became a big issue and was reported to the sect masters. Although the 3 sects were rivals, they lived in one area, and the sizes of the sects were similar. Therefore, they had to work together on big issues. With all their herbs stolen, the 3 sect masters held an emergency meeting. In his cave abode in the valley, Hao Ren continued to cultivate and didn't stop until he unlocked another 2 openings. Then, he walked to the entrance of the cave. In the fields of the valley, herbs were planted into different sections. He estimated that there were at least 100 different kinds. With mud-covered hands, Xie Yujia and Zhen Kongming were planting the last herb seedling. Looking at the fresh herbs, Hao Ren knew they must be stolen goods. Since the sects stole from each other each day, he didn't want to waste his time on scolding Zhen Kongming. Above the valley, dozens of cultivators were flying around and seemed like they were investigating something. Knowing they couldn't come into the valley guarded by the array formation, he was about to fly to the foot of the mountain to see how Xie Yujia and Zhen Kongming were doing when a voice transmission note flew in from outside the valley. The array formation could block attacks and cultivators, but it couldn't block voice transmission notes which contained weak essence. Standing where he was, Hao Ren pointed his finger at the voice transmission note and opened it. Senior in the valley, greetings from the 7 Stars Sect, Changhua Sect, and Qin Yin Sect. We are cultivation sects around the Herb King Valley, and a thief has just stolen our herbs from our herb gardens. We're afraid that the herb thief is still around. If we are disturbing your cultivation, we apologize for it. Hao Ren thought for a moment and understood the hidden messages in the voice transmission note. The first was that the 3 nearby sects took the excuse to seek acquaintance of the senior who was living in the valley. The second was that they wanted to test the water to see if he was related to the theft. The third was that if the thief broke into the valley, they hoped that the senior in the valley wouldn't blame it on them. Nonsense. Do you think I stole your herbs? Hearing the content of the voice transmission note, Zhen Kongming roared toward the entrance of the valley with a faked deep voice. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3 £11N. He was bluffing, but the 3 sect masters at the valley entrance were frightened. They didn't expect that the senior was now in the valley, and the carefully worded message in the voice transmission note displeased this senior. From now on, no one is allowed to get close to this valley, Zhen Kongming shouted fiercely. He was bluffing, but his voice through the array formation had a strong resonance in it, deafening the 3 sect masters. The patrolling disciples near the valley immediately left the edges of the valley. Hao Ren looked at Zhen Kongming and smiled. This kid was a master at bluffing, and the results were quite good. Anyway, it was annoying to see the cultivators flying around the valley even though they couldn't get in. However, since you called me senior so respectfully, I'll reward you with some elixir pills. Come to the entrance of the valley in 3 days. After a moment of consideration, Zhen Kongming continued. Outside of the valley, the 3 sect masters were about to leave. When they heard his words, they were exhilarated. The Sky Mountain sect from 6th heaven excelled not only in raising spirit beasts but at growing spiritual herbs and making elixir pills. Obviously, this senior from the Sky Mountain could make elixirs. They didn't know Zhen Kongming's calculations. In fact, he knew that Xie Yujia would produce some low-level pills in her practice of elixir making, and he planned to give those to the sects. After all, even Little White didn't want to eat elixir pills lower than level 3. If he frightened off these sects, he would have to travel very far to steal herbs. With these small sects around, they could run some errands for him in the future. With the promise from the senior in the valley, the 3 sect masters left after thanking him effusively. The hard life the small sects on 5th heaven were beyond the imagination of Hao Ren, who lived below = 1st heaven. The 3 sects always worked together despite their occasional bickering, and they lived in the remote mountains with a low profile. Otherwise, they would have long been destroyed by the distant prominent sects. Even the White Sand sect that Zhao Yanzi had tried to trick had a strength equivalent to the combined force of these 3 sects. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanzi, who was now grounded in the Dragon Palace, was reading the physics textbook and wondering when she would be able to revisit 5th heaven and plunder the technique palace of the White Sand sect. Chapter 341. 6th heaven. 7th heaven. The 3 sect masters left reluctantly with their many disciples who had come out searching for the herb thief. Xie Yujia looked at Zhen Kongming, finally knowing where the herbs came from. Zhen Kongming blushed at her stare, and he immediately called out to Hao Ren, "Brother, create an elixir-making room for Sister Yujia." Hao Ren was startled by how Zhen Kongming was addressing him, wondering how this kid got used to it so soon. He didn't know that Zhen Kongming's eccentric and overbearing personality was the result of staying in a small room for a long time alone studying how to make elixirs and Dharma treasure every day. In fact, Zhen Kongming, who had just transformed into the human form, was just a kid. However, once he found someone who was kind to him, he would become dependent, just like Little White. Okay. To stop Zhen Kongming's further nagging, Hao Ren released a 5-elemental Hundan lightning, and it exploded a huge hole beside Xie Yujia's cave abode. After the dust settled down, a round hole appeared. The hole had a small entrance but was big inside. It was the result of the Hundan lightning inside the mountain. He released another sword energy which pierced the section of the mountain between her cave abode and the elixir-making room, forming a tunnel connecting the 2 rooms. This way, Xie Yujia's cave abode had 1 bedroom, 1 elixir-making room, and a cultivation room, much higher end than his own. Hao Ren studied it carefully and found something was lacking. His sword energies suddenly lengthened while they turned into hundreds of smaller sword energies, and they cut 2 sets of stairs. The 2 set of stairs connected to the foot of the mountain in a Y shape before leading to the herb garden at the bottom of the valley. This way, Xie Yujia didn't need to ride Little White to move between the cave abode, the elixir-making room, and the herb garden. She could walk around by herself. His cultivation techniques were quite powerful at opening mountains and building roads. Standing at the bottom of the valley, Xie Yujia watched Hao Ren as he built the steps to the spot in front of her, appreciating his attention to details with a smile. Hao Ren pulled back the sword energies which swept over his head and flew toward the 3rd cave abode. Crack, debris flew around, and a set of stone steps appeared before Zhao Yanzi's cave abode leading to the bottom of the valley. In Hao Ren's mind, Zhao Yanzi was supposed to help Xie Yujia look after the herbs. However, his considerate act was received by Xie Yujia with faint jealousy. Zhao Yanzi got everything she had, but she didn't have everything Zhao Yanzi got from Hao Ren. Withdrawing the 100 sword energies, Hao Ren was still full of energy. Today, he had unlocked 3 openings, resulting in a total of 75 opens. The surging nature essence had filled his body. Knowing that he couldn't make more progress today, he gave up the thought of trying lighting cultivation on 5th heaven right now. He didn't build steps in front of his own cave abode because he didn't want to be disturbed while he was cultivating. After all, if the energetic Zhao Yanzi came to the valley, she would want to wander around 5th heaven, but he didn't have time to keep her company. While they were working in the valley, in the White Sand sect 350 kilometers away from the ethereal summit, the sect master in his blue Taoist robe was welcoming a young cultivator with respect. The White Sand sect's grand hall on the mountainside had collapsed, and some of the debris still littering around. While the young cultivator walked along the mountain path, he glanced at the ruins of the grand hall and asked leisurely, "Sect Master Wang, what happened?" Walking alongside the young cultivator respectfully, Sect Master Wang cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yi, I was about to report this incident. A couple of days ago, an enemy came to our sect. During the fierce battle, the Grand Hall was destroyed. This cultivator used a powerful technique of sword energies. When he left on a sword, his speed was astonishing. Ha! The young cultivator arched his eyebrows. On Fifth Heaven, the White Sand sect was not a small sect. Its territory extended over 50 kilometers, and it was an affiliated sect of the Sky Mountain sect from Sixth Heaven. Yi Yan, a 16th-generation disciple of the Sky Mountain sect, was sent to Fifth Heaven to look for a spirit stone lode, and he came to the White Sand sect to rest and gather information. It was unbelievable that someone dared to break into an affiliate sect of the Sky Mountain sect and even destroyed a Grand Hall. I guess he must not be a cultivator from Fifth Heaven. Am I right? Sect Master Wang asked cautiously. When the sect members found that a core formation realm cultivator had broken into the defense array formation of the sect, they all regarded him as a big fish. However, they didn't capture this cultivator or get his treasures. On the contrary, they lost their herbs in the back mountain garden, including several pieces of thousand-year-old polygonum. The cultivators seemed to act as a cover for the herb thief. Sword energies, the young cultivator couldn't think of anyone with this technique on Sixth Heaven. After all, a cultivator from Seventh Heaven wouldn't have bothered to make trouble for the White Sand sect on Fifth Heaven. Besides, our herb garden was plundered, and nothing was left, including 3 pieces of 1,000-year-old polygonum we had planned to hand to your sect this month, Sect Master Wang continued. The young cultivator's frown got deeper. The herb garden is protected by special array formations. How could they enter it so easily? The Sky Mountain sect excelled in growing herbs, but they didn't grow all the herbs themselves. Instead, they had developed some affiliated sects to grow some herbs for them. They would collect the herbs regularly from the affiliated sects to make elixirs or feed the spirit beasts. It was a complete supply chain. As the treasures of the White Sand sect, the polygonum had been protected by layers of array formations. It was unimaginable that they had been stolen so easily. I don't understand it either. We, the White Sand sect, would never dare to deceive you. Right now, the herb garden is empty. Senior Yi, do you want to go and have a look? The young cultivator looked younger than him, but the sect master called him senior, respectfully. Do you have any clues about the herb thief? The young cultivator asked after a moment of consideration. He suspected that the incident was aimed at the Sky Mountain sect. According to the disciples guarding the herb garden at the time, the thief was a little Taoist who stepped on a black disc. His speed was equivalent to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator, Sect Master Wang said in a low voice. A little Taoist with the traveling speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator. The sect master was afraid that the young cultivator wouldn't believe him and think that the White Sand sect had taken the spiritual herbs for themselves. The young cultivator's heart lurched at the mention of a little Taoist. He had heard the older generations talk about this thief. A few years ago, this mysterious figure went to the Sky Mountain sect and stole all the spiritual herbs that were over 1,000 years old while the elders were cultivating nearby. It had infuriated the significant figures in the Sky Mountain sect. Senior Yi, do you have any clues about him? At the slight change of expression on the young cultivator's face, Sect Master Wang asked immediately. I need to investigate a bit more. The young cultivator glanced at Master Wang with his eyes narrowed. What else? We sent 2 elders to scout around First Heaven, and they were blocked by a cultivator there. They were wounded but had returned safely. According to their description, the cultivator who blocked them looked a lot like the one who broke into our sect. And the female cultivator with him had our elders' name badges, Sect Master Wang continued while he observed the young cultivator's expression. Your White Sand sect has recently gotten your plates full. The young cultivator looked at Sect Master Wang with disapproval. He knew that the sect master of the White Sand sect didn't dare to deceive him. But the information was giving him a headache. It was said that the mysterious thief usually appeared in Sixth Heaven and occasionally broke into the Seventh Heaven. Each time he appeared, the herbs the sects accumulated for hundreds of years would disappear. His movements were irregular and hard to prevent. After a series of such incidents, the name of the notorious herb thief Taoist had spread all over the top level in Sixth Heaven, and they talked about him with fear. It was heard that a master on Seventh Heaven had captured this kid. However, only half a day later, the kid disappeared, and the master dropped from mid-tier nascent soul realm to low-tier nascent soul realm. However, the herb thief Taoist usually stole from the big sects with abundant resources on sixth heaven. That was why few people knew about him, and this young cultivator had only heard about him from his master, the senior elder of Sky Mountain sect. But why would this legendary kid lower himself and begin stealing from the small sects on fifth heaven? And the herb thief Taoist had a partner in crime? At this thought, the young cultivator stared at Sect Master Wang and said, "We must keep it a secret." It seemed that the herb thief Taoist had a partner who was probably a cultivator from seventh heaven. They had been scouting in first heaven and encountered the cultivators from fifth heaven who were loitering there as well. Displeased at their presence, the cultivator from seventh heaven had decided to teach the two elders from the White Sand sect a lesson. "Big senior brother, you are here." While the young cultivator was deep in thought, a crisp shout interrupted his thoughts. In the sky, a golden lion flew over swiftly, and on its back was Duan Yao, the youngest junior sister in the 16th generation and the daughter of the Sky Mountain sect master. "Junior sister, how come you are here?" The young cultivator asked her with a smile as the snow lion turned into a squirrel before jumping onto her shoulder. The golden lion was the sect master's mount, a level 5 spirit beast. Since the sect master rarely used it, Duan Yao often borrowed it to go out and play. "I was bored in sixth heaven, so I came down here to play." Duan Yao wrinkled her nose and asked, ignoring sect master Wang on the side, "Big senior brother, when will you go back?" "According to the intelligence, the spirit stone lode is nearby, and I should be here for a couple of days," the young cultivator answered with a smile. His cold and proud expression changed to warm concern. "Oh," Duan Yao nodded slightly. "One more thing, big senior brother. Do you think Grand Uncle Master's Jishin has come to fifth heaven?" "Jishin? I don't think so. It should be in the Teoti Palace. It's a level 6 spirit beast, and no one but Grand Uncle Master can ride it. Grand Uncle Master has been in a seclusion cultivation for the last 50 years, charging at top tier of the nascent soul realm, and Jishin has also been cultivating beside Grand Uncle Master. Don't you think that Jishin might feel bored and came out to play?" Duan Yao asked immediately. "Jishin is older than Grand Uncle Master, and it isn't so naughty. Junior sister, why do you ask?" The young cultivator looked at her in bafflement. "Oh. I just saw a white snow lion whose speed was even faster than my Luya. I thought maybe Grand Uncle Master had come to fifth heaven for some business," Duan Yao said, scratching her head. "Grand Uncle Master is in the crucial stage of charging at top tier of the nascent realm, so he wouldn't be out. Only our Sky Mountain has snow lions, and we have the best techniques in raising spirit beasts. Recently, only I came to fifth heaven, and no one else would ride a snow lion here. Your eyes must have played tricks on you." "That's weird. Even Luya reacted to it. How could I have gotten it wrong?" Duan Yao curled her lips with confusion. Luya had now turned into a golden squirrel resting quietly on her shoulder, but its eyes were so dazzling that Master Wang of the White Sand sect didn't dare to meet its eyes. A level 5 spirit beast's power was equivalent to that of a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, and Sect Master Wang was only at top-tier core formation realm. It was natural that he couldn't meet its eyes. "Sect Master Wang, show me to your herb garden." The young cultivator turned to look at Sect Master Wang, who stood aside with his head lowered, and said lightly. Meanwhile, in the ethereal summit, Hao Ren checked the time and urged Zhen Kongming and Xie Yujia to return to first heaven. Zhen Kongming had always stolen herbs and had never grown them before. This time with an herb garden of his own on fifth heaven, his interest was stimulated. Growing up in the city, Xie Yujia had never tried her hand at farming, although she had seen people farm when she was little. That was why she was interested in growing the spiritual herbs. Hao Ren lived in the countryside with his grandmother when he was little and thus had less interest in farming. Seeing that the work was almost done, he urged them to head back. After napping for a whole day, Little White turned into its snow lion form and carried Hao Ren and Xie Yujia on its back. Zhen Kongming took out his ugly flight Dharma treasure and stepped onto it. While they were rushing out of the valley, Zhen Kongming looked back and found that they still needed an elixir furnace. He had everything in his storage space except an elixir furnace. He usually borrowed the elixir making room in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but he couldn't move the furnace from the Dragon Palace to this place. He thought, it would be a shame if I stole more from the nearby 3 sects. How about the sects further away from here? Well, the white sand sect we had broken into last time looked quite big. Maybe they have 1 or 2 good elixir furnaces. While these thoughts raced through his mind, the 3 of them broke through the barrier on the edge of 5th heaven and shot toward the direction of 1st heaven. Chapter 342. Difficult to read a woman's mind. Yu Yang was already preparing dinner when Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Zhen Kongming came back to the house. The natural essence was very thick on 5th heaven. They didn't feel hungry even though they didn't have lunch. As the saying goes, there is no time restraint when it comes to cultivating. A day passes by in the blink of an eye. "Where did you go? I haven't seen you all day," Grandma complained when she saw them coming back. "Hee, we took Kongming to the beach," Hao Ren answered with a smile. Obviously, Grandma adored Zhen Kongming very much. She laughed happily when she learned that Hao Ren took Zhen Kongming out to have fun. "Zi's mom called today and asked why you did not go to her studio. She had been calling you all day, but it never got through. She was worried." Yu Yang walked out of the kitchen. Hao Ren was surprised. He didn't think it was appropriate to go to Zhao Hongyu's studio anymore due to what was happening between him and the East Ocean Dragon clan. But to his surprise, Zhao Hongyu didn't mind it at all. She was still expecting him to come to the studio for his internship. "Zi's mom is a famous architect. If you don't want to become a scientist, it would be a good option to learn more from her," Yu Yang encouraged. "Yeah. I've been a bit busy lately. I'll go when I get the chance," Hao Ren nodded. The general examinations in the Dragon God Shrine were taking place soon, and Hao Ren would have the confidence to go if he could level up to Gen level. Otherwise, how could he be in the mood to learn architectural design with so much going on in the East Ocean Dragon Palace? Also, Zi's mom suggested that our 2 families should have a meal together sometime next week, Yu Yang continued. Hao Ren nodded again. His parents and Zi's parents could get along on both social and educational levels, so it was normal for the 2 families to become close. His parents helped with the business crisis Mingri Group was facing, so Zi's parents were probably very thankful. If there weren't an East Ocean Dragon Palace behind this, the 2 families would have become intimate friends. After a lovely dinner, Hao Ren helped Yu Yang out with washing the dishes, and Xie Yujia came over to help as well. Zhen Kongming, on the other hand, focused intensely on gaming on his PS3. No matter what, he was still a carefree elementary school student. Little White was chasing after a ball around the living room, and it rolled around under the furniture. It was sometimes here and sometimes not, so Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were both used to it. As long as it didn't poop around in the house, it was fine. Also, the dying tree in the backyard had been growing better and better since Little White showed up. "Do we still have chips at home, Mom?" Hao Ren asked Yu Yang after he put all the dishes in the cupboard. "Chips? Grandma bought a few bags and stuffed them in your bag. She wants you to share them with your friends at school," Yu Yang said. "Okay, I know. I'll be out for a bit." Hao Ren quickly ran to the stairs. "It's so late already. Where are you going?" Yu Yang stuck her head out of the kitchen, but he had already dashed toward the door. Hao Ren walked to the back of the house with his backpack. He created a red energy sphere, placed a white sword energy under his feet, and flew toward the ocean. Hao Ren now had 75 openings, and his nature essence was a lot stronger than before. Thinking back, it was hard for him even to create 1 opening when he wanted to get to Khan level, and the Li level that required 10 openings was extremely difficult to get to as well. He could unlock 2 to 3 openings daily according to his current progress, and his technique was also improving at a fast speed, faster than most dragon cultivators who were practicing ordinary techniques. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll's improvement was going slow due to the thin nature essence on 1st heaven, but Hao Ren's current cultivating spot's nature essence intensity was 5 or 6 times thicker than 1st heaven. Therefore, his efficiency was 5 or 6 times higher as well. It made up for the fact that the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was hard to cultivate. Boom! Hao Ren's red energy sphere smashed into the ocean, splashing waves over 10 meters. Due to the array formation of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, ordinary cultivators couldn't enter at all. However, the soldiers who were guarding the gate would open it up as soon as they saw Hao Ren. Hao Ren got into the East Ocean Dragon Palace smoothly. He walked to Zhao Yanzi's little palace with his backpack, and he felt like he was in a rush as he was excited to meet up with his little lover. Zhao Yanzi calculated the passing time as she waited in her room. Since she was grounded in the Dragon Palace, there wasn't even anyone for her to chat with. The more bored she was, the more she missed Hao Ren. She picked on Hao Ren a lot before, thinking he was wordy and annoying, but those had all become good things about him at the moment. Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren shouted from outside of the little palace with the bag in his hand. Zhao Yanzi immediately hopped off her bed when she heard Hao Ren's voice, but she wasn't going to say anything nice. "Come in, dummy." Hao Ren laughed and walked inside. He knew she hadn't slept yet. "Why are you here so late?" Zhao Yanzi pouted when she saw Hao Ren smiling. But she suddenly caught the mistake she made and said again, "Why are you here again?" "I brought you something to eat." Hao Ren walked over and sat on the side of the bed, 1 meter from Zhao Yanzi. He put the bag in the middle and quickly opened it up. There were all kinds of snacks in the bag, including sunflower seeds, chips, beef jerky, little walnuts, chocolate. Grandma would prepare these for Hao Ren every single weekend for him to share with his roommates. She wanted him to get along with his classmates. However, Hao Ren already got along well enough with them already, so he brought these for Zhao Yanzi instead. Zhao Yanzi wouldn't even care about snacks like this if it was before, but now. Whoa! She couldn't help but shout. She eyes shone as if she was a hungry wolf. She was grounded here every day, and the people in the Dragon Palace had been sending her delicate dishes daily. It wasn't bad, but a little girl like her sure liked snacks. She didn't realize that before, since she used to eat it every day. Now that she hadn't had any snacks for a few days, she was craving it. "These are all for you." Hao Ren hesitated for a second after she robbed the bag from his arms. Zhao Yanzi poured the snacks out and piled them up at the side of the bed. Then, she handed the empty bag to Hao Ren. The second she looked back at Hao Ren, she got a bit touched. She never mentioned this to Hao Ren, but he thought of it himself. Sometimes caring was not about giving her high-end gifts that were worth several $1,000s when she was in a good place, but being thoughtful and caring while she was down. Zhao Yanzi didn't know how to express this, but she felt the warmth deep in her heart. She was emotional, but Hao Ren didn't think that far. He put the bag behind him and picked up the textbook on the table. "Let's review series and parallel inductors today. You seem to have made a lot of mistakes on those questions." Zhao Yanzi looked at how serious Hao Ren was. She twisted her lips and thought, "What the hell? I just got so moved, but you didn't react to it at all." "Dummy. Dummy. Dummy. Dummy." Zhao Yanzi's fists landed on Hao Ren's chest like a windmill, which completely confused Hao Ren. Chapter 343. The beauty of Suhan. When the 2-hour tutoring session with Zhao Yanzi ended, it was almost sleeping time in the Dragon Palace. Hao Ren was about to talk to her about other things when Premier Shah's voice sounded outside. "Princess Z, your night snack has arrived." It was a reminder to Hao Ren that it was time to get out of the princess's room. Hao Ren had planned to talk to her about other stuff, but he had no choice but to back out of the room. After all, Premier Shah was kind to him, and he didn't want to make trouble for him. Premier Shah had explained the rules to him when he walked Hao Ren to the gate of the Dragon Palace the night before. Although Hao Ren was given the title of Fuma, it was only in name. After all, the wedding of a dragon princess would be a high-profile event. Before the wedding, Hao Ren was only a Fuma candidate who was on probation. Therefore, he had to abide by the rules in the Dragon Palace when he was in there, and thus he couldn't stay long in the princess's room, except with Zhao Guang's permission. While Zhao Yanzi was grounded in the Dragon Palace, Premier Shah was already slack with the rules to allow Hao Ren into her palace. If he stayed too long or even the whole night in her palace, Premier Shah, the head manager of the Dragon Palace, would have to take responsibility. Anyway, it was because Hao Ren was only the Fuma in name that the senior elders dared to suggest that the Dragon Palace should dump him to get the East Ocean Dragon clan out of trouble. "Fuma Hao." Hearing no response from the room, Premier Shah called out again. "Coming." Hao Ren answered. He looked back at Zhao Yanzi before walking to the door. Zhao Yanzi snorted with resentment. It was due to the many rules in the Dragon Palace that she didn't like to come back. When Hao Ren walked out, he saw Premier Shah standing outside with a smile on his face. After he came out, a maid immediately walked into the room with an exquisite meal box in her hands. From the moment he entered Zhao Yanzi's cell, until now, it was exactly 2 hours. As the head manager of internal affairs in the Dragon Palace, Premier Shah knew precisely when Hao Ren had arrived at the Dragon Palace. Premier Shah turned around, feeling a bit embarrassed. Despite his personal relationship with Hao Ren, he had to abide by the rules and keep the meeting time within 2 hours. Premier Shah. Hao Ren walked alongside Premier Shah and asked, "Who is Zhao Horan?" Hearing the name, Zhao Horan, Premier Shah shivered before answering respectfully, "He's the old Dragon King of East Ocean." "Oh? He's Zhao Yanzi's grandfather?" Hao Ren asked immediately. He had wanted to ask this question for 2 days. Seeing Premier Shah's embarrassment, he used this question to distract him. The old Dragon King retired more than 20 years ago and had lived out of the mortal world as a hermit. When he talked about Zhao Horan, Premier Shah looked quite cautious. Hao Ren guessed that Premier Shah must have known that Zhao Horan was coming back from overseas, and he seemed to be a bit respectful and fearful of the old Dragon King and didn't want to go more in-depth on this topic. "Does the old Dragon King know about the thing with Z?" Hao Ren asked. Premier Shah became alert. Then, he leaned toward Hao Ren and whispered, "The old Dragon King didn't know about the arrangement between you and Ms. Z. The Dragon King didn't tell him." Hao Ren was stunned at the news. He had meant to ask if Zhao Horan knew that his granddaughter was grounded in the Dragon Palace and got this unexpected information. He could imagine how Zhao Horan, the highest ruler of the Dragon Palace, would react after he learns about the engagement between him and Zhao Yanzi. In fact, the whole thing hadn't gone as Zhao Guang had hoped. According to Zhao Guang's plan, as the candidate for Zhao Yanzi's Fuma, Hao Ren would have 3 years to cultivate. With his strong fortitude and the aid of elixirs, he would reach Dewey level by that time. Then, Zhao Guang could talk to his father about the engagement, and it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the fluctuations in Mingri Group's business alarmed Zhao Horan, who had been living his retired life in the U.S. Sensing the crisis that the East Ocean Dragon clan was facing in the Dragon tribe, he had decided to return to China and take things into his own hands. Then, the engagement between Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi was inevitably revealed to him. Zhao Yanzi had lost her dragon core, and she would marry an ordinary mortal man. Even Zhao Guang wouldn't be able to withstand Zhao Horan's fury. Premier Shah was alarmed with the situation. Due to his concern for Hao Ren, he gave Hao Ren a heads up. "Oh, so it is like that." Hao Ren nodded. Hao Ren didn't know that Zhao Yanzi had a grandfather who was living his retired life in the US, or that Zhao Guang hadn't told the old man about what had happened to Zhao Yanzi. Right now, the Mingri Group's business on land plunged, so did the East Ocean Dragon clan's reputation in the Dragon tribe. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanzi, the heiress of the Dragon Palace, would marry an insignificant mortal man. From the fact that Zhao Guang tried to hide these things from Zhao Horan, Hao Ren could guess the personality of the old Dragon King. Hee, Premier Shah forced a chuckle helplessly and continued to walk Hao Ren to the gate. Zhao Guang took the helm of the East Ocean Dragon clan only 20 years ago, but Premier Shah, an experienced internal affair manager, had worked under Zhao Horan for a long time and was familiar with the latter's temper. Zhao Horan had earned all the properties the East Ocean Dragon Palace now possessed. Although Zhao Guang started the Mingri Group, it was the connections of the old Dragon King that had helped the Mingri Group spread its businesses all over the country and even around the world. In the past few days, the East Ocean Dragon clan was quietly waiting for the perfect storm. More importantly, Zhao Kuo, Zhao Horan's favorite third son who had the best cultivation talent and held his greatest hope, had failed in the heavenly tribulation and even had his dragon core damaged. Every one of the older people in the Dragon Palace knew that Zhao Kuo was Zhao Horan's favorite. But right now, Zhao Kuo was not even in the Dragon Palace. Who could calm down Zhao Horan's burning fury? In the whole East Ocean Dragon Palace, except Zhao Yanzi, who didn't know about her grandfather's imminent return, everyone else was holding their breaths. Russell, Hao Ren and Premier Shah walked across the empty square while the guards stood as straight as statues around the buildings. The red lanterns that were put up to, celebrating, Zhao Kuo's success in the heavenly tribulation had been taken down, and the Dragon Palace was eerily quiet. "Premier Shah, it's still early. I want to pay a visit to Suhan," Hao Ren broke the silence and said. His voice echoed slightly in the silent Dragon Palace. "Okay." Premier Shah turned slightly and led him to Elder Xingyu's palace. In the building, cultivators were cultivating in the side rooms. Elder Xingyue had a rather high position in the Dragon Palace because she was the female cultivator with the highest cultivation realm and was the leader of all the female cultivators. She had even tutored Zhao Yanzi when the latter started cultivating. The female cultivators cultivated elsewhere during the day and returned to Elder Xingyu's palace in the night. With more disciples than any other elder, her words held a lot of weight. However, regarding Hao Ren's situation, neither Premier Xia nor Elder Xingyue could offer him great help. After all, the East Ocean Dragon Clan didn't have to take risks for a Fuma in name to counter the anti-East Ocean alliance led by the West Ocean Dragon Clan. Both Elder Lu and Elder Sun, who were two purple-robed elders, favored Hao Ren, but faced with the opposition of over 10 purple-robed elders stationed in the Dragon Palace, they had little say on the matter. After all, the purple-robed elders were all old subordinates of Zhao Horan, and even Zhao Guang couldn't veto them if they got stubborn. Premier Xia, you are here again. Do you have more good stuff for us tonight? Elder Xingyue walked out of her room and asked with a smile. Her voice was cold, but her expression was not. Chilled. Hao wants to see Suhan, so I brought him here, Premier Xia answered with a smile. Suhan is in her room. You may go see her now. Elder Xingyue nodded slightly at Hao Ren and said. Okay. Hao Ren quickened his steps while he crossed the small garden and headed toward the independent side room where Suhan lived. He looked back and saw the straight-backed Elder Xingyue and the hunch-backed Premier Xia talking. Without a doubt, they were discussing the imminent return of the old Dragon King. Hao Ren strode across the garden to Suhan's door. He was about to call out when her voice came from inside, "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw Suhan in her blue robe, practicing calligraphy with an ink brush in her hand under the candlelight. In the flickering candlelight, Suhan, who was holding the ink brush in one hand while pulling up her big sleeve with the other, looked like a perfect beauty of ancient times. Hao Ren walked over and studied her complexion, finding that it was much better than last time. He knew Premier Xia had given the godly elixir pills to Suhan. Suhan slowly put down the ink brush and turned her gaze to Hao Ren. Do I have acne on my face? Embarrassed, Hao Ren took half a step back. No, I just wanted to check your complexion. She smiled, and her eyes shone in the candlelight. Each detail of her expression was alluring. Thank you for those precious godly elixir pills, Suhan said lightly. It was the first time that he heard, "thank you," coming from her mouth. After all, Suhan had been helping him all the time, and it was the first time he gave her some help and received her thanks. Well, I had no use for them. I thought they might be useful to you in recovering from your severe injuries. Hao Ren smiled graciously. When facing Suhan in this secluded room, he felt out of breath. Suhan is cold, but Qin Xiaoyang is still fascinated by her, showing the power of her immortal beauty, Hao Ren thought to himself while circulating the spirit concentration scroll to calm himself down. With the help of your godly elixir pills, I have recovered from my injuries and even got a small breakthrough, she said in a casual tone as she picked up the rice paper from the desk to appreciate her handwriting. Knowing that she was a cultivation maniac, Hao Ren knew she must be ecstatic with this small breakthrough despite her calm appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the mood to practice calligraphy. Once having seen the best, the rest is not worthwhile to look at. Hao Ren glanced at the exquisite and elegant calligraphy, finding her handwriting quite dashing. Qin Xiaoyang will soon be placed here as a regional inspector. Holding the rice paper in her hands, she turned her gaze toward Hao Ren and said. Chapter 344, The Most Powerful Inspector, huh? Hao Ren was surprised by the information. Right now, the Dragon God Shrine thinks that my severe injury has damaged my cultivation strength, making me unable to carry out my duties as an inspector. With the absence of an official inspector in East Ocean City, Qin Xiaoyang took the opportunity to move here, Suhan continued. Hao Ren knew Qin Xiaoyang belonged to the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, which had the least number of members but enjoyed the greatest individual cultivation strengths. Their average cultivation strength was closest to the Heavenly Dragon realm, allowing them to enjoy a high status in the Dragon tribe. As a Metal Elemental Dragon, Qin Xiaoyang had a unique position in the inspector system. While Suhan was absent in supervising the East Ocean City for weeks, he took the opportunity and used his connections to move to the city. And, what's your plan? Hao Ren asked her. My vital essence is still recovering, and I need to solidify the realm after the breakthrough that the godly elixir pills helped me achieve. I plan to rest for a while in the Dragon Palace. Besides, I don't want to meet Qin Xiaoyang, so I will watch how things go from the sideline, Suhan said. In other words, you will pretend you have not recovered from your severe injury and won't come out to fight for the position of regional inspector with Qin Xiaoyang. In this way, you can find out what Qin Xiaoyang is up to, right? Hao Ren asked her. Suhan smiled and didn't answer, but secretly, she admired his quick thinking. The godly elixir pills had better effects than she had expected. In fact, she was now more powerful than before. If Qin Xiaoyang didn't experience a major breakthrough, she could suppress him with ease. However, she wanted to observe the Dragon God Shrine's attitude on this issue. Last time, the Dragon God Shrine had reassigned Qin Xiaoyang to the cold and remote place in the northwest to satisfy Suhan. After all, she was one of the most powerful regional inspectors, and the inspector system would suffer a significant loss if she resigned from her position. That was why the Dragon God Shrine would instead give a small punishment to Qin Xiaoyang to keep Suhan. If the inspectors were injured, they could return to the Dragon God Shrine to recover. With abundant resources, it had lots of elixirs and healing methods, much more than what the East Ocean Dragon clan could offer her. However, according to the rules, if the regional inspectors returned to the Dragon God Shrine for a period of seclusion cultivation to recover from injuries, the shrine would send another inspector to take over the area. Suhan didn't return to the Dragon God Shrine because she didn't want to give up her position as the inspector of East Ocean City. However, in this crucial moment, Qin Xiaoyang arrived at the East Ocean City to temporarily take over the supervision duty, which signaled the change of attitude of the Dragon God Shrine had toward her. No matter if it was distrust or something else, both the Dragon God Shrine and Qin Xiaoyang thought Suhan was less powerful than before. For the East Ocean City, the city closest to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, as well as the other 3 adjacent big cities to the other 3 Ocean Dragon Palaces, the Dragon God Shrine had sent Qian-level inspectors to supervise them. In this sense, the 4 regional inspectors were the elites of the elites in the inspector system, and they had the highest ranks, powers, and cultivation strengths. As to the patrolling inspectors, they could interfere with the business in any area in theory, but the 4 big cities closet to the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces were the absolute territories of the 4 regional inspectors. Other inspectors wouldn't dare to interfere in their businesses. As a high-ranking patrolling inspector, Qin Xiaoyang had impulsively come to the East Ocean City and interfered in the business between East Ocean and West Ocean, challenging Suhan's authority in the area. That was why he was reassigned to the remote place in the northwest as a regional inspector of a small area. When will he come? Hao Ren asked Suhan. Very soon. I don't plan to meet him, but you are my assisting inspector and will meet him face to face. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of him. If he dares to mess with you, I'll deal with him, Suhan said lightly. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were sharp. As an assisting inspector, even if Hao Ren was in the wrong, it was the Dragon God Shrine's duty to punish him. If Qin Xiaoyang dared to make trouble for her assistant, Suhan wouldn't stand by and watch. Okay, I got it. Hao Ren nodded. Now that he had unlocked 75 openings, and his cultivation strength had grown dozens of times, he was much more powerful than before. Even though he was still no match for Qin Xiaoyang, a Kun-level cultivator, he wasn't that afraid. I just came to see you. It's late. I'll head back now, Hao Ren glanced at her and said with a smile. Okay. Suhan nodded with a little smile. She then walked Hao Ren to the door with rare gentleness. One more thing. She said crisply, the godly elixir pills you gave me had better effects than the level 9 golden pills. Maybe we can try again and break into the 9 Dragon Palace. Do you know where the 9 Dragon Palace is? Hao Ren turned his head and asked. The highest position it can go is 8th heaven. It's definitely not in 8th heaven. If we try, I think we can find it eventually, Suhan said. In the past, she had never elevated realms with the help of elixirs, but the effects of the godly elixir pills gave her a great surprise. It was tough to see cultivation progress after reaching mid-tier Qian level, and it was almost impossible to reach a higher realm strictly by cultivation. She knew the East Ocean Dragon Palace had some godly elixir pills, but she didn't hope to get any from them. That was why she wanted to take the risk and break into the 9 Dragon Palace again. Okay. When you go, take me with you. Hao Ren agreed without thinking. His immediate agreement surprised Suhan. Except the ancient godly elixir pills, there are lots of ancient cultivation techniques and ancient Dharma treasures. If we can go in, we can look around and find some. With that, he pushed open the door and walked out. Hao Ren's casual words excited Suhan. After all, there were countless treasures and opportunities in the Nine-Dragon Palace. If she could find a suitable primitive cultivation technique to unlock the ancient godly dragon bloodline, then her dream of becoming a heavenly dragon would come true. Looking at Hao Ren who was leaving, Suhan circulated nature essence through her unblocked meridians and found that Hao Ren's cultivation strength had improved a lot. From the looks of his aura, he seemed to be on the verge of reaching Gen level, she thought. She lowered her head and calculated. Only a few days passed, and Hao Ren had unlocked more than 20 openings. His talent is ordinary, and his technique is slow and steady. Did I, a Qian-level cultivator, misjudge him? If she didn't protect Hao Ren, she wouldn't have been injured so severely. But now looking back, she felt like her sacrifice was worth it. Chapter 345. Take whatever I want. After Hao Ren walked out from Elder Xingyu's palace, Premier Xia walked him to the gate. Then, Hao Ren went back to his home by the sea. As in the legendary butterfly effect, the situation of East Ocean City was changing in an unexpected manner, and it was getting messier. The human cultivators on and above Fifth Heaven were scouting around East Ocean City more and more. Taking the excuse of the destruction of their palace, the West Ocean Dragon Clan had quickly formed the Anti-East Ocean Alliance, and Qin Xiaoyang would soon come to East Ocean and become the regional inspector. Zhao Horan, the most powerful figure of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, would return to China soon with burning rage. Back in his room, Hao Ren flipped through an architecture book before entering the state of cultivation. The night passed peacefully. Hao Ren exhaled deeply and raised his hands parallel to the floor. Hundreds of sword energies that were flying in the room quickly entered his body through the acupoints. The ocean waves in the morning surged steadily, and its sounds washed away Hao Ren's messy thoughts and refreshed him. When he went downstairs to make some breakfast, Xie Yujia walked out of her room. Seeing that she rose so early, he knew she must have spent last night cultivating. The essence on the land was not as thick as that on Fifth Heaven, but that wasn't an excuse for laziness. However, at Zhen Kongming's reminder, Xie Yujia no longer used the life-death notes to summon the nature essence, and thus no surges of essence came last night. You, looking at each other, they spoke at the same time and then closed their mouths simultaneously. You didn't sleep last night? Hao Ren asked again. No, Xie Yujia shook her head slightly. You didn't either, right? I just solidified my realm. I wasn't tired anyway, Hao Ren said. Same here, she nodded, blushing. Well, you two are having such sweet love talks at such an early hour. In his loose silk pajamas, Zhen Kongming skipped out of his room while Little White walked out with him with its tongue sticking out of its mouth. Seeing its full belly, Hao Ren wondered how many elixir pills it had eaten last night in Zhen Kongming's room. Xie Yujia's blush deepened, and she asked in a hurry, should we go to Fifth Heaven again today? Of course. Zhen Kongming lifted his head abruptly. I'll teach you the elixir pill recipes today. Let's go then. Hao Ren urged. With Qin Xiaoyang moving to East Ocean City and the exams at the Dragon God Shrine drawing near, Hao Ren wanted to take each minute he had to increase his cultivation strength so that he would have more confidence and greater ability to protect himself in this complicated situation. His impatience made him feel like a cultivation maniac, similar to Suhan. Zhen Kongming was eager to teach Xie Yujia how to make elixir pills while Xie Yujia wanted to charge at the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Agreeing, the three of them shot toward Fifth Heaven immediately. The three sects around the ethereal summit had declared that the Herb King Valley was now a forbidden zone, and no disciple was allowed to get close to it. Therefore, when Hao Ren and others came to their base on Fifth Heaven, they found it quieter than before. Gradually, the three sects had turned from rivals fighting for the control of the Herb King Valley into allies depending on the Herb King Valley. From their perspective, the longer the seniors stayed in the valley, the safer this area would be, and the more benefits they would get. The moment they entered the valley, Zhen Kongming went to check the growth of the spiritual herbs, making Hao Ren think of his own elementary days when he was assigned by his teacher to raise caterpillars. Seeing Zhen Kongming's anxious look when he studied the spiritual herbs, Hao Ren snickered. This kid had stolen entire herb gardens from big sects and never showed any sympathy for them, but now he was extremely concerned with the spiritual herbs he had planted with his own hands. Xie Yujia also walked over to check the results of the transplantations. She found none of the spiritual herbs withered. Instead, they looked more vibrant and brighter than the day before. She knew last night's mist had reinvigorated them. With its heavy fog and humid climate, the valley was full of wildflowers and grass, a perfect place for growing spiritual herbs. The valley got the name, Herb King Valley, because a lot of wild spiritual herbs grew there. Of course, the herbs of such level could only be materials for the 3 small sects, and they were far inferior to the spiritual herbs Zhen Kongming stole from the big sects. I'll go up and cultivate. Lightly kicking the ground, Hao Ren flew toward the cliff like a phantom. Wait. Zhen Kongming drove his black disc and stopped him. What do you want? Hao Ren asked him in bafflement. Big brother. Zhen Kongming used his best trick, sweet-talking Hao Ren by calling him, Big brother. I'm going to get an elixir furnace for big sister, you must come with me. Standing in the field, Xie Yujia listened to Zhen Kongming calling them brother and sister. Being forced to call them this way, Zhen Kongming sounded weird. Hao Ren looked down at Xie Yujia and thought that they indeed needed an elixir furnace. He stood onto Zhen Kongming's black disc and shouted at Little White, you stay here and protect Yujia. Chirp. Little White skipped around Xie Yujia cheerfully. Zhen Kongming's flight Dharma treasure shot out of the valley like a dash of black light. In his mind, since he was not friends with the sects on 5th heaven, he didn't need to be polite with them and would take whatever he wanted. If he wanted to live in the valley long term, he would have stolen a set of sandalwood table and chairs, a tea set, and a big and engraved bed. Soon, a sect built on a high mountain appeared before them. Hao Ren found the scene quite familiar. Before he could react, Zhen Kongming's disc had broken into the sect's gate and was flying toward the elixir-making building where white smoke was floating out. The so-called defense array formation was as thin as a piece of paper in front of Zhen Kongming, the array formation master. At the moment, there were 3 cultivators making elixirs in the place. Since the 6-floored elixir-making building had heavenly fires in it, it was built with hundreds of tons of black steel and looked like a huge round tower. Without special permission from the elders, ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter. At that moment, the White Sand Sect's elixir elder and 2 of his disciples were in the room making elixir pills. Bang! The heavy black steel gate was banged open. Standing on the black disc, Zhen Kongming and Hao Ren appeared before them. Hao Ren thought that Zhen Kongming would try to steal and didn't expect him just to rob. Hurriedly, he released dozens of sword energies which instantly sent the 3 stunned cultivators flying. The elixir-making building was big. Its highest floor stored the elixir pills, and the rest of the floors were used for making the pills. The 5th floor housed the best elixir furnaces. Standing before them were 3 elixir furnaces. The left one and the right one were both made of black copper, and there was a fire burning inside. The middle one was smaller, and it was made of white jade. At first glance, Zhen Kongming liked the white jade elixir furnace in the middle, but his experienced eyes told him it was protected by 30 layers complicated array formations. With his skills as an array formation master, it would take him at least 1 hour to break them one by one. He made a quick decision. Pointing at the 2 elixir furnaces on both sides, he ordered, this and this, take them. Hao Ren pushed with his hands at the lids of the furnaces, and the fires in them immediately surged up. Zhen Kongming opened his mouth, and the precious heavenly fires the White Sand sect used to make elixir pills were instantly swallowed by Zhen Kongming. The elixir elder and his 2 disciples gasped at the sight. The 2 heavenly fires had been gifts from the Sky Mountain sect on 6th heaven 200 years ago, and they had never died off. However, the heavenly fires that could melt everything now had been swallowed by this kid. They didn't know that before transforming into the human form, Zhen Kongming was level 10 demon beast, and the fire he spat out was hundreds of times more powerful than the so-called heavenly fires. For him, swallowing such low-tier elixir-making fires wouldn't hurt him. Instead, they were nutrients to his body. Ignoring their stunned faces, Zhen Kongming quickly opened his storage space and tossed the hot elixir furnaces into it. While he did it, he dumped the half-done elixir pills that were in the furnaces onto the ground. Discovering the upheaval in the elixir-making building, the White Sand sect elders and disciples all flew toward it on their flying swords. After the herb garden incident, their reaction this time was much swifter. However, as a veteran thief, Zhen Kongming was faster. Swoosh! The black disc broke out of a window, and the two figures standing on the disc flew to the east rapidly. The speed of this Dharma treasure was equivalent to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator, and it was too fast for the White Sand sect cultivators to catch. Zhen Kongming brought Hao Ren with him to protect him in the case that he was surrounded by the White Sand sect cultivators. With his Gen-level strength, Hao Ren was a powerful fighter on Fifth Heaven. Hao Ren looked back at the uproar and saw a collapsed Grand Hall. He suddenly remembered that it was the White Sand sect which he and Zhao Yanzi had broken into last time. With their Grand Hall destroyed, the herbs in the herb garden stolen, and elixir furnaces robbed, White Sand sect was indeed out of luck. Mission accomplished. Let's head back. Pleased, Zhen Kongming turned to another direction. He was skilled in fleeing. He had purposely flown to the east, so the White Sand sect would track them to the east instead of in the west where the ethereal summit was located. Meanwhile, in the White Sand sect, Sect Master Wang was jumping with fury. He just saw two big figures from the Sky Mountain sect off. And now his sect was robbed of 2 elixir furnaces. More importantly, the 3 elixir furnaces and the heavenly fires were gifts from the Sky Mountain sect, and he didn't know how to explain the incident to the Sky Mountain sect. The cultivator who is using sword energies is indeed the partner of the kid who had stolen from my herb garden. He regretted that his sect had tried to kill and rob the core formation realm cultivator. Obviously, the cultivator now targeted the White Sand sect. This was a big sect, and they couldn't move it to another place. More importantly, he had no clue about the identities of the 2 robbers. Sect Master Wang was desperate. Chapter 346, Lightning Cultivation? When Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming returned to the ethereal summit, Xie Yujia and Little White had been waiting for them for a long time. We're back! We're back! Zhen Kongming shouted while flying directly toward Xie Yujia's elixir-making room. Eager to join them, Little White carried Xie Yujia and flew into the elixir-making room immediately. Thud! Thud! Zhen Kongming took the 2 heavy elixir furnaces from his storage space and placed them on the ground. The 2 elixir furnaces were black and ugly, and Zhen Kongming estimated that they could only withstand ordinary elixir fires. If they wanted to use Little White's demon fire, they needed to get the white jade elixir furnace. However, these 2 furnaces were made with thick black copper, and Little White's demon fire wouldn't burn through them immediately. He calculated and felt like if they let the 2 furnaces take turns, the furnaces would last about 1 month. If the 2 furnaces were all burned up, he would go to White Sand sect and take the last white jade elixir furnace. Little White trotted to the 2 elixir furnaces which still smelled like burning smoke. It sniffed at them with curiosity. It's boring to make level 1 and level 2 elixir pills. Let's start with the level 4 foundation establishment pill. Zhen Kongming took out an elixir pill recipe from his sleeve. All the ingredients for the elixir pill were listed on the recipe. Of course, if the ingredients were handed to an inexperienced elixir master, he or she could potentially destroy them all instead of producing any elixirs. 1,000-year-old polygonum, Incaria gold plant, South Sea ginseng, jade bamboo, 10,000-year-old sea turtle shells. Zhen Kongming placed the materials on the stone table one by one. Usually one began the study of elixir making from creating level 1 and level 2 elixir pills. However, after witnessing Xie Yujia making beauty pills, level 3 elixir pills, Zhen Kongming thought she could begin with level 4 elixir pills. Before Chu Niu set off, he had assigned a homework to his disciple Zhen Kongming, ordering him to make 100 level 9 golden pills. Seeing Xie Yujia's talent in elixir making, Zhen Kongming was exhilarated and decided to take her as his disciple, to help him make elixir pills. While you are busy with this, I'll go and cultivate. Seeing Zhen Kongming and Xie Yujia preparing for elixir making, Hao Ren didn't want to stay and watch them. He flew out to the open space in the valley. Today, he wanted to try the lightning cultivation on Fifth Heaven. One of the unique features of the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll was to create many sword energies and attack enemies. The other unique feature was to activate heaven lightning with the 5 elements. After choosing a flat area in the valley, Hao Ren took his stance and inhaled deeply. Swoosh! a dash of Hunden sword energy shot up from his palm. Hunden lightning broke all things into the 5 elements, and this sword energy instantly pierced a hole in the array formation surrounding the valley. Attracted by the Hunden lightning, the nature essence in 5th heaven surged toward it swiftly. Instantly, clouds tumbled. The essence came over in a whirlpool, and the white clouds rushed from the nearby mountains toward the direction of the ethereal summit. Boom! From the depth of clouds, the first heavenly lightning was already crashing down. Like a fierce heavenly dragon, the purple heavenly lightning was thicker than Hao Ren had expected. It was almost as powerful as the heavenly lightning in Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation. It was much thicker than those on first heaven. Bang! The heavenly lightning was much more powerful than Hao Ren had expected. It was so thick that it couldn't pass the hole in the array formation and crashed solidly on the array formation. Dang! The entire valley shook. Xie Yujia had been circulating the life-death notes in the elixir-making room. She stumbled when that lightning crushed down, and the herb she had tossed into the furnace splattered out. A dash of black light shot out of the elixir-making room into Hao Ren's cave abode. Big Dipper constellation array. Tianshu star. Zhen Kongming quickly turned the compass. The array formation that was engulfing the valley emitted pink light, and the metal components that constructed the array formation all made big banging sounds. Meanwhile, the second heavenly lightning struck down toward the valley. The array formation made crackling sounds, and countless debris rolled down from the mountains. Tianchuan star and Yuhang star. Zhen Kongming turned the compass again. The metal poles with array flags on them, which were buried around the valley, responded and emitted white light beams. Then, another heavenly lightning crashed down. Boom! This one was even more powerful. The 2 elixir furnaces in Xie Yujia's elixir-making room collapsed, and the demon flames and spiritual herbs spilled out. Immediately, Little White carried Xie Yujia and flew out of the cave abode. Outside the valley, Ames burned in everywhere. The scattered lighting had lit up the surrounding trees. Without the stimulation of new chaotic lightning sword energies, the lightning clouds above the valley gradually scattered before turning into streaks of nature essence. This sudden event even burned a few hairs off of Little White's butt. With a livid expression, Zhen Kongming rushed out of Hao Ren's cave abode into the center of the valley, bumping into Hao Ren and pushed him half a meter away. "Are you crazy? You activated heavenly lightning on 5th heaven," he shouted. If he didn't control the array formation, the whole ethereal summit would have exploded due to the 3 dashes of heavenly lightning. Although the array formation withstood the 3 strikes of heavenly lightning, it was severely damaged, and Zhen Kongming would have to repair it. In theory, this array formation could only withstand the attacks of core formation realm cultivators. However, the 3 dashes of heavenly lightning had the power of nascent soul realm cultivators. Without the protection of the array formation, the spiritual herbs Zhen Kongming had planted with great care would have been scorched. At this thought, Zhen Kongming was even more furious. *T. 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 Zhen Kongming used the newly learned word to express his fury. "I can't use lightning cultivation on the 5th heaven." Hao Ren was baffled. The upheaval was greater than he had expected. He had just released a tiny trace of Hunden lightning sword energy, but the reaction he received was much more violent than he had ever imagined. "Lightning cultivation? What you did was not lightning cultivation. *T. Zhen Kongming pointed his finger at Hao Ren in a fury. "I have been cultivating like this on first heaven," Hao Ren answered him. "First heaven? First heaven?" Zhen Kongming was almost choking with anger. "You were lucky that you were not struck dead by the lightning." He glared at Hao Ren and said, "Your cultivation method is wrong. It's a miracle that you are still alive." On the one hand, he was furious that Hao Ren activated the heavenly lightning which almost destroyed his array formation. On the other hand, he was fearful that Hao Ren, his big brother, would be struck dead by heavenly lightning. "What happened? Are you okay?" Riding on Little White, Xie Yujia came to Hao Ren's side and asked anxiously. Upon Xie Yujia's arrival, Zhen Kongming softened a bit. He rolled his eyes at Hao Ren and said, "I'll show you what lightning cultivation is." From his sleeve, he took out a Dharma treasure that looked like a chessboard. He then grabbed some chess pieces from the board and tossed them onto the ground. The white and black chess pieces collided with each other and released traces of electrical sparks. The surrounding mist floated to him and formed a mass of dense white clouds that was as big as a palm. Inside the cloud, faint lightning flashed. Do you see this? This is called small cloud rain array. Zhen Kongming gritted his teeth in exasperation. Brother, no one would activate the lightning clouds in the sky to strike themselves repeatedly. If you fail once, all your cultivation strength would be destroyed. Xie Yujia was amazed when she looked at the man-made clouds that were as big as a palm. Zhen Kongming blew at the cloud, and it floated to the nearest spirit herb, releasing a drizzle. Hao Ren was surprised that array formations could simulate artificial lightning. He was speechless in embarrassment when he thought about his wrong idea of using the heavenly lightning to temper himself. He legitimately thought that this was the unique cultivation method of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. As Zhen Kongming had pointed out, the power of each heavenly lightning was so great that it could easily shatter his Gen-level dragon core if he were not careful. Besides the small cloud rain array, there are big cloud rain array, great cloud rain array, and super cloud rain array. I can give you whatever lightning you want. Building an array formation is basically building a small environment. After all, nature itself is the biggest array formation. Hao Ren thought for a while and felt like Zhen Kongming was right. After all, cultivation itself was stealing essence from nature. Of course, there were levels of thieving skills. Taking advantage of nature's mechanism, the array formations could simulate all kinds of situations in nature. That was why they could create the mini version of heavenly lightning with a small amount of nature essence. Hao Ren had a sudden understanding. Since he had chosen the unpopular light-splitting sword shadow scroll, he had to figure things out all by himself. He didn't know that his idea about lightning cultivation was totally wrong. Man, I really admire your style. Zhen Kongming blurted out another phase he had picked up recently. Then, he put away the chessboard and said, I'll build a small rain cloud array in your cave abode. The more powerful Hao Ren was, the safer Zhen Kongming would be. That was why he tried his best to help Hao Ren improve his cultivation strength. Shortly, flashes of lightning appeared in Hao Ren's cave abode. In the surrounding area about dozens of kilometers from the valley, the small sects also witnessed the weird shift in nature. The senior elders of the sects gave instructions to their disciples, in the next months, don't get close to that area. There is probably a nascent soul realm master there. The earlier dashes of lightning showed that a master passed a heavenly tribulation. As to the three small sects around the Herb King Valley, they were both astonished and pleased. Obviously, a nascent soul realm cultivator lives in there. Since this master didn't kick us out and even offered to give us elixir pills, he gave us the permission to continue living here. In other words, as long as we obeyed his orders, no one would dare to mess with us. The three sect masters thought to themselves, and they suddenly stood straighter. Chapter 347. Great Cultivator on Fifth Heaven. Light flashes filled Hao Ren's cave abode. Zhen Kongming had placed the chess pieces into the stone walls of the cave abode, forming a small array formation in which the chess pieces interacted with each other. Traces of lightning flew into Hao Ren's acupoints like streams. The entire cave abode was like a space in the clouds, and Hao Ren was immersed in the weak lightning. The array formation pulled the surrounding nature essence and used it. Since the essence intensity in the valley was much greater than that on the land, Hao Ren's cultivation progress was naturally much faster. The chaotic lightning was made up of pure 5 elemental essences, and the traces of lightning energy created by the array formation was easier for Hao Ren to absorb than the heavenly lightning which he had to withstand with his body before converting and absorbing. However, there were very few array formation masters like Zhen Kongming who knew about the secrets of the ancient lightning cultivation technique. Probably only the disciple of Chu Niu, an ancient heavenly dragon, knew about the lighting cultivation technique and the methods of practicing it. Hao Ren's body shook, and the starry light disappeared from the cave. The hissing lightning rose slowly and formed a mass of white clouds, hovering in the air. Thinking of his previous impatience and impulsiveness in activating the heavenly lightning while he knew nothing about the lightning cultivation technique, Hao Ren laughed as he felt like an idiot. The starry light around him gradually disappeared. Hao Ren checked his dragon core and found that he had unlocked another 10 openings. 85 openings. He was only 35 openings away from Gen level, which needed him to unlock 120 openings. If Zhen Kongming didn't warn him about the enormous harm the lightning energy had on cultivators when used continuously, Hao Ren would have spent days immersed in the small cloud rain array until he reached Gen level, then Dewey level. All the blood in his body was surging. Due to the half-day stimulation of the lightning energy, he felt like his blood veins had swelled up slightly. Hao Ren shot a sword energy out of the valley. Swoosh! A wide sword energy that was 50 meters wide and 200 meters long appeared in the sky. All the people in the Seven-Star sect, Changhua sect, and Qin Yin sect were astonished. They didn't know that this sword energy was only a release of Hao Ren's abundant essence from his body and thus didn't have any power. However, the magnificent view together with the appearance of the dashes of heavenly lightning several hours ago made them think that a master of the nascent soul realm who was hiding on fifth heaven was coming out of his or her seclusion cultivation. Hao Ren's casual act became a sign of his great power. To the masters of the sects living in the nearby mountains, the magnificent sword energy was a warning. Anyone trespassing his territory would be killed immediately. The sect masters of the sects, no matter big or small, summoned elders and senior disciples and warned them never to get close to the area around the Herb King Valley where the heavenly tribulation had appeared a little while ago. Hao Ren exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed all over. Then, he flew on the energy sword back to the valley to check up on Xie Yujia in her elixir making room. Xie Yujia was standing before a black elixir furnace while two notes, one golden and the other silver, were spinning quickly in her palm. Little white hissed out demon fires which entered the interior of the furnace through the 8 holes in the body of the furnace, emitting hot air. As the natal fire of the demon beasts, demon fire was closely related with the internal core of the demon beast. Through continually spitting and swallowing demon fires, demon beasts could improve their strengths. Their demon fires could make elixir pills and exercise their internal cores. The more proficient the demon beasts used their demon fires, the stronger their internal cores would be. When Zhen Kongming was taken in as a disciple by Chu Niu, he was just a level 7 demon beast who had just activated its intelligence. After years of spitting fire to make elixirs, Chu Niu made him into a level 10 demon beast before feeding it a transformation pill that Chu Niu made himself, turning him into the human form. The demon fire burned vigorously while the black elixir furnace's surface turned red. If the herbs in the furnace were ordinary materials, the demon fire would have long melted them in the last 4 hours. Xie Yujia, who was controlling the essence in the furnace with the life-death notes, sweated, and the sweat appeared on her forehead. Before the sweat formed into drops, it was evaporated by the heat of the burning fire. Elixir making was another form of cultivation. While Xie Yujia manipulated the essence in the furnace with the life-death notes, the process didn't consume much of the nature essence. Instead, it could improve the circulation of nature essence in her body. In fact, she was indirectly using Little White's demon fire to unblock meridian in her stone body type. "Lift the pills," Zhen Kongming shouted. Abruptly, Xie Yujia withdrew the silver note. The elixir furnace lid couldn't hold the burning demon fire inside, and it flew up immediately. With her golden note, she grabbed more than 10 pills that had flown out from the furnace. The demon fire lingering on the elixir pills was all absorbed by her golden note. Xie Yujia felt like her limbs become as soft as jelly when a warm sensation filled her body. It was the effect of Little White's demon fire entering her body thread by thread. Elixir making and body tempering were the same things in theory. In the same way that Hao Ren used the lightning-formed of array formation to toughen his body, Xie Yujia could use the weakened demon fire to strengthen her body. The Foundation Establishment pills could solidify realms for cultivators. Its most common function was to help the Qi Refinement Realm cultivators break through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. On 5th Heaven where the Low Realm cultivators fought over Level 3 Foundation Establishment pills, the Level 4 Foundation Establishment pills were precious objects. "I'll keep 5 pills. I'll take one each day and try to reach Level 10 of the Qi Refinement Realm. And this one is for Z." After placing 5 Level 4 Foundation Establishment pills into one bottle, she put one into Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren was surprised that she would give one of the pills, she had made with great effort, to Z. In fact, Zhao Yanzi had reached level 10 of the Qi Refinement Realm, and she would soon reach the Foundation Establishment Realm after cultivating more extensively. She would quicken her process with the help of a Foundation Establishment pill. Although the East Ocean Dragon Palace had Foundation Establishment pills, The ones in their warehouse were common ones since none of the dragon cultivators were good at making elixir pills or making dharma treasures. The pills in the dragon palace were no match for the level 4 elixir pills made together by Little White's demon fire and Xie Yujia's notes. The remaining 10 pills are for the nearby small sects, Xie Yujia said as she put 10 darker colored pills into 10 small bags. She had adopted Zhen Kongming's school of thought that level 3 elixir pills were garbage. She didn't know that in ordinary sects, the cultivator who could make level 3 elixir pills would be elevated to the position of elixir elder. Well, okay. Hao Ren had no objection. After all, Xie Yujia made all those elixir pills. She had the right to allocate them however she wanted. Zhen Kongming curled his lips, hurting inside for the materials Xie Yujia had wasted. However, at the thought that she would be able to make level 9 gold pills in the future, he felt better. Swoosh, Little White created a 5-colored light beam around the valley before shooting toward 5th heaven. They returned to 1st heaven, but the cultivators of the Changhua sect, 7-star sect, and Qin Yin sect were ecstatic when they picked up the 10 small bags containing foundation establishment pills which had suddenly been dropped from the sky. Senior, thank you for giving us elixir pills. Looking at the snow lion that was dashing away, the 3 sect masters shivered with excitement and even had the urge to kneel and kowtow. Chapter 348. You still have an attitude. It was already evening when Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Zhen Kongming returned to the house. The house was lively since Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were visiting. Their long ponytails swung behind them as they hopped around the living room like 2 butterflies, carrying around plates and tidying up the table. They appeared to be energetic and virtuous. Grandma watched them walking around happily, and she immediately called out when she saw Hao Ren come in, "Ren, how come you were out all day again?" "Grandma, we went to the beach again." Zhen Kongming ran over to her. He looked like the talking version of Little White, and Hao Ren couldn't even stand his peevish look. However, it worked on Grandma perfectly. She smiled and said, okay, as long as you had fun." Grandma would have been bored to death if Lu Linlin and Lu Lili didn't come to see her today. Zhao Zonghua and Yu Yang were home for the weekend, but they were not nearly as talkative as the twins. They would only watch some TV with her and then go work on their science projects. However, the twins would chat with her and tell her jokes. They even gave her a massage, which made her so comfortable that she couldn't even describe it. She really wanted to make them her granddaughters if they wished. At the moment, she already had many grandsons and granddaughters even though Hao Ren was her only actual grandson. This was the kind of happiness a senior woman like her hoped for. "We are staying over tonight, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili hopped in front of Hao Ren and said cheerfully. Hao Ren couldn't say anything since Grandma, the boss, arranged for them to sleep over. "It seems like Gongzi has improved again," Lu Linlin happily whispered. Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren happily as well with her crescent moon-like eyes. "We will come to Gongzi's room to test your elemental essences," Lu Lili continued as warm air came out of her mouth. Hao Ren looked at them and was at a loss for words. He knew that they would cause little troubles for him when they came over. "Time for dinner. Time for dinner," Yu Yang said from beside the table as she couldn't stand seeing Lu Linlin and Lu Lili hang on to Hao Ren. She didn't find them annoying. She was just a bit worried since there were quite a few girls around Hao Ren. It was a lovely dinner. Little White crouched beside the table with a full bowl of meat in front of it, and it had quite a large meal as well. Little White had lost its ambition as a snow lion a long time ago since it had been living in a peaceful environment like this. It rubbed its own belly as it rolled on the floor with a full stomach. It looked especially cute with its 4 golden paws. Yu Yang couldn't help but offer it 2 more bowls of pork even though she wasn't really a pet person. "I'm heading out again, Mom," Hao Ren said. He was still worried about Zhao Yanzi since he now had a foundation establishment pill. "How come you are always heading out?" Yu Yang complained as she washed the dishes. Xie Yujia only smiled from beside her. "We are coming with you, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili quickly followed Hao Ren out. In the meantime, Grandma shook her head and laughed, grabbing Zhen Kongming into her arms. Hao Ren dashed to the East Ocean Dragon Palace at high speed on his sword energy with the red energy sphere around him, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lili followed him like 2 little sidekicks. Zhao Yanzi was hungrily waiting in her little palace, and she quickly opened the door when she heard someone walking over. But to her disappointment, Hao Ren didn't come with a bag full of snacks this time, he came empty-handed. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved at Zhao Yanzi from outside the palace. Sister Linlin, Sister Lily, Zhao Yanzi smiled and waved at them. Zhao Yanzi didn't hold any hostility against the twins because they were very close with Elder Lu. Also, they were curious about the world like little kids, and she felt like they didn't always stick around Hao Ren. Xie Yujia made her more hostile in comparison. Zhao Yanzi said to Premier Shah, who was standing by the door in a cute tone, "Premier Shah." Her voice was quiet and sweet. Premier Shah looked around and didn't see anyone, so he waved at the Lu sisters, telling them to go inside. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were very clever. They quickly hopped into the little palace and went into Zhao Yanzi's room. Premier Shah visited Lu Linlin and Lu Lily a lot when they were locked up in the Ice Palace, so they had always remembered his kindness now that they were released. Therefore, there was a relationship between the three of them. Premier Shah dry coughed as he stood at the door to guard for them. Zhao Yanzi was happy. She had no idea that Hao Ren would bring 2 more people to spend time with her. "You finished all the snacks?" Hao Ren asked in surprise when he noticed her empty bed. So what? Zhao Yanzi made faces at him with her head up. Nothing. Hao Ren backed off 2 steps and took an elixir from his necklace. "Here, this is for you." "What is it?" She squinted as she looked at the elixir in his hand. "This is a level 6 foundation establishment pill," Lu Linlin said in surprise. Zhao Yanzi didn't recognize it, but the twins had seen a lot of things, so they immediately identified the level and function of the elixir pill. They had even seen many level 9 golden pills, but this was first heaven where the nature essence was very thin. A level 4 elixir pill was already extremely precious since this area was ruled by the dragon cultivators who wasn't good at making elixirs. Most of the elixir pills in the East Ocean Dragon Palace were of level 3, and the better ones were level 3. Only level 4 elixir master could make level elixir pills, but there were barely any level 4 elixir masters on first heaven. Zhen Kongming wasn't a part of the dragon tribe and rarely helped out with making elixirs. Therefore, the elixir master everyone knew about was the level 3 elixir master from the West Ocean Dragon clan. Just because of this level 3 elixir master, the West Ocean Dragon clan had tons of elixirs, and their quality was better than that of any other ocean dragon clans. On top of that, they had mystic ice as their local specialty. Therefore, their cultivation strength was a lot better than the other 3 ocean dragon clans. Level 4? Zhao Yanzi blinked in surprise. She didn't pay much attention to cultivating before, but she still knew about some things. Things like the level 4 essence replenishment pills, foundation establishment pills, and detox pills couldn't be casually taken out and used by cultivators in East Ocean. Even on 5th heaven, where every sect was making elixirs, it wasn't easy to see level 3 and level 4 elixir pills. Therefore, the 3 small sects near Ethereal Summit got extremely excited when they got 10 level 3 foundation establishment pills. "Ya, level 4. Xie Yujia made some today, and this one is for you," Hao Ren said. "Oh, she made it." Zhao Yanzi looked cold all of a sudden. "She spent 4 hours on this and specifically made one for you, and this is your attitude." Hao Ren looked at her, dissatisfied. Zhao Yanzi snorted at Hao Ren's light scolding. She really wanted to put the elixir pill back in Hao Ren's hand, but she didn't do it after some consideration. She was on level 10 of the Qi refinement realm and only 1 step away from the foundation establishment realm. However, all the foundation establishment pills stored in the East Ocean Dragon Palace were level 2, which could only reinforce her realm instead of assisting her in breaking through the current realm. This level 4 foundation establishment pill could definitely. Xie Yujia said that you need one of these foundation establishment pills now that you are on level 10 of the Qi refinement realm, Hao Ren continued. Zhao Yanzi's mouth twitched a bit in disbelief, but her heart softened a little. How come she is so kind? Zhao Yanzi thought to herself. Please take the elixir pill while we are here, little Jumu, Lu Lily said from beside her. Zhao Yanzi looked at them and thought for a bit. Then, she put the gray pill in her mouth. She knew that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were both high-leveled cultivators like Suhan, and it would be safer to break through while they were there. Thick nature essence came out of her mouth and nostrils immediately. As for foundation establishment pills, level 2 was the worst. Level 3 was somewhat average, and level 4 was the best. Out of the 3 tiers, level 3 foundation establishment pills could assist peak chi refinement realm cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, the chance of failure was high. Level 4 foundation establishment pills could boost the chance of succeeding on a large scale, but level 4 foundation establishment pills weren't normally used for a low-level disciple in breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Zhao Yanzi could use a level 4 foundation establishment pill in assisting her breakthrough. This was the kind of opportunity only important elders' kids and grandkids on 6th Heaven had. Therefore, it was ridiculously luxurious for Xie Yujia to consume a level 4 foundation establishment pill a day to improve her strength. A strong aroma suddenly filled the room. The nature essence in the pill entered Zhao Yanzi's body. Zhao Yanzi didn't want to underestimate an elixir pill like this. She sat beside the bed and started to circulate the Qi refinement scroll. It would usually take at least 24 hours to digest this pill completely, and it is not a guaranteed success, Lu Linlin said. Not a guaranteed success? Hao Ren got nervous. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. It seemed like she was breaking through a threshold. But if you let the foundation establishment pill lead the way and keep adding nature essence to it, then there shouldn't be any problems, Lu Linlin continued. So, what should I do? Zhao Yanzi finally said from the bed. No matter what, she really wanted to reach the foundation establishment realm. She turned from a gen-level cultivator to an ordinary human who couldn't use any of nature essence. Hao Ren wouldn't be able to understand her feelings. Gongzi could smooth little Jumu's essence, Lu Linlin laughed. Can't you two do it? Hao Ren asked immediately. We have different cultivation methods than little Jumu and Gongzi. Otherwise, we could have helped you level up a long time ago, Lu Linlin said. Lu Lili kept nodding as she stood beside her. All they could do was test the elemental essence breakdown in Hao Ren's body and offering him some cultivation suggestions. Gongzi cultivates all 5 elemental essences at the same time, and it could provide the most stable nature essence. Plus, Gongzi is 2 realms ahead of the little Jumu. So, you are the most suitable person to assist her in breaking through. Alright, let me do it then. Hao Ren stepped forward and reached his hand out to Zhao Yanzi. Gongzi, you have to put your palm on little Jumu's back for the nature essence to enter. Lu Lili backed 2 steps up and said nervously. What? He has to touch my back. Zhao Yanzi almost hopped off the bed. Not only that, there shouldn't be clothes between you two, Lu Linlin added. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes in regret. There was only one foundation establishment pill, and she did not want to beg Xie Yujia for another one. My sister has a very phlegmatic temperament, and you took the pill before she could finish, Lu Linlin said. In fact, Zhao Yanzi only needed to find herself a water elemental dragon in the Dragon Palace to help her break through the foundation establishment realm. However, now, can I keep my undergarments on? She turned slightly to ask Lu Linlin. She really wanted to break through to the foundation establishment realm once and for all before the power of the pill wore out. It won't be as good, but it should work too, Lu Linlin answered. Ahem, Hao Ren cleared his throat and didn't say anything. HMPH. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth. She asked Lu Linlin and Lu Lili to pull up the 2 edges of the blanket. She shouted to Hao Ren after some rustling sounds made by her clothes underneath the blanket, hurry up. Hao Ren turned and saw Zhao Yanzi under the blanket with only an undergarment on. She had her back toward Hao Ren, and she had untied her ponytail. Her black hair covered part of her neck. However, her shoulders, her back, her waist below that undergarment, as well as half her arms underneath the blanket were all right in front of Hao Ren. Her smooth skin was in a light pinkish color. She was trying all she could to break through to the foundation establishment realm. In addition, since Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were there too, she wasn't scared of any ill intentions Hao Ren might have. The nature essence in her body was dashing everywhere, and she couldn't keep it under control perfectly with her semi-serious cultivation ability. Her body type was excellent, and she was a natural water element cultivator. As soon as she got rid of the dragon core, she became the so-called pure water body type. Therefore, she could get to level 10 of the Qi refinement realm in such a short period of time. However, that was also precisely why her realm wasn't steady. A level 10 Qi refinement realm cultivator on and above 5th heaven would need to prepare for half a year to a year to break through to the foundation establishment realm. The undergarment wasn't very thick, so Zhao Yanzi's smooth back could be slightly seen. Hao Ren took a deep breath, stepped forward a couple of steps, and put his palms on her shoulder blades. It was smooth. "Whatever, I don't mind you touching me," Zhao Yanzi shouted before she added, "Weird uncle." Premier Shah was stupefied for a few seconds as he stood outside and heard the word, touch. He wondered what it meant. Then, he assured himself that there shouldn't be anything wrong since the Lu sisters were inside as well. According to the rules, before the marriage, the Fuma was absolutely forbidden to touch the princess. Hao Ren blushed at Zhao Yanzi's comment. He was a typical otaku, and he wasn't bold enough to try anything sneaky. He had been bluffing in front of the guys, but when it happened to him, he still got extremely nervous. Middle schoolers like Zhao Yanzi were becoming more and more open. Hao Ren, as the uncle, was obviously not her opponent. Gongzi, don't get distracted, Lu Lily reminded him. Hurry up. I'm so cold, Zhao Yanzi urged him again. Hao Ren concentrated again. With his hands on her shoulders, he poured a generous amount of water elemental nature essence into her meridian through his wrist. It was just like how Suhan poured nature essence into Hao Ren's body through his wrist so that he could paint with his sword energies. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll could absorb, convert, as well as transfer nature essence. Hao Ren cultivated all 5 elemental essences at the same time, and his foundation was very steady. He was the perfect nature essence transferring device. The pouring out of the water elemental essence didn't affect him at all, and the nature essence that was transferred out of his body behaved like sword energies which could still be controlled by him. The nature essence in Zhao Yanzi's body was very chaotic, and the water elemental essence from Hao Ren immediately tidied up the spattered nature essence. The flexible sword energy could easily swim around in her meridian since she wasn't fighting against it at all. Zhao Yanzi slowly calmed down her heavy breathing and started to circulate her technique along with Hao Ren's sword energy's guidance. This comfortable feeling made her relax. As if his sword energy saw through her body completely, she felt it all over her body. This is just like, she thought. You shouldn't get distracted either, little Jumu, Lu Lily reminded Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi really liked to be called little Jumu, but she had no idea that the twins called Xie Yujia, Big Jumu. The nature essence from the foundation establishment pill traveled through Zhao Yanzi's meridian along with Hao Ren's sword energy. Then, it started to spread. All her meridians had been unblocked as she was at level 10 of the Qi refinement realm. To get to the foundation establishment realm, she would have to obtain a Taoist heart. She revolved the nature essence of her Qi refinement scroll along with Hao Ren's water elemental essence around and around. Ren Meridian, Du Meridian, Chong Meridian, Dai Meridian, Yin Chao Meridian, Yang Chao Meridian, Yinwei Meridian, Yangwei Meridian. The power of the foundation establishment pill swam through all these meridians. Both the spirit concentration scroll and the Qi refinement scroll were basic techniques, and the ways of cultivation were a little bit similar. Hao Ren had comprehended the Qi refinement scroll in the Taoist temple on the summit of Greenstone Mountain, and the old grandma injected the Qi refinement scroll into his mind when helping him breaking through to Khan level. Therefore, he was familiar with the steps of cultivating this technique. There was no obstacle in helping Zhao Yanzi with his nature essence whatsoever. Hao Ren's palms were getting sweaty, and Zhao Yanzi's back was getting warm. Boom! All the nature essence dashed toward Zhao Yanzi's head. The gathered nature essence was smashed into pieces all of a sudden. Her entire body softened, and she almost couldn't sit straight. Hao Ren reached out his hand to help her lean into his arm. All the nature essence in the surroundings poured toward her body, but there wasn't nearly as much as the amount her body needed. The nature essence of the foundation establishment pill came into work at this moment and made up for the gap. It formed a stream of warmth and gathered near Zhao Yanzi's dantian. There was no making without breaking. To build up the foundation, she needed to give up all her nature essence and generate new nature essence. If she held on to the nature essence she accumulated while she was in the Qi refinement realm, she wouldn't be able to peek through the heavenly Tao and obtain a Taoist heart. Now, she had given up her status as a mortal and finally stepped into the gate of the world of cultivation. The difficult part of foundation establishment was to let go first and regain second. One needed to use up all the nature essence he or she had and immediately regain new essence. It would have been a failure if one didn't get to the second stage. The foundation establishment pill stored a massive amount of nature essence to make up for the hollow period. In this way, the cultivator could obtain a brand new body. Zhao Yanzi lied in Hao Ren's arms softly, blushing. "Oh, I thought you didn't mind." Hao Ren looked down at Zhao Yanzi and laughed. She gritted and tried to hit Hao Ren with her hand. However, she didn't have the strength to do it. "Should I transfer her more nature essence?" Hao Ren asked the twins who were standing beside him. "That's not necessary, Gongzi. The foundation establishment pill could offer little Jumu the purest nature essence, and all she needs to do now is to recover slowly," Lu Lily answered. "Oh, that's good." Hao Ren lifted Zhao Yanzi and put her on the wooden bed. Then, he put the blanket over her. "This girl has a nice figure," Hao Ren thought to himself after he quickly peeked at her body. Zhao Yanzi noticed Hao Ren's surprised look, but she still hadn't gained the strength to fight back. She couldn't even roll her eyes at him. Her face was blushing due to the frustration, though it seemed like she was acting shy. "Fuma Hao, it's time for the nighttime snack," Premier Shah shouted from outside. Hao Ren knew it was his cue, so he waved at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and walked out of there with them. "Rest well tonight so that you can strengthen your realm tomorrow morning when you wake up," Hao Ren said to Zhao Yanzi as he closed the door for her. "Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy." Zhao Yanzi cursed at him 100 times in her heart even though she couldn't make a sound. "Come on. Let's go back." Hao Ren led the twins out of the little palace. Although he was still worried about Zhao Yanzi, he had to abide by the rules of the Dragon Palace. After the success of foundation establishment, Zhao Yanzi will be lively like a bunny all over again tomorrow. Now that she is more powerful, who knows how much harder it would be to deal with her, Hao Ren slightly sighed. "The good thing is that I am already at the core formation realm, so I won't be bullied by this future little wifey." Hao Ren realized the importance of improving his strength at the thought of this. If she catches up, it would be hard to say who is going to be more powerful in the future. Her skin is so soft. Splash. Hao Ren spread open the water and left the East Ocean Dragon Palace with the twins under Premier Shah's gaze. Chapter 349. What? Not Zhao Yanzi. After the three of them returned to the house, Hao Ren let Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stay in Xie Yujia's room. Then, he headed to his room on the second floor to rest. Hao Zonghua knew that the twins were going to spend the night there, so he had already prepared 2 folding guest beds for them. Since Grandma had already treated them as her own granddaughters, Hao Zonghua could only follow her wish. No matter how playful they were still the granddaughters of the East Ocean University's vice principal. Hao Ren seemed to have tied his family, Zhao Yanzi's family, Lu Qing's family, and Xie Yujia's family all together. Hao Zonghua didn't know if it was a good thing or not, but at least the house was lively now. Zhen Kongming had been running around in the house on weekdays, and it made Grandma happy. "Good night, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's shout came in through the balcony on the second floor as they called out by the window of their room on the first floor. Hao Ren smiled as he went into the room. Yu Yang was going through her materials in the next room. She sighed at Hao Zonghua. "Those 2 girls are here for Hao Ren as well, right? Those 2 girls aren't bad, and I feel like they are just fooling around. As long as my mom is happy, we can just let the kids be," Hao Zonghua, who was typing on his laptop, said. "Let me just put it out there, I like Z." Yu Yang put her materials down and looked straight at Hao Zonghua. Hao Zonghua pressed the enter key twice and looked back at Yu Yang. "I'll put it out there too then, I like Yujia better. Yujia isn't bad, but I feel like she is too soft. Z is energetic and smart. She will be able to help out in the family in the future. Since Ren is a bit nerdy, he needs someone like Z." Yu Yang pushed her glasses up on her nose and continued the discussion. Hao Zonghua closed his laptop and turned to Yu Yang. "Z is cute, but Yujia is very clever as well. She will be able to take care of everything in their home for sure." Yu Yang stared at Hao Zonghua. "Are you saying I can't take care of our home?" Hao Zonghua was stupefied and explained immediately, "That's not what I meant. Why are you dragging the topic around?" Yu Yang pouted. "Yujia is your good friend's daughter, and I personally like her too. But let me tell you, I'm sure Z likes Ren. Z is just a middle schooler, and what does a little kid know? My mom has always wanted to see her great-grandson, and I have always thought Yuji is great with Ren. It will only be a few years until Z grows up, and her family gets along with ours so well. You know that I usually don't get along with others, but I can chat with Z's mom for 2 hours every time I see her. We even went shopping last time. She will get a boyfriend after she grows up. It's just fun for her now to be with Hao Ren, and it's nothing about liking him or not. Hao Zonghua. You really want to argue with me, don't you? Listen to me, Yu Yang. No. You're not sleeping in this bed tonight. Aoi. Why? I still need to go to work tomorrow. Hao Ren was trying to concentrate on cultivation in his room when he heard his parents arguing in the next room. He shook his head speechlessly. He thought they were probably arguing about some new international scientific discovery. Hao Ren took a deep breath and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. His lightning cultivation progress was impressive after Zhen Kongming instructed him, so the cultivation he had on Fifth Heaven had been going very well. However, there was only a couple of weeks left until the Dragon God Shrine's general examinations. He had absolutely no chance as a Gen-level cultivator even if he could apply the power of a Gen-level cultivator with his sword array formations. If Hao Ren couldn't become an official inspector, it would affect not only the East Ocean Dragon Clan's situation but also Suhan's reputation. If Hao Ren could become an official inspector, then West Ocean Dragon Palace's incidents would become an internal affair of the Dragon God Shrine. His status as an unofficial Fuma of East Ocean wouldn't be so important after all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't dare go against the Dragon God Shrine. For Suhan, Hao Ren could still assist her once he became an official inspector. The East Ocean City would have 2 official inspectors in that case. Suhan could prove that she still had as much strength as before, and Qin Xiaoyang would have no chance to stick his hands in the city. The East Ocean City would fall back into Suhan's control. As the saying goes, pulling one hair would affect the whole body. Either Hao Ren could reach Gen level, or he could not change the entire situation. The night passed quickly as Hao Ren combed his nature essence and circulated it with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. He was used to the high nature essence intensity at the ethereal summit on Fifth Heaven, so the thin nature essence here on the land seemed to be not enough for him. This so-called cultivation was actually just a habit rather than making real progress. Get up, Ren. You need to go to school, Yu Yang shouted from outside. Oh. I'm coming. Hao Ren answered loudly before he got dressed. He opened the window and saw the sea tides in the distance. When he walked downstairs, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were already sitting beside the dining table in their pink pajamas. Xie Yujia was in her white silk dress and a rose-red cropped long-sleeve jacket. She looked like a rosebud that was going to bloom as she sat straight beside the table waiting for breakfast to be ready. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waggled beside her as if they were complimentary flowers. The Lu sisters both greeted Hao Ren as soon as they saw him, Gongzi. They clear and melodious voices lit up the morning at the house immediately. Yu Yang smiled as she said, "Have some bread and milk. Zonghua will take you to school later." Zhen Kongming yawned in his little black suits as he walked out of his room with Little White, who was also yawning. Hao Ren was the only kid in the family before, but now his home was like a kindergarten. Everyone sat in a line, waiting for breakfast including Little White. "Where's Dad?" Hao Ren asked. "He's getting ready," Yu Yang answered as she distributed the bread. Dong, 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 Hao Ren looked back as he heard steps on the staircase. Hao Zonghua was walking down, looking exhausted. None of his shirt buttons were done properly. "Uncle, your shirt is buttoned wrong," Lu Lily reminded him. "Oh, right," Hao Zonghua looked down and adjusted the buttons. Then, he said to Yu Yang, "I have an important meeting report to do today. Aoi, I didn't sleep well last night. I won't be back until later today. Make something to eat for Mom." "Okay. I will make a smooth transfer and become an understanding wife and loving mother," Yu Yang answered, obediently, as she distributed the glasses of milk. She was higher in position at work than Hao Zonghua, but she had always respected her husband. She abided by his wish on many things when it came to the family. However, they didn't reach an agreement on whether Zhao Yanzi or Xie Yujia was better. Yu Yang insisted that Zhao Yanzi was better partially due to Zhao Hongyu, while Hao Zonghua emphasized that Xie Yujia was better partly due to Xie Ming. This kind of disagreement was even more fierce than their disputes on scientific issues. Hao Ren sensed something was wrong between his parents. However, he remembered when they didn't talk to each other for a week when they disagreed on either Pluto should be a major planet or not. Today's issue between them might just be around a comet which smashed into some planet, he thought. Yujia, I will be driving you to school after breakfast. Hao Zonghua poured himself a glass of milk after he sat down at the table. Okay, thank you, uncle, Xie Yujia said politely. Invite Z over for dinner this weekend, Ren. Yu Yang said to Hao Ren as she put the milk carton on the table. Oh, Hao Ren nodded. He somehow felt the anger from his mom. We will go over to their house if it's not convenient for them to come over, Yu Yang continued. I plan to take you guys out on a trip this weekend, Ren. Z is about to have her final, so we can go on this trip if she can't come here, Hao Zonghua said calmly. Hao Ren looked at Hao Zonghua and then at Yu Yang. He sensed the hidden meaning of their words. I need to host Tsiolkovsky this weekend, Yu Yang said coldly. Oh, but you have time to go to Z's house for dinner? Hao Zonghua asked immediately. Zhao Hongyu gave me a pearl necklace a few days ago, so I bought a gift for her, Yu Yang said. I had a phone call with Yujia's dad the day before yesterday. He knew that it's hard to get Blu-ray discs in China, so he bought over 200 of the latest games and movies and mailed them here. They must cost a few $1,000s. I plan to mail him back some gifts too, Hao Zonghua continued. Zhen Kongming wasn't paying much attention. However, his eyes lightened up when he heard about the gaming discs. He liked Xie Yujia even more than before when he heard they were from her dad. In fact, both Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua were talking about their friendships to make their point. It's about time to take Zhen Kongming to school, Dad, Hao Ren interrupted their intense discussion. Let's go. Let's go. Hao Zonghua picked up his jacket and walked towards the door. He looked discouraged as if his delicately structured scientific assumption had been proven wrong. He slept on the floor the entire night, hoping Yu Yang would change her mind after some consideration. However, she still believed that Hao Ren should be with the middle schooler Z. He knew that Yu Yang had been transferred to the laboratory downtown lately, and it was only 2 blocks away from Zhao Hongyu's studio. They would grab lunch and shop around if they had a long lunch break. Even though that was the case, he didn't expect that Yu Yang would lose her senses and want to have Zhao Yanzi as her daughter-in-law. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily rushed to their room to get changed before they got into Hao Zonghua's white Ford. Kongming, Ren, I'll give you guys a ride. Yu Yang quickly picked up her car key and said to them. Due to the transfer from Beijing, she bought herself a small vehicle, so Hao Zonghua wouldn't have to drive her around. Zhen Kongming couldn't care less. He hopped into Yu Yang's car immediately. Hao Ren sat in her vehicle after thinking for a bit as well. Get in the car, Yujia, Hao Zonghua said. Xie Yujia looked at Yu Yang's car and hesitated for a few seconds at the door before she went into Hao Zonghua's vehicle. Boom. Yu Yang stepped on the gas pedal and left the house first. She was pretty mad at Hao Zonghua since he had always let her have her way before. However, he insisted on choosing Xie Yujia over Zhao Yanzi without any compromise, which really set her off. She agreed without any hesitation when Hao Zonghua first wanted to have Xie Yujia stay with them. Thinking about it now, Hao Zonghua was trying to set Hao Ren and Xie Yujia up on purpose. It would be okay if they let Hao Ren make his own decision as well. However, Hao Zonghua leaned toward Xie Yujia, and he arranged for her to stay in their house. That was too sneaky. He advocates for fairness, yet he is being all sneaky, secretly hoping for things to turn out his way. The more Yu Yang thought about this, the madder she got. Slow down, Mom. Hao Ren couldn't help but say in the car. He knew Yu Yang's driving skills well. She was even scared to drive over 60 miles per hour, but she speeded up to 80 miles per hour as soon as they left the house. Yu Yang looked down at the meter at Hao Ren's words. Then, she lifted her foot a bit from the gas pedal. Are you okay, Mom? Hao Ren was a little worried about her. He turned back and saw his dad's white Ford right behind them. Hao Zonghua his distance, neither catching up nor dashing over. I'm okay. Ask Z to come to our house on weekends as much as you can. Or you guys can hang out outside, Yu Yang thought for a bit and said. She is busy with her schoolwork, Hao Ren said. You can tutor her during the day, and you don't have to spend all day with Yujia even if she lives at our place. Hao Ren had been going out with Yujia both days this weekend. They left early in the morning and didn't come back till later in the evening. This made Yu Yang suspicious. Xie Yujia was good in all aspects, and she thought of having Xie Yujia over before as well. However, she was worried about Hao Ren and Xie Yujia getting along because it would interfere with the relationship between her and Zhao Hongyu and the communication between the two mothers. Whoosh! Hao Zhonghua's white Ford sped up and caught up from behind. They went side by side on the road. I don't want to fight with you, Yu Yang. Let's talk about it tonight, Hao Zhonghua finally shouted after following after her for over 10 minutes. Yu Yang had a completely different perspective than him, which surprised him as well. He thought she would be as realistic as him and treat Xie Yujia as their future daughter-in-law. Humph! Yu Yang suddenly stepped on the gas pedal and left Hao Zhonghua's vehicle behind. She drove towards downtown and separated ways with Hao Zhonghua's white Ford. Yu Yang headed towards Zhen Kongming's Ling Zhao Elementary School. Kongming! Kongming! As soon as Zhen Kongming stepped out of the vehicle with his backpack, many little girls surrounded him. Zhen Kongming stuck up his chest with pride and headed to the school gate in giant steps, ignoring the girls following him. I'll take you to school. Yu Yang looked back at Hao Ren and started the vehicle again. The second Yu Yang's car passed by Ling Zhao Middle School, which was on the opposite side. Hao Ren looked toward the school gate subconsciously. He saw that the Rolls-Royce Phantom he was so familiar with was in front of the school gate again. Chapter 350. The Privilege of Inspectors. Zheng Yitao. This name flashed across Hao Ren's mind. Did Zheng Yitao return to Ling Zhao Middle School as part of West Ocean's counterattack? He thought. What are you looking at? Yu Yang looked at Hao Ren from the rear-view mirror and asked him. Nothing, Hao Ren answered, staring at the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the gate of Ling Zhao Middle School in the rear-view mirror. With the current public opinions, even if Zheng Yitao caused a scene in the East Ocean City, the territory of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the latter must bear it without complaint. After all, any act from East Ocean would convince everyone that it was indeed suppressing their peers, Hao Ren thought. Zi's still in middle school, and she throws a tantrum occasionally. You are older than her, so you should take care of her and humor her, Yu Yang said. Zhao Guang grounded Zhao Yanzi probably because he knew that Zheng Yitao would be returning to Ling Zhao Middle School, Hao Ren thought to himself as he listened to his mom. Yujia has a mild temperament, but she has ambitions with her future career, Yu Yang continued. Mom, what are you bring up this topic? Hao Ren gathered his thoughts and asked. Zi's a considerate girl. Though she's sometimes lazy, she doesn't have great ambitions. However, Yujia will have her own pursuits, Yu Yang said. Yeah. Yujia excels in her studies, and she's full of ideas, Hao Ren nodded. Comparatively, Zhao Yanzi is just a little girl. When she grows up, she would be a little woman without any grand ambitions. Living each day happily is enough for her. He thought about this but didn't voice it. I hope you will live an ordinary and peaceful life. Your dad and I worked too hard and had to leave you alone at home for long periods. Now that I think about it, I wish for an ordinary life as well, Yu Yang said emotionally. Hao Ren smiled bitterly. He knew his mom was worried that Xie Yujia was too excellent to stay by his side in the future. Hao Ren thought if Xie Yujia didn't enter the world of cultivation, she would probably enter a Fortune 500 company as a successful employee before joining the management of a company or going to the US for further development. With his academic achievements, he could never catch up with her. However, he could no longer be described as ordinary. He was about to reach Gen level, which was the equivalent to top-tier core formation realm. He regularly traveled between 5th Heaven and 1st Heaven and would soon face the exams of the Dragon God Shrine. He was also the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the most significant force in the Dragon Tribe. He seemed like he was living an ordinary life, but he was extremely busy. I've told you my thoughts, but the future is in your hands. No matter what decisions you make, I will always support you. Yu Yang stopped the car at the main gate of East Ocean University before looking back at him. Hao Ren was touched. With a smile, he opened the car door, saying, Mom, drive safe. Okay. Yu Yang turned the steering wheel to slowly move the car around. The sunshine was warm, and Hao Ren felt great on the inside as well. Yeah, it was good to know that his parents had his back no matter what path he chose. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had never set high goals for him, hoping that he would have an ordinary and peaceful life. Whatever he wanted, they would fight and get for him. However, he didn't want to live under the shadow of his parents. He had entered a good university by his own efforts, and he was using his cultivation strength, which was nearly at Gen level, to protect his parents and the people close to him. He had chosen the path of cultivation, a trail of battles. The incident with West Ocean told him that showing mercy to the enemies was equal to inflicting wounds on his loved ones. Clap, clap, clap. Hao Ren, the son of famous scientists, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Qin Xiaoyang, who had pale golden eyes, walked out of a nearby path while clapping his hands. He was wearing a thin, pale gray windbreaker and a pair of black military boots, looking elegant and powerful. I underestimated you and didn't investigate your background. From the looks of it, you have a great background in the mortal world. He walked to face Hao Ren. With his eyes locked on Qin Xiaoyang, Hao Ren activated all 85 openings in his dragon core at the same time. A sharp and robust aura emitted from him. Swoosh, the birds resting in the nearby trees flew away. Wow! You have reached Gen level. Awesome, Qin Xiaoyang said as he acted surprised. Hao Ren didn't expect that Qin Xiaoyang would be lurking around and didn't notice the latter's appearance beforehand. The difference between Kun level and Gen level was that between the mountaintop and the mountainfoot. Qin Xiaoyang still held the grudge toward Hao Ren since Hao Ren had once defeated him at Zhao Yanzi's birthday party. I warn you. Don't make a move against my family. Hao Ren's aura got stronger. Lightning bolts flashed in his eyes, and it stunned Qin Xiaoyang a little even though they were not real. Since lightning could break all 5 elements in nature, Hao Ren's aura naturally suppressed cultivators of any of the 5 elements. However, Qin Xiaoyang was at Kun level, and he immediately pushed back with his own aura. Taking a step forward, he looked at Hao Ren coolly and said, "Don't forget, I'm an official inspector, and you, well, are only an assisting inspector whose title can be removed at any time." A cold breeze blew by them, and the leaves on the road moved under its force. It looked like a natural breeze, but it was the metal elemental wind released by Qin Xiaoyang. Hao Ren felt a pain on his exposed skin as if a knife was cutting into it. Qin Xiaoyang took another step forward and leaned in to whisper into Hao Ren's ear, "Don't forget, inspectors can make a move against mortals." Bang! Hao Ren's body shook. Qin Xiaoyang was issuing a threat. With the intelligence network of inspectors, he knew about Hao Ren's family background. By being different from other dragons, inspectors had the privilege to make moves against mortals. Xie Yujia had the old grandma's mark on her shoulder. Even the senior inspectors from the Dragon God Shrine didn't dare to touch her. However, Hao Ren's parents were different. Although they were world-famous scientists, in the eyes of the inspectors, they were ordinary mortals. Bang! Hao Ren's right foot stepped forward while his right hand formed a fist and punched at Qin Xiaoyang's stomach. It was the third strike of the fundamental boxing techniques. Since Hao Ren didn't use any nature essence, Qin Xiaoyang didn't have time to react and was hit solidly on the belly. B-starred. Qin Xiaoyang placed his left hand on Hao Ren's right hand and abruptly injected nature essence into Hao Ren's body. Hao Ren couldn't withstand the great nature essence from a Kun-level cultivator. He felt the blood surging in his chest and backed off 6 steps before a force supported his back and steadied his body. "Dean Qin, you're early today." Lu Qing's voice sounded suddenly behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren turned his head and saw it was Lu Qing, who placed his right hand on his back with a genial smile on his face. "Hao Ren, let me introduce you to Qin Xiaoyang, the vice dean of our arts program and a famous painter." Withdrawing his right hand slowly, Lu Qing said to Hao Ren. "HMPH." Qin Xiaoyang gave them a dirty look and walked toward the arts program's building. With his Kun-level strength, he felt disgraced to be hit by Hao Ren with a mortal boxing technique. Right now, Hao Ren had Lu Qing at his back while Qin Xiaoyang was only a newly arrived vice dean. That was why he didn't argue with Lu Qing. How did he become a vice dean? Hao Ren suppressed the surging blood in his chest and asked Lu Qing. "The Dragon God Shrine has moved Qin Xiaoyang to the East Ocean City, and we, the East Ocean Dragon Palace, have to work with him," Lu Qing explained helplessly. Hao Ren didn't mind Qin Xiaoyang becoming a vice dean of the arts program since they wouldn't cross paths very often. However, Qin Xiaoyang's threat of attacking mortals had rattled him. For dragon cultivators who enjoyed a lifespan of thousands of years, the mortals were like ants. Although the Dragon God Shrine had made rules to regulate their behaviors, they made an exception with the inspectors. Suhan entered the Dragon God Shrine with the hope of getting to higher realms and achieving greater strength, while Qin Xiaoyang entered the Dragon God Shrine to get rid of the restrictions on his behavior so that he can do whatever he wanted. Bang! Hao Ren clenched his fist so hard that the air close to his hand popped with force. If he became an official inspector, Qin Xiaoyang would hold himself in check. If he reached Qian level, Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't dare to make a move against him. When Qin Xiaoyang faced Zhao Yanzi's third uncle, he didn't dare to utter a word although he was an inspector. Right now, you are still an assisting inspector so that he won't mess with you too much. If you have any problems, come to me, Lu Qing said. However, Hao Ren was not convinced. With Qin Xiaoyang moving to East Ocean City, Zheng Yitao returning to East Ocean City, and the West Ocean Dragon Clan uniting the South Ocean Dragon Clan and the North Ocean Dragon Clan to attack East Ocean's Mingri group, East Ocean was feeling pressures from all levels and directions. One must admit that Oldman Zheng was indeed more experienced and ruthless than Zhao Guang. Okay. Hao Ren walked toward his dorm building. His determination to get stronger was greater than before. In such a situation, it was hard for East Ocean to protect him. Even Zhao Yanzi had been sent to the relatively safe East Ocean Dragon Palace. If he lost his title as the assisting inspector, then, thud. Invisible sword energies knocked the surrounding big trees, and leaves fell from them. In the next while, Hao Ren went to 5th heaven to cultivate every day. In 3 days, he had unlocked another 8 openings, and the number of unlocked openings reached 93. Besides, he practiced the sword array formations and light-splitting sword shadow scroll in the valley daily. With more openings unlocked in his Dragon Core, the power of the sword array formations got stronger. Each evening, he went to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to tutor Zhao Yanzi. After reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, Zhao Yanzi was in a good mood, oblivious to the great pressures the East Ocean Dragon Palace was facing. Hao Ren didn't tell her anything so that she could peacefully review for her final exams and solidify her foundation building realm. The next day, all the employees from the headquarters of Mingri Group stood respectfully at the entrance of the building. A Bentley Arnage drove in slowly. Behind it followed more than 10 black Audi Q7. The Bentley stopped between the rotating door of the building and the fountain. The door to the car opened, and an ebony walking cane engraved with patterns of dragons slowly extended from the vehicle.